Chapter 2151. Refining Gu in exchange for famous mountains. Wu Yi Mountain, Wu Clan's headquarters. In a hall. Kushin Hong had a faint smile as he greeted politely. Kushin Hong pays respects to Wu Clan's first supreme elder. Wu Yong sat and smiled. Esteemed envoy, no need to be so polite. Kushin Hong spoke openly and straightforwardly. I came here with Fan Win Gu. It has already been refined and raised successfully. Please do examine it now. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So quickly? Does Fang Yuan have a method to refine fake Immortal Gu? Is he here to scam me? He received it and checked thoroughly. There were no flaws at all. It is a genuine rank 8 Immortal Gu. But how can Fang Yuan refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong was uncertain again. In his mind, Fang Yuan's main traits were craftiness, viciousness, shamelessness, unscrupulous, and ruthlessness. This number one demon in the world could not be assessed using common sense. Envoy, please hold on. Our Wu Clan Gu Immortal will come and check it. Wu Yong answered. Wu Clan had their own refinement path Gu refinements, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not specialized in refinement path, they were best at wind path. Not only in southern border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was first rate in wind path. After a few minutes, Wu Yong received information that rank 8 Fan Win Gu was the real thing, it could not be fake. Wu Yong had a complex emotion. Immortal Gu were unique, because rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine, they had an extremely important significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals did not even have one rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, old ancestor Shui who lost everything that he had worked to accumulate for many years on snowy mountain blessed land after trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Of course, this was because his ambitions clashed with heavenly courts and longevity heaven's benefits. Even though the world has been changing in the last few years, with the movement of earth veins and rampaging of chi tides, a vast amount of immortal materials surfaced, it will likely cause a large increase in rank 8 Immortal Gu. But for ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals, especially the lone Immortals, they will still face problems getting one rank 8 Immortal Gu. To think that my Wu Clan has gained a new rank 8 Immortal Gu. Wu Yong was happy but also gained increasing wariness regarding Fang Yuan. Even though I know that Fang Yuan had annexed Lang Ya sect, it is still hard to believe that his refinement path ability has become so incredible. It feels like he had an easy time refining a rank 8 Fan Win Gu with no problems encountered at all. On the other hand, Kushin Hong added, since you have checked it, which 2 Immortal Gu does your clan want to refine next? I can bring them both back next time. Wu Yong became hesitant. Should he pass the 7-faced Prestige Win Gu to Kushin Hong? If he could refine 8-faced Prestige Win Gu, Wu Yong would gain a huge boost in strength. But precisely so, 7-faced Prestige Win Gu was extremely important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan and the latter snatched it, what would he do? Come to think of it, there are many options. At this moment, Wu Yong felt that 3 chances were too few. He would want nothing more than to raise all of Wu Clan's Immortal Gu to rank 8. To think that you acted so quickly, I am quite spoiled for choice at the moment, I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay here and give me 3 days to consider? Wu Yong asked. Wu Biachong heard this and added, urging Kushin Hong, speaking of which, this is the 3rd time you've come to Wu Clan, let us host you and bring you around. All right. Kushin Hong smiled lightly, I do like Wu Clan style a lot, I'll trouble you with my stay. As for First Supreme Elder's considerations, I understand. In fact, I have been tasked with another mission, I wonder if your clan would like to undergo another transaction with us. What transaction? Wu Yong became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth Hu land, it was akin to a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong felt a slight heartache again. Kushin Hong explained the details while Wu Yong fell into contemplation. Wu Biachong shouted in shock, what? Fang Yuan wants to dig away our Wu Clan's famous mountains? In return, He will refine rank 8 Immortal GU for our Wu clan. Precisely. Kushin Hong nodded. Wu Baichong snickered. How can that be? Any famous mountain is a large resource point at least. Most of them are giant resource points, a select few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 Immortal GU, you are still using our Immortal GU as the foundation to raise their rank. You are not giving us additional Immortal GU. Furthermore, Immortal GU are hard to feed, rank 8 Immortal GU are too. Even if they are refined, they will expend our resources. Yet, famous mountains are able to produce resources continuously, they will almost never dry out. You want to take our famous mountains, you are trying to cripple our foundation. What intentions do you have? What schemes are you up to? Towards the end, Wu Baichong was basically screaming in anger. But Kushin Hong was prepared for this. He spoke calmly. Not so at all. Elder Wu Baichong, you are too pessimistic about this. Think about it carefully. Your clan has just gotten many GU Immortal seeds to undergo Immortal Ascension recently, but you only gained 6 new Immortals, with most of them being external members. Even with more GU Immortals, Wu clan's territory is too big, you cannot defend it. Since that is the case, you might as well sell some territories. In that case, not only would Wu clan have higher ranked Immortal GU, you will even have sufficient manpower. Furthermore, Kushin Hong continued, Immortal GU are unique. I am sure Elder Wu Baichong knows how priceless rank 8 Immortal GU are. Immortal materials can be sold and bought, but can Immortal GU be easily bought? They are unique, they can only be traded. Even if Treasure Yellow Heaven is the #1 market in the world, let me ask you, how many Immortal GU have been traded in it over these years? The 5 regions are now won, the 5 regions' chaotic war cannot be avoided. GU Immortal battle strength is the most important thing, you can only consider the rest after having sufficient strength to defend yourself. A rank 8 Immortal GU can cause your clan's strength to rise sharply. Not only can you protect yourself, you can invade others and gain a huge amount of wealth in war. This? Wu Baichong hesitated. Kushin Hong looked at Wu Baichong. He cast a secretive glance at Wu Yong without showing any signs, continuing to convince them. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters, they sold it to us recently. What? There is such a thing? Wu Baichong was stunned. Kushin Hong did not elaborate further, he took a step back. If Wu clan does not want this trade, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back Immortal GU for refinement, I also need to find other clans and undergo this trade with them. Wu Baichong's expression changed mildly. If Wu clan did not deal with Fang Yuan but the other clans did, their battle strength would surge instead. Even if they give up on resources now and lose future potential, what if they decide to expand through invasion? By then, if Wu clan refuses to work with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would be surpassed by other clans. By then, Wu clan would fall from their throne of the #1 southern border force, they would be bullied by others. Wu Yong tapped on the table with his finger as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he gives others no way of rejecting. However, even though Kushin Hong is trying to convince us, he is not wrong about it. This trade is sensible, but we need to control the extent of our dealing. At almost the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Gan Ni pays respects to Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt before Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Earth Extremity Gan Ni was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was quite deep. At this moment, she held for rank 8 Immortal GU and handed them over respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected them for some time and felt pleased. Gan Ni, you are our Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path expert indeed. Since the Fate War until now, you received my orders and refined for rank 8 Immortal GU, you have made a huge contribution. Gan Ni quickly answered, it was all thanks to Master's luck path methods, otherwise, with just my mere talent, we could not have refined so many rank 8 Immortal GU in these few years. But because of that, Longevity Heaven's luck fell greatly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun interrupted her as he waved his hand. In this world, there are losses where there are gains. To refine these Immortal GU, luck expenditure was a necessary investment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took one of these for Immortal GU and observed it carefully in front of him. This GU had a peculiar shape, it was cubic and resembled a wooden box. This was Imitation GU, it was 8th place on the list of mystical GU, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If one placed this GU with any Immortal GU in the world together for some time, the GU cultivator could activate Imitation GU to turn itself into that Immortal GU. Immortal GU were unique, but Imitation GU could bypass this logic to some extent. However, the imitated GU could not compare to the real one in power. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked Heavenly Court for Human Chi Immortal GU and failed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took another path, refining Imitation GU and turning it into Human Chi Immortal GU. Next, with this Human Chi Immortal GU as the core, he established 88 True Yang building. Other than this Imitation GU, the other 3 Rank 8 Immortal GU were all Blood Path Immortal GU. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered, the 10 children of human path came out of the painting world, returning to the real world. We are finally back. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down those 2 new paintings. We were nurtured by Heavenly Court, but the time is up, we needed to leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take it down entirely, the situation has been set. There are so many beast tamers in the painting world, even cultivators have appeared. Moreover, with the deep foundation that we created, there is no chance of failure. That's true. After the 10 children of human path conversed for some time, their sex GU immortals arrived to bring them back. Qin Dingling and the rest concealed their traces, watching the scene unfold before them. These 10 people are the human path immortal seeds of our Heavenly Court. Regardless of the results from this crazed Demon Cave expedition, we need to nurture these people, invest fully in them. Qin Dingling announced. Yes, madam. The GU Immortal in charge listened to Qin Dingling's words and engraved it in his mind. Let's go. Qin Dingling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City moved, the huge city flew up again, heading straight from Central Continent with unparalleled momentum. The target was crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2152. Earthvane's initial formation. Several variant human men gathered into a circle, they were busily engaging in an important business. Slowly, slowly. Guys, relax a little, don't be so anxious. Faster, faster, I can't endure it anymore. Bam! A loud sound was heard. A gigantic hill landed on the ground. This hill was not tall, it did not have clear waters of beautiful vegetation, there were mostly dust rocks and ironclad stones on the mountain, causing it to look grey in most areas. And most amazingly, this entire hill was completely silent. Even though there were many life forms, when GU Immortal spoke here, no sound could be transmitted unless they used specific methods. This was Silent Hill. It had the same reputation as Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert, famous in the world. Any sound path killer move used here would be greatly weakened and suppressed. Silent Hill was a famous mountain in southern border, but because it produced little resources, it had not been very useful to anyone. This time, Fang Yuan sent envoys all over the place to negotiate in transactions. Silent Hill was sold to Fang Yuan as a result. These variant human GU immortals moved in groups, they were in charge of moving Silent Hill back into a specific location of the sovereign immortal aperture. But relocation was just the first step, next, they had to develop its mountain roots. The one in charge of this was a Rockman GU immortal. He activated a method as Silent Hill's mountain roots began to grow rapidly, stabbing into the surrounding environment. Deeper, go deeper. The leader instructed as he suddenly sighed, Sigh, why did you stop? Are you finished so quickly? The Rockman GU immortal said impatiently, Say, leader, can you keep quiet? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain, it is very exhausting to influence and manipulate its mountain roots. But the leader said, that's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low, when will you become a rank 8? The Rockman Yu Immortal rolled his eyes, boss, I was still rank 6 some time ago, I only went to pass the tribulation and reached rank 7 because of our master. I also want to reach rank 8, but that is just too difficult. The other Yu Immortals quickly spoke. Leader is right, in our group, you're the only one that can deal with the mountain roots, allowing them to grow thick and long. If you were stronger, we would complete our mission to a greater extent, we would receive better rewards as well. You are in charge of the mountain veins, your contribution is the highest among us. I heard that you went to sleep recently. I have not slept in 2 months, I have been doing mountain relocation missions the entire time. Master has such grand ambitions and inspirations, he is managing a project to create artificial earth veins. But this plan will eventually be completed, aren't we grabbing onto this chance when it is available to us? Look at the other groups, the more missions they complete, the fewer we will have for ourselves. The other Yu Immortal stared at the Rockman Yu Immortal, they had a look of expectation and disappointment. The Rockman Yu Immortal was very helpless, don't you guys know? We Rockmen have no lack of sleep in our lives. Because our bodies are too heavy, it is a huge burden on our soul. We need to sleep to pacify our soul. Then use the liver life formation. I already used it. On Master's contribution board, aren't there soul path methods to raise your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path, soul path methods are less effective on me. Instead of using my contribution points on them, I might as well raise my earth path attainment instead. The leader gritted his teeth, stop arguing, let's pool our funds and help our little Rockman brother. Let's gather some points and raise his soul foundation. The other Yu Immortals agreed together. Right now, the Rockman Yu Immortal was their group's weakness, if he got stronger, the entire group would benefit from it. Fang Yuan handed out all sorts of missions, they were created after wisdom path deductions, their contents were simple but they had deep meaning. Be it the difficulty of the mission or the content itself, Yu Immortals often had to cooperate with others, it was hard to do any mission alone. This gave the Yu Immortals of various races a chance to work together intimately. After a long period of cooperation, they naturally developed camaraderie and friendship. Thus, within the entire Sovereign Immortal aperture, all the different tribes and races were seamlessly fusing together into one big community. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others, they were all working together, contributing blood and sweat for the sake of building their wonderful homeland. Excellent, Silent Hill has been relocated already. All the famous mountains are distributed around the mini-5 regions, the most basic requirement has been met, we can now start developing the earth vein. Fang Yuan had been paying huge attention to the famous mountain relocation plan. After seeing the situation over at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already created many immortal formations in the important areas of the mini-5 regions. At this moment, Fang Yuan willed as immortal essence was expended, the immortal formation started to activate on their own. The ground of the mini-5 regions was shaking with greater intensity as time passed. The variant humans living in the various areas were lost and confused, while some showed expressions of joy. What is happening? Is there another earthquake? Most of the mortal Gu masters did not understand the situation. Master has started to take action. Oh heavens, he is affecting the entire mini-5 regions in one go, this is truly a huge project. The Gu Immortals sensed the situation, they all felt intense joy and also deeper admiration towards Fang Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to rumble but the extent was not too severe, there was not much loss from this. An earth vein started to form in a chain due to the effect of the Gu formations in various areas, using the famous mountains as its various nodes. This earth vein crossed through the mini-5 regions, it was present in mini-Eastern Sea, mini-Central Continent, mini-Northern Plains, mini-Southern Border, and mini-Western Desert. If one looked from above, this earth vein would resemble an irregular geometric shape, the lines were very clear and simple, it barely covered the area of half the Mini-5 regions. The Earth Vein was successfully constructed, the ground returned to normal. The immortal formations of various places came to a halt. They were basically fueled by immortal materials that were almost completely expended. The formations were now incomplete and could not be used again. Fang Yuan started to carefully assess the outcome. He was very patient and thorough. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction. It had gone according to plan. The entire Earth Vein was created perfectly. No flaws could be observed. Of course, this had to do with the simple design of the artificial Earth Vein. It was simply too crude. The truth was, the hardest part of the artificial Earth Vein project was not the creation of the Earth Vein. The problem was the way to gather enough famous mountains to use as the nodes of the various regions' Earth Vein. The second hardest thing was the method to create an artificial Earth Vein. The Earth Vein is completed in its initial state. It is quite crude now and does not have an immediate impact on the entire sovereign immortal aperture. In fact, it might even cause problems to occur frequently during this initial period, but after some time when things go back to normal, the sovereign immortal aperture will become more stable than before. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind. He withdrew his attention from the sovereign immortal aperture and used Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck again. With one glance, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Joy was expressed in his gaze. The creation of his artificial Earth Vein had a huge effect on his luck. His luck was originally a grand pillar of silver light, but it was quite loose like cloud soil. It could scatter with one touch. Now, even though the silver pillar was smaller, it became more condensed. This was quite an assuring development. But the luck of the other Venerables has also grown stronger. Fang Yuan frowned to himself. At the top of the silver light pillar, 3 clouds were looming over it. They represented Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation's cloud was still in control of the first level. It had expanded slightly. Spectral Soul was at the second level, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was at the third. But there was an odd scene now. Star Constellation's cloud seemed to be devouring Spectral Soul's cloud. This scene was quite confusing to Fang Yuan. He had many guesses in his mind, but he was not certain about anything. There was also another transformation. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, yellow-brown dust started to spin around it again. This earthy dust moved around the silver light pillar, seemingly stabilizing it. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan confirmed that the artificial Earth Vein plan was very useful to himself. He became even more resolved to continue this plan. But after getting an Earth Vein, I can no longer use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fang Yuan reminded himself. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation Killer Move was the ultimate method of Beast Calamity Immortal. It contained the highest profundity of transformation path, able to turn Dao marks of all other paths into transformation path Dao marks. It could even influence heaven path Dao marks, thus all sorts of tribulations could turn into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not use it anymore. This move that transformed Dao marks had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's habitat. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Dao marks now. Ignoring anything else, just refinement path Dao marks alone amounted to over 6 million. If these 6 million Dao marks suddenly turned into another path's Dao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt to the change. By then, a huge issue would occur in the environment. The terrifying tribulation that occurs would have unimaginable consequences. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water, but the water turned into lava. It was easy to guess the outcome of the fish. In the past, when Fang Yuan used Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, the sovereign immortal aperture's development was still quite low. There were very few life forms inside. At that time, he also had far fewer Dao marks. If he used Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation now, there would be too many Dao marks transformed. It could not be done. But if he transformed fewer Dao marks instead, against Venerables, it would not have any purpose in combat. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body went from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peered into the clouds. Frost energy emanated from it. Its mountain roots were cut already. Fang Yuan was here to retrieve it after the preparations were done. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and sneaked into Wu clan. He had gotten into conflict with Xia clan over this mountain. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. However, the originally white and beautiful Frosty Peak was now littered with holes all over as a result of excessive excavation. Not only was it ugly, the production of resources was also affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu clan. At this moment, there were many GU Immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human GU Immortals that Fang Yuan dispatched, Wu clan's GU Immortals were here as well. Wu Yong was among them. "Fang Yuan, have you been well?" Wu Yong took the initiative to greet him, showing a complex expression at the same time. Chapter 2153. Lord Fang Yuan, time to get going. If the pursuit of Fang Yuan had just ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to him at all. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Wu Yong would not dare to approach him. There was a threat of getting killed. It was too dangerous. But now was different. Fang Yuan had an entire series of methods for foreign affairs. He engaged in transactions with many major forces without using brute strength. The initial effect might be small, but after so long, super forces like Wu clan, Fang clan, and Chai clan could see that Fang Yuan was someone who could work with principles and rules. After these super forces reassessed Fang Yuan, they decided to work with him. It was not easy to reach this stage. Would a rabbit have the guts to make transactions with a wolf? But this man in front of me achieved this feat. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan while feeling complicated internally. Wu Yong was a current generation hero. His talent and aptitude were top-rate even among rank 8 GU Immortals. Seeing Fang Yuan's actions these days, even Wu Yong sighed to himself as he developed feelings of admiration. Having strength but not abusing it or bullying the weak casually, this was not something easy to achieve. On the surface, this seemed like the demeanor of someone with self-control and an understanding that one could not abuse their advantage or they would eventually falter. But the truth was, he was unaffected by greed or ambition. His logic had always suppressed other emotions. In the current world, no, throughout time, throughout the history of mankind, how many people could reach this stage? Fang Yuan could even make these weaker forces undergo transactions with him without worries. Initially, there was only Wu clan, but Wu Yong soon found that almost all super forces were transacting with him. They sold some useless famous mountains in exchange for the chance to refine rank 8 Immortal GU. This was not easy. It showed that Fang Yuan had incredible interpersonal skills. Be it through threatening or temptation, even if he used other methods, the result was that he succeeded. Fang Yuan is truly an incredible person. Even though he started from the demonic path, his mannerism and mindset has never been restrained by shallow ideas like factions. He can be righteous or demonic. He can either help the world or cause chaos in the world. Everything depends on the methods he adopts. Even throughout history, such a demon is truly the most terrifying. Being born in the same generation as this person is also my blessing. Wu Yong was wary of Fang Yuan. He had felt disappointment and rage because of Fang Yuan, but he had also gained morale and inspiration. He even saw the beauty of life because of Fang Yuan. Because from Fang Yuan, he saw himself. It was a testament to his own ideals. He had too many similarities with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's series of actions during this period allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's vision. He knew that Fang Yuan was someone who saw 10 steps ahead of each action. Since everyone's opinions and actions have changed because of Fang Yuan, why can't I try to cooperate even more deeply with him? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong developed this thought. What to do with an enemy you could not beat? The best way was to cooperate with them, to turn from enemies to allies. Cooperating with Fang Yuan had huge potential for gains. It was very helpful to Wu clan. Wu Yong was someone with high restraint, but he also had the honor of the righteous path. Except that the honor of an ambitionist like him was worth less than a piece of paper. As long as the benefits were high enough, Wu Yong could tear this paper into pieces with no second thought. Thus, Wu Yong took the initiative to come and meet with Fang Yuan personally. He wanted to talk and try to see if he could deepen their cooperation. Seeing Wu Yong, Fang Yuan also revealed a faint smile. Wu Yong had once chased after his life. but so what? If you can kill me, that is testament to your strength. This is a world where the strongest survive. If I die because of you, that is because I am weak. It is my own lack of capability. It is my fault. The weak were devoured by the strong. Was this not a natural thing? Thus, in Fang Yuan's heart, he had never felt any pointless hatred or grudge. Wu Yong came here of his own accord. His intention to cooperate was obvious. Then let's cooperate. For Fang Yuan, working with Wu clan had benefits and gains too. Wu Yong was the leader of the Southern Alliance, while Wu clan was the #1 superforce in Southern Border. They would become a role model for other forces if they chose to cooperate. Like how Fang Yuan traded with other forces for famous mountains, he had used Wu clan's transaction records to tempt them. But just when Fang Yuan was about to talk with Wu Yong, a Gu Immortal flew over in the sky. This Gu Immortal was dressed in a grey hemp garment and conical hat. He had a muscular body and a chin that was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. He had always been calm and composed, but now, he showed an anxious expression. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you. What's the matter?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan, casting a glance at Wu Yong but not greeting him. Wu Yong became quite curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin in such a frantic state. Lu Weiyin spoke directly in front of Fang Yuan. "Lord Fang Yuan, do you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought Heavenly Court's immortals from Central Continent straight towards Northern Plains Crazed Demon Cave?" "Oh." Fang Yuan's expression moved slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she joins up with Heavenly Court, they will be able to work together. Crazed Demon Cave situation will be very dangerous. There is no time. We need to head there immediately and take control of the situation." "What?" Wu Yong heard this and felt incredibly shocked. What in the world was going on? Why were Heavenly Court and Crazed Demon Cave involved in something? Wu Yong was very perceptive. He immediately realized that this was an incredibly important fight. Regardless of the result, it would definitely affect the entire Gu Immortal world, as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Weiyin, "Your information network is really broad. But don't worry, don't be anxious, I still have matters to settle." Saying this, Fang Yuan used a method to put Frosty Peak into the Sovereign Immortal aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat as he stared with wide eyes, urging, "We are going against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. The location is also Limitless Demon Venerables Crazed Demon Cave, as well as that secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot lose our initiative in this fight." "What? What? Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain. The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in the legends of Renzu." Wu Yong had more and more questions in his mind. He felt more anxious as well. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. "I know that you want to make contributions. I've already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will help you. But I have my own judgment towards the situation. If I do not use my time to strengthen myself, how can I go up against the Venerables? There is no need to rush me any further." "This?" Lu Weiyin pondered without speaking further. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong as he smiled again. "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can expand the scale of transactions. For example, Moon Bowl, Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, or Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian, and others." Wu Yong showed a difficult expression. "These famous mountains have higher value than Frosty Peak. The true value of Phoenix Peak is that phoenixes will gather every year to lay eggs. If you take the mountain, it might not have great value anymore. As for Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian or Corpse Mountain, they are things that Wu clan needs. Not long ago, we obtained the enslavement path true inheritance of the Corpse Emperor. We are trying to develop and use it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as the price is reasonable, we can consider selling it." Wu Yong spoke with a sincere tone, but his mind was wandering elsewhere. He had been anticipating this conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was drawn away to the issue instead. Fang Yuan negotiated with Wu Yong for some time. Lu Weiyin was left unattended beside them. Fang Yuan truly needed more famous mountains now. Even though the earlier transactions were helpful, they were mostly useless mountains. But if Wu Clan led the transaction, this huge deal between Fang Yuan and Southern Border's super forces could go one step further. After the discussion, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. "All right, I'll see you both another time." Lu Weiyin stretched out his hand, Lord Fang Yuan. Before leaving, Fang Yuan cast a cold glance at him. "I have other matters to attend to." Lu Weiyin could not speak any of the words that he had bottled up inside. At the next moment, heaven and earth travel was activated. Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. He really had things to do. This time, he went to Rotten Mud Mountain and took the mountain. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply to himself. Wu Yong smiled. "We have not met for some time. Why don't we?" Lu Weiyin waved his hand. "Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. When I am free, I will definitely visit Wu Yi Mountain." Saying so, Lu Weiyin left. He did not have the mood to explain things to Wu Yong. Wu Yong also had a bunch of bottled-up questions. He felt horrible internally. He immediately turned his gaze towards the variant human GU immortals that were present. His smile did not change. He asked these people. But what did these variant human GU immortals know? The leader replied calmly, "Without Master's permission, how can a subordinate speak out of line? Please do not blame us, Lord Wu Yong. We need to continue moving the mountains." Wu Yong was helpless as he watched these people leave. Even though he spoke to Fang Yuan and achieved his original goal, Wu Yong could not be happy. He sensed acutely that he was starting to get left behind by Fang Yuan and others. He had no idea what was going on in Crazy Demon Cave, for example. No wonder Fang Yuan is trying to work with the major forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived? One can only imagine the pressure he is facing. Maybe I should use this to haggle for more conditions with Fang Yuan. After understanding Fang Yuan's difficulties, Wu Yong started to develop some thoughts. Wait. His eyes burst with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted those words to Fang Yuan. Why did he speak in front of me purposely? It is likely that I can gain more information by asking him. He rejected me earlier to try to raise his status and get a higher price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly internally. He knew that if he contacted Lu Weiyin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask for information, how could he know if there was a chance to benefit from this situation? Chapter 2154. Looting everything. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan's hair fluttered in the wind as a result. After preparation, he activated his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was devoured by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like what he did earlier, Fang Yuan did not annex this Grotto Heaven wholly. He chose to split it into different portions and placed them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's various areas. Of course, because this was a Rockman Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions, only a small portion ended up in the Mini 9 heavens. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. As profound light faded, a mountain range appeared in Mini Central Continent out of nowhere. It's here, our tribe's Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Shasanbai was incredibly excited. Yes, this is our former sacred mountain, but now that it is inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it has become quite ordinary. Shaguabai had a complex expression. He felt dejected but also happy. These few Rockman GU Immortals gathered together for this moment. They were the GU Immortals of this former Grotto Heaven, but they were sent into Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many Immortal GU. They were simply on a whole new level than before. Let's go in. The Rockman GU Immortals flew into Myriad Ravine Mountain Range. Greetings to Supreme Ancestor. The ancestors have finally returned. Myriad Ravine Mountain Range still had a large number of Rockman GU masters. After seeing the Rockman GU Immortals, they cheered loudly. Indeed, this is our new home. We have a bright future living here. After the Rockman GU Immortals gave them a speech, they started to take action. They had missions to do. This Myriad Ravine Mountain Range was a famous mountain too. It was going to be one of the cores of an earth vein. Fang Yuan spent several hours annexing this earth path grotto heaven. During the process, certain changes developed in various places across the sovereign immortal aperture. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King held the fort as he observed the commotions in the sovereign immortal aperture along with other GU immortals. During this period of time, Master annexed several grotto heavens and caused the Dao marks to rise in number. It can be expected that the various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture will have increasing commotion over time, with rising intensity. Isn't this good? The more incidents there are, the more missions we have to do. Sai, when will our tribe's grotto heaven be annexed by Master? The GU immortals talked among themselves, feeling expectant towards their future prospects. Their mindsets had already changed drastically. In the past, they were against Fang Yuan annexing their grotto heavens, but now the situation was different. They looked forward to it. It was as if they could not gain their master's acknowledgement if their grotto heaven had not been annexed. Many GU immortals who had their immortal apertures annexed felt that they were a true part of the sovereign immortal aperture. They felt superior to the GU immortals of the two heavens. Lord Fang Yuan, Lord Fang Yuan! Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from afar. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled. It has been tough on you. You came all the way here to immemorial White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. He said in an urgent tone, Lord Fang Yuan, you must know why I came here. Let's set off now. Do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal GU house flew from immemorial Black Heaven to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan nodded. Many people saw that. The immortal GU house should be the one that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, right? Indeed. Lu Weiyin nodded continuously, staring at Fang Yuan. Right now, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court have moved. If we still do not start taking action, we are going to lose this prime opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded. Fine, let's go. Really? Lu Weiyin heard the answer he wanted, but he could not believe it. These last days, he had used information path methods to urge Fang Yuan to go, but he kept on refusing it. To think that Fang Yuan was actually going to move now. Can I confirm when Lord Fang Yuan will go? Lu Weiyin was still in disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. How about now? Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. Lord Fang Yuan is truly resolute. That is the best answer. Let's go, let's go. The truth was, Fang Yuan had already decided to go to Crazed Demon Cave now. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels rose accordingly. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Refinement Path, Time Path, Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster, Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path. Grandmaster, Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, Ice and Snow Path. Master, Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Sound Path. As for the remaining paths like Bone Path, they were not at master level yet, but he still had some progress. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he did not reach Spectral Soul's level, Fang Yuan's attainment levels were already top rate in the current world. Be it breadth or depth, he could be considered the #1 person in the world. After all, Spectral Soul lost his attainment levels after leaving behind the Dream Realms, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun would not retain their Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels even if they revived now. Of course, he still had insufficiencies. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and others, they were completely blank. These paths were just too rare. Painting Path was intentionally concealed by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, while Weapon Path was crudely created by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Che Wei recently. With the rise of attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex more Grotto Heavens. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture reached its limit once again. If there was some time to digest the new gains, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would become more stable. But there was neither time nor opportunity. Through luck inspection, Fang Yuan found that the situation had worsened again. Even though there was still leeway, it had clearly gotten quite severe. With a resolute decision, Fang Yuan immediately went to Northern Plains with Lu Weiyin. Ever since that pursuit battle over Fang Yuan ended, he had already used all his time to the limit, recuperating and raising his strength as much as he could. Now, it was time to face the Venerables head-on. Years had passed. Fang Yuan returned to Crazed Demon Cave again. Initially, when he first came here, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by an alliance agreement. Now, he looked down towards Crazed Demon Cave, ready to engage in battle with Venerables. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was a huge land of yellow soil. This was a huge cave. It was almost circular at the entrance, spanning hundreds of kilometers. It looked extremely grand. Inside the cave, there was a lush rainforest, filled with the colors yellow and green. Desolate beasts formed into groups, vines and trees tangled together. Growling could be heard everywhere. It was a primitive sight. "We will go down from there," Lu Weiyin said. "No rush." Fang Yuan raised his hand. "These immortal materials are useful to me." He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Many variant human Gu Immortals were let out. These Gu Immortals were talking among themselves. They went down in groups, causing chaos in the entire first layer. "Quick, there is a desolate plant here. Dig it up, bring it back. Oh, there's a group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's work together." "Squeak, squeak!" The monkey group cried out together. "These rocks are immortal materials. Bring them back, bring them all back. These are all contribution points." The Gu Immortals worked enthusiastically. They were like a group of bandits that entered a mortal village. Even though the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave had wild beasts and plants, Fang Yuan subordinates were superior in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gu Immortals among them that possessed rank 8 Immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was completely looted. Lu Weiyin watched with a dazed expression. In just this short period of time, how did Fang Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Didn't their strength rise too absurdly? "I have too many people under me. Our resource expenditure is very high, especially when I made the artificial earth vein recently. This is really embarrassing." Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin quickly waved his hand. "Of course not. I feel admiration towards you instead. In the current world, only Lord Fang Yuan is capable of making use of these chaotic immortal materials. Because Crazed Demon Cave had demonic sounds at set intervals, Dao marks would become chaotic and all the immortal materials would be useless. Living beings would rampage and lose their senses. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals became lunatics in such an environment. A while later, the first layer that was filled with vitality became a barren land. The variant human Gu Immortals were still not satisfied as they brought the vast amount of resources back into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin went into the second layer after that. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small. The large ones were like huge elephants, the small ones were like pebbles. These Gu materials also had chaotic Dao marks, but they were mostly made of Fire Path and Earth Path Dao marks. "Take them all," Fang Yuan ordered. The variant human Gu Immortals moved again. They swept the area like a locust swarm, emptying the entire second layer. After that, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin went into the third layer. The third layer was covered in dense fog. It had a vast number of fog worms and cloud bamboos. These life forms were also senseless and chaotic. They were all taken down or chopped down and collected by the variant human Gu Immortals. There was even a fog city here. A ghost city of dead people. The Gu Immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together with vengeance and created this fog city. When Fang Yuan came here before, he avoided it as he had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered it, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog City? Mine. Take it away. After looting everything in his path, Fang Yuan arrived at the 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He spent much less time compared to his previous expedition. Back then, Fang Yuan was led by not Immortal. They kept taking detours. The deeper they went, the more turns they had to make. Sometimes, the straight distance seemed to be short, but they had to make a long detour. With their strength back then, detours actually saved them more time than taking a straight path. But now, Fang Yuan moved unhindered. No matter what obstacles he met along the way, he placed them all into the sovereign Immortal aperture. The 7th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with bright colors. The rocks, grass, soil, and trees were all shining in bright lights. Every piece of soil or rock here was a quasi-rank 9 Immortal material. But the Dao marks were chaotic, they could not be used at all. Of course, that was the case for most GU Immortals in the world. Chapter 2155. Paradise Earth Sacred Tomb. As demonic sounds rang, Fang Yuan had already prepared himself. Back then, he was able to deal with the demonic sounds. Now, it was simply too easy. Under the demonic sounds' influence, Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer gathered together and formed large areas of beautiful rainbow lights. They were no longer as scattered and random as before. Such an incredible sight! Lu Weiyin sighed in amazement. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Immortal GU House Thieves' Den. Steel Dao Killer move activated. Large numbers of Dao marks were stolen, forming into corresponding rank 9 Immortal materials within Thieves' Den. These rank 9 Immortal materials were very pure. They only had one path's Dao marks. They had immense value. Lu Weiyin watched. He became tongue-tied. He estimated that in just over 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 Immortal materials. Rank 9 Immortal materials. Wasn't he obtaining them simply too easily? Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved together. Everywhere they went, large areas of Dao marks vanished. The beautiful sight turned into something that resembled cheese gnawed by rats. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there were large pieces of black and white spots. Lu Weiyin watched. His eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were too huge. The benefits were large enough for him to feel envy internally. Such wealth, he's earned a fortune. This is the first time I've seen anyone gain a vast number of rank 9 Immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin shouted internally to himself. He could no longer guess how many rank 9 Immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. The only thing he was knew, his gains were huge, enormous, unthinkable. Continuing to move forward, they finally arrived at the entrance of the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. The burden of using Thieves' Den and the killer move Steel Dao along the way was not small, especially in terms of Immortal Essence expenditure. Lu Weiyin became slightly worried. Lord Fang Yuan, do pay attention to your Immortal Essence storage. No need to worry. Fang Yuan smiled mildly. I have rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin heard this and his expression froze before replying, impressive, as befitting of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan saw 3 paths ahead again. One path was filled with golden light. Luck surged around it. It was the luck path left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One path was dark and horrifying. Killing intent filled it. It was the soul path left behind by Spectral Soul when he entered the 8th layer. One path was humble and plain, giving a virtuous aura. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's path. Because Lu Weiyin had methods prepared beforehand, he could enter Paradise Earth's path. But Fang Yuan waved his hand. Thieves' Den activated. The 3 paths were completely devoured. They disappeared. A large number of rank 9 Immortal materials were produced as a result. Lu Weiyin moved his lips but he did not manage to say anything. He followed Fang Yuan into the 8th layer wordlessly. Nothingness. This was a boundless void that resembled a huge ocean with no shore in sight. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin who entered were like two bugs in the ocean, extremely minuscule and insignificant. Fang Yuan had once come here, he had a deep impression of the place. In this boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, deriving brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer but he did not succeed. This void was evidently the profundity of Phantom Path, but Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then, he could not deduce the location of the 9th layer's entrance. This time, he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fang Yuan used his Phantom Path method. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his brows, the void here is different from the one I experienced last time. But Fang Yuan could not point out the exact difference. Even though he made huge progress in Phantom Path, he was still very far from understanding or breaking Limitless Demon Venerable's 8th layer arrangements. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin activated a certain killer move and found his direction, leading the way. Fang Yuan followed after Lu Weiyin. Along the way, he saw worlds created and destroyed, it was truly an extraordinary sight. But different from before, these worlds were moving along the void, no matter which world it was, they went in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally had some results. He was evidently moved, I understand now, this void is contracting. At the final moment, all of the worlds and heaven path Dao marks will be squeezed together, they will be completely fused into one. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's plan? Lu Weiyin shook his head, I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World, we need to hurry and head there. The two immortals flew for a few more hours before finally seeing their destination. This is? Lu Weiyin expressed shock on his face, because he did not just see Yellow Earth Great World, he also saw the worlds that Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus left behind. Fang Yuan squinted, the 3 great worlds are fusing into one, not just that, there are also many small worlds following beside them. These worlds were motionless within the void. Each world was like a bubble, the 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles, being green, yellow, and red respectively. The 3 worlds were joined together at the center, the periphery was filled with smaller bubbles that were linked to the surface of the 3 great world bubbles. Oh no, Lord, please look! Lu Weiyin pointed at the yellow bubble and said anxiously. Fang Yuan turned his gaze and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was currently attacked by the joint efforts of the other 2 great worlds. Even though the view outside the bubble was quite vague, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could still sense the intensity of the battle inside. Especially when the connecting area of the 3 worlds was filled with corpses, it was the most intense area of the battle. Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not resist us. Let's go and reinforce them. Lu Weiyin charged in like a falling meteor. Fang Yuan followed after him, his body was also shrouded in a yellow light. It was this yellow light that allowed them to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the Great World, the thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze the most was that huge mound at the center. This mound resembled a mountain, the mountain itself was quite flat, it looked man-made. But Fang Yuan could see the true essence of the mountain at first glance, this is Tomb Earth of the 10 Earths. This is such a huge tomb. This unprecedented tomb had a tombstone on it. The tombstone had 6 words written on it, Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Seemingly sensing Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan, the tomb suddenly emitted a grand pillar of light. It rose up into the skies, resembling a pillar that held up heaven itself, the entire battlefield froze, everyone's eyes were attracted to it. The sacred tomb is shining, heaven and earth can bear testament to it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of time, a huge roar erupted in Yellow Earth Great World, it was like a huge tsunami. The people of Yellow Earth Great World became energized and surged with morale, they started to counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Dao field of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, look at it, forests and vegetation were abundant, it was filled with greenery and vitality, giving off an unfathomable aura. In this densely green world, there was a black and white mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were rows of chairs that extended downwards. The top 2 chairs were unoccupied, while Qin Dingling sat at the 4th seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin arrived after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin took the initiative to help Fang Yuan. Not only did he help to kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. After that, Paradise Earth's intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan became obvious. The Paradise Earth sacred tomb at the center of Yellow Earth Great World was also openly seen to everyone. The Yu Immortals of the 3 worlds knew of it. Thus, there was nothing strange about Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan showing up here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth as she said, "Currently, we need to split up into 2 groups. One group will advance and attack Yellow Earth Great World, the other will aid Demon Judgment Board in suppressing and resisting Savage Wilderness Great World as well as restraining Longevity Heaven. As for the other Yu Immortals, you can go conquer the small worlds in groups." Originally, our side was cooperating with Longevity Heaven to devour Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin showed up, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer meat on the chopping block. We can suffer losses if we are careless. Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Yu Immortal on the 3rd seat. "Lady Ming Hao, please allow this subordinate to use Divine Emperor City and personally lead the group invading Yellow Earth Great World to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Dingling was originally the leader of Heavenly Court, but here, she was only 4th place. She had to obey the 3 fairies at the top. Currently, the 1st and 2nd fairies were not around, only the 3rd fairy Ming Hao was here to control the situation. This fairy Ming Hao had the appearance of a 3 to 4-year-old girl. She was cute and delicate, her large eyes shined with sparkling starlight specks. She blinked her large and shiny eyes. She pondered before replying with a childish voice, "I've heard of Fang Yuan, but do you need to deal with him personally? Let them go instead." Saying so, her tiny arm waved as a Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain and landed in front of 2 Gu Immortals. These were neither human nor variant human Gu Immortals. One was an old tree with a thin and dry trunk. It had countless branches of different length but had no leaves on them. It had thin and long roots that numbered to 100. The tree's name was Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo that was green like jade. Its name was Qing Hao Zi. Qing Hao Zi floated in the air, casually and peacefully sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying on the mountain rock that seemed like a chair, its branches wrapped around a small rock like a person resting his legs on a stool. It was very relaxed. After seeing the information path Gu worm, Mu Cha Lang stood up immediately. It extended its branches to nudge Qing Hao Zi. "Stop sleeping, stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order." Qing Hao Zi waved back and forth because of the nudge, but it did not land on the ground. After getting awakened, it straightened its body and remained in the air. "To think that we are going to move out so quickly." Next, the 2 Immortals left the mountain, leading their troops to the front lines. Chapter 2156. Heaven Extremity Gari Mai. A grand and ancient dark gold palace floated in the sky. It was Lux Oppression Heavenly Palace. Within the palace, Bing Saichuan sat on a cushion with 1 information path Immortal Gu on the tiny table in front of him. Several Gu Immortals were standing towards his left and right. Bing Saichuan stared at the information path Immortal Gu. He frowned slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin came together. It created a huge uncertainty in the battle of the 3 great worlds. What should Longevity Heaven, which occupied Savage Wilderness Great World, do? Should they retreat first or send more people to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Saichuan could not decide immediately. He thought for a while and cast his gaze towards the first person on his left. A fatty was sitting there. The fatty was lying down on the table, fast asleep. There was even saliva flowing out of his mouth, onto his sleeves and the table below. Bam bam bam. Bing Saichuan knocked on the table with his knuckle several times. The fatty was woken up by this noise. He opened his sleepy eyes and asked in a daze, "What happened?" Bing Saichuan withheld his anger. "Gari Mai, you are the Heaven Extremity, you cultivate wisdom path. The newest information is here. I want you to deduce what our following actions should be." Saying this, the information path Immortal Yu flew and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not use his hand to touch it, he looked into the Immortal Yu directly, his pupils shrank immediately. What? That demon Fang Yuan is here. The fatty shrugged. See, weren't my previous deductions correct? Bing Saichuan knocked on the table again. I want you to deduce what action our side should take for this situation. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was weak, with our control over Savage Wilderness Great World, and Heavenly Court's control over Green Lotus Great World. We could invade Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen ourselves before deciding the victor between us. But now that Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan appeared in Yellow Earth Great World, if we attack it by force, they might counterattack and expend our strength instead. Bing Saichuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack, he was worried about the impact on the overall situation instead. After all, the current situation was more complex than before, the three worlds were resisting each other. If any two forces went ahead and fought too intensely, the third force would benefit. Then let me deduce it. The fatty Gu Immortal, Heaven Extremity Gari Mai, waved his loose sleeves and stretched out 5 fat fingers, he pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I deduced it, let's follow our original plan. Gari Mai said. Bing Saichuan watched with a dumbfounded expression. Can you use your Immortal Gu to activate a killer move and make a proper deduction? Gari Mai blinked innocently. What? How did you know I was pretending? You actually found out, you are so smart. You must be the wisdom path cultivator instead, right? Veins bulged on Bing Saichuan's forehead. Do you think you are Southern Borders Wu Yong? You have no methods to conceal your aura, hurry up and make a deduction. Gari Mai waved his wide sleeves again, exposing his 5 fat fingers. He was about to make a deduction when he suddenly sighed. Sigh. Forget it, the killer move is too tiring to activate. Why don't we just ask our Lord Ancestor instead? Bing Saichuan was livid with anger. He shouted, absolutely not. Our Lord is working with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce Limitless Demon Venerable's plot. How can we disturb him? Currently, Heavenly Court already has the initiative, they obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on our Lord to have any hope of catching up to Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you see the big picture? Gari Mai pouted unhappily. Stop calling me Heaven Extremity all the time, I didn't even want to be Heaven Extremity, you guys forced it on me. Yellow Extremity Jiao Hui, who was sitting beside Gari Mai, tried to convince him, Brother Gari, just help out and make the deductions. This is not just about the strength of Yellow Earth Great World, it also concerns Fang Yuan's possible actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no regard for his identity as a human. I am more worried that he might relocate the local Gu Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World and the ones he captures from our forces into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions, he recruited the variant humans to become his subordinates and almost rejected nobody. In my opinion, it is likely he would do this. In that case, it might foil our Lord's plans. Jiaohua spoke, trying his best to convince Gari Mai, but he still shook his head, smiling instead. Actually, you guys don't have to be so worried. Isn't Heavenly Court just as worried as us? Let's see what Heavenly Court is doing now, wouldn't that do? They are guarded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. She is definitely better than me at deductions. Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, if Heavenly Court deduces first, they will gain the initiative. If we join them in their plan, we will fall behind them. Regardless, I am not going to work. Gari Mai rolled his eyes as he went back to sleep on the table. Jiao Hui and Bing Saichuan stared at him angrily, but he completely ignored them. Charge with me. Force back all of these enemies. Charge! Thousands of Gu masters engaged in battle on the ground, the front lines looked disorderly, blood flowed everywhere. The sky was the battlefield for Gu Immortals as they fought, more than 10 Gu Immortals engaged in a chaotic battle at once. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Master Army launched a powerful counterattack, while in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals were suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World Sage had already descended, the Gu Masters were spirited and motivated, but in the battle between GU Immortals, morale alone could not make up for their difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer GU Immortals than Green Lotus Great World. This could not be helped. The three Great Worlds were made one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but it had a lot of internal conflict over the years. Green Lotus Great World was second while Yellow Earth Great World was the most recent. After all, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent Venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had very few GU Immortals to begin with. It was even attacked by the joint force of two other worlds. They had fewer and fewer GU Immortals gradually. The situation was dire. Our sages have arrived. There is still hope. I will defend Yellow Earth Great World. I will defend my homeland. The GU Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World shouted together, raising their morale. Green Lotus side laughed coldly. Even if your sages arrive, they cannot stop us from killing you guys. You have sages, but so do we. The result of this battle will not change. We don't want to do this too, but we have orders from our sage. We need to kill all of you and devour all the worlds to prevent the apocalypse from happening. The Green Lotus GU Immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's GU Immortals were specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely able to hold the line, struggling at the brink of defeat. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World, two armies appeared. They were led by the GU Immortals Qing Haozi and Mu Cha Lang. Immortal Killer Move, Spring upon Withered Tree. Mu Cha Lang shouted as green leaves appeared all over its entire tree body. The new leaves flew out and landed on the Green Lotus GU Immortals. The Green Lotus GU Immortals were not severely injured to begin with. Their large injuries became small while their small injuries healed completely. The condition of the Green Lotus GU Immortals improved immediately. Immortal Killer Move, Green Life Taker. Qing Haozi flew with extreme speed, creating a green trail in the sky, piercing the body of a Yellow Earth GU Immortal. The Yellow Earth Great World's GU Immortal was a black bear. It grabbed its empty chest. After gasping, it fell to the ground. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals were anguished. After dealing the fatal blow, Qing Haozi looked at these GU Immortals arrogant and said, "The Sacred Mountain gave orders, you will all die." Mu Cha Lang laughed loudly, "So what if your sage is here? The eventual victor will only be our Green Lotus Great World." At the same time, in another battlefield, Savage Wilderness Great World's main forces were fighting against another group of Yellow Earth Great World inhabitants. Die! 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 A six-legged black tiger that was as large as a mountain charged around in the sky. It managed to grab a Yellow Earth Great World GU Immortal. "I finally caught you!" The six-legged black tiger laughed and exerted force with both claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the giant-like Yellow Earth GU Immortal was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha! The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood spurted all over its face. The tiger licked and showed a maniacal and bloodthirsty expression. Little Rock Monarch was killed by He Liu Biao. "Let's retreat, we are not these people's match." "Indeed, our sage has already arrived. Let's return and ask him to take charge of us." The GU Master armies were still fighting on the ground, but in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's GU Immortals had lost their fighting spirit. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle cry as white light flashed in the sky. Everyone turned to look. They saw a snow-wing eagle pecking a Yellow Earth GU Immortal and devouring him whole. "Xue Li Du! He ate another person!" The Yellow Earth GU Immortals were furious and shocked. Snow-wing eagle Xue Li Du said in a shrill voice, "Escape? Don't even think of running." The morale of the Yellow Earth GU Immortals collapsed at once. At Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, Khan Kula greets both sages. Big Rock Monarch greets both sages. "We implore you, please save our Yellow Earth Great World." A group of GU Immortals knelt on the ground. They were either beasts or plants. Some even had peculiar forms, some seemed like they had been formed from casually molded clay, some were like children's doodles, there were no pure humans. These Yellow Earth GU immortals were all injured, some had severe injuries, on the brink of death. But because of the commotion that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin caused when they arrived, these sick and injured GU immortals came over. Fang Yuan took a glance at them, seeing a familiar person. This was a giant grey fish. It resembled a goldfish but had the size of a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he met with this fish and forcefully enslaved it. It was named Little Flower. Right now, as Little Flower saw Fang Yuan, it was very excited and wanted to say something, but in this situation, it chose to control its emotions as the timing was inappropriate. Fang Yuan nodded, saying, "I wanted to see the ones behind Green Lotus Dao Field as well." "Lord Fang Yuan, you cannot attack rashly," Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin with a peculiar gaze, seemingly saying, "Didn't you invite me here because of my battle strength?" Chapter 2157. Rushing forward together. "What are the details about this?" Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I'm not sure about the exact situation, but I know that Limitless Demon Venerable exerted huge effort to create Crazed Demon Cave back then. It was to make derivations regarding the heavenly Tao, to find the true path of eternal life. At this point in time, the arrangement is finally about to reveal the result and bear fruit. The current 8th layer void is contracting and shrinking now. All the various worlds are lured to the center, fusing into or annexing each other, until only one great world is left in the end. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation. It might contain the answer to eternal life. If we attack abruptly and cause a huge commotion in battle, we may disrupt the eventual derivation of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to deal with us. That will incur an unfavorable loss to our side. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see that happen. If we end up suffering mutual losses with Limitless Demon Venerable's method, we will be less threatening to them, while Limitless Demon Venerable's method will also be exposed. They will be able to discern information about it. Fang Yuan pondered. In that case, we can only make a move when the final Great World is formed? Then why would Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven come here early to take charge of their respective Great Worlds? Lu Weiyin explained patiently. More precisely, only people with battle strength like yours cannot make a move. I am still able to take action here. If our side can control Yellow Earth Great World and emerge victorious, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. When the final Great World is created, the amount of control we have over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to invade more worlds and devour them to expand our territory. After his transmission, Fang Yuan finally understood the situation. Currently, he could not take action. Once he took action and caused a big commotion, he would disrupt Crazed Demon Cave's final derivation. It would trigger the retaliative method of Limitless Demon Venerable. Of course, Fang Yuan could suppress his strength to take action. But there was no need to. Suppressing his strength would mean that Fang Yuan was about as strong as other GU immortals. He might be slightly superior, but that would not have an impact on the overall situation. In fact, after making many moves, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven would gain information about his methods. He would even waste his luck in advance. Thus, Lu Weiyin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final eventual battle. Once the final world was formed, Fang Yuan, Star Constellation, and Longevity Heaven might have equal battle strength. They would fight it out for the final fruit in Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, they would fight for real. Before that, Lu Weiyin could still make a move. He was pseudo-venerable battle strength only in terms of defense, to try to make Yellow Earth Great World the victor of this war. This would have significant impact on the final battle. If Lu Weiyin could succeed, Fang Yuan would gain the initiative later. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win in this battle, we cannot let the other two worlds gain too much of a lead. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, during the final battle, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully. By then, our battle strength will reign above the other two forces. Lu Weiyin explained his meticulously crafted plan to Fang Yuan. The conclusion was to defend now and counterattack later. Defending their base initially while stirring conflict in secret to make Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World fight each other and expend their strength to make sure the three forces were eventually matched in the end. At the later stage, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, he would gain Fang Yuan support and use their superior battle strength to gain victory over the others. This was a logical arrangement to bide for time, it suited Lu Weiyin's nature. But this was not Fang Yuan's style. Fang Yuan looked at the kneeling Yellow Earth GU Immortals before turning to Lu Weiyin, smiling, taking hits passively is not how I do things. Since we cannot use our top battle strength easily, it means that Heavenly Court is taking advantage of the fact that we lack subordinates. In that case, Fang Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field, everyone, come outside. Saying so, he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of GU Immortals flew out. We pay respects to Master. Dozens of GU Immortals greeted at once. Their voices were thunderously loud, all of the GU Immortals had evident excitement on their faces. The details are listed on the mission board, go. Fang Yuan waved his hand casually. Swoosh swoosh. These GU Immortals immediately split into two groups, charging towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth GU Immortals were dumbfounded. How did so many GU Immortals appear at once? These people seem to be calling that handsome Sage Master. We are saved, Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth GU Immortal reacted, they all relaxed and some even wept in joy. Not just them, even Lu Weiyin was shocked. He had seen Fang Yuan dispatching variant human GU Immortals all over southern border to collect mountains. He also knew that Fang Yuan led the variant human alliance, his force was not small. But after seeing the main force that Fang Yuan sent out, Lu Weiyin was filled with shock. So many GU Immortals, they number to over 50. And from their aura, there are 18 rank 8 GU Immortals, the rest are all rank 7 GU Immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 GU Immortals? The rank 7 GU Immortals also have surging auras, they are close to the realm of rank 8 already. No, there is no way Fang Yuan has 0 rank 6 GU Immortals, this means that these GU Immortals are not his entire force. That's right, Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shui has not showed up either. As Lu Weiyin analyzed, the disbelief in his heart intensified. He also felt worried. Did Fang Yuan spend all of his recent time nurturing these subordinates? According to his personality, he should not be this unwise. Also, even though these GU Immortals are high in number and have high cultivation level, who knows how high their actual battle strength is? The ones that Lu Weiyin was confident in were Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Frontlines. Go and die. Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth GU Immortal. But its injuries were not light either. It had to temporarily stop its movement and go to Mu Cha Lang. After Mu Cha Lang's healing killer move was used, Qing Haozi recovered greatly. This is all thanks to you, my old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Cha Lang said in admiration, this is all I am skilled at, I feel admiration towards your ability to kill so many people. But don't be too rash and forget your defense, the final struggle of these Yellow Earth GU Immortals will not be simple to heal if you get hit. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised its bamboo tail, I will try to kill 4 people. Hey, you guys should calm down, leave some for me to kill. Qing Haozi called out loudly as it entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of GU Immortals flew over from the sky. They were led by rank 8 Snowman GU Immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, we are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage, GU Fang Yuan. We are here to help and kill the Green Lotus GU Immortals. The GU Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals who were in deep peril saw hope, they became overjoyed. The Green Lotus GU Immortals started to feel their hearts pounding wildly. It could not be helped. Together with Mu Cha Lang and Qing Haozi, they only had 8 people. but there were over 20 GU Immortal reinforcements. Among them, there were 9 rank 8 GU Immortals. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Cha Lang, Qing Hao Zi, and Old Forest Moss had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't their reinforcements simply too large? Mu Cha Lang gritted its teeth, shouting, "Don't be scared by numbers, who knows what their actual battle strength is?" The Green Lotus GU Immortals regained their morale upon hearing this. That's right, cultivation level was just part of the battle strength, only by fighting could their true strength be seen. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated immediately, how would they face the sages on the sacred mountain? The Green Lotus GU Immortals disregarded the Yellow Earth GU Immortals, they faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group instead. Immortal Killer Move, Snow Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Crashing Rock Slide. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refine Life. Immortal Killer Move, Multi-Layered 5 Poisons. Bam 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 bam. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals who were disregarded opened their mouths in shock as they watched. The moment they fought, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves were sent out like fireworks, the commotion was huge, resounding in heaven and earth. Green Lotus group also unleashed killer moves but the quantity was lower, their strength was also largely inferior. Only after just one round, the Green Lotus GU Immortals faced a terrible loss. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Old Forest Moss shouted. "How can this be? The other side has so many rank 8 Immortal GU. Qing Haozi shouted. He had become a rank 8 GU Immortal long ago but he had never obtained a rank 8 Immortal GU, in this life, he had not even seen 3 rank 8 Immortal GU. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was quite unsatisfied, he scolded, "Don't launch a barrage like this, it is very wasteful, understand?" The moves conflicted with each other, half of it was wasted, only 30% landed on the enemies. Find your individual targets and don't let them escape. Even though the first round had huge commotion, a lot of the move's strength was wasted. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, the Green Lotus GU Immortals managed to survive. But the first round of combat gave them huge gains too. The Green Lotus GU Immortals were completely scared and lost their morale, they wanted to retreat now. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group had advantage in number, they dispersed and encircled the enemies. Battle resumed. The Green Lotus GU Immortals were soon beaten up harshly, they were battered and bruised. These GU Immortals have an absurdly perfect set of Immortal GU. Qing Haozi shouted. We can only focus on one aspect, but all of them have superb healing methods. Mu Cha Lang said bitterly. They have too many killer moves, they are all incredible methods. Other GU Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was number 1 in the world, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could only look at him in admiration. After obtaining a vast number of immortal materials from the various grotto heavens, compared to other forces, Fang Yuan had the highest number of immortal GU in the world. Chapter 2158. Too brutal. After Sovereign Immortal Aperture's GU Immortals obtained Immortal GU, they were also able to easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these gains were simply too immense, completely negating the flaw of fewer Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus GU Immortals ran with all their strength. Only 3 rank 8s escaped, the rest were all killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Without a battlefield killer move, we cannot kill GU Immortals efficiently. Bin Yuan sighed. Cannot kill efficiently. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals looked at the 5 corpses on the ground, their hearts beating wildly. Too timid, too timid. Shizong sighed in pity, they actually ran away, they are a disgrace to all rank 8s. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals looked at each other and transmitted secretly, even if I have rank 8 cultivation level, I would have ran away in this situation too. How can we face our master with just these results? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making a decision, chase, we will pursue and kill them. The Yellow Earth GU Immortal were shocked. They quickly urged, "Everyone, don't be too rash. There are still a number of Green Lotus rank 8 GU Immortals. They did not join the battle. Indeed, we barely managed to win this fight. We should go on the defense instead. Green Lotus Great World has many Immortal GU houses with terrifying strength. Many GU Immortals were killed on the spot because of their rampage." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was completely unmoved. He looked at the Yellow Earth GU Immortals indifferently. "We are the subordinates of Sage GU Fang Yuan. We only obey his orders. You can all stay and clean up the battlefield." Be it the Immortal GU or Immortal Apertures of these fallen GU Immortals, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group did not take any. That was Fang Yuan's order. The GU Immortals and Immortal GU that belonged here were part of Limitless Demon Venerables derivation results. Killing these GU Immortals would promote the fusion of the Great Worlds. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest arrived before He Liu Biao and Xue Li Du. So many reinforcements. Wonderful, we're saved. There were only 2 Yellow Earth GU Immortals left. Be careful, these 2 are powerful rank 8 experts from Savage Wilderness Great World. They are very strong. They are specialized in noisy. Xiao Hejian took charge as the leader. He shouted and interrupted the advice of the Yellow Earth GU Immortals. This Miniman GU Immortal's eyes seemed to be glowing red. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy belongs to me. I will fight anyone who contests with me." Roar! He Liu Biao was triggered. "Tiny little bug, you are going to die. I will kill you." No GU Immortal had ever treated me with such an attitude. He Liu Biao charged in a frenzy towards Xiao Hejian. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals were deeply scared and shocked. Numbers do not determine everything. Xue Li Du also smiled coldly, charging into the GU Immortal group. Bam 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 bam. An array of fireworks erupted. It was a beautiful sight. Bam! With a loud sound, He Liu Biao crashed onto the ground, creating a huge and deep crater. It stared with wide eyes, struggling to get up. Boom! Xiao Hejian flew like a meteor, charging down. Behind him were 5 to 6 rank 8 GU Immortals. They also attacked. Bam 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 bam. The ground shook intensely. Dust clouds rose, almost covering the rays of the sun. With an intense wind that swept by, the dust clouds were dispersed. The crater was even deeper now. He Liu Biao was lying at the bottom of the crater, holding onto its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws were twitching. "I told you guys not to interfere," Xiao Hejian shouted. "On what basis? Whoever kills it gets the contribution points." The other GU Immortals shouted in retaliation. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. "We all attacked, so who killed him? Who can be sure of it? Easy, we can split up the contribution points. Whoever gets the largest part of the corpse will get the most points." Nobody knew who was the one who suggested this. But at the very next moment, the rank 8 GU Immortals flew down into the pit, splitting up the corpse of He Liu Biao. "The leg is mine. HMPH, I only got a tail. Give me back the butt. Head, this tiger head, ha ha ha, it is mine." The rank 8 GU Immortals shouted loudly. Some were happy while others were dejected. Those who did not get enough body parts directed their gaze toward Snow Wing Eagle Xue Li Du. But Xue Li Du had been killed already. It died even earlier than He Liu Biao. The corpse was also completely split up between the GU Immortals. The Yellow Earth GU Immortals watched in a daze. Too brutal. Too brutal. Weren't these GU Immortals the subordinates of the Sage? Why were they so brutal? Not only did they kill the GU Immortal, they even dissected the corpse. And they were so happy when dissecting the corpse? Too brutal. Too vicious. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. His ideal was to live in harmony and peace, emphasizing on unity and love. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, the main trend had always been the same. The action of Fang Yuan subordinates was completely the opposite of Yellow Earth Great World. This was a huge contrast to the expectations of these Yellow Earth GU Immortals. There are some GU Immortals left. The Rank 8 GU Immortals' eyes flashed. But those Rank 7 GU Immortals quickly shouted, "Before coming here, we already decided that the Rank 7s belong to us. You Rank 8s already took the bulk of the gains, shouldn't you leave some to us?" The Rank 8 GU Immortals pouted, "Then hurry up, don't waste time. Otherwise, we will help you out and take a portion of the contribution points." Wishful thinking. The Rank 7 GU Immortals quickly exerted effort and killed all of the Savage Wilderness Great World GU Immortals in a moment's time. Ha ha ha, these GU Immortals are so stupid, none of them ran away. Indeed, I was afraid that we lacked a battlefield killer move and could not stop them from escaping. The GU Immortals started to discuss heatedly. The two Yellow Earth GU Immortals looked at each other, they had peculiar expressions. The GU Immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World were combat maniacs. Their ferocity was always the thing that made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's GU Immortals wary. Savage Wilderness Great World's GU Immortals would rather fight to the death than retreat. They were courageous maniacs who did not care about their own lives when they were in combat. But in the perspective of the Sage subordinates, they were stupid? "How much did you snatch?" "I only got this much." "Heck, only? You earned a lot." "Hee, it was all thanks to Master who handed out such a lucrative mission." The GU Immortals collated their gains as they tossed away the corpses in their hands. Fang Yuan had given specific instructions, be it Immortal Aperture, Body, or Immortal GU, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to defy him. Seeing the scattered corpses, the two Yellow Earth GU Immortals' eyelids twitched. If you were going to throw them away, why snatch them with such intensity earlier? Was it just for fun? What sort of monsters were these GU Immortals? The two Yellow Earth GU Immortals who had just mustered up courage to express their gratitude instantly lost all motivation to do so. They breathed in deeply and wanted to speak, but suddenly, Xiao Hejian's group's expression changed. Master sent orders, "We need to gather with the other group and attack Green Lotus Great World. Go, let's go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group gain the initiative." Swoosh swoosh. The GU Immortals left rapidly in a hurry, leaving the two Yellow Earth GU Immortals who stayed behind with a dazed expression on their faces. They looked at the GU Master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow Earth GU Masters were already moving forward and pursuing the enemies. They felt completely lost for words. For some reason, they started to feel pity for the Green Lotus Great World's GU Immortals. Fang Yuan watched from afar, capturing the scenes of the two battlefields with his eyes. After those GU Immortal corpses landed on the ground, they were quickly absorbed into the world. Immortal apertures disintegrated rapidly, the GU worms inside faced the same end, there was no winds of assimilation produced, no traces were left at all. Fang Yuan was not feeling calm internally. This is the profundity of refinement path. Except that Limitless Demon Venerable is not refining Immortal GU, he is refining the entire world. If I want to become Venerable on the path of refinement, this is an aspect that I lack as well. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to break free from fate and obtain the way to attain eternal life, but he could not find an answer from Heavenly Court of that time. Thus, he created Crazed Demon Cave. He decided to use his own method and derive the method of eternal life. After all, Fate GU was still around back then, completely intact. The unified great world that was formed in the end might be the result of his plan, it might contain the method of eternal life. And now, the fighting and slaughter of these GU cultivators became the fuel and sacrifice for this derivation. After understanding this, Fang Yuan would not take the corpses of these GU Immortals or their Immortal GU. This huge battle between worlds was definitely going to have countless dead GU cultivators, be it mortal or immortal. As for how many could survive in the end? Would there be thousands, or just one person? Nobody knew. But so what if that was the case? Be it Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin, Heavenly Court, and Longevity Heaven, they did not care about that answer. They had their own objectives. The Yu Immortals born here obeyed the orders of their sages. They fought and killed, using their lives and wits to resist the others. They were necessary sacrifices that were determined from the start. Fang Yuan casted his gaze towards Green Lotus Great World. He saw that his army had gathered and invaded Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Yu Immortal died here, what would happen? Fang Yuan had a calm gaze as he watched with anticipation. These Yu Immortals were just his pawns after all. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fang Yuan would not be stingy to do so. But I should prevent unnecessary deaths if possible. Thinking so, Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, "Friend Lu, I would like you to go and help out my subordinates. If the situation turns dangerous, your life is the highest priority. You can ignore the rest if necessary." Lu Weiyin nodded and he flew away. Fang Yuan's subordinates were so ferocious, Lu Weiyin was quite pleased and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fang Yuan's plan. They were already behind to begin with. Having such a large force, they had to work hard and catch up to the rest to make up for their difference. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Saichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fang Yuan's force is so powerful. He Liu Biao and Xue Lidu are powerful rank 8 experts in Savage Wilderness Great World. They actually died so easily. But now, Fang Yuan's two groups have gathered to attack Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying so, Bing Saichuan let out a breath of turbid air, feeling emotions of joy and gladness. He was glad that he did not send reinforcements, because Heavenly Court sent more troops against Fang Yuan. He sent his army to find trouble with them. Chapter 2159. Fairy Ming Hao. Bing Saichuan could not be bothered to retort him. He looked at the rest. Fang Yuan has such a huge force, it is very unexpected. If he attacks us, we will land in a passive spot. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World has the most Gu Immortals, most of them have their own intentions. They do not obey orders. If we could unify and rule them, we would have been the #1 world long ago, suppressing Heavenly Court. Heaven Extremity rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was the arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to begin with. Green Lotus Great World is also created by Heavenly Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Savage Wilderness Great World was made by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, but our Lord obtained it. Without a proper relationship, how can we convince them? Bing Saichuan could not help but tap on the table. Forget about the reason, let's try to deal with the current problem. Do you guys have any good ideas to recruit those Savage Gu Immortals? Green Lotus Great World. Once in a while, an information path Gu worm flew over. Qin Dingling was frowning deeper. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main troops, they even invaded and broke 3 of our defense lines. We've already lost close to 20 Gu Immortals. The defeated rank 8 Gu Immortals have suffered huge injuries. They came to the mountain to seek an audience with the sage. Oh. The third seat Fairy Ming Hao showed an expression of curiosity, as expected of Fang Yuan, I guess. To think that he is skilled at nurturing subordinates too. After pausing for a moment, Fairy Ming Hao asked in a childlike voice, "This means to say that Longevity Heaven also sent more troops out?" Yes. Qin Dingling nodded. After sensing that Fang Yuan gathered his groups to attack us, Longevity Heaven immediately sent more people to stall Lady Yu Xiu's group. This might be the scene that Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed heartily. Since they want to attack us, let them come. Withdraw our defense lines, let them come and attack us. Yes. Qin Dingling immediately ordered and reorganized the troops without a hint of questioning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian moved unhindered. They charged all the way until the center of Green Lotus Great World, below the sacred mountain. Looking at the mountain, they saw that it had a peculiar appearance. The entire mountain was black and white. All of the mountain rocks looked like they were drawn with black lines and filled with patches of white paper. All of the life forms on the mountain were also altered. They were all white paper people that were drawn with black lines. A tiny white paper person flew down from the mountain. after leaving the area of the sacred mountain, she turned back into flesh and blood, looking like a cute and innocent young girl. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that the situation was not simple. The latter half of their trip was unhindered, that made them uneasy already. And after reaching the enemy's headquarters, they only sent one rank 8 GU Immortal. This was heavenly court. No matter how weak they became, they had those rank 8 GU Immortals who escaped earlier at least, right? Why did they send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had surging momentum, they were already feeling uneasy internally. This army was mainly made up of people from the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. They had spent most of their lives hiding in the Grotto Heaven, living a life of trepidation and fear, afraid that the 5 regions' humans would discover them. If Fang Yuan did not have such demonic might that suppressed them, and also with the huge increase in their strength and confidence during these few fights, they would not dare to attack with such intensity in their previous state. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian transmitted their thoughts, sending out one person to test the enemy's strength. This GU Immortal was Kushin Hong. He cultivated Poison Path and was the strongest expert of the Mushroom Man GU Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not choose their own members, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Men were the last group that joined Fang Yuan, they did not join the current major factions. Thus, as the seniors, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together to target them. And truthfully, many people were jealous of Kushin Hong recently. He had the most envoy missions, he was almost the sole beneficiary of these missions that could gain huge rewards by just talking. Many GU Immortals were jealous. Kushin Hong took in a deep breath, stepping forward and facing Fairy Ming Hao. Brilliance shined in his eyes, he had soaring fighting spirit. On one hand, after many envoy missions, he gained a lot of animosity from the rest, he needed to prove himself through combat. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to make a huge contribution, to make sure the Mushroom Man tribe was the #1 faction in Fang Yuan's subordinate force, he would be able to protect his tribesmen in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe joined Master the latest, we are naturally ostracized by the senior members. Even though we want to establish a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, it seems that Master does not want to see that. Why did Master give me envoy missions time and again? He might not have planned this from the start, but as time went on, his intentions became increasingly deep. Master has a total of 2 factions under him, they are the variant humans and the humans. There are fewer humans, forget about them now. There are far more variant humans instead, led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These 2 groups are getting larger and more influential. As time passes, they will definitely clash over benefits. Because of their large influence, Master will not be able to control them easily. Thus, from the start, Master did not want us Mushroom Men to join them. The reason why Master gave me envoy missions time and again is to help our Mushroom Man tribe gain power and sow discord between the variant human forces. Kushin Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Fang Yuan, the more he felt Fang Yuan's unfathomably deep schemes, as well as his experienced political skills and methods. Kushin Hong had already expected Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian to ostracize him in such situations. He calmed his mind and collected all his scattered thoughts, he gathered his spirits and looked at the young girl, cupping his fists. I am Kushin Hong, I would like to exchange pointers with you. The young girl smiled. I am Fairy Ming Hao, Kushin Hong, I know about you, is your poison path method used like this? Saying so, Ming Hao moved her tiny arm as poisonous fluid flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poisonous fluid flew into the air and turned into a goose. Soon, an army of poisonous geese danced around in the sky, changing their formation constantly. Kushin Hong was shook internally. This is my uniquely created method, why can she use it? Is she also a poison path GU Immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Kushin Hong stabilized his mind. Fairy Ming Hao, that is an amazing method. But this move has a variation move, watch. Saying so, Kushin Hong used the same poison path killer move. After the geese were formed, they cried out as poison seeped out wherever their voices reached. Ming Hao's eyes shined, she moved her poisonous geese to fight them as she observed carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled and laughed. So that's how it is. Look, is this how the move works? Saying so, she activated Kushin Hong's variation move and caused her own geese group to cry out as well. What? This time, not only was Kushin Hong shocked, even the other subordinates were shook. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian thought to themselves, this Immortal is very strange, she can mimic other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level, our army is huge, how can we falter to one person? The two of them had similar thoughts. They immediately ordered and led the other Immortals to get around Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed, oh you guys, can't you play along? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged as she resonated with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain made of black lines and white paper shot out profound lights that had countless killer moves flying out of them. Fang Yuan subordinates were busy resisting the attacks. Bam bam bam. After an intense clash of killer moves, Fang Yuan subordinates' attacks were all dealt with. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian showed expressions of shock. What killer move is this? It can actually mimic all of the killer moves that we used earlier. This mountain is not normal, it is not just a famous mountain, it is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the legendary book mountain recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled, this killer move was casually created by me, it uses Humility GU as the core, it is called Humble Reciprocation. This move can use the information recorded on Book Mountain to deduce and unleash the killer moves that you use. Every killer move that you use is a present for me. Thank you very much. Is that really Book Mountain? Humble Reciprocation? That is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan subordinates were shook internally, they attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao unleashed Humble Reciprocation killer move again, dealing with all of their offenses. Fang Yuan had many subordinates but they were all stopped by one person. Master often told me that a lack of reciprocation is a lack of proper manners. After receiving so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take these. Fairy Ming Hao raised the intensity of her attacks. The attacks came in waves, they were hard to block. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had to use their full strength to defend and retreat. At the crucial moment, a muddy yellowish light shot out and blocked most of the attacks, helping Fang Yuan subordinates stabilize their footing. It was Lu Weiyin who had helped. Fairy Ming Hao casted her gaze and smiled, you are the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor. You finally showed yourself. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply, bowing at Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings to Fairy Ming Hao, I wonder what is your relationship with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Ming Hao blinked cheekily, make a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin. Boom! A 5-pointed starlight speck shot out with intense speed. Once it was activated, it arrived before Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change, he did not dodge either. The starlight speck arrived before him and got blocked by a yellowish light wall, turning into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something from this as he raised his brows, saying with peculiarity, Carefree Wisdom Heart. Chapter 2160. Book Mountain. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Around her, starlight specks continued to shoot out towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up against the attack and started to engage in battle. Initially, he was able to fight evenly with Fairy Ming Hao. But soon, he started to get suppressed. Fairy Ming Hao only used the flying stars to attack her enemy. Initially, she shot out the flying stars one by one, but soon, they started to shoot out in groups of 3, 5, or even 10 at once. The power of her flying stars did not increase, but Lu Weiyin faced increased pressure when they landed on him. These flying stars are very profound, this seems to be an endless consecutive move. I am going to face greater and greater pressure as time passes. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression as he felt fatigue in defending himself. Both sides only fought for some time. Lu Weiyin had to retreat as he fought. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete advantage. Each time she waved her hand, a large cloud of fragmented starlight specks flew out. Each time the stars shot out, their quantity rose, they were already over 100 in number. Starlight shined as the stars moved in the air, the sound of air getting pierced was unceasing, it was a dazzling sight. This Ming Hao cultivates Wisdom Path and Star Path, she definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Weiyin had intentions of retreating. Fang Yuan also gave out orders to retreat at the appropriate time. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch and the rest let out a sigh of relief as they quickly backed out. Fairy Ming Hao smiled, you all came here to seek death, why don't you stay here for good? Fairy Ming Hao attacked the Immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiyin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao chuckled, a mysterious light flashed in her eyes, shooting towards Lu Weiyin's forehead. Lu Weiyin felt an indescribable change in his mind, he only had the capacity to store up half of his original thoughts. At the same time, when his thoughts moved, they became much faster, but each time, they would stop preemptively. It seemed like all of his remaining thoughts became rash, they collided impatiently, trying to deduce the results more quickly. Lu Weiyin fell into a predicament immediately. When using killer moves, he needed to mobilize thoughts. The more killer moves he used or the more complex they were, the more thoughts he would need to use. But now that he had only half his thoughts left, he could not think as easily as before. More importantly, even when these thoughts collided, they would resolve in advance, he could not get the most useful result that he wanted. This was quite fatal. Once Lu Weiyin's thoughts end preemptively when he activates a killer move, towards the end when he prepares his killer move, it would end up in failure. With the killer move activation failing, Lu Weiyin would suffer a heavy backlash himself. Such an incredible wisdom path method. Lu Weiyin was helpless, he could only defend himself, he could not care about the rest. Fairy Ming Hao grasped the absolute advantage, she immediately ordered the rank 8 GU Immortals of the Sacred Mountain to move out and chase after Fang Yuan's subordinates and kill them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian retreated with huge losses. Along the way, they lost 9 GU Immortals, among which 3 were rank 8 GU Immortals. The immortal apertures of these GU Immortals landed on the ground and got absorbed by Green Lotus Great World, their immortal GU were also quickly dissolved. When the GU Immortals died, their obsession was left behind, but Fang Yuan did not see the birth of any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fang Yuan's subordinates returned to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao judged the situation and stopped her advances. Lu Weiyin led the Immortals to meet Fang Yuan, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian quickly knelt down and sought for forgiveness. But Fang Yuan consoled them amicably, this loss is not your fault. I could tell clearly that this Fairy Ming Hao had outstanding strength, she possesses pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could nurture an expert of such a level. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest were relieved, they started to calm down. While retreating, they were all worried that Fang Yuan would be enraged and kill them all to vent his anger. After that, Fang Yuan sent out these GU Immortals to be stationed at all the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The emphasis of their defense was on the boundary and connection points of Yellow Earth Great World and the 2 other Great Worlds, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed. To think that Heavenly Court actually has such a female immortal, she possesses an incredible combat system, I am not her match. Lu Weiyin said with an expression of guilt. Fang Yuan also consoled him. Fang Yuan knew that Lu Weiyin had already used his full strength at this point. After all, in the previous fight, he had worked with Lu Weiyin to fight against Spectral Soul and Heavenly Court, it was a near-death situation. During that time, Lu Weiyin had no way of concealing his strength if he wanted to live. When fighting against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Weiyin had already used all of the methods that Fang Yuan knew he had. Yet, he was still not the enemy's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, you and I might lose our lives too. This is the world of the GU Immortals, we do not need to harp on it. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. The conclusion was that Fang Yuan's losses were smaller than Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. This was considered a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming how to take action. Fang Yuan gained useful information about her. Fang Yuan nurtured Yu Immortals for the purpose of sacrificing them to begin with. If these cannon fodder could display their value, it would not be his loss. The biggest pity is that Lord Fang Yuan lost many immortal Yu. Lu Weiyin added, but now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right before us, Lord might have something to gain from it. Lu Weiyin was referring to Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Even without his explanation, when Fang Yuan sent him on this mission, he had already done his investigations. The Tomb of Paradise Earth contains extraordinary profundity. I have not gotten any useful leads yet. Fang Yuan said frankly before asking, do you know anything? Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, I am ashamed, I know nothing about it. Fang Yuan nodded and said, the Wisdom Path killer move that hit you earlier was the key that resulted in your loss. What do you think about it? This Wisdom Path killer move was too powerful. Since it was exposed already, Fang Yuan wanted to create a counter for it. Lu Weiyin thought about it and said with uncertainty, it seems that the core immortal Gu of that move is Pride Gu. Fang Yuan nodded again, that is what I deduced as well. Lu Weiyin took in a deep breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She possesses the carefree wisdom heart physique. She also has humility Gu and pride Gu. This reminds me of the description within the legends of Ren Zhu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Heavenly Court, and she seems to have a deep connection with star constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 35 states, Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Marshal went through great hurdles and finally arrived before Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall was straight and stood upright in the void. It was like a huge mirror that reflected everything that happened in the world. Ren Zhu and Great Strength True Marshal went inside Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Numerous flowers, birds, fish and insects converged into a colorful dazzling shadow that filled Great Strength True Marshal's vision. The sound of the waves, thunder and birds singing in his ears rippled together. There was a fresh, sweet, exciting, spicy taste dancing on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path, at other times he felt like he was swimming in the waves, and at other times he felt as if he was falling from a great height. Father, Father! Where are you? Great Strength True Marshal shouted. But Ren Zhu could not hear Great Strength True Marshal. He could not see Great Strength True Marshal. The color of white filled his vision. It was boundless and vast. Oh son, where are you? Ren Zhu sprinted, wanting to find Great Strength True Marshal. Ren Zhu ran and ran and ran. After a long time, he saw a black dot at the furthest point within his vision. Initially, he felt happy and thought it was Great Strength True Marshal. But when he approached the black dot, he found that it was actually a huge mountain. This mountain was very special. The mountain rocks and vegetation were made of white paper. The streams and waterfalls were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village with many inkmen living in it. Ren Zhu went into the village, causing a huge commotion to arise. This is really a rare sight. The Inkman spoke. When ordinary life forms enter Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, they would get lost after a few steps. They cannot resist the allure of the material world or the countless temptations within it. They can never reach here. You are the first person to arrive here. Ren Zhu was confused. Why so? The Inkman elder replied, O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. It allowed you to roam Qian Kuan Crystal Wall freely without losing your life. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall existed when the world was first created. It reflected everyone and everything. It contained all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person enters it, they would face the barrage of endless information. After some time, they would die from information overload. After Ren Zhu heard this, he felt very worried about Great Strength True Marshal. He asked the Inkman elder about the way to survive. The elder thus brought Ren Zhu to ascend the mountain. On Book Mountain, there was a largest ink waterfall, and below it was a deep pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literature Spring. The ink waterfall continued to flow as it landed on the literature spring. Water splashed about. These black color splashes flew in the air as the water droplets formed into ink texts. If a person wants to continue living in Qiankuan Crystal Wall, the ink text will be your best helper. The reason why we ink men can live here is also because of the ink text. The Inkman elder told Renzu about this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's advice. He collected a lot of ink texts and left the mountain. Every time he walked for some distance, he would leave behind some ink texts as reference points. In this vast world of whiteness, the pitch-black ink text became very conspicuous. Even though ink texts faded over time, using them, Renzu no longer walked on unnecessary trails. He eventually found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial received Renzu's ink texts. Every step he walked, he would leave behind some ink texts. The ink texts recorded the information that barraged Great Strength True Martial, turning them all into pieces of literary work. These literary pieces turned into pieces of tiles that were laid below Great Strength True Martial's feet. Great Strength True Martial was finally free. His eyes were not blurry, his ears were not buzzing, he could no longer smell the mix of countless fragrances as well. Stepping on these tiles, he followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder again, "Oh elder, how can I find wisdom Gu inside Qiankuan Crystal Wall?" Chapter 2161. Carefree Wisdom Heart. These tiles only record all sorts of information on the superficial level. With the endless barrage of other information, the limited ink texts within the tiles will change in content. They will disappear quickly and cannot last for long. The Inkman elder said again, "O human, you need to turn all the information into knowledge. Only with knowledge can you explain information clearly. You will be able to write them down in words, allowing you to create a real path instead of just tiles made of texts." Renzu was troubled. How can I turn them into knowledge? The Inkman elder laughed. There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record the knowledge that our Inkman seniors have left behind. O human, you can go look at them. It is not difficult to gather the knowledge yourself either. Firstly, you need memory Gu to store all of this information inside your mind. Next. Before the Inkman finished his words, Cognition Gu appeared, saying to Renzu, "After that, I can help you to refine knowledge." The Inkman elder nodded with a smile. Indeed, cognition can produce knowledge. Renzu, then I will thank you all in advance. The Inkman elder shook his head. No need to stand on ceremony. Cognition Gu, don't say that human. We have always been good friends, and this situation benefits myself as well. If cognition did not take in new information, it would quickly get outdated. Only by receiving new information and thinking about it could cognition create useful new thoughts that were healthy and vibrant, innovative and lively. Renzu gathered many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of new information. Next, with Cognition Gu's help, he created many new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink texts to write down his knowledge, scattering them on the ground and creating a black path made of ink texts. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial walked on this path. They walked for a long time, far longer than any of their previous trips. "Oh no, I don't have enough knowledge left." Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very dejected and upset. He had gathered many ink texts, but the knowledge in his mind was insufficient already. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed. They had to return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collect ink texts while Renzu gathered all the bookworms. With Cognition Gu's help, he refined even more knowledge from them. With more and more knowledge, Renzu found that his mind was getting filled up. "I have too much knowledge now." Renzu was very satisfied. He said confidently, "Let's go, I am sure we can reach the deepest part of Qiankuan Crystal Wall this time." However, they still failed in their second attempt. Why did this happen? My mind was already filled with knowledge. Renzu said dejected, "This is all the knowledge I can hold." "No, oh human, look closely again." Self Gu suddenly spoke to remind him. Renzu inspected his mind. He found a Gu hiding inside it. Renzu realized at once, "So you are occupying my mind, preventing me from getting more knowledge." "What Gu are you?" The Yu answered, I am Pride Yu. Renzu said anxiously, can you hurry and get out? You are occupying such a huge area, I want to fill the place with knowledge instead. But no matter how anxious Renzu was, or how he urged, Pride Yu refused to leave. When Renzu was out of ideas, Great Strength True Marshal spoke, Oh father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I still have humility Yu. I will give it to you. Great Strength True Marshal took out humility Yu and gave it to Renzu. Pride Yu was chased away by humility Yu, it had to fly out of Renzu's mind and land on Great Strength True Marshal instead. Strong Yu was very happy, the strong have their own pride. After Renzu chased Pride Yu away from his mind, he returned to Book Mountain to continue gaining knowledge. After Renzu gained humility Yu, he realized that the more knowledge he had, the more he found that he was lacking knowledge, and the more he wanted to fill his mind with even more knowledge. Renzu's mind was quickly filled. Self Yu urged him, Oh human, stop now, your mind is already full of knowledge. But Renzu replied, But I think that it is insufficient, I am certain that I still do not know a lot of things, I need to continue gaining knowledge. Renzu continued to refine his knowledge, his mind was getting bloated, it was hurting and could not hold any more information, but humility Yu made him feel like he was still lacking in knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Eventually, Renzu's mind could not take it anymore, it exploded from an overload of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground as a little girl stood up from within. Father, father! The little girl hugged Renzu's leg happily, My name is Carefree Wisdom Heart, I am your daughter. Northern Plains. Sincerity Grassland. Chen Cheng was dressed in green, his arms were crossed behind his back as he stood arrogantly upright. He stared at the foreign female immortal before him as he shouted, Who are you? Why did you request to meet me here? The female immortal standing before him wore a half-mask covered her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a heroic aura. She wore a dark gold armor that covered her whole body, bringing a heavy feeling of suppression on any that looked at it. She was definitely not an ordinary person. You can address me as Fairy Black Moon. This female immortal said. Fairy Black Moon. Chen Cheng raised his brows. Where are you from? Now that the 5 regions were merged, Yu immortals no longer had region-specific auras, that was why Chen Cheng asked the question. Fairy Black Moon smiled lightly, My identity and origin are not important. Chen Cheng, you are called the Sincerity Immortal, you cultivate rule path. Back then, you had an agreement with your friend, the loser in the battle would recognize the winner as their owner and assist them. Do you remember this? Chen Cheng's pupils shrank as he frowned. I was young and arrogant then, I did not know what that truly meant, that was why the agreement was made. I was still a mere Yu master back then, who are you exactly? You know such an obscure secret. Fairy Black Moon smiled coldly, I'm only asking you, Chen Cheng, is this agreement still effective? Saying so, she took out a token. Chen Cheng received it as his expression changed again. This token is real, where did you get it? What relationship do you have with my friend? Fairy Black Moon said again, I said these are not important. Chen Cheng took a deep breath, he said with a solemn expression, I understand now, you want us to have a fight, if you win, you will make me your servant. Since you took the initiative to find me, I am sure you are confident in your own strength. But I need to remind you, even though I am a lone cultivator, after roaming Northern Plains for so many years, I have gathered many trump cards. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master. Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily, everyone calls you the Sincerity Immortal, someone who keeps his words and promises. After meeting you, it seems that this is true after all. Let's fight. Chen Cheng was furious, regardless of who you are, today, I will see what you are capable of. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as the battle of 2 immortals ensued. Inside the Sovereign Immortal aperture, He Chun Chiu was taking charge of For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Splash, splash, splash. The water of time moved erratically, creating the mesmerizing sound of waves. A rank 8 Immortal GU was quickly forming, landing in He Chun Chio's hands. Good, all of the destroyed rank 8 Immortal GU have been refined successfully. He Chun Chio nodded, feeling satisfied about the progress. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had the ability of Regret Pool, any Immortal GU that it refined would have an insignia left behind. When the Immortal GU is destroyed, For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool would use the power of the tributary of the River of Time together with the insignia to refine the Immortal GU again. The success rate would be higher than refining a new rank 8 Immortal GU normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced Fang Yuan subordinates to retreat earlier, Lu Weiyin expressed his pity over the destroyed Immortal GU. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably powerful. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 Immortal GU that were destroyed in that battle. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his current refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Weiyin and the rest. These days, the 3 worlds were quiet and safe, battle had stopped, there was temporary peace. Since it was not time for the actual fight yet, Fang Yuan used this time to comprehend the profundity of the place. He had already investigated Paradise Earth's tomb, there were countless Dao marks distributed in it, the structure was complex and profound, the scale was immense, he could not unravel it in a short time. Fang Yuan spent most of his energy on the countless big and small worlds here, trying to comprehend the refinement path profundity that they contained. Sage, Savage Wilderness Great World's envoy seeks your audience. At this time, a Yellow Earth GU Immortal reported respectfully. It's Bing Saichuan. Lu Weiyin came over as well, bringing accurate information with him. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, it is about time they came here. Earlier, the loss of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's scheme. Even though Heavenly Court lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated their foundation. Heavenly Court placed a huge focus on Crazed Demon Cave, they even brought Divine Emperor City over. How could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Heavenly Court? With the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan had one of the 3 great worlds each, Heavenly Court was still the dominant party. The 3 sides were contesting, but there was still the strongest and weakest side among them. Together with Bing Saichuan taking the initiative to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War, after Lu Weiyin and the rest returned in defeat, Fang Yuan waited patiently for Bing Saichuan's envoy to come. It was just that Bing Saichuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came here personally. It showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity right away. Friend Fang Yuan, have you been well? Bing Saichuan smiled. But Fang Yuan's expression was cold. I am working together with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Saichuan, it is really unwise that your Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with us. After all, when the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply, we can even suppress Heavenly Court. This? Bing Saichuan's expression froze immediately. Chapter 2162. Cooperating once again. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time, he directly stated the obstruction towards their cooperation instead. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge as a mountain, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court knew about it long ago. The reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier was also because of this. Bing Saichuan was a rank 8 expert renowned in history after all, he laughed, the stiffness on his face vanished at once. Fang Yuan, do you know where this Book Mountain originates from? Fang Yuan had a thought, Book Mountain is not originally an arrangement of Heavenly Court. Bing Saichuan nodded, indeed, that is so. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but because of Heavenly Court's immense foundation in Wisdom Path, they comprehended a portion of the profundity and took out Book Mountain from the 9th layer in advance. Oh. Fang Yuan did not acknowledge nor reject the answer. But Lu Weiyin's expression changed. This was something that the GU Immortals of Yellow Earth Great World did not know of. After all, it happened deep within Green Lotus Great World. Heavenly Court has such a method? They have already started comprehending the 9th layer and even managed to bring out Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method not activate? Bing Sichuan sighed deeply. If it worked, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fang Yuan replied in a solemn tone, did you see star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan shook his head, not even once. Fang Yuan asked again, then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan replied honestly, since the arrangement of Limitless Demon Venerable exists, until the right opportunity arises, we will not use our full strength, thus, we did not force star constellation Immortal Venerable to show herself. But Heavenly Court had 3 female immortals that appeared, they all possess pseudo-venerable battle strength, Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Fang Ya respectively, they cultivate Wisdom Path with Star Path secondarily. Your side has already seen Fairy Ming Hao's strength, Fairy Yu Xiu is stronger than her, days ago when we fought, our side had to send reinforcements to stall them and form a stalemate. As for Fairy Fang Ya, she seems to be even stronger but she has never taken action, she has been secluded in Crazed Demon Cave to comprehend the 9th layer profundity. Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh, Heavenly Court is the #1 force in the world after all, their foundation is unfathomably deep. After Duke Long died, they lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength, but to think that 3 of them were hidden in Crazed Demon Cave. This shows the importance Heavenly Court is placing on Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sichuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, there are also rank 8 elites like Qin Dingling. In addition, regarding the forces they have out in the open, there are Divine Emperor City, Demon Judgment Board, and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Heavenly Court's foundation, it will not be strange for them to bring out more Immortal GU houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Heavenly Court even transferred a portion of the Immortal Graveyard into Crazed Demon Cave. This Immortal Graveyard was created here by using the tomb earth they collected. At the crucial moment, the Immortal Graveyard slumbering experts in history would awaken, they have terrifying strength too. Precisely so. Bing Sichuan concluded, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, both our sides need to cooperate. Otherwise, how can we force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to show up? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we ensure the revival of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan's intention was obvious. Heavenly Court's advantage was too great. If they were not stopped in time, even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Heavenly Court would have won already. Thus, there was a need for them to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan, who nodded slightly, agreeing to this cooperation. Longevity Heaven seemed to have no fear regarding Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival, they were very confident in themselves, their trump cards were definitely not few. But currently, with Heavenly Court in the lead, they had to do something to slow them down. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting between themselves, they sent out troops to attack Green Lotus Great World together. Even though there was cooperation with Longevity Heaven, the extent was quite limited. Fang Yuan suggested that they should exchange true inheritances. He wanted to use venerable true inheritances of equal value to exchange for Longevity Heaven's Luck Path true inheritance of Giant Sun. Bing Sichuan rejected him with a polite tone, but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan also suggested that they should exchange immortal materials. He wanted rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Sichuan rejected him as well. Fang Yuan's force had already inflated to this level. When he sent out his subordinates earlier, even Bing Sichuan was completely stunned from their collective strength. Bing Sichuan and the rest had a strong opinion against Spectral Soul and Red Lotus. To help Fang Yuan destroy Fate GU, they had truly given him too much help. In just these few days, Fang Yuan's force had already grown to this terrifying level. And what about his own strength? How much had he grown until now? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? Wouldn't that be helping his growth? Due to the cooperation of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven, the situation changed greatly. But Heavenly Court seemed to have predicted this, even though the two sides attacked with their full strength, they were still defending themselves firmly. At times, when the defensive lines were about to break, Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiu would take action personally, either maintaining Heavenly Court's position by forcing enemy GU Immortals to retreat, or using the battle opportunity to invade Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World instead, causing huge destruction and countless deaths. Fang Yuan also saw Fairy Yu Xiu's strength for the first time. Fairy Yu Xiu had an exceptional combat system. Her attacking methods were very special. They relied on the difference between the two sides' attainment level. The bigger the difference, the stronger the attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the base of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates made no such advancement again. Like this, the three sides fought with each other. The situation was in a deadlock. Days went by one by one. A large number of GU cultivators died. Their sacrifice made the three worlds grow larger with an increasing number of stable Dao marks. The more GU cultivators died in this place, the more the boundaries of the three great worlds faded, and the larger the area which the worlds were connected to became. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yu Xiu gathered the Heavenly Court Immortals. She spoke, "Right now, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven have cooperated. This is giving us huge pressure. Our Immortal Graveyard has a backup hidden force, but Fang Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not shown up yet. Longevity Heaven is also hiding their strength. Since the situation is now in a deadlock with all three sides wary of each other, the small worlds around the three great worlds will be the key to our victory. These small worlds might be weak, but they still have GU Immortals. If we can get them to join us, we will gain an advantage in the fight between the three forces." During this time, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven cooperated, managing to suppress Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was losing more and more members. Zhu Shongxin's side, these small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack. Even though we tried many times and are able to win by force, very few GU Immortals decided to join us sincerely. Prince Feng Xian added, "These GU Immortal inhabitants lack sufficient intelligence. They are very stubborn as well. Most of them bear animosity towards the three great worlds. They think that fusing their world into the great worlds would cause the destruction of their homeland. They hold a firm attitude." Thus, Fairy Yu Xiu smiled, "I will hold a lesson at the peak of Book Mountain to teach the countless masses. Any GU cultivator, mortal or immortal, can join this session." "How will you do that?" Wanz Hong asked. Fairy Yu Xiu explained the details. Heavenly Court's Immortals had changes of expressions. "Lady Yu Xiu has such an incredible method? We are truly in admiration. In that case, we will not have to worry about these GU cultivators not joining us sincerely. These lowly GU cultivators actually have such a great fortune to be able to get a Dao lesson from Lady Yu Xiu. This is too good for them. Ha ha, they are all just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed in the end. There is no harm in doing this." Heavenly Court's GU Immortals discussed among themselves. The atmosphere slowly became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars stood around Fang Dichang, facing a huge elephant. The huge elephant was pure white in color. Its four legs stomped on the ground. It was unmoving like a sturdy mountain. The beggars were in a stalemate for a long time. Their morale was falling. They started to feel like they could not resist this huge elephant. Fang Dichang was frowning deeply. "This Qi monster is made from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it is for us." Qi monsters had all sorts of shapes and sizes. They were not fixed. They could be made from all kinds of Qi, having varying temperament and strength. For example, Qi monsters made of domination Qi would be domineering. Qi monsters made from death Qi would love to be in places filled with many deaths. Qi monsters made of life Qi would have strong recovery abilities, while Qi monsters made from luck Qi would be hard to kill. Once they were killed, the benefits to the GU cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Dichang was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had lost his body and soul. With just his will left, he resided within the human path beggar GU. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant made of righteous Qi. But thankfully, the righteous Qi white elephant was not rampaging. It did not make a move in the end, only staring at the beggars. "I have arrived." Shenshong finally fought his way to them. After finishing off his earlier opponent quickly, he came to help out Fang Dichang. He fought against a group of blood chi monsters earlier. He was bathed in blood. Fang Dichang immediately sighed in relief as he made the beggars fall back and let Shenshong in. Shenshong fought against the white elephant using human path methods. This rank 8 GU Immortal was indeed the human path quasi-supreme Grandmaster chosen by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But right when he was about to finish off the elephant, the ground started to shake. Rumble. About 10,000 bull-shaped chi monsters stampeded together while creating huge dust clouds behind them. Shenshong and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous chi elephant screeched in fear as it escaped in panic. Shenshong did not bother with it. He grabbed Fang Dichang and quickly ran in another direction. The stampede of countless bulls was like a tsunami that swept heaven and earth. It could not be stopped. Shenshong and Fang Dichang managed to escape with their lives. They watched as the bulls charged away. These chi monsters are made of charging bull chi, but isn't the size of the group too big? Who can block it? Shenshong sighed. Fang Dichang replied, the bulls are running towards the closest camp. Who knows how many will die, but that camp is going to end up in ruins. Shenshong nodded. Indeed, once the camp is destroyed, we can only retreat to another camp further back. Our exploration will get tougher. Chapter 2163. Endless Learning. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But even after Shenshong and Fang Dichang did their best, they could not reach the deepest part of the painting. Chi Howling Painting World was too huge. Fang Dichang's strength was at a limit. Even though Shenshong had rank 8 cultivation level, it was severely restricted in here. The difference between mortal and immortal was not evident. The only good thing was that Shenshong's illness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not relapsed again. According to Shenshong's estimations, the dense human path environment here was helping him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without their help, how can we get through this painting and meet the one suppressed at the deepest part of the painting? Fang Dichang sighed. Shenshong was about to speak when his expression changed suddenly. He shouted, this is. Next, Fang Dichang also sensed the aura of a rank 8 Immortal GU rapidly spreading towards him. The two no longer cared about Chi Howling Painting World. They quickly returned to the central area of the original painting world. The two of them saw a rank 8 Immortal GU at the same time. It was floated in the air, shining with radiance. Divine Emperor City is truly deep. It actually contains this legendary Immortal GU. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning GU recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. The two conversed, seeing the shock on each other's expressions. Learning GU is a human path Immortal GU. This is likely the highest ranked human path Immortal GU in the current world. Fang Dichang sighed. I get it now. Shenshong's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why did beast tamers and chi cultivators appear earlier? It was the result of this learning GU's effect. Of course, this should not be the only GU used. It is likely a killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such grand ambitions. His arrangements were truly deep. Fang Dichang frowned. But why did this learning GU activate on its own now? Did something happen in the outside world? Shenshong was troubled. He did not know about the situation outside. But he quickly reacted. This is a prime opportunity. Learning GU must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City, regardless of what is going on outside that caused this core to be used alone. At this point, Divine Emperor City's intact structure has a crack in it. We can find this weakness and make use of it. Good idea. Fang Dichang's pupils expanded as he looked at Shenshong excitedly. Let us work together and explore the secret of Divine Emperor City. At the same time. Crazed Demon Cave. 8th layer. Green Lotus Dao Field, above Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiu sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Within her immortal aperture, Divine Emperor City's learning GU spread out its radiance, cooperating with Fairy Yu Xiu's other immortal GU to form a human path killer move. Endless Learning. At the middle and bottom of Book Mountain, there were countless GU cultivators. The killer move's radiance was light blue in color. it spread down and covered all of these Yu cultivators. Their bodies shook intensely. This is? The Immortals' expressions changed, they were filled with deep shock. An indescribable profundity of the great Tao flowed into the depths of their hearts like a gentle river. The attainment levels of these Immortals started to rise. There is actually such an incredible killer move in this world. If I am not experiencing this personally, I will not be able to imagine it. This is the teaching of the sage. The sage is merciful and benevolent. Many Yu Immortals were so touched they shed tears on the spot, others knelt down on the ground, kowtowing to Fairy Yu Xiu at the peak of the mountain. These were all non-standard Yu Immortals, but they were receiving the most traditional Yu cultivation method now. They were all clear about how hard it was to raise attainment levels. This was truly an unprecedented fortuitous encounter for them. In this world, there are indeed other methods to raise attainment level other than Dream Realms. Human Path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already made his arrangements to this degree. It is definitely not wrong for Heavenly Court to develop Human Path. Qin Dingling was very excited internally. Heavenly Court's members, with her at the lead, sat down together and closed their eyes to comprehend calmly. Fairy Yu Xiu opened her eyes slightly, looking down below her with a glance. Sweat had gathered on her forehead, all the thoughts in her mind were used to sustain this move. Endless learning was a human path method of strategical value, its benefit for any superforce was huge beyond imagination. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the user's true meaning, it created true meaning in the mind of the targets instead. Rule Path and Wisdom Path Yu Immortals were more adept at extracting their own true meaning compared to other paths. When other Yu cultivators take the true meaning, their attainment levels of the corresponding path would rise sharply. But the Yu cultivator who extracted their true meaning would experience a fall in attainment level, the losses could not be regained. This was why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that made use of Fairy Yu Xiu's attainment level, the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Book Mountain, as well as learning Yu. This move could create new true meaning in the mind of the targets. Once the true meaning was created, it would be instantly absorbed by the Yu cultivator and cause their relevant attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of the killer move Endless Learning, it did not consume anyone's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness. Because the true meaning created by the killer move had limitations. The limitations were the Yu cultivator themselves. The Yu cultivator's aptitude, talent, comprehension, and personal experiences were conditions that restricted their production of true meaning. Attainment level profundity of the same level would vary across the different people who were comprehending them. If one reached their limit and could not comprehend the profundity, they would start to develop illusions. As expected, not long after, Yu cultivators on Book Mountain started to see illusions. Some of them saw surging golden lotuses, some saw azure rain, some saw surging bloody water, some saw bone forests, or rainbow-colored phoenixes that growled loudly. I can't persevere anymore. A moment later, someone spat out blood and fainted. More and more people followed. But some Yu cultivators were still enduring. With this, the talent, personal experiences and comprehension of the Yu cultivators were also clearly distinguished. But by the time those among Qin Dingling's group started to waver as sweat appeared on their foreheads, about 90% of Green Lotus Dao Field's native Yu Immortals had already fallen. Even if these natives become Yu Immortals, they are still inferior to humans, who have the highest natural talent and intelligence. Fairy Yu Xiu nodded to herself. After some observation, she had already gained a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the Yu Immortals from Green Lotus Dao Field. When Qin Dingling and the rest started to waver, the other Yu cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Kangshui fainted, Zhu Xiongxin also fainted, followed by Junshan Guang. Eventually, only 3 Heavenly Court members were left. They were Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and Yu Fangzheng. Brother! Yu Fangzheng's eyes were filled with blood, he grunted before fainting. Thereafter, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness as well. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yu Xiu nodded to herself, as expected of the creator of Weapon Path. I actually misjudged. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed as she shifted her gaze from Che Wei to a meteor at the bottom of the mountain. This meteor was large as an elephant. It was also a GU Immortal. Earlier, it had fallen into a state of semi-unconsciousness. Even Fairy Yu Xiu did not expect that a certain strength would gather within the rock. At this point, the mystical strength reached its limit. There was a qualitative change occurring. Rumble! With a thunderous sound, the meteor shattered as golden light shined in all directions. From the piercing and blinding light, a rock monkey flew out. The rock monkey landed on the ground and scratched its ears, shouting, "Brilliant, truly brilliant!" Plop! At the other end, Che Wei could no longer endure it. He fainted on the spot. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression became even more peculiar. This rock monkey is born from heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. It even has incredible talent surpassing Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely reach great heights in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yu Xiu sighed continuously. She was referring to Limitless Demon Venerable when she said amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave. The derivation of new Heaven Path Dao marks went on for over 1,000,000 years. The results were huge. This rock monkey was the proof of it. This rock monkey's potential and comprehension ability even surpassed Heavenly Court's members. It defeated Che Wei. If this rock monkey was nurtured well and grew successfully, it might create its own path in the future. But this rock monkey was destined to have a pitiful ending. It could not live for long. It was meant to be Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Even Heavenly Court could not let it off. Because it was not a pure human. This was also why Fairy Yu Xiu said, "Oh, what a pity." The rock monkey lasted for a few more minutes before falling on the ground, unconscious. Fairy Yu Xiu stopped using the killer move. She started to rest. Even though she did not consume her attainment level, the price of using this move was quite high. Be they thoughts, immortal essence, or her own lifespan, they were expended. Not long after, the GU Immortals started to wake up. They started to cheer, unable to control themselves. Their attainment levels had all risen. The problems that they faced normally with killer moves or incomplete Immortal GU recipes were all resolvable now. Many GU Immortals even had new ideas regarding the modification of their current killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for imparting the Tao to us. Sage has unsurpassed virtue for imparting the Tao to us. The GU Immortals knelt on the ground of their own will. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled, her voice spreading throughout Book Mountain, before spreading to the entire Green Lotus world. 3 days later, I will hold another session to impart the Tao on Book Mountain again. The Immortals were stunned. At the next moment, a thunderous cheer resounded. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain itself, even a large number of GU Masters gathered near the base of Book Mountain. GU Masters could only surround Book Mountain but not ascend it. On the mountain base and the sides, many new GU Immortals showed up. These GU Immortals came from various small worlds. Hearing that a sage was imparting the Tao on Book Mountain, they came of their own accord to benefit from it. Fairy Yu Xiu used endless learning again. As illusions started to show up, everyone saw different sights. I can see many flowers. So many pig heads are flying in the sky. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape from me. He. That rascal is dead meat, I'm telling you, even a GU Immortal cannot save him. The man of my dreams is an unparalleled hero who will come and marry me while riding on a rainbow cloud, even though I am also a man. Chapter 2164. Ant poison appears again. Soon, the GU Masters outside of the mountain quickly fell unconscious one by one. Next, the ones on the mountain, those GU Immortals who had attended the previous session, also fainted in succession. During the first session, they had already reached their limits. After just 3 days, the growth of their foundation was very limited. Even Heavenly Court's members were no exception. After them were the various mutant GU Immortals of the small worlds. They had deep foundations and this was their first time attending the Tao lesson. Fairy Yu Xiu expressed her surprise again. Among these mutant GU immortals, she found another genius this time. It was a lump of deep green-colored tornado. It persevered until the end. The aptitude and comprehension ability it displayed was equally matched with the rock monkey. When this tornado GU immortal fell unconscious, Fairy Yu Xiu also stopped using her killer move. By the time they awakened, she announced again, 3 days later, the next session will be held. For the third Tao lesson, even more GU immortals came. Not only the mutants of the various small worlds, even Savage Wilderness Great Worlds and Yellow Earth Great Worlds GU immortals came. Eventually, the one who lasted until the end was a lizard GU immortal. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. Its aptitude was on par with the rock monkey and tornado. They were extraordinarily talented. Fairy Yu Xiu conducted 3 Tao lessons in total. The influence was not just kept in the 3 great worlds, it even spread to the remaining small worlds. Not only the small worlds at the boundaries of the 3 great worlds, but even many other small worlds that were currently being drawn to the central area. Fairy Yu Xiu achieved her goal. The effect was evident. Their impression on the various GU immortals of Green Lotus Grand World improved greatly. Many GU immortals chose to join them. Yu Xiu chose 3 leaders from among them. They were the rock monkey Bu Tian Kong, the tornado immortal Nai Quang Feng, and finally, the lizard GU immortal from Savage Wilderness Great World, Duan Hu. But a large number of GU immortals still chose to watch on the fence. These GU immortals mostly came from small worlds. Their worlds were still moving now. They had not landed near the 3 great worlds yet. Since this change occurred in the void, the unification of the worlds cannot be avoided. We need to find a good allegiance. Indeed, we are all rulers of our small world. We can influence where we end up to a certain extent. Green Lotus Great World Sage gave a Tao lesson. I wonder if the other 2 world sages will do the same. Unavoidably, these GU immortals started to hold expectations. A capable person will often choose to find a capable leader. Even though they were native GU immortals that were not human, they had ample intelligence and were quite astute. From Fairy Yu Xiu's Tao lessons, they sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The 3 great worlds were in heated conflict. The amount of losses was huge and severe. It was the stage for them to shine on. They even started to spread the word. If the other 2 great worlds do not give such a benefit, we will join Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have existed for so long. Green Lotus Great World Sage imparted wisdom on everyone. They are truly magnanimous and benevolent. I am sure that the other 2 world sages are the same. We will join whichever world gives the greatest benefits. These GU immortals wanted to gain the most benefits for themselves. As for which world they would end up joining? They can decide that after getting the benefits. The situation changed abruptly. Lu Weiyin quickly went to Fang Yuan for a discussion. Lu Weiyin sighed. Currently, Heavenly Court has the initiative again. After cooperating with Longevity Heaven, we managed to destabilize Heavenly Court's advantage over us, but with Fairy Yu Xiu's Tao lessons, all our efforts ended up in vain. But thankfully, the situation is salvageable. How should we go on to recruit those GU immortals who are still on the fence? Fang Yuan was silent. These mutant GU immortals who were still roaming around were top-tier cannon fodder. Heavenly Court's recruitment of them was a great move. Fairy Yu Xiu's method also expanded Fang Yuan's horizons. Learning GU, endless learning. Other than the Dream Realm, this was the first time Fang Yuan saw a killer move capable of directly raising attainment levels. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had no recollection of such a killer move. From what he gathered and from Lu Weiyin's information, there was no warning or hint that such a killer move existed. This meant that the killer move was likely a new creation of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had deep foundation and countless elites who progressed and developed with time. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan as he said, "This killer move is extraordinary. It can raise the power of an entire force. Attainment level is very hard to raise. Even I am slightly moved by Heavenly Court's offer." There is also something more worrying. Within the legends of Ren Zhu, there are records that Ren Zhu and the other two went into Primordial domain using True Meaning. Heavenly Court possesses the killer move Endless Learning. This means that they have a method of creating true meaning that is unique in this world. This method might allow them to enter Primordial domain earlier than others, or even like Book Mountain, they might be able to obtain Primordial domain from the 9th layer. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Weiyin was very astute, all of his words made sense. Primordial domain was the key factor in the conflict of the three parties. Even if a Venerable revives successfully, to become a true Dao Lord again, they need to rely on Primordial domain. One could say that whoever obtains Primordial domain first would gain the greatest advantage, they would become the eventual winner of this fight. Fang Yuan pondered, endless learning is truly incredible and useful, but we also have a strategic level killer move ourselves. I have already used it. Lu Weiyin's expression turned to joy as he guessed, that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Fang Yuan nodded while adding, I used this move in Eastern Sea before, let's see how Heavenly Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven. I am quite curious about their following actions. Lu Weiyin thought about it and added, Lord, since you have already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert pressure. When Heavenly Court is busy dealing with it, they will not have the time or energy to resist this move. Fang Yuan had already shut his eyes. You can go handle this matter. I want to deduce the Paradise Earth true inheritance here. Lu Weiyin immediately took his leave. His best idea was to communicate with Longevity Heaven and attack in unison. After getting Lu Weiyin's invitation, Longevity Heaven did not hesitate, they cooperated smoothly. The truth was, their pressure was higher. Many GU immortals defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, even more than Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous among them was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World. With him taking the lead to join Heavenly Court, the influence on Longevity Heaven was dire. Days later, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan sent out their troops again to attack Green Lotus Great World. In the sky, GU Immortals fought intensely. Kill! Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held two large hammers on both hands as he attacked aggressively. He was covered in thick golden fur, he had many immortal GU and killer moves, allowing his defense to be tight. He had no worries about charging forward. The formation of Heavenly Court's mutant GU Immortals were disrupted many times because of him. Don't be too arrogant. A childlike woodpath GU Immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth as he blocked Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's advancement was halted. He fought against this Immortal. After dozens of rounds, there was no clear victor. HMPH. I am Grasshead Child. I was born with an immortal GU. I am blessed with great fortune. You have immortal GU, but my immortal GU are also not fewer than yours. This woodpath GU Immortal shouted with a confident disposition. Suddenly, his expression became distorted as his body started twisting around. So itchy. Suddenly, Grasshead Child could not endure the intense feeling. Wave of ants crawled out of his body, piercing his grass skin. What is going on? What are these things? Grasshead Child was shocked. He quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw the chance and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Child was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. He was greatly distracted and lost his momentum. After several rounds, he was smashed into pulp by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer, dying on the spot. Similar scenes were occurring to the other mutant GU Immortals. With the activation of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, the situation was immediately changed. Originally, Heavenly Court had many mutant GU Immortals. They were able to enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan subordinates who were better equipped, but now that their immortal apertures were getting attacked, they lost all their morale. They had no will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body as well? Don't kill me, I surrender. The formation collapsed entirely. Fang Yuan's subordinates chased after them and obtained great results. This is the outcome for siding with Green Lotus Great World. All the GU Immortals who sided with them faced the judgment of Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives. Our master has given orders, we will not accept them. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly, resounding in the entire battlefield. They worked with another group from Longevity Heaven, making great advances and forcing Heavenly Court's mutant GU Immortals to run in fear, unable to retaliate. The defeated mutant GU Immortals found that they could not resolve lingering poisonous and plague killer move. They had to rush to Book Mountain and kneel towards the peak, requesting for the sage's help. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling frowned. Fang Yuan used that move after all. If we cannot resolve it, our great advantage is going to be lost entirely. Many of the mutant GU Immortals were still watching in anticipation. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, even if the benefits were huge, they would not join them. After all, great benefits were pointless unless one had sufficient lifespan to enjoy them. At this moment, Fairy Yu Xiu defended Book Mountain while Fairy Ming Hao went to the front lines, preventing Longevity Heaven's troops from causing any more trouble. Fairy Yu Xiu was also quite troubled. You have already given us the information of this lingering poisonous and plague killer move. This is quite an impressive move. It contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path Profundity. It contains Heaven Path Profundity. Qin Dingling was deeply shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate the effects of this move but not remove it completely. Chapter 2165. Operation of Heaven and Earth. Regarding Fang Yuan's lingering poisonous and plague, Fairy Yu Xiu explained, thankfully, this move had already been used in Eastern Sea before. You also made Zui Zhanwang infiltrate Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information about it. Thus, I am prepared against it. But the current lingering poisonous and plague has been modified by Fang Yuan. My original method isn't going to be suitable, I need to modify it as well. Qin Dingling heard this as her expression eased up slightly. That will be good. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. I only need 3 days to succeed. During this period, Heavenly Court can spread the news regarding lingering poisonous and plague to everyone. Qin Dingling acknowledged and left. Not long after, the mutant GU Immortals learned of the situation. They became very angry. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is truly too vicious. I've heard that Yellow Earth Great World's GU Immortals are united and harmonious. To think that their sage is such a vicious person, this is really a huge disappointment to everyone. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is really magnanimous. They have the disposition of a sage. Even Savage Wilderness Great World Sage pales in comparison. The observing GU Immortals were very disappointed. They waited for so long but neither Longevity Heaven nor Fang Yuan gave the response that they wanted. They gained nothing from waiting. Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly sent their troops and started the war. These mutant GU Immortals were very disappointed, but they also started to get angrier. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? HMPH, the sages of these two worlds are too high and mighty. Forget it, I will join Green Lotus Great World instead. All of the observing mutant GU Immortals chose to join Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path method is quite formidable. The emotions of these mutant GU Immortals were influenced. According to what I know, many GU Immortals made the decision to join Heavenly Court in a spurt of anger. Lu Weiyin sighed as he explained to Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court first spread information of Fang Yuan's vicious method before helping the mutant GU Immortals resolve their lingering poisonous and plague without asking for compensation. Finally, they even used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant GU Immortals. After this series of actions, not only did they alleviate lingering poisonous and plague's terrifying effect, they even retaliated and caused Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's position to be worse than before. Currently, Heavenly Court has recruited many mutant GU Immortals. Their advantage in numbers is increasingly evident. Should we recall our troops at the front lines? Lu Weiyin asked. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. Heavenly Court is formidable. According to my deduction, this mysterious Wisdom Path killer move contains Heaven Path Profundity too. It is similar to Heaven's will and has the ability to influence the thoughts and emotions of living beings. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Qi Alliance, but Heavenly Court managed to resolve this move so easily. In fact, I even modified this move once again. However, Longevity Heaven is taking action now. Let's watch and see before making a decision. Yu Xiu Luan was one of the mutant Yu Immortals who joined Heavenly Court. After making the agreement with Heavenly Court, she traveled through the void and returned to her small world. Using several days, she set up an Immortal formation. This Immortal formation was Heavenly Court's reinforcement. After activating it, it could influence the travel route of the small world, allowing it to land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly unfathomable. This Immortal formation is amazing and has huge power, but the expended Immortal essence is so little. Yu Xiu Luan praised internally as she activated the Immortal formation. The Immortal formation burst out with profound light, spreading from the inside to the outside of the small world. The small world had always been moving towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the Immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory slightly. After several breaths of time, Yu Xiu Luan's expression turned to shock. What is going on? I activated the Immortal formation, but the small world is uncontrollable. It is forcefully moving towards another direction. Is the Immortal formation ineffective? Yu Xiu Luan quickly checked and was shocked to find out it was not that the Immortal formation was useless, but a profound force had been influencing her small world from long ago. Compared to this vast force, the Immortal formation had no strength to counter it. Yu Xiu Luan could only watch as her homeland flew and landed on the boundary of Savage Wilderness Great World. This was not a unique situation. Many small worlds were influenced and landed on Savage Wilderness Great World, while others were still on their way. Yu Xiu Luan and the other mutant Yu Immortals were stunned. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their own small worlds ended up in Savage Wilderness Great World. They would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World and fuse into it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable, that sage already took action long ago. He is actually able to attract all the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery were spared. What do we do? Many Yu Immortals were starting to feel regret. Had they known this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World so quickly. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck method. Qin Dingling side, fate is fixed while luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven disregarded the cost and brought luck suppression. Heavenly Palace here, they have already started to influence the heaven and earth luck of the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, these small worlds were all drawn to them. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yu Xiu side. Even though they could understand Longevity Heaven's method, they had no way of resolving it. Not only because Longevity Heaven was superior to Heavenly Court in terms of luck path methods, but because this method was used by luck suppression Heavenly Palace. To resolve it, they had to destroy the palace. And luck suppression Heavenly Palace had been hiding deep within Savage Wilderness Great World. Now that pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength, who could reach it and destroy it? Heavenly Court had no answer. They could only sit and wait. This way, Heavenly Court gathered most of the mutant Yu Immortals. They had advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven obtained most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World was growing and expanding rapidly. Only Fang Yuan's side was the weakest. During this period, not only did they not recruit many mutant Yu Immortals, they also failed to get many small worlds. Heavenly Court started to instruct the mutant Yu Immortals to retaliate. The front lines that went deep into Green Lotus Great World started to be pushed away outwards again. Yu Masters gathered into armies, fighting and killing all over the battlefield. Immortals fought in the air. It was an intense battle. Rock Monkey Bu Tian Kong roamed unhindered. With a sudden roar, it vanished on the spot. This move again. Binghua's eyelids were twitching. He quickly looked around him. Where will he show up? But Bu Tian Kong did not attack Binghua. It teleported behind Shizong instead. Take my fist! Bu Tian Kong shouted. Shizong quickly defended himself, but his defensive killer move was quickly broken through. Bu Tian Kong's fist pierced Shizong's chest, protruding out of his back. Bu Qiankong snickered, its body shook as a killer move was activated. Shizong exploded and shattered into pieces that flew everywhere. Shizong and Bingguo were rank 8 GU immortals, while Bu Qiankong also had rank 8 cultivation level. To think that he managed to kill Shizong while going up against 2 opponents. No matter what formation this is, I will send it flying. At the other end, Nai Feng, who was inside the rotting smell vicious cloud formation, shouted. The 6-Eggman GU immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven formed into the ancient battle formation Rotting Smell Vicious Cloud as they trapped Nai Feng for some time. At this point, they were unable to hold on anymore as the latter broke out from within. The 6-Eggman GU immortals spat out blood in response. They were either dead or injured. And on another battlefield, Duan Hu fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was the desolate extremity of the 8 extremities, but she actually fell into a disadvantage. Duan Hu's attacks were powerful and wild, its body was tough like a mountain. When colliding, it felt like one was colliding with the world itself. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem killer move was almost destroyed in the fight. These 3 immortals were born with immense innate luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert too. It is a pity. Fang Yuan understood the reason behind these 3 immortals' existence. He casted his gaze at Paradise Earth's tomb. Using Luck Inspection killer move, he saw that this Paradise Earth's tomb had immense luck that resembled a yellow soil mountain. It was unmoving and incredibly dense. These days, with their losses at the front lines, many of Fang Yuan's subordinates also died. But Fang Yuan remained calm as ice. These fatalities were just numbers to him. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him. Fang Yuan had already comprehended a lot of the profundities regarding Paradise Earth's tomb. In the past he did not have the ability to create his own tomb Earth, but now, he could create a huge graveyard in the sovereign immortal aperture to act as a node of the Earth vein. Most of Fang Yuan's time and energy were spent comprehending the refinement path profundity here. Ordinary GU immortals refined Immortal GU, while Limitless Demon Venerable refined the worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was now quickly filled up by Fang Yuan. He was even gaining huge results from it. At the same time, Fang Yuan gained a deeper and clearer understanding of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. It is time. Fang Yuan muttered lightly. He gazed afar with his deep abyss-like eyes. Crack! A shocking flash of lightning landed on the battlefield. The immortals on the battlefield were shocked. In an instant, lightning bolts crashed down like a forest. The immortals had to stop and retreat immediately. Thereafter, tribulations of various intensity rained down like a torrent, occurring to all 3 great worlds and their boundaries. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? After making some deductions, Fairy Yu Xiu explained confidently, this is Limitless Demon Venerable's method, so it turns out that when the fusion of worlds reach a certain stage, tribulations will befall. At the same time, Fang Yuan's gaze focused on these tribulations that were extremely far away. Waves of comprehension emerged in the depth of his mind. All tribulations are superb methods in refining heaven and earth. GU immortals manage their immortal aperture. Under normal circumstances, their main source of Dao marks come from tribulations. When GU immortals successfully pass a tribulation, they would gain a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks will modify the immortal aperture and cause the environment to change. This is the refinement of heaven and earth. By expanding this logic, all tribulations were refinement path methods. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, the refinement path profundity regarding the refinement of the world and heaven and earth had already been comprehended by him to a large extent. Earlier, my luck gave me an indication. Now is the time to use that move. Fang Yuan started to activate Heaven's Envy Immortal GU. Chapter 2166. Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. Wild winds blew, wind blades shot all over the place. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. His body was surrounded by wind blades from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly. He shot out immense crystal frost chi that destroyed all the wind blades. But at the next moment, Nai Feng suddenly arrived right before him. Nai Feng was a green tornado to begin with. It condensed into a ball and burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was trapped by the tornado, unable to escape for the moment. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin now. Normally speaking, the stronger the killer move, the longer the time needed to use it. When fighting against Nai Feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find the time or opportunity to use this move. At the crucial moment, this move could no longer be used. During a deadlock, using this move would expose weaknesses for the enemy to exploit. Even if he used it, with the enemy on guard, the effect would not be decisive either. This is my signature killer move, Wind Suction Life Twister. I spent 30 years to painstakingly create it, before spending 100 years to modify it. Nobody has ever survived against this move, you will be no exception. Nai Feng laughed wildly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression was grim. It was too late to dodge now, he could only activate his defensive killer moves desperately. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cried out in pain. First, his arms were absorbed into Nai Feng's body. Even though they were covered in thick ice crystals, they only lasted for a few moments before disintegrating. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were directly shredded into particles. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. I am finished. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment, but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Nai Feng was directly hit and suffered a huge blow. Its suction force stopped for a moment. The speed of Nai Feng's wind ball tornado fell greatly. Within the green wind, there was a large area of black ink-like color that got corrupted. Damn it, tribulations appeared again. Nai Feng gritted its teeth. Since several days ago, tribulation started to occur at all corners of the various great worlds. Especially places with more GU immortals, they would encounter more tribulations. Now that there were many GU immortals fighting intensely on the battlefield, it was not strange to have many tribulations occurring here. Nai Feng's attention was drawn to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not get away from Nai Feng's suction force. He was pulled into Nai Feng's body inch by inch. I am finished. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt despair at this moment once again, but suddenly, a bolt of black lightning shot down. Crack! The black lightning bolt landed on Nai Feng. Nai Feng froze again. The black color in the green wind tornado became denser. This tribulation is so strong, it can actually cause such injuries to me. Nai Feng sighed, growling at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but you cannot escape, your life is mine. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was sucked into the tornado again. It seems that my life is really going to end here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed again, but at this moment, a bolt of black lightning shot down on Nai Feng. Nai Feng's movements froze, the tornado twisted and almost seemed like it would explode. What happened? What is going on with this tribulation? Why did it hit me 3 times in a row? I am so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, yet it did not even hit him once. Is his luck that good? I don't believe it. I'll suck him in with me. Crack! Black lightning shot down, landing on Nai Feng. Nai Feng refused to believe its luck. I'll do it again. Crack! I do not believe it. I'll draw him in. Crack! 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 Nai Feng could not take it anymore. As black lightning bolts continued to shoot down, they landed on his head without any deviation. Nai Feng's body almost collapsed. It could not draw in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, quickly getting away from Nai Feng. I actually survived? What in the world is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was lucky to survive. He was filled with disbelief and surprise. Far away, black lightning continued to land on Nai Feng. No matter where Nai Feng went, black lightning seemed to target it specifically. No, not only black lightning, soon, tribulations like blood dragons and grey spirits also went to approach Fang. Fang was going crazy. At this moment, it felt like the entire world was going against it. Of course, tribulations also landed on other GU immortals, but Fang experienced the most animosity from these tribulations. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself, he observed and found another person who faced the same situation as Fang. It was Rock Monkey Bu Chen Kong. This unlucky monkey was currently fighting against several rank 8 GU immortals like Solid Rock Warrior. Countless bats and white flying cranes attacked him, disrupting the Rock Monkey's attacks and causing it to lose momentum. Even though Solid Rock Warrior and the rest were also affected by the tribulations, they were less targeted and found an opportunity to retaliate fiercely. The Rock Monkey was very troubled. In this situation, it could only turn from offensive to defensive. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up, her expression had changed. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of Heavenly Court's method, it had been collecting the information of the two battlefields. Thus, even though Qin Dingling stayed at the headquarters, she quickly observed many of the changes in the battlefields. Currently, Heavenly Court's troops had already moved into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. The tribulations in Savage Wilderness Great World were quite low regardless of strength or quantity. Green Lotus Great World had an ordinary number of tribulations. But Yellow Earth Great World was clearly abnormal. Not only were they more severe, they even targeted Fang and Bu Chen Kong. What is going on here? Qin Dingling was uncertain and shocked. Fairy Yu Xiu had started her deduction long ago. After getting the result, she said, "Amazing move, this should be Fang Yuan's work." This mysterious killer move can actually amplify calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, prioritizing the targets that have the most outstanding aptitude and talent. Fang and Bu Chen Kong represent the Small Worlds and Green Lotus Great World respectively. They are two of those who have the greatest innate luck among all the inhabitants of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Thus, they were targeted specifically. Saying this, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move's range is increasing rapidly. It has already arrived here. Oh no. Qin Dingling's expression changed yet again as she raised her head to look up. Above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds rumbled, covering the entire sky with endless thick layers of over 10,000 li of space. The tribulations are still intensifying. What is going on? Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her felt a terrifying might from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression was grim. This tribulation is targeting Fairy Feng Ya. She possesses talent GU. She has been in closed cultivation to deduce Limitless Demon Venerables arrangement to the best of her abilities. When Wisdom Path GU Immortals made deductions, they were also exposing themselves. Thus, Heaven and Earth detected Fairy Feng Ya's existence. It started to create a tribulation to exterminate her. Fang Yuan's mysterious killer move actually makes use of Limitless Demon Venerables arrangement to attack our Heavenly Court. He is really vicious. Qin Dingling said in anger, "Lady Yu Xiu, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Fang Yuan so that he cannot use this move casually." No. That is exactly what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Yu Xiu shook her head and said with a firm attitude, "The key now is to protect Fairy Feng Ya. We will gather our formation and resist the tribulation. We will give Fairy Feng Ya the most optimal environment to make deductions." At almost the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Fang Yuan's method. He praised in amazement, "This method contains Heaven Path profundity. It is truly out of my expectations that Fang Yuan seems to be cultivating Heaven Path. I wonder what the name of this move is." HMPH. Desolate Extremity Jiao was said in displeasure, "Fang Yuan has already allied with us, yet he is using this move on our Savage Wilderness Great World as well, causing our subordinates to face its effects too." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled lightly. "When we made the alliance agreement, he had already considered this, thus he used the loophole and is not breaking our alliance. After all, this move is mainly targeting the GU Immortal Duan Hu. But our GU immortals are being weakened by the tribulation, that is the truth. Jiao was said. Immortal zombie giant Sun nodded, his gaze turning deeper. He is forcing me to take action. Ha ha ha, very interesting, then I shall make my move to deal with this method. Master! All the GU immortals in the hall shouted in concern. Immortal zombie giant Sun waved his hand. Don't worry, the fate war has ended for a long time already, my strength has been recovering steadily. Moreover, I am taking action now not just to deal with Fang Yuan's killer move but also to participate in the operations of the worlds. I want to observe Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements more deeply. At the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out with a beam of light soaring to the sky. It was grand and powerful, shining in golden radiance. Very good, Longevity Heaven took action already. Fang Yuan soon sensed the commotion at Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over there, his gaze crossing a huge distance as he analyzed Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven had a trump card indeed. At this moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace activated and surged with Luck Path Aura. This effect mixed into the operations of the worlds, combining with Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements to hasten the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings luck in use. Longevity Heaven subordinate mutant GU immortals are being taken care of, they are facing less pressure from the tribulations now. Fang Yuan observed for some time and gained great insights. At his current level, he could already gain comprehension of other paths using his own as a foundation. Right now, by just observing a move from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could deduce a lot of the profundity of all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. The move that Fang Yuan activated was called Heaven Envies Heroic Geniuses. It used Heaven's Envy Immortal GU as the core and targeted those people with outstanding talents. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now, it was unleashed at a superb timing. It complemented Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements and used his power to allow this move to spread out across the various great worlds, amplifying its strength. Chapter 2167. Wooden Statue Lord Wu Guang. The sky of northern plains was pale white, it looked extremely clear. A GU immortal lowered his altitude, he was only tens of feet above the ground, flying rapidly as he scanned the area below him, seeming trying to find something. This GU immortal was bare-chested, his body was well-proportioned and his muscles were bulging. He has an ordinary face, a sharp nose and pursed lips, giving the impression of a man with perseverance. He looked at the ground with lush growing grass, a field of green filled his vision. But observing closely, he found that the ground below the grass were cracked and shattered. There was something going on here. Because the Northern Plains GU Immortal had sensed something amiss here, he came to investigate. Now, he had already inspected the range of 100 li. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed in the crack of the ground. Found you! The Northern Plains GU Immortal's eyes shined. He flew down rapidly with a grey shadow around him. He was filled with determination like an eagle hunting its prey. Rumble! The Northern Plains GU Immortal directly crashed into the ground, causing a huge explosion. Rocks flew while grass swayed in the air from the shock wave. The GU Immortal hit the target with one attack. At the next moment, his pupils contracted. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body below the topsoil. It resembled a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not a dragon but a huge trunk of a ginseng. The ginseng trunk was yellow in color, covered in wrinkles and gave people a feeling of great strength. Even though it was attacked, the ginseng trunk exploded with terrifying power, as if a giant dragon was turning over its body. Boom, boom, the surrounding ground was cracked again, grass and soil splattered. The Northern Plains GU Immortal was sent flying by this action. He flew up into the sky and saw the entirety of the ginseng. In the surrounding 100 li of area, yellowish ginseng roots were protruding out of the soil. It looked like a forest had appeared. Several hundred roots that resembled yellow dragons attacked the Northern Plains GU Immortal in a frenzy. The GU Immortal took a deep breath. Grey shadows appeared around his body. Under the cover of the grey shadows, his figure became blurred like a shadow. He alternated between intangible and solid. As the ginseng roots landed on his body, they passed through like he was an illusion. there was no effect. The Northern Plains Yu Immortal was like the moon in the lake, no matter how the water rippled, he was completely unaffected. The Yu Immortal thus regained his footing and started to prepare his offensive method. As the killer move was unleashed, greenish-gray wooden spikes with the size of ancient trees stabbed into the ginseng roots, pinning them to the ground. The Yu Immortal continued to use this move as the surrounding ginseng roots fell in number. What a good thing! The Northern Plains Yu Immortal was called Guang. He was a rank 7 Woodpath Yu Immortal, titled Wooden Statue Lord. He observed the ginseng roots for some time, his gaze becoming increasingly heated. This yellowish ginseng was a mysterious product, even the woodpath cultivator Guang did not know much about it. But this was quite a common situation. After the 5 regions merged, earth veins rumbled and chi tides surged, a vast quantity of cultivation resources appeared one by one, among which were many strange and mysterious things. This ancient desolate plant was one of them. It was found by Wooden Statue Lord Guang by chance. This gigantic ginseng had extraordinary value. If Guang could successfully obtain it, it would be a profitable source of revenue in the long run. But it was not easy to subdue a wild ancient desolate plant, compared to those desolate plants who were cultivated from saplings. Subduing an ancient desolate plant required enslavement path methods. This was not Guang's expertise. But he was not asking for much now. He wanted to kill the giant ginseng and get a huge quantity of immortal materials. Problems would arise if this dragged on. He was currently in the territory of the Huangjin bloodline tribes. If they found him, the lone immortal Guang would not reap any gains. Immortal killer move, decaying wooden death. After the roots surrounding Guang thinned to a certain extent, Guang pushed with both palms. A loud explosion could be heard. A grey light pillar shot through the sky, landing on the trunk of the ginseng. On the ginseng trunk, a huge hole was formed. It got instantly pierced by the light pillar. The roots that were still attacking Guang seemed to have lost all their strength. They fell to the ground like feeble insects, no longer having their strength like before. It is over. Guang smiled lightly, but suddenly, his expression changed. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook intensely like heaven and earth was flipping around. 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at once. They were tall and mighty, each being over 100 feet in height. Roots filled the entire place as their shadow cast down on Guang's body. Guang was greatly shocked to realize that the ginseng trunk he perceived earlier was merely a larger branch of the entire plant. This ancient desolate plant likely has tens of thousands of years of history. It is very close to rank 8, it is at the peak of an ancient desolate plant. Guang was deeply shook. Countless roots slammed down. Guang quickly dodged them. But right at this moment, the wild immortal Yu living in a certain part of the ginseng burst out with power, causing Guang's speed to fall rapidly. Guang was hit by many roots at the same time. At the crucial moment, the grey shadows appeared again. 1,000 ginseng roots rampaged like huge whips, cracking the air as they moved, creating huge shock waves. Guang's body shook intensely. His immortal essence expenditure was very high. Oh no! Guang could sense the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence storage was going to be emptied. Even though he relied on a defensive method and managed to stay alive, this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once activated, the Yu Immortal could not move. They had to stay at the same spot. Guang fell into danger again. The situation changed too quickly. At the next moment, he was at the brink of life and death. Guang was feeling bitter internally. He had been too overconfident. He did not investigate the situation more clearly. As a matter of fact, the ginseng had been moving underground. It was not easy for Guang to find it and force it to come to the surface. If he had to make a thorough investigation, by the time he finished, the ginseng would have escaped into the ground already. It is too late to say anything now. To think that Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. As his immortal essence dried out, Guang started to feel despair. Roar! Right at this moment, a fierce tiger attacked. The tiger was black in color and gave off a metallic luster. It was huge like a mountain and had sharp and powerful claws. It easily tore the ginseng roots to shreds. It was extraordinarily fierce. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, wait, this is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, feeling surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots, the two were stuck in a deadlock, being evenly matched. Rumble! At the next moment, the ground shook again. The ginseng root suddenly straightened before falling to the ground with a loud thud, no longer moving again. What? This mysterious ancient desolate plant got killed by someone in one move. Wu Guang was shocked, his internal worry became much deeper. Often, humans were much scarier than beasts or plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know that the Yu Immortal who killed the ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Once Wu Guang escaped death, he saw a green-robed Yu Immortal. Wu Guang knew this person, he immediately cupped his fists, so it was you who saved my life, Chen Cheng. Yu Immortal Chen Cheng waved his hand, I was only assisting, the one who saved your life is my master. Master? Whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. At this moment, the ground cracked as a figure flew up into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes at this female immortal. She wore a half-mask that covered the lower half of her face. Her brows were sharp and her eyes shined with brilliant light. She wore a black gold armor with an aura of domination around her, intimidating her foes. The one who entered the ground to kill the mysterious ginseng was He Lulan. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned to her, turning into a tattoo on He Lulan's skin. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen this move or even heard of it. Upon seeing this sight, his shock intensified. He Lulan looked down at him at an angle. I saved you, how will you repay me? Wu Guang's body shook, he quickly expressed his gratitude. I will not forget the debt of saving my life. I wonder what I can do for you? As long as you tell me, I will do my best to complete your request. But He Lulan laughed as she looked at Chen Cheng. I see that you are acquainted with him. What use does this person have? Chen Cheng, Master, we are heading to Crescent Moon Mound to challenge Yin Wu Qiu. This person has a close relationship with him. He can lead the way. Wu Guang quickly added, I am acquainted with Brother Yin, but the challenge. Chen Cheng smiled as he explained, a master succeeded in her cultivation. She came out of seclusion to challenge the experts of the world. She wants to face off against the various geniuses. I lost to her and according to the agreement, I became her servant. Wu Guang took in a deep breath, so that's it. He was hesitant. Yin Wu Qiu was his good friend. If he had to lead this expert to his friend for a fight, regardless of result, he would feel very troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings. She said, lead the way. Wu Guang shook internally. He Lulan's tone was filled with dominance that did not allow rejection. Wu Guang was sure that if he defied her, he would end up like the ginseng earlier. Please follow me, Benefactor and Chen Cheng. Wanting to preserve his own life, Wu Guang led the way. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white sea water rose and fell with the tides. The sea was covered in thick fog, one could not see anything including their 5 fingers. In this milky white fog, countless people seemed to be moving in it rapidly at all times. Shizong's mind was completely chaotic, he was muddled and dazed, he was submerged in the sea water at times, while floating in the white fog at other times. He could vaguely hear a voice calling him, Shizong, since you are awake, why are you not coming out? Thus, he followed this voice and walked out of the sea, arriving at the shore. He was bare naked with no clothing on him. After leaving human sea, he suddenly jolted awake. Looking at the dense white fog and sea around him, he checked his own body. He was in disbelief. Didn't I die already? Shizong, you have already revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. But your cultivation level has been lost. You are immortal and will need to cultivate from the start again. The Yu Immortal who led him out smiled as he said. Shizong was speechlessly dazed. After a while, he fell to the ground as he knelt by the shore. I was able to revive all thanks to Master's kindness and generosity. Shizong raised his head and shouted, tears flowing down his face in excitement. Chapter 2168. Unifying Human and Yu. In order to construct the complete human sea, Fang Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. He had unsurmountable sin and blood on his hands, but he also achieved his goal as he obtained the results that he expected at this moment. Evidently, if news that dead Yu immortals could revive through human sea spread among his subordinates, Fang Yuan's force would gain a huge boost in morale. The truth was, in the 500 years of his previous life, human sea secluded domain was used by Eastern Sea Xia clan. In Fang Yuan's first life of 500 years. When Xia clan's Yu immortals died outside, they were not truly dead, they could revive from human sea. Although their immortal Yu and immortal apertures accumulations would be lost, they would still retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea Xia clan gained a huge reputation because of this. For the following period of time, they invaded southern border. Southern border's Yu immortals fought against Xia clan. Over time, they learned about Xia clan's background and foundation. Eventually, Chai clan mimicked human sea and created their own human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Yu was only damaged but not entirely destroyed. Now, Fate Yu was completely gone. Thus, human sea could revive Yu immortals with much less difficulty. But Fang Yuan did not let those Yu immortals who revived become Yu immortals again immediately. Firstly, to revive a Yu immortal who retained their cultivation level, it would cause a huge expenditure to human sea. After a few uses, he would need to slaughter a massive number of humans and variant humans to replenish it. It was not that Fang Yuan could not bear to do that, but it was troublesome. Also, if these Yu immortals became mortals again and had to cultivate all over again, Fang Yuan could make use of them. Firstly, these revived Yu masters had the foundation of a Yu immortal. They had rich cultivation experience. It was probable that they would succeed in immortal ascension again. During their ascension, the natural inspiration would be a good chance for Fang Yuan to get answers he wanted. Secondly, when these Yu immortals recultivate, they would need to undergo tribulations. Fang Yuan could help them with that and gain heaven path down marks. Finally, after these Yu immortals cultivate from the start, they might gain inspiration and innovate new killer moves. In the process, they would also be more reliant on Fang Yuan. It would mean that he would gain greater control over them. But at this moment, after using the killer move Human Revival C, his heart shook as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he obtained a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body Gu refinement method is like this. Brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, a light sense of joy appeared in his heart. The so-called human sea revival method was in essence using a Gu cultivator method to refine the human body and soul. This was a human path method indeed, but it was also using Gu to refine a human. Fang Yuan lacked insight on the human body Gu refinement method earlier. When he researched on Ni clan, he found that the human body Gu refinement method was related to blood path and others. This conclusion was not wrong. Using a human to refine Gu and using Gu to refine a human, the two are interchangeable in essence. These two were like the two sides of a coin, they existed with one another. The true core was unifying human and Gu. It was like sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was a Gu worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, the sovereign immortal body would be created with the most compatibility with the Gu cultivator's soul. When Fang Yuan used human sea to revive a Gu immortal, he was refining a human body and also a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Ching Cho, it was originally a killer move that was converted into a life form. This meant that any life form could be created with a Gu cultivation method. This was totally possible in theory. And the truth was, this was already hinted in the Legends of Ren Zhu. In the Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 3 Section 14, it was clearly stated. The myriad life forms in the world were originally secluded domains of heaven and earth, Gu worms within the blue sea of life. These Gu worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, turning into all sorts of life forms. All the countless methods converged into the same origin. Using Gu to refine human, using human to refine Gu, human and Gu were one to begin with. Although Fang Yuan understood this logic, he had only fully comprehended the complete details of this logic at this moment in time. This comprehension broke through the thin barrier that obstructed him. Fang Yuan could see a bright scene beyond it. He only needed to make a small deduction now to design a killer move that could unravel Ni Clan's GU Immortal method. He could extract all sorts of Immortal GU from the Ni Clan members' bodies. It was not easy to reach this stage. Fang Yuan had a foundation in this aspect already. After all, he used the human isolation-style GU refinement method in the 500 years of his previous life. In this life, he had all sorts of encounters and accumulations in this aspect. Even though Ni Clan was not his breakthrough point, by studying and analyzing them, Fang Yuan gained a deeper foundation. Eventually, the immense foundation led to a qualitative change. Fang Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in his breakthrough due to human Sea. Throughout history, refinement path had two styles. The first was the hairy man nature GU refinement method. It used nature and Dao marks to refine GU. The opposite was Limitless demon Venerable using GU worms to refine heaven and earth. The second was the human isolation style. Ni Clan's GU Immortal, the refinement path quasi-supreme Ni Ren, used humans to refine GU, implanting all sorts of immortal GU deep within the bloodlines of his Ni Clan descendants. The opposite was Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, the human Sea revival method, and the Blue Sea of Life which used GU to refine human. The depth of refinement path Supreme Grandmaster should likely comprise these four aspects. Currently, I have already comprehended human and GU refinement methods. I only lack the final using GU to refine heaven and earth aspect. By comprehending the arrangements of Limitless Demon Venerable, I have already broken through this hurdle. I have passed the initial stage with no obstacles remaining. As long as I continue progressing, I will eventually comprehend all the profundities. Fang Yuan evaluated. Treasure Yellow Heaven. Bai Ning Bing's divine sense roamed around within it. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she saw Fang Huan's revival by chance and killed him, Bai Ning Bing obtained a large number of Desolate Beast and Ancient Desolate Beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from searching Fang Huan's soul. Bai Ning Bing's immortal materials were already about to be sold out. Only the last portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ning Bing explained the sale price. After little immortal Xing Luo heard the price, she shrank slightly and wanted to bargain. Can it be a little cheaper? Immediately after, little immortal Xing Luo stated her quote, if you sell at this price, I'll buy it directly. Bai Ning Bing wanted to refine GU herself. She created the killer move Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. If she could refine an Ice Pearl immortal GU, it would supplement this killer move greatly. She had already collected most of the immortal materials now. Bai Ning Bing did not excel at trading. She wanted to nod and agree to the transaction when suddenly, another divine sense got closer. Oh, someone is actually selling the Malawan duck's neck? This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you find it from? The divine sense asked. Bai Ning Bing was unwilling to expose clues about herself. She asked directly, are you buying or not? What price? Bai Ning Bing expressed the price while the divine sense said, I'll buy it, I'll buy everything. Do you need immortal essence stones or immortal materials? Bai Ning Bing gave the list of ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled, I have them all, just wait a moment. In Eastern Sea, Zui Xianweng withdrew his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had abundant immortal materials in the inventory. Zui Xianweng used his contribution points to exchange for some ice and snow path immortal materials. Next, he sent these immortal materials into Treasure Yellow Heaven, allowing Bai Ning Bing and Zui Xianwang to complete the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ning Bing turned around and left Treasure Yellow Heaven. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering around. It's such a huge pity. She failed to obtain the immortal material she wanted. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone immortal. She was a single person with only rank 6 cultivation level. She could not match Zui Xianwang in wealth, not to mention the fact that he took out ice and snow path immortal materials that the seller requested. I'll continue looking around. Little Immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed, but she did not want to give up. She continued to look around in Treasure Yellow Heaven. What is this? Not long after, she was shocked to find that a huge mountain appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Who put an entire mountain in here? Sensing this situation, Little Immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes, as this was the first time she had seen such a gigantic transaction. The appearance of the mountain caused a small commotion to occur. Many divine senses came over, and many GU immortal wills even gathered to observe the commotion. Who is so amazing to be able to sell an entire mountain? It is not easy to do this. They will need deep earth path attainment. This mountain is quite good. It contains abundant moonpath Dao marks. But this large resource point is very valuable. Who would sell it? Selling it in Treasure Yellow Heaven will also incur a huge fee of immortal essence stones. The discussions had just started when this mountain vanished instantly. Someone actually bought it. It seems that the transaction was made beforehand. The mountain earlier seems to be Southern Borders Moon Bowl. It was indeed Southern Borders Moon Bowl. Fang Yuan had left a batch of GU immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and various areas. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan, sent into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Moon Bowl has arrived. Catch it, catch it. Good, good, move to the left, move a bit to the right. Bam! The earth shook slightly as Moon Bowl landed on the ground. Immediately, a Rockman GU immortal came forward and used a killer move, manipulating Moon Bowl's mountain roots to stab into the ground, turning it into a node of the earth vein. The other variant human GU immortals were free for the moment. They watched while conversing. Did you hear? Shazong revived. Not just Shazong, any GU immortals who died in the outside world were revived through human Sea. Master has divine might. He is all-powerful. Reviving as GU immortals is nothing more than a piece of cake. But we will lose all our cultivation level and need to start all over again. HMPH, there is only hope for the future if we are alive, so what if we become mortals? We just need to recultivate. If only I can receive the missions for combat. Don't even think about it. Those GU immortals who are able to take those missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced, you still lack sufficient immortal GU. That's right, we need to take one step at a time. Let's work hard and do these missions to elevate ourselves first. While a portion of Fang Yuan's elite subordinates fought outside, the rest helped to manage the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They worked hard and contributed their blood and sweat. Even though unexpected events constantly occurred in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it was still orderly and well managed. Chapter 2169. Shocking find of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. A few rounds of an intense battle had just passed. Yin Wu Qiu retreated constantly while pointing his finger, aiming at He Lu Lan. Immortal killer move, Crescent Moon Thrust. Ching! At the next moment, there was the crisp sound of unsheathing blades as a translucent pale blue crescent moon shot out from the ground like a sword towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was prepared against this. She jumped up at almost the same time, avoiding it. Yin Wu Qiu's pupils contracted slightly. This move was very fast and ordinary GU immortals could not dodge it easily. But He Lu Lan succeeded in that. It showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. My method has only failed against Tianxia Xin and Zhu Yizi. The former is a wisdom path GU immortal capable of deductions while the latter cultivates time path. He had an investigative method that could peer a few breaths into the future. To think that today, it would fail against this mysterious female immortal. Even though this person cultivates strength path, she is not to be underestimated. Thoughts flashed in Yin Wu Qiu's mind as he retreated at the same time. Rumble! He Lu Lan exerted strength as her body charged forward like a meteor, pushing aside the air in front of her, arriving before Yin Wu Qiu in a few breaths of time. Yin Wu Qiu gritted his teeth. He raised both hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. Moonlight gushed out of his forehead as he started to float up, but before he got far, He Lu Lan's fist already landed. Bam! With a loud sound, Yin Wu-Qiu was sent flying by He Lulan like a rubber ball. His thin body was sent flying far away. He landed on the ground and bounced along the surface for tens of steps, causing a gorge to form in his path. Raising his head again, Yin Wu-Qiu's vision was filled with He Lulan's figure, as well as her fist. Yin Wu-Qiu's heart jumped. The fist earlier caused considerable injuries to Yin Wu-Qiu despite his defensive method. He did not want to face another punch. "You fell for it." Yin Wu-Qiu suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulan. Clang, 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 clang. Instantly, 5 translucent light blue crescent moon blades shot out. They were created from nothing, targeting He Lulan, who was at the center, from all directions. He Lulan's eyes shined with cold light. She did not dodge but attacked with her fist instead. Yin Wu-Qiu's smile froze on his face. He watched as this fist got larger and larger, before landing on his eye socket. Boom! Yin Wu-Qiu was originally lying on the ground with his head raised. After taking this terrifying hit, his head was pushed down into the huge pit that was created below him. Ground shook as rocks were sent flying. The spectators, wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and Sincerity Immortal Chen Cheng, had twitching eyelids as they watched Yin Wu-Qiu get punched. They could feel his pain from over there. Yin Wu-Qiu was sent crashing underground from this punch. He was tens of feet below the ground surface. Dust clouds spread, but He Lulan did not chase him. She retreated rapidly instead. Clang, clang, clang. An unceasing number of moonblades were produced and shot towards He Lulan in a frenzied state. He Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her actions were simple and agile. Most of the moonblades were evaded while some were shattered by her fists. Yin Wu-Qiu attacked desperately. He finally obtained some time to regain his footing. He flew out of the deep pit, rising towards the sky. Currently, he was covered in dust and one of his eye sockets had cracked. The eyelid was swollen and turning purple. The vision in his eye was extremely blurred. His gaze flickered with lingering fear. The 2 punches earlier almost made me unconscious. It was so dangerous. Thankfully, the moon has already risen successfully. Yin Wu-Qiu let out a breath of air. Earlier, moon chi appeared from the top of his head. It had already gathered into a waxing crescent moon hanging in the sky under broad daylight. The Moonblade Killer move was still being used continuously as He Lulan dodged while diverting some attention to look at the waxing crescent moon in the sky. Earlier, the moonblades could only be formed from the ground, but now they can appear from thin air. Is this the effect of the moon in the sky? He Lulan thought rapidly. As her thoughts collided, they sparked brightly, but this amplification is not worth paying such a huge price. Yin Wu-Qiu endured 2 punches from me in order to activate this crescent moon. He Lulan was calm and composed internally. Earlier, she took the initiative to attack. Now, she focused on defense. Her actions were meticulous and allowed her to advance or retreat at will. Yin Wu-Qiu was still using his Moonblade Killer move. Crescent moonblades continued to form. The attack was unceasing, but He Lulan managed to defend herself stably and even had the chance to attack the crescent moon in the sky with her fists. The waxing crescent moon suffered an impact from her punch, but it only shook slightly like the mirage in a desert. The crescent moon is getting larger. Bright light flashed in He Lulan's eyes as she found out new information at this moment. So that's it. He Lulan had some sort of insight in her mind. After she stopped moving back, she charged ahead instead, enduring the attacks of the crescent moonblades in order to attack Yin Wu-Qiu. Yin Wu-Qiu's heart jumped. This female immortal's combat instincts are too powerful. It seems that she has seen through my combat system. Yin Wu-Qiu had an immortal opportunity in his earlier days. He inherited the inheritance of a certain olden antiquity moon path Gu immortal great expert. He thus had a complete and stable combat system. The waxing crescent moon was hanging in the sky. It amplified the various moon path killer moves of Yin Wu-Qiu. At the same time, when Yin Wu-Qiu's moon path killer moves get destroyed or countered, the lingering moon path Dao marks would be absorbed by the waxing crescent moon, causing it to grow. The waxing crescent moon would grow into a half moon before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Yin Wu-Qiu's offense and defense would be amplified to the strongest state. Because He Lulan had seen through this tactic, she started to use her strongest offenses. Yin Xiu knew from the start that he was not He Lulan's match at the moment. He had to choose a delaying tactic to retreat while blocking her offenses. He Lulan engaged in a full frontal charge. The two immortals chased and escaped respectively. They fought intensely, rocks were sent flying wherever they went, nobody in their path was spared. Immortal killer move, 8-directional strength fight. He Lulan shouted as her body flickered, 8 figures flew out and encircled Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu was caught unguarded and got surrounded in the middle. Oh no! Yin Xiu's expression turned pale at once. Fang Yuan's divine sense expanded and spread out in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was simply too big, it was hard to inspect it entirely. He had to extend his divine sense for some time before he could see the entire landscape. Strange events were still occurring in various places, but with Star Collection City controlling the situation, these events were mostly dealt with by GU immortals nearby. There was no longer any disturbance. Fang Yuan focused on observing the Earth Vein this time. Originally, the Earth Vein was already created, but it was crude and simple. More than 10 nodes formed into a line which made a circle around the 5 regions, connecting the first and the last nodes. But after this period of development, although the current Earth Vein was still following a singular trail, there were many branches developing away from the main trail already. It was no longer as empty as before. After some time, the nodes at the end of these branches will be interlinked to form a second ring that is even larger. By then, the Earth Vein will have 2 different layers of connected lines. In the current 5 regions, not only were Southern Border's super forces transacting with Fang Yuan, the Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this matter under Qi Sea Ancestors' orders. 2 sea islands had already been sold to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were used as the Earth Vein nodes in Mini Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still kept in the dark. They did not know that the buyer was Fang Yuan. There was profit to earn, a large sum at that, thus they were very enthusiastic. Fang Yuan had abundant capital now. Even though he faced a lack of resources in his initial investment period, this problem no longer existed. Fang Yuan had a vast number of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to pay for the sea islands and famous mountains. The immortal materials from the first 6 layers of Kray's Demon Cave were chaotic and could not be transacted. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were obtained by Fang Yuan through Thieves' Den. They became pure rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were all extraordinarily valuable. There was no way to quantitatively define the price. Thus, Fang Yuan's wealth also soared, giving him great confidence in transactions. The truth was, if he did not use them to refine GU, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 GU immortals or super forces. Rank 6 or 7 GU immortals were not able to even make use of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high-end. Even many rank 8 GU immortals did not have the capability to use them. Only those super forces wanted to stock up on them. After inspecting the Earth Vein and seeing nothing wrong, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense after noting that the development was progressing well. As his attention returned to the main world, Fang Yuan Wilder's cooking luck pot shook slightly. Fang Yuan started his luck inspection. He saw that some changes had occurred to his silver light luck pillar. The silver light pillar had become more condensed. It was half the size of earlier, but the density was at least 5 times of before. Be it the Earth Vein construction or Fang Yuan's own refinement path comprehension, they were reasons that caused the silver light pillar to become more condensed. The 3 clouds representing Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, and Giant Sun were still at the top of the pillar of light, showing intentions to suppress and obstruct him. But at the bottom of the silver light pillar, the original soil dust circulating around had already turned into a mound that covered the silver light pillar. It seemed like the foundational base of the pillar. Recently, I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb. I gained some insight. I can now create my own Tomb Earth. Using Tomb Earth, I can make GU immortals revive. Even the immortal GU that they had when they were alive can be produced alongside the person. Looking at the luck phenomenon, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance, it will help me greatly too. Who? Right when Fang Yuan was thinking, his luck changed again. He saw that above the silver light pillar, a dazzlingly bright star appeared between the three clouds. This star was shining in a silver-white light. It penetrated the cloud layer and shined directly onto the surface of the silver light pillar. They were similar silver lights. They seemed like they would benefit the silver light pillar a lot. What is going on? Fang Yuan's body shook. So that's it. I understand now. He gazed afar, through 10,000 li, looking at the central area of the intersection between the three great worlds. A small world revealed itself over there, emitting the intense aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was Thieving Heaven's space. It was very likely to contain one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. Chapter 2170. Thieving Heaven vs. Limitless. A series of brutal assaults hit Yin Xiu, who was on the ground. Yin Xiu shielded his head with both arms. He was curled up into a ball, desperately activating his defensive killer move. However, after a barrage of punches and kicks, his defensive method soon broke apart. I admit defeat! I admit defeat! Yin Xiu shouted loudly in panic and desperation. Fairy Black Moon, it's over, spare him! Guang, who was at the side, came to urge her. Hei Lulan was only wanting to spar and had no intention to kill. Immediately, she stopped using her method. She turned to Chen Cheng and asked, Yin Xiu has been defeated, who is the next opponent? While she was asking, 2 GU Immortals flew over from the sky. One female and one male Immortal. The male had a skinny body and a sharp face. He had bean-like eyes. He emitted rank 7 light path aura. The female Immortal had the body of a young child. Her eyes were watery and bright. Her petite body was cute and delicate. She was a rank 7 wood path GU Immortal. They were Liu tribes Liu Chang and Liu Luo. Chen Cheng and Guang looked at each other. They did not speak. Liu Luo was the first to ask, what is happening here? As nobody answered her, Liu Luo quickly turned to Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu was still lying on the ground. He received Guang's treatment as he smiled bitterly. This fairy Black Moon came to challenge me. She has outstanding methods. I am not her match. Liu Chang heard this and his eyes shined. He smiled and said, Fairy Black Moon. May I have the honor of knowing your name? To think that a new outstanding figure would emerge in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Liu Luo mocked Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu, do you know the difficulties of a lone Immortal now? Our Liu tribe invited you to be our external Supreme Elder. It is something that would benefit you. At least, after joining our tribe, if any GU Immortal challenges you, it will incur the wrath of my Liu tribe. Yin Xiu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for the repeated offer, but I am used to being alone. I have no intention of joining any super force. Liu Luo frowned. Can you not see what's good for you? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare against the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven had ordered the various Huangjin tribes to unify Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Many GU Immortals were recruited into Huangjin tribes, while many demonic Immortals were killed as well. At the other side, Hei Lulan showed no intention of answering Liu Chang's question. She said to Chen Cheng, let's go. Hold on. Liu Luo's sharp voice interrupted her. She looked at Hei Lulan. You are very brazen. Do you not know that Yin Xiu is the target of our Liu tribe's recruitment? Now that you injured him, you want to leave so easily. Sister. Liu Chang called out, feeling helpless internally. Liu Luo had just gone from rank 6 to 7. With the rise in strength, her temperament was also more arrogant now. If she was alone, she might not act like this, but with her brother Liu Chang here with her to rely on, Liu Luo showed a casual and carefree attitude. But because Liu Chang doted on his sister, he did not chide her. He stared at Hei Lulan. Fairy, why be in a rush to leave? Are you interested in joining our Liu tribe? If you can become Liu tribe's external Supreme Elder, shut your dog mouth. Hei Lulan replied plainly. What? Liu Chang was stumped. Liu Luo stared with wide eyes. She was filled with rage and shock. How dare you? Bitch! Before she finished, Hei Lulan interrupted again. 2 dogs that block my way, bark once more and I will kill you. Seeing that the situation was going out of control, Chen Cheng quickly came in to mediate the situation. Liu Luo called out in a shrill voice, "Today's matter will not end like this, I want to see if..." Boom! He Lu Lan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom appeared before Liu Luo abruptly, punching the latter's face and sending her flying. "Sister!" Liu Chang was enraged, he was about to attack. Boom! He was also sent flying by He Lu Lan. Liu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains. His strength far exceeded Liu Luo. He quickly stabilized his footing and said, "You dare to attack us, Gu Immortals of Liu tribe." Boom boom boom. 8 strength path phantoms appeared around He Lu Lan. The Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was also summoned, beating the Liu tribe siblings to a pulp. This. Chen Cheng watched with a dumbfounded expression. It cannot be resolved amicably now. Wu Guang was tongue-tied. He smiled bitterly towards Yin Wu Qiu. "So Fairy Black Moon's temperament is like this, brother Yin. It was really lucky that you managed to survive at her hands." Yin Wu Qiu snorted, "If Fairy Black Moon really kills the Liu tribe siblings, do you think Liu tribe or Longevity Heaven will let us off?" Wu Guang was dazed. He showed an unsightly expression. "Are we going to take action to help the Liu tribe siblings?" Wu Guang asked helplessly. Yin Wu Qiu gritted his teeth. "Do you want to hug Longevity Heaven's smelly feet?" Ever since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created the Imperial Court contest, the entirety of Northern Plains became his kingdom. For the last 300,000 years, have we, the lone cultivators of Northern Plains, not suffered enough? Most of the Immortals knew about the truth behind the Imperial Court contest. Northern Plains lone Immortals and demonic cultivators had a poor impression of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was still a lone cultivator, invaded Longevity Heaven. He was the proof of this mindset. Longevity Heaven desired to rule Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, but the difficulty was too high. Many Gu Immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They did not want to obey the words of these people they detested. With the exception of 2 cases. One was during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, when Northern Plains Gu Immortal world faced great external pressure. These Gu Immortals would have no choice but to band together as one. The second was if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived successfully, his invincible might would force all these demonic immortals and lone cultivators to submit to him. The truth was, even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven managed to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal world because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven. He seemed to be someone who started from a humble origin. He was able to unite many lone and demonic immortals as a result. But he was in fact Longevity Heaven's chess piece, an arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. By relying on this, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal world after the 5 Regions Chaotic War started. But now, the 5 Regions Chaotic War had yet to start while Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. The difficulty for Longevity Heaven to unite Northern Plains was simply much harder. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely find you in the future to repay the shame of today's defeat. Liu Chang brought Liu Luo away. They escaped in anger. He was very strong but he could not display his strength. He Lu Lan targeted Liu Luo constantly. It made Liu Chang hold many reservations. He could only take hits passively. It was a terrible feeling. They finally escaped. Chen Cheng let out a breath of air. He had been holding his breath in anxiety earlier. HMPH, they cannot escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huang Jin tribes. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my might. He Lu Lan smiled coldly. Chen Cheng was feeling a headache. He did not expect his master to have such grand ambitions. Not only did she want to defeat the lone and demonic immortals, she even wanted to challenge Northern Plains overlords, the Huang Jin super tribes. Fairy, if you have such an ambition, I, Yin Wu Qiu, am willing to travel alongside you as your entourage. Yin Wu Qiu was standing with Wu Guang's help. He walked towards He Lu Lan. Oh. He Lu Lan raised her brows. Yin Wu Qiu smiled bitterly. The truth is, if I do not travel with you, when Liu tribe's Gu Immortals come to find me, they will not let me off. I do not want to be a member of the Huang Jin tribe. All right. He Lu Lan nodded. Back then, Chu Du also wanted to challenge the Huang Jin tribes. We both cultivate strength path, how can I be inferior to him? Let's go together. I will come along too. Wu Guang said, this is an interesting matter, I want to watch it with my own eyes. Thus, He Lu Lan's group grew larger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, chains appeared, making loud clanking sounds as they formed into a chain domain that intertwined in the surrounding area. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was slightly surprised, having been forced to reveal himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared, do stop, new Venerable. The space door that you seek is not here. As he spoke, countless chains shot out towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning, traversing between the chains, he was agile like a fish in water. Limitless Demon Venerables will. Excitement shined in his eyes, how do you know I am looking for space door? Are you saying that because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You hid the 9th layer too deeply, I actually could not decipher it immediately. Why don't you let me in and take a look? As long as space door is not there, I will take my leave. Limitless Demon Venerables will said, Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things about the current world. The current you cannot even control yourself, how can I allow you to enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised a brow, I just want to go home. I just want to go back and see my friends and family, but all of you want to obstruct me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spoke with increasing agitation. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent, the chains attacked even more fiercely now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly, he stopped moving far away, no longer dodging. A blinding blue jewel-like light burst out with radiance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated his killer move, the blue light faded, forming into a huge suit of armor around his body, turning him into a metallic giant. The metallic giant was covered in electric sparks, it moved rapidly towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The endless chains came to obstruct him, but they were all pushed aside by the metallic giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rode in the metallic giant and charged his way forward, forcing his way to the central area of the chain domain, grabbing onto Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerables will dissipated. At almost the same time, another lump of Limitless will appeared, saying calmly, this is Crazed Demon Cave, my will can regenerate endlessly in here, there is a limitless supply of it. Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly, then have a taste of my methods. Bam bam bam. A shocking battle erupted at once. Within the void, countless worlds were implicated, they were all destroyed in the process. Limitless Demon Venerables will have the territorial advantage, he was able to fight evenly with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable initially. But as time went by, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was superior after all, he started to gain the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago, this was only his will controlling Crazed Demon Cave after all. Chapter 2171. For Venerables repair the world. Countless chains swayed and targeted Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as they sealed and slashed. The damage caused by the two Venerables continued to spread out, the entire void was shaking intensely, it seemed to be unable to sustain the pressure. One by one, small worlds were implicated, they were rapidly destroyed and unable to last a few breaths of time. Within the lightning giant, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted, blood surged in his eyes as his aura became more vicious and wild. Take this move! Thieving Heaven shouted as the lightning giant's mountain-like body stopped on the spot. The surface of its body started to transform rapidly, with the crisp sound of clanking metal, cannons started to extend out of its body in all directions. Boom! Thousands of cannons fired at once, countless rays of light pierced the void, a rainbow color of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and others dazzled the entire heaven and earth. As light rays shot out and crossed a vast distance, they destroyed everything in their path. Many chains that Limitless demon venerables will controlled were easily decimated. This move actually comprises metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other paths. Each color of the cannons represent a different path. Oh no! Limitless demon venerables was shaken. The defensive line that he had established was penetrated, exposing the two great worlds that he was protecting. One world had rampaging wild beasts, the other was covered in lush greenery. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the cannons were blocked successfully, but 100 of them still shot towards the two great worlds mercilessly. What? These two worlds contain life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was internally shocked. He could see clearly, his twisted expression froze on his face, clarity returned to his eyes that had turned blood red. Earlier when he explored the void, he saw that the small worlds were devoid of life, they were deathly silent. Thus, he did not care about the destruction of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World contained living beings. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want to be a mass murderer. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to control the lightning giant and turn the cannon in another direction. All of the cannons narrowly avoided the two great worlds. Goo! Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. By forcefully changing his attack direction, he had to endure the backlash of the killer move. The lightning giant that had been powerful and unstoppable was no longer shining, it dimmed by a lot. The battle of the two venerables came to a halt at this moment. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable breathed roughly while Limitless Demon Venerables was protected by countless chains. He fell into deep thought. At the crucial moment, he saw the former's true nature. I can open the pathway and let you enter to take a look. A moment later, Limitless Demon Venerables said. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. But he immediately understood the reason. Blood traces were still lingering on Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's lips. With his relatively severe injuries, he could not heal them in the short period. He chuckled, then what are we waiting for? Limitless Demon Venerables opened a path as he led Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable first saw a large mountain that was black and white in color. This is the book mountain recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable dispelled his lightning giant killer move. He expressed his surprise. Limitless smiled. Book Mountain is one of the cores. With it, this crazed demon 9th void formation can continue to grow. Each time a new genius GU cultivator appears in the world, they would help with the progress of their respective path. Book Mountain will absorb the new knowledge and develop the crazed demon 9th void formation to continuously improve and develop. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there were no worlds at all. But afterwards, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, and Refinement Path developed in the 5 regions, this place also continued to expand and grow. Small worlds first appeared, before they quickly increased in number. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind Savage Wilderness Great World. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created his Green Lotus Dao field, greatly promoting the growth of the crazed demon 9th void formation. In time, living beings will be created and destroyed alongside the small worlds, no longer limited to the current 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper. He started to see blocks of floating ice. They had various sizes and all sorts of strange shapes. This is the truthful floating ice? No wonder I did not find them when exploring the River of Time, so it was you who found and kept them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. And finally, he arrived at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a downcast expression. He felt very disappointed. Space Door is not here after all. Limitless did not lie to him. Limitless said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you do not believe me, you can continue to look. Space Door is not here. How can I find Space Door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable inquired. Limitless shook his head. If I knew about it, why would I need to fight you earlier? Oh Thieving Heaven, please go back, what you seek is not here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was in a daze. he did not speak for some time. No, maybe, this is what I am looking for. Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable emitted a peculiar laugh. His expression was twisted, his eyes were blood red, his tone and mannerism of speech had changed completely, his voice was hoarse as if this was another person speaking. Oh no! Limitless will had a change of expression too. The thing he was worried about the most had still happened in the end. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse voice, if I am not wrong, this is the place where the world boundary of the GU cultivation world is at its thinnest. O Limitless Demon Venerable, your crazed demon ninth void formation is using this place to pierce through the world boundary and bring those things that are beyond the world to act as the raw materials. That is how the 8th layer developed these great and small worlds, right? Say, if I were to break this boundary and leave the GU cultivation world entirely, will I be able to find a way back? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said that as his eyes widened, the aura of excitement and insanity grew more intensely on his body. Limitless will replied solemnly, impossible. You are a GU Venerable yourself, do you not know the power of those things beyond the world? You have already experienced their strength, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside? The Venerable is the strongest person in the world, but even if you can last a long time, you will reach your limit eventually. Can you be sure that you will coincidentally find your original world before you reach your limit? You need to know, you are not the only otherworldly demon, the worlds outside of the GU cultivation world are more than just your original world. But Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his hands as he shouted, but do you know? Do you know how much I want to return? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable then lowered his head, his fingers stabbing into his hair as his eyes were hollow, he muttered, do you know how tough it has been for me? When I was a mortal, I told myself that if I became a GU master, I will be able to find a way home. When I became a GU master, I told myself that after becoming a GU immortal, I will be able to find a way home. After becoming a GU immortal, I consoled myself again, if I become venerable, I will be able to go home. But now, I am already a venerable. And yet, I cannot find Space Door. Where is Space Door? Even if I find Space Door, can it really let me return home? GU Venerables are the strongest. There is no road ahead of me anymore. Sometimes, I will dream of Space Door. I dreamed that I found Space Door but realized it was completely useless. Whenever I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid that I cannot find Space Door, I am afraid that the truth behind it will send me into utter despair. Can you understand my feelings? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became rougher, he looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the thinnest part of the world boundary. He suddenly laughed, his eyes lit up as he said in a hoarse voice, so let me take a risk now. I will pierce this world. Stop it! Limitless will shouted. He was already prepared, he used his full strength to stop him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly trapped by the surrounding chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him, he raised his arms high and slammed down fiercely. Boom! With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken, the most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went out of the broken hole immediately. But Limitless will no longer had the time to pursue him, he tried his best to seal the broken boundary. But terrifying tribulations were spewing out of the hole, Limitless chains could not resist them, they could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice of its original size. The situation is critical, if we do not mend this hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Please lend me a hand. Limitless will shouted loudly. Reckless Savage will flew out of Savage Wilderness Great World, bringing with him countless fierce beasts. Genesis Lotus will flew out of Green Lotus Great World, bringing along countless trees and grasses. The power of 3 Venerables could only maintain the situation, they could not fix this hole. The hole did not expand but the 3 Venerables were already dead, just the power left behind by their main body could not salvage the situation. As the 3 Venerables' power weakened, their expressions turned unsightly. To think that the world is going to be destroyed. Genesis Lotus will smiled bitterly. Limitless will sighed, I should not have taken the risk to let him in. No. Reckless Savage will said grimly, in that situation, even if all three of us took action, we could not stop Thieving Heaven, after all, we cannot take his life. Even if we force him away several times, he can still come back and challenge us until our strength is depleted. This is all my fault, Limitless, release me, I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said regretfully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left through the broken boundary, while another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was still trapped by Limitless Demon Venerable's chains. You? Genesis Lotus was surprised. Who is the one who left earlier? Reckless Savage asked. That is Xiao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly, he is my Dao Guardian. He is also. The situation was urgent, Limitless interrupted him, asking, what plan do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, do you know why Fate Gu's control over otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon who comes into this world will carry their original world's insignia. Those are otherworldly Dao marks. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Dao marks on my body to create a subspace and block this hole. Using the opportunity, I want you all to use your full strength and quickly mend it. Without hesitation, Limitless retracted his chains. Go ahead. Chapter 2172. Demonization. Large and small worlds were rapidly fusing together, all sorts of calamities and tribulations were rampaging in the worlds. The fighting between GU Immortals was also extremely heated. Weaklings would lose their lives from the shockwaves of clashes between experts, strong individuals were also unable to defend themselves in this huge chaotic battle, they were like small boats facing a tsunami, with slight carelessness, they would be overturned and face death. Weak, too weak. Who else can stop me? Die! Ha ha ha! Bu Qiankong continued to provoke its enemies, it charged unhindered, nobody on the battlefield could stop it. It was favored by the innate luck of Crazed Demon Cave to begin with, under the effect of endless learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Afterwards, it received Heavenly Court's help and gained Immortal GU and killer moves, its strength rose explosively. Naiquang Feng and Duan who were also like it, at this moment, the three of them were the strongest GU Immortal shining in this battlefield. Vile beast, don't think you can act so arrogantly. Fang Yuan's for rank 8 subordinate surrounded Rock Monkey Bu Qiankong. Bu Qiankong instantly felt pressure as it stretched out its tongue, licking its lips with excitement and cruelty shining in its eyes. Very good, you have nice numbers. Who are you guys? Lightning Lion. Lightning Lion Warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into the Lightning Lion Warrior that had a lion head and human body. Remember me, I am Dharma. Dharma Lion Warrior also activated his transformation method, turning into a lion head and human body warrior. Steel Rush. Steel Rush Warrior turned into a rhino person. Frost Butterfly. Frost Butterfly Warrior shrank in size, becoming the size of an adult's fist. It had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. In GU Immortal combat, individuals often fought alone. But these for GU Immortals cultivated transformation path, they did not have conflicting Dao marks, furthermore, they were familiar with each other, they had all originated from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They originally had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fang Yuan's help, they all became rank 8. Immediately, the four warriors surrounded Bu Qiankong, they fought intensely. Their battle went on until the sky turned dark, as if they could go on until the sun and moon lost their luster. Bu Qiankong was encircled and its injuries intensified, but it was getting more ferocious in combat. Fists, legs, head, body, knees, elbows, all of these body parts were Bu Qiankong's weapons. Fist shadows flashed as collisions occurred, Bu Qiankong would send one person flying each time. But the four were transformation path experts, their bodies were tough and sturdy, even though they were sent flying, they would quickly return and maintain the encirclement, giving Bu Qiankong huge pressure. The battle of the five went from the sky to the ground, before going back to the sky again. Everywhere they went, other GU Immortals dodged with all their might. Awesome! Awesome! Again! Again! Bu Kong got more and more excited. It felt its mind becoming clearer as all sorts of inspiration of killer moves surged internally. The barriers that it felt before were starting to loosen. It was one of the 3 luck children of crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Its talent and aptitude were superb and unmatched. The strong external pressure were an opportunity to squeeze out even more of its potential in this situation. The rock monkey got fiercer and fiercer. It was originally not proficient with Heavenly Court's killer moves, but now, it had already mastered them. It even fused the moves into its own combat style. This rock monkey is terrifying. Even with the 4 of us working together, we cannot kill it. Lightning Lion and the rest were feeling worried. Even though they were still encircling the rock monkey, they felt that they were trying to suppress a volcano. The volcano was storing up strength at the moment, turning external pressure into its own driving force. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt, the commotion would shock the world, it would retaliate with a fatal attack. Quick, kill him! Make use of Master's method, let the tribulations wear it down. The 4 Immortals communicated in secret, their cooperation also got smoother. All along, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envies heroic genius's killer move had been exerting its effect. The tribulations were used by him to target Bu Kong, Nai Quang Feng, and the rest. Of course, most of the tribulations were a form of refinement path method to refine the various small worlds, and the conflicting Dao marks between the great worlds. Especially with the eruption of tribulations within and outside small worlds. These explosions caused small worlds to be destroyed and completely fuse with the 3 great worlds. During this process, Savage Wilderness Great World had the greatest gains. However, there was a small world that acted independently. It was outstanding among the small worlds. No matter how the tribulations attacked it, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were spherical bubbles, while Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was cubic with sharp edges. No matter what the tribulations did, it remained in its original shape. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's gaze was already on this true inheritance space of Thieving Heaven. Otherworldly demon! He snorted, memories surfacing in his mind as his expression turned unpleasant. Back then, Giant Sun became an immortal Venerable. He went into Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer and learned of the true details regarding the 4 Venerables repairing the world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had disregarded the entire GU cultivation world for his selfish desire. He almost caused the world to be destroyed. Even though he extracted his own otherworldly space path Dao marks at the crucial moment to seal the gaping hole by creating a subspace, the crack was already created, it could not be mended fully. The other 3 Venerable wills gave it their all and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus and Reckless Savage wills had to fall into deep slumber afterwards. Using the opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got rid of Reckless Savage will and took over the control of Savage Wilderness Great World. When Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance, other than to seal the hole he made, he had a deeper motive, that was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Gu Fang Yuan. However, I made my move in advance to dismantle a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a huge price to block the hole back then. It became flawed and was not intact anymore. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun thought about the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance has appeared, with Fang Yuan's possession of self-luck true inheritance, he can use luck inspection to find out that this is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go there. And Heavenly Court will send troops to stop him. The greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the initiative, they were maintaining their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a luck path cultivator, he could not match true experts of wisdom path in deductions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun decided to watch Fang Yuan's conflict with Heavenly Court and try to reap the gains of their fight. The main thing was to deal a heavy blow to Heavenly Court. Peak of Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiu, Qin Dingling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it would not be destroyed by the tribulations within this void. We need to deal with it quickly, it is becoming our obstruction. Fairy Yu Xiu said. Qin Dingling suddenly received important information. She quickly said, our informant in Yellow Earth Great World said that Fang Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet, they are not doing anything. Fairy Yu Xiu was not surprised, of course he would go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind this true inheritance for him after all. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Son who is in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will go there as well. Saying so, Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Qin Dingling. Yes. Qin Dingling replied solemnly. Let's go. We will go find Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fairy Yu Xiu stood up gradually. Excitement flashed in Qin Dingling's eyes. She said hesitantly, don't we have to mind Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method anymore? Don't worry, Thieving Heaven space is not part of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. He needs us to destroy it or have Fang Yuan inherit it so that it will disappear. This space is an obstruction to Limitless derivation. He will be more than happy to see us destroy it. Fairy Yu Xiu answered. Heavenly Court's troops moved out. Divine Emperor City brought Fairy Yu Xiu, Qin Dingling, and others along as they departed from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved with Fairy Ming Hao and Jiu Fangzheng inside. They also left the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was facing the attack of Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan, because of Fairy Yu Xiu's earlier actions, Heavenly Court had many mutant GU immortals joining them like Bu Chen Kong, Nai Quang Feng, and Duan Hu. These GU immortals forced Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Leaf Blade. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless flying leaves moved like blades as they spiraled towards Nai Quang Feng from all directions. Nai Quang Feng laughed wildly, its body moving agilely between the flying leaves, dodging while also directly charging past the blades that it could not avoid. It turned into a tornado at times, the wind blades around it were very sharp and thin. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth. He watched as Nai Quang Feng approached rapidly, feeling intense pressure in his mind. He had already fought Nai Quang Feng for several minutes now. Even though Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Nai Quang Feng, it could not kill him. Nai Quang Feng had Heavenly Court's help and managed to recover quickly. It was now treating Xiao Hejian as its own prey. Die! Nai Quang Feng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was a Miniman GU Immortal, Green Forest Great Sage, the other was Black Locust, the owner of Giant Locust Grotto Heaven, who was also another Woodpath cultivator. Xiao Hejian's killer move changed at once as the three immortals cooperated. Their strength grew explosively. Flying leaf blades turned into seeds that were planted on Nai Quang Feng's body. Countless vines started to grow from them, tying Nai Quang Feng up tightly. Nai Quang Feng was a tornado to begin with, but these vines were still capable of binding it, interrupting its immortal essence usage. Thus, Nai Quang Feng's killer moves could not be sustained for long. The immortal essence flow became unsteady and the power of the moves fell to rock bottom. More and more vines appeared, growing longer and longer. They almost covered Nai Quang Feng completely, leaving no gaps at all. Don't force me. Nai Quang Feng struggled, but it was getting weaker. We finally caught this guy. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Woodpath GU immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was very happy now, because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Nai Quang Feng earlier, while he defeated the latter. Comparing the two, it allowed Xiao Hejian to suppress Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this moment, Nai Quang Feng's aura started to become quite peculiar and strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball, but Nai Quang Feng's voice could still be heard from within. I am going to demonize. Every time I fall into a desperate predicament, I will demonize. I don't want to undergo demonization. Because once I demonize, I will lose my consciousness until I destroy and kill everyone and everything in the world that I am in. But you guys force me, you force my hand. Ugh. Chapter 2173. Perish with the wind. Fang shouted loudly. The louder its voice, the stronger its aura. It soon reached a shocking and unprecedented level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines were torn into countless pieces. Fang regained its freedom. But currently, it was not a deep green tornado, it had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. Intense winds blew. It instantly crossed several thousand steps of distance, arriving before Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already used his defensive killer move, but after the reddish-brown demonic wind devoured him, his aura quickly weakened before completely dying after a few breaths of time. The demonic wind stopped for a moment. It was like a shark that could smell blood as it charged towards Black Locust, who was nearby. Be careful! Xiao Hejian quickly moved to help. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally targeted Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Fang. He had to retreat as he fought. After a few rounds of combat, his tiny face showed a grim expression. His forehead was covered in sweat. The aura of defeat and death was getting denser. Rumble! Lightning tribulations continued to strike, but Fang did not care about them. It was terrifyingly strong. Elsewhere! Stop! Lu Weiyin shouted. But Bu Chen Kong's fist still landed, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's skull into mush. Thereafter, Bu Chen Kong growled. Steel Rush Warrior's soul was shattered. Steel Rush Warrior could not be more dead. His headless corpse fell from the sky like a broken rag doll. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they were absorbed by the great world as nutrients. Who else? Bu Chen Kong raised its head and roared. It was overflowing with fighting spirit, rivaling the 9 heavens and resounding in the world. At this point, the 4 rank 8 GU immortals attacking it were all dead. They were mercilessly killed in a horrific manner. Lu Weiyin sighed as he flew towards the rock monkey. The rock monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good, I will kill you, even if you are Yellow Earth Great World Sage. Lu Weiyin shook his head. I am no sage. Bu Chen Kong, your killing intent is too overbearing. Lu Weiyin had to take action against Bu Chen Kong personally. Bu Chen Kong killed too many GU immortals. If it was not stopped, the overall situation of this GU immortal battle would be affected. Boom boom boom. Lu Weiyin and Bu Chen Kong exchanged blows. This time, Bu Chen Kong was finally suppressed. Even though it was strong and could kill many rank 8 GU immortals, it was still not pseudo-venerable level. In contrast, even though Lu Weiyin lacked offense, his defense was firmly in the realm of pseudo-venerable level. Lu Weiyin endured Bu Chen Kong's fierce attacks with much energy to spare. You are not a sage, yet you are so strong already. Good, very good. Come and attack me, try and kill me. I have not sensed any fatal killing intent against me for some time already. Why are you not attacking? Why do you only defend yourself? Are your attacks so weak and useless? You are too disappointing. The rock monkey continued to shout as it moved rapidly like lightning in the sky. Its attacks were like furious lightning bolts from heaven. Its power was rising endlessly. But Lu Weiyin got distracted. Because he heard that Fang Yuan had already left for Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space at the center. Oh no! Lord Fang Yuan, please stop. Even though that small world might contain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, it will be targeted by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven together. Heavenly Court has already sent their main troops. There are many immortal GU houses and GU immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. Now is not the time for a climactic battle. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth's tomb while you are away, what will we do? Lu Weiyin transmitted time and again, but Fang Yuan did not even respond to it. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, his expression turning unsightly. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is still just a pseudo-venerable. He is not a true venerable. I need to help him. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shows up and kills him, who will protect Paradise Earth's tomb? Who will stall for the crucial time? While thinking of this, Lu Weiyin's vision suddenly turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, Rock Monkey Bu Chen Kong's fist landed squarely on Lu Weiyin's face. You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me, you will pay a terrible price. Bu Chen Kong shouted. Bu Chen Kong flew towards Lu Weiyin as they got closer again. Lu Weiyin was forced to retreat. He quickly used his killer move. It started to rain. Tribulation rain fell on Bu Chen Kong's body, greatly slowing it down while also corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Weiyin's killer move showed effect. Yellowish-brown dust started to appear below Bu Chen Kong. They moved around and gradually sealed it. Get lost, get lost! Bu Chen Kong shouted, using killer moves in a frenzy, trying to sweep away all of the rain and dust surrounding it. But the rain and dust gathered together increasingly, eventually sealing it entirely. A lump of soil that trapped Bu Chen Kong fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, it turned into a huge soil mountain. Just stay put here. Lu Weiyin immediately flew towards Thieving Heaven space. No. I won't give in, these things cannot hold me down. Roar! Bu Chen Kong shouted, its voice resounding like thunder as it reverberated in the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was shattered, dust clouds emerged, from within the broken rocks, it flew out again. What? Lu Weiyin was stunned. Bu Chen Kong's performance was out of his expectation. How could it escape so quickly? Bu Chen Kong resisted the tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Weiyin. Boom! The two exchanged killer moves again, while Lu Weiyin was held back this time. This monkey's killer moves are getting stronger, so that's it. Lu Weiyin understood at this moment. The tribulations were aiding Bu Chen Kong all along. As long as it was not killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and gain more Dao marks. That was why Bu Chen Kong got increasingly stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer shroud my vision. Bu Chen Kong shouted as it used a move that shot out a rainbow, sweeping away the dark clouds of the surrounding 500 li. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. Bu Chen Kong shouted as it stomped on the ground. Mountains collapsed, as Lu Weiyin, who had his defensive method broken through, watched in surprise. Bu Chen Kong was already in a state of insanity. It found Fang Yuan, who was not far away. It abandoned Lu Weiyin and went for Fang Yuan instead. Be careful! Lu Weiyin quickly advised, this monkey is not simple. Fang Yuan did not turn around. It was as if he heard nothing. He only looked at the subspace in front of him. Bu Chen Kong moved rapidly and seemingly teleported behind Fang Yuan. I want all life to understand my intention. I want this sage to perish with the wind. Bu Chen Kong shouted, activating the strongest killer move it had used in its life. Winds, clouds, and thunder roared. The world changed colors at this moment. Fang Yuan turned around slightly, waving his hand lightly towards the back. At the next moment, Bu Chen Kong fell like a comet, crossing the entire battlefield and slamming into several mountains. After a chain of loud explosions, it created a huge gorge of several kilometers on the ground. Finally, it lay on the ground. Its eyes were wide open, but it did not move at all. It was dead. The unceasing chaotic battles and heated battlefields turned silent at this moment. Naiquang Feng, who was unstoppable and killing everything in its path, froze in its reddish-brown demonic wind state. Fang Yuan cast his glance upon it. Naiquang Feng shuddered immediately. At the next moment, endless fear filled its mind and body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. It went out of its demonized state, immediately gaining clarity. Escape! It quickly flew away, ignoring its opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. He had no way to fight back. With just one attack, he would die. He stared with a dumbfounded look as Naiquang Feng escaped from the battlefield in a crazed state. Fang Yuan turned around again, looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space with a calm expression. He turned to look at Heavenly Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board were arriving soon. He looked at the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck altar shined with a golden aurora. It was arriving too. A cold and ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. He turned into a white ray of light as he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Charge, we will fight inside. Fairy Yu Xiu immediately ordered. Once Heavenly Court's Immortal GU houses arrived, they also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. They could not use their full strength outside. If they went past the limit, they would face Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method. At the same time, it was easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fang Yuan's vision changed rapidly. When he regained his sight, he was already in this true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space that Thieving Heaven left behind could be considered an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space. It had warm lights but no mountains, rivers, wind, or land. It was completely empty. But there were some peculiarities in here. There were black lines that extended everywhere, covering every inch of the space. These lines were either thick or thin. They all gave off a terrifying aura that Fang Yuan felt fearful towards. At the same time, he felt familiarity in this aura. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven. Even though Fang Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, after seeing this, he realized immediately, it seems that this true inheritance space is going to collapse soon. I need to quickly comprehend the mysteries here and decipher where the true inheritance really is. The last time he entered a true inheritance space of Thieving Heaven, he obtained ghostly concealment. That time, Fang Yuan went in through open door GU and closed door GU. At that time, the true inheritance space was very stable. It had many winds of assimilation tornadoes inside. Only an otherworldly demon could dispel the wind by touching them. Because of that, Fang Yuan accidentally saved Feng Ju Ji. After all the tornadoes had vanished, Fang Yuan successfully obtained ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this space was different. There were no tornadoes at all. If Thieving Heaven's true inheritance really existed here, it would be hidden deeply and would require deductions. But Fang Yuan was not rushing to make deductions. He took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it within this space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, 5 colored smoke spewed out. In a few breaths of time, 5 colored smoke spread out in the surrounding 10 li. It was so dense that one could not see their own fingers. After Heavenly Court's troops entered Thieving Heaven space, they went inside the 5 colored smoke and immediately felt suppressed. These are the 5 regions' regional walls. Chapter 2174. I became handsome, I became stronger. Is this an arrangement of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi. He had modified it. It is as if the 5 regional walls are replicated. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly deduced. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed during the Fate War. With these clues, it was not an issue for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Yu Xiu to deduce. Boom! Fang Yuan suddenly appeared, his killer move landing on Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was instantly swept away deep into the dense fog. We cannot fight here. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He is unrestricted. Gu Fangzing shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had disappeared completely. To think that Fang Yuan would reproduce them, it seems that he has been preparing for this battle for a long time. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth before ordering, find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern Restriction Purple Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White Gold Scent Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Red Raging Flame Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Blue Water Light Chi. They were all different now, having been elevated to a whole new level. They were already on par with the 5 regional walls that existed in the past. Back then when Dao Yu researched on the 5 regional walls, he created the methods of 5 regional limit formation and 5 restriction profound light chi. Fang Yuan used the foundation of his life's research and made a breakthrough. He reached a height that Dao Zhu had never seen in his life. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He was completely unaffected in the 5 regional walls. Other GU immortals, however, were restricted by the regional walls. No matter what GU worms they used, they would have to face a backlash. With this difference, Fang Yuan's advantage was too huge. Heavenly Court did not want to see this situation. In the past, they would not be affected by central restriction white golds and light qi, but now was different. With the merging of the 5 regions and the rampage of qi tides, the entire world's aura has been unified. GU immortals were no longer differentiated by regions. And this new combined aura of the 5 regions was not any of the previous 5 regional qi. Thus, no matter which region the GU immortal came from, they would be suppressed within this 5 restriction profound light qi. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan dealt a heavy blow to Divine Emperor City, causing this huge city's green surface layer of light to shake and tremble. But Divine Emperor City was too huge, even Fang Yuan could not destroy it for now. From Divine Emperor City, a female immortal flew out. She was a young lady with a beautiful appearance. It was Fairy Yu Xiu. She surged with battle intent as she went to Fang Yuan. Gu Fang Yuan, do you dare to fight me? At this time, another immortal GU house arrived in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Saichuan's voice resounded from within. Fang Yuan, why don't we join hands and dismantle this Divine Emperor City first? Fang Yuan smiled lightly and replied, no, currently, Demon Judgment Board has been thrown into the 5 regional walls, while Divine Emperor City is too big and hard to send flying. Your side will stall Divine Emperor City while I will go and destroy Demon Judgment Board. Fang Yuan. Bing Saichuan wanted to urge him. But Fang Yuan turned around and went into the 5-colored smoke without hesitation. Ignore him, our target is Divine Emperor City. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sat at the main seat as he ordered. Yes, Master. Bing Saichuan immediately moved Calamity Luck Altar, which crashed towards Divine Emperor City like a comet. Fairy Yu Xiu gritted her teeth. She had to defend it. Lu Weiyin also arrived at this moment. Lord Fang Yuan. He only managed to see Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored smoke. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. He did not dare to enter the 5-colored smoke deeply. He had to communicate with Bing Saichuan and attack Divine Emperor City instead. The 5 regional limit formation continued to function as 5-colored smoke poured out endlessly. Within the dense smoke, Demon Judgment Board charged everywhere, trying to find the location of the formation. Outside the dense smoke, Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar fought intensely. Found it! Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Ming Hao's eyes suddenly opened. She was a pseudo-venerable level wisdom path great expert. Her full strength was nothing short of extraordinary. But this deduction also dealt heavy damage to her. After all, she was using wisdom path killer moves in the 5 regional walls. Good, if we destroy this formation, we will be ruining one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Gu Fang Zheng flew with great morale, charging with Demon Judgment Board. The 5-colored smoke became denser as Demon Judgment Board's luster became dimmer. Gu Fang Zheng was sustaining a huge backlash. His face soon turned pale as blood oozed out of his mouth. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan found them and used killer moves continuously with terrifying strength. Demon Judgment Board was facing greater difficulty in defending itself. It moved precariously ahead. Ignore him, destroy the formation. Fairy Ming Hao's childlike appearance was filled with boldness and determination. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red beam of light. The blood-red light was thick and powerful. It landed on the formation with an extremely fast speed. The surface of the 5 regional limit formation radiated with 5-colored lights. It shook slightly but did not collapse. How can this be? Within Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng was very shocked. He was clear of this move's power. Even within the 5 regional walls, it should not be this weak. Fairy Ming Hao understood the reason immediately. Her pupils shrank slightly. Fang Yuan invested a lot into this formation. it has at least 8 rank 8 Immortal GU and the defense is high, we cannot destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation used region and limit as the cause originally, as well as a vast number of mortal GU. Afterwards, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein Immortal GU, followed by Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, these Immortal GU were mostly rank 7. But the current Fang Yuan was different. While recuperating, he did not just modify the 5 regional limit formation again by raising its defense, he even raised all of the Immortal GU in this formation to rank 8. His wealth was simply unimaginable. The full-powered attack of Demon Judgment Board could not even remove one layer of the 5 regional limit formation's defense. In fact, because they activated a powerful killer move, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 Immortal GU house was now covered in cracks, it was near the point of breaking apart. What should we do now? Fang could not help but be flustered internally. Fang Yuan was attacking outside and giving him huge pressure. Their goal of trying to destroy the 5 regional limit formation was also impossible now. I advise that we retreat. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao nodded, fighting here is too unfavorable. But it is fine, destroying this formation was only one attempt, even if we fail, there is no consequence on the eventual outcome. Let's go. Fairy Ming Hao left Demon Judgment Board and opened her Immortal Aperture's entrance, storing this Immortal GU house. Next, in front of Fang Yuan's surprised gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Wei Yin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Ming Hao had suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yu Xiu. He also asked about the situation on Fang Yuan's end. The 2 pseudo-venerables Ming Hao and Yu Xiu are able to teleport to each other instantly. Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Ming Hao did not succeed in destroying his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan also failed to destroy Demon Judgment Board. In essence, this was a draw. Fang Yuan might have a slight upper hand. But the situation was still stuck in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation is still functioning, 5-colored smoke will continue to spread and fill the entire true inheritance space. But this will take too long, neither Heavenly Court nor Longevity Heaven will want to stay in here until then. Fang Yuan pondered rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move, it could not restrain people, they could enter and exit freely. It would take too long for the 5-colored smoke to fill Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse because of the intense fights. Fang Yuan flew out rapidly, leaving the 5-colored smoke. He went to the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Heavenly Court's deduction ability, similar to his Refinement Path attainment. Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path attainment was a huge advantage for them. Fang Yuan had to restrain them from having the time to deduce the true inheritance's location. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to join the battle and make deductions in his mind as well. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky while spreading green light. It was grand and imposing, remaining unmovable. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden comet. Bing Sichuan manipulated it to its limit. It flew around Divine Emperor City continuously, launching all sorts of attacks. Between the 2 Immortal GU houses, for pseudo-venerables, Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin, Ming Hao, and Yu Xiu were fighting. The 2 sides were first evenly matched, but soon, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Xiu were very powerful, they each had a mature combat system. Fairy Ming Hao's flying stars seemed like a singular move, but they were all consecutive moves. By repeatedly hitting the same target, Fang Yuan would have to endure increasing damage each time. Fairy Yu Xiu's methods were also very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. It was hard for ordinary GU immortals to find a countermeasure. Lu Wei Yin fell into a tough battle due to Fairy Yu Xiu's focus on him. While Fang Yuan also had a taste of the power of Fairy Ming Hao's Pride GU. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind with great issues. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used, the risks were too great. And most importantly, Ming Hao and Yu Xiu had incredibly well-coordinated cooperation. Their coordination was extraordinary. Fang Yuan had never seen anything like it before. Because of this, while Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin worked together, they were suppressed by the two fairies. The cooperation of Yu Xiu and Ming Hao has produced a qualitative change. If I fought alone, I would have lost already. Lu Weiyin had a solemn mood. The opponents were working together impeccably. Their cooperation was simply not humanly possible. They gave off a natural feeling, as if it was only reasonable for them to work together this perfectly. While Ming Hao and Yu Xiu fought against Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they even had time to help Divine Emperor City resist Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Then you need to know that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had once been here and damaged Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. He took out a portion of the true inheritance by force. Thankfully, you are allies, you can ask for it. Fairy Yu Xiu easily tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he said to Lu Weiyin, go deal with Divine Emperor City, I will handle these two. Lord Fang Yuan, without me, if you fight alone. Lu Weiyin was hesitant. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, leave, you are hindering me. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth as he flew away from Fang Yuan. Seeing this change, Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiu saw the weakness in their enemies. They looked at each other before launching rapid attacks at Fang Yuan together. Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out a young Yu Immortal. Rank 8 Transformation Path Yu Immortal Zhong Bu Du. Immortal Killer Move, Incomplete Freedom Transformation. The young man shouted as a blood-red cape appeared on his back, fluttering with the wind. I became handsome, I became stronger. Zhong Bu Du clenched his fist, staring at the two female immortals with a shining gaze filled with surging fighting spirit. Chapter 2175. Giant Sun takes action. It was very intense. Come fight. Zhong Bu Du shouted as he descended like a ferocious dragon, charging towards the two heavenly court pseudo-venerables, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao split up at once, retreating at the same time as they created a long distance. Zhong Bu Du missed his target again. He snorted coldly with some anger internally. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones. He cultivated Transformation Path and rose to rank 8. He had his own totem killer moves. But his own battle strength was still far from the peak of rank 8. He was not the match of experts like Qin Dingling or Wu Yong. But once he used the killer move Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he would instantly reach pseudo-venerable battle strength. Incomplete Freedom Transformation was not simple at all, it was extraordinary. This transformation was made up of 3 moves: Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation. After Zhong Bu Du used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he gained the advantages of all 3 killer moves without any of their drawbacks. He could move like lightning, shoot out lightning bolts, possess immense recovery and regeneration, and also the ability to devour all attacks. Even though he was human, each action held divine strength that could intimidate demons or deities. He could directly suppress all immemorial desolate beasts or plants. He was basically a moving calamity that could fight heaven and earth, dominating all that were in his way. Even Ming Hao and Yu Xiu did not dare to fight Zhong Bu Du head-on, they engaged with him from a distance. However, when their various killer moves got close to Zhong Bu Du, they would either be devoured or endured forcefully, before his regeneration took place and healed his body completely. After a few rounds of combat, Ming Hao and Yu Xiu lost their enthusiasm to fight against Zhong Bu Du. The enemy was too resilient but also very fast. Thankfully, he lacked in the wisdom path aspect, while Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were experts in this. Thus, they started to use wisdom path killer moves to weaken Zhong Bu Du, while deducing and preempting many of his attacks to dodge them. It was very wise that Fang Yuan gave Incomplete Freedom Transformation to Zhong Bu Du. He was a pseudo-venerable in the first place. Using Incomplete Freedom Transformation was quite wasteful. Giving it to Zhong Bu Du would produce another pseudo-venerable instantly. Once Zhong Bu Du took action, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Zhong Bu Du worked together to deal with Ming Hao and Yu Xiu. They regained their footing as Heavenly Court lost the initiative. They went into a deadlock again. Jean Bu do frown deeply. These two are extremely slippery and utilize their advantages well. I am unable to use my expertise against them. And their cooperation is simply too fluid. Even though the main body and I have the closest of relationships, we are still not as well coordinated as them. It is likely because they are both wisdom path great experts. Rumble. While moving around, both sides launched killer moves again, causing a beautiful display of fireworks to occur. The firepower was getting more intense. Fang Yuan's main body was still showing a cold expression. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were also secretly scheming. From the start, Fang Yuan has not been using his full strength. He is making deductions while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yu Xiu was very clear of her enemy's actions. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He also has the Qi Si clone. That is another pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he is let out, this will get more troublesome. If we work together, we can resist the three of them for now, but this crafty Fang Yuan will definitely use the numbers to his advantage. He will ignore us and focus on Divine Emperor City. Heavenly Court actually knew about Qi Si ancestors' true identity. As it turned out, Qin Dingling knew this secret some time ago, but she did not expose him at that time. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court did not know. But afterwards, Qin Dingling learned about the truth from Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi Si clone was created in Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit was used in the process. Heavenly Court had existed for millions of years. It naturally had ways to find out. Precisely because of that, when the Qi Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance and invited Heavenly Court to send GU Immortals against Fang Yuan, Qin Dingling did not give an affirmative response. Fairy Yu Xiu transmitted, Qin Dingling is a passable leader of Heavenly Court. When Heavenly Court lacked a pseudo-venerable battle strength, she controlled herself and caused Fang Yuan to be misled into thinking that the Qi Si clone was not be exposed, thus not using him now. Right now, we are benefiting from that. Fairy Ming Hao nodded secretly. We can't kill Fang Yuan here, but we cannot let him obtain the Thieving Heaven true inheritance here. We need to try and destroy this true inheritance space from the inside. The battle intensified, but the strange thing was that neither side truly treated the opponent as their opponent. Fang Yuan was doing his best to make deductions. He was not using his full strength in battle. Jean Bu Du was sent out to restrain the two Heavenly Court pseudo-venerables as well. After all, he could cooperate better with his clone compared to Lu Wei Yin. Meanwhile, Heavenly Court focused on destroying Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven, Calamity Luck Altar had been finding trouble with Divine Emperor City. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed without restraint, not caring about this true inheritance space. Evidently, regardless of what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was after, he still had the intention to destroy this space so Fang Yuan could not gain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven was allied with Fang Yuan, they were only doing so out of pressure from Heavenly Court. They did not want to see Fang Yuan get any more help. Especially when this help came from Thieving Heaven. Divine Emperor City's green light continued to shine densely, defending it from any attacks no matter how fierce or intense they were. Divine Emperor City was not only defending itself, it also had offenses. Immortal Killer Move, Divine Bin Soldier. Yellow Bin Soldiers charged ahead, Green Bin Soldiers shot out arrows like rain, Red Bin Soldiers self-detonated, Black Bin Soldiers defended at the center. There were also Blue and White Bin Soldiers mixed among them, having their own tasks. Each time Lu Wei Yin attacked Divine Emperor City, he would face the encirclement of these Divine Bin Soldiers. Lu Wei Yin used his offensive killer moves and caused great losses to these Divine Bin Soldiers. Less than 10% of them survived. This result shocked Lu Wei Yin. Despite him being specialized in defense, his offensive methods were also at the peak of rank 8, to think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Bin Soldiers. The reason was because of Divine Emperor City's other move, Graftwood. This move could allow the Divine Bin Soldiers to be connected together and share the damage they suffered. The bulk of the damage went to Divine Emperor City, while the Divine Bin Soldiers bore the rest of the burden. Thus, these Divine Bin Soldiers were very hard to kill in battle. After Lu Wei Yin spent a long time to break out of the encirclement, when he approached Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts shot towards him. It was Immortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless sparks that resembled dragons or snakes, as well as jade green lightning balls that exploded. After they exploded, the remaining woodpath Dao marks would remain in the area and modify this battlefield gradually. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space and not the 5 regions, thus this move's power could not be fully displayed. After Lu Weiyin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights around Divine Emperor City started to turn into spirals as they shot out painting path killer moves. These painting figures had countless forms, like flowers, birds, fishes, or insects. They were extremely varied and gave Lu Weiyin a huge problem. Painting path is very unique, my attacks cannot get rid of them, I can't conceal myself with my defensive methods either, this is a problem. Painting path was kept as a secret by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This was Lu Weiyin's first encounter with it, there was no helping it, he felt he was without options. Lu Weiyin was unable to break Divine Emperor City's defense. Calamity Luck Altar was similar. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 luck path Immortal Yu house. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created it personally. It displayed great might during the Fate War, but right now, it could not do anything to Divine Emperor City. The reason was that Divine Emperor City shot out rays of white light from time to time. Calamity Luck Altar had to dodge them each time without being careless. This was Human Path Killer move, Broken Homes and Dead Family. This move countered Immortal Yu houses. During the Fate War, Immortal Yu house chicken dog coop was only grazed by it and the entire Immortal Yu house broke apart without a single Yu Immortal inside surviving. This was the Human Path offensive killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created. Calamity Luck Altar was restrained by it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar could only guard the surroundings. This structure with 3 floors of round altars and multiple pillars holding it up, having white jade railings and shining aurora, was acting like an irritating fly that was moving around a person. However, it was also not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed great might earlier when fighting against Yu Immortals. The truth was, its most valuable method was the killer move Calamity Luck Revolution. This move could turn all sorts of calamities and tribulations into becoming harmless to the immortal aperture, instead nourishing it accordingly. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to survive countless tribulations and grow over time. That was the use of Calamity Luck Altar. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left it in Longevity Heaven before dying for this reason as well. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. Fang Dichang and Shenshong worked together to comprehend the mysteries within. There is a huge disturbance in the outside world, it is likely a huge battle. Divine Emperor City possesses the methods of Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Now that these methods are used so frequently, it shows that the ones attacking Divine Emperor City are not weaklings. Shenshong said. This was a good thing for them. The more these methods were used, the more they could observe and comprehend the wood path, painting path, and human path profundities within. Is it my main body attacking Divine Emperor City now? Fang Dichang guessed, or maybe someone is trying to save the existences within Growling Beast Painting World and Qi Howling Painting World. Right at this time, Shenshong's and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. They stood up in shock as their gazes pierced through the room, towards the painting world sky. In the sky, golden aurora gathered into 2 giant hands. These 2 hands shrouded heaven and earth. They were unimaginably big. The left hand grabbed Qi Howling Painting World while the right hand grabbed Growling Beast Painting World. Genesis Lotus will growled loudly. The power of Painting Path burst out to suppress the 2 giant hands. Within Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle was at the final critical moment. The entirety of Thieving Heaven space was covered in black lines, at the brink of destruction. Jean Budu gritted his teeth. He felt anxious internally. The main body has not deduced the true location yet. He might not make it in time. The time is now. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look at Fang Yuan before taking a step out. At the next moment, he appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 2176. Primordial Domain. Golden light burst out in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely as if something was breaking out from within. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun bellowed. In the painting worlds, countless citizens looked up at the sky dumbstruck. They saw two hands flying in the sky, directly smashing two huge holes in the painting worlds. The two hands flew out of Divine Emperor City unobstructed, disintegrating in the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Qiu. I was saved. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was filled with surprise and joy. Master! Mao Li Qiu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Son and was choked with tears. I knew you would come and save me, woof. Mao Li Qiu's body immediately shrunk, it became tiny and jumped into Immortal Zombie Giant Son's arms. Immortal Zombie Giant Son showed a doting smile as he petted Mao Li Qiu's head. You are still the same, you bark like a dog when you are excited. Woof woof woof. Mao Li Qiu looked up at its master and barked with tears flowing out of its eyes. Giant Son Immortal Venerable? He has already recovered to this degree. Fairy Ming Hao was shocked. Ignore him, use our full strength to stall Fang Yuan. We are about to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Fairy Yu Xiu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. Qi Si Ancestor flew out. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. At once, vast Qi surged, rushing towards him from all directions. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were intercepted by this move, while Fang Yuan used the chance to dive into the five-colored smoke. It's here! He finally found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had reached it already. Fang Yuan instantly went there and took away the remaining content of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. At almost the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave! Lu Weiyin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan withdrew the 5 regional limit formation and became the last person to leave, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space vanished into thin air at almost the same time. He succeeded after all. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. This true inheritance has been half devastated already, no need to worry, our goal has been achieved in this fight. Let's go! The crucial part starts now. Fairy Yu Xiu stored Divine Emperor City, the two immortals vanished instantly. Seeing this, Fang Yuan revealed an expression of contemplation. Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin quickly gathered alongside Zhon Bu Du, Qi Si Ancestor, and Fang Yuan. At the other side, there was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Son. Both sides did not talk, even though they were allies, they both knew about the dependability level of their alliance. For pseudo-venerable battle strengths, Bing Saichuan, who was within Calamity Luck Altar, was tongue-tied. In just a short period, Fang Yuan's strength had grown to such a level. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals were not fools. The moment Qi Si Ancestor appeared, they realized he was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Son as he squinted, maintaining silence. Even though the other party was an immortal zombie now, he still had extraordinary strength and profound methods. The moment he took action, he broke into Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Qiu, who were sealed inside the painting worlds. Right now, Mao Li Qiu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Son's arms, wagging its tail in joy. How could one even imagine that this was a proud legendary immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, he stood at one side without much embarrassment. His expression was hesitant and suspicious. He was saved by Immortal Zombie Giant Son, but the moment he came out, he saw Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan in a three-way battle. After that, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space got destroyed. What in the world was happening? The scale of the battle was huge, the situation was complex. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not process it immediately. Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Son nodded at Fang Yuan, taking the initiative to speak. This is Heavenly Court scheme. Fang Yuan raised his brows. Oh? How so? Immortal Zombie Giant Son pointed at the place where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was added in much later. It was used to salvage the situation. Because it greatly affected Limitless Demon Venerable's derivation, its destruction is something that Limitless is happy to see. At the same time, Heavenly Court's Fang is trying to deduce Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements. She is also obstructed by this space. Now that it is destroyed, her progress will be smooth sailing. Earlier, when I deduced Limitless arrangements, I had fought against her from afar. She is the strongest wisdom path expert among the 3 pseudo-venerables. She has already come into contact with the other core of the 9th layer, Primordial domain. Heavenly Court came here to obstruct you from getting Thieving Heaven's true inheritance on the surface, but their true intention was to force me to take action by using the captives in Divine Emperor City as bait. Without my obstruction, seeing that Fang has not shown up even now, it is likely that they have made a breakthrough there. Their advantage and initiative has grown even larger. The moment Immortal Zombie Giant Son finished his words, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other Immortals' pupils shrank, along with Immortal Zombie Giant Son. They all turned towards the direction of Green Lotus Great World. The Immortals looked past a vast distance, seeing that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, a lump of phantom image appeared at the peak of Book Mountain. This phantom image was pure white and humongous. It was far larger than even Book Mountain, having the shape of a ball, with the inner area shining dazzlingly with white light. The Immortals were all shaken. Lu Weiyin's expression turned ugly as he said, "Primordial domain." The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 36 states. Carefree Wisdom Heart was born. She was intelligent and witty. Ren Zhu liked his 8th child a lot. But at the same time, Ren Zhu was vexed. My mind shattered. What do? I cannot store more knowledge anymore. Sigh, it seems that only the 2 of you can help me now. Thus, Carefree Wisdom Heart and Great Strength True Martial used their own minds to store up more knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge, before moving along with Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu and his children started their 3rd attempt. Before they took a step, they would scatter ink text and knowledge. The text would describe their knowledge and form a small black path. Ren Zhu and his children walked on this small path. But when they finished using their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see any signs of wisdom Yu. Ren Zhu's 3rd attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged in disappointment. What do we do now? We have already done our best, but our knowledge is still insufficient. We cannot hold any more knowledge in our minds. Ren Zhu sighed. He was also quite helpless. At this time, Hope Yu flew out. "Oh human, don't be disappointed, I am here." Ren Zhu was surprised. "How can you help me?" Hope Yu answered, "Oh human, I can awaken your aperture 1. Hope allowed people to gain enlightenment, awaken their aperture. Thus, Hope Yu exerted effort to create an aperture for Ren Zhu. Humility Yu laughed, "Then let me help you as well, human. When you have humility, your capacity will be larger, you will be able to hold more things." Thus, the aperture expanded in size. Ren Zhu obtained the aperture and felt very happy. This place is really huge. I can store so much knowledge. This is wonderful. Ren Zhu and his children went to Book Mountain again. They refined their knowledge and searched for ink text. Ren Zhu stored a lot of knowledge into his aperture, even he did not know the quantity he took. Ren Zhu and his children set off on their 4th journey. They stepped on the ink text path and entered deep into Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. They went very deeply and searched many places. They changed directions countless times but still could not find wisdom Yu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain. This time, because the exploration took too long, the ink text path that they created when they set off was unable to endure the endless barrage of information. A large portion of it faded away. Ren Zhu found the Inkman Elder and asked, "Why can't we find wisdom Yu?" The Inkman Elder replied, "Sometimes, when we Inkmen explore the place, we would encounter wisdom Yu. But you 3 have searched the entire Qian Kuan Crystal Wall but did not find wisdom Yu. It means that it is intentionally hiding from you. It does not want to meet you." Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, "Then where is wisdom Yu hiding at?" The Inkman Elder pondered and said, "Oh humans, you have searched the entire Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. If wisdom Yu is still inside here, it can only hide in one place. That place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious part of Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Chen Kuan Crystal Wall has a record of everything that happens in the world. It contains infinite information. Primordial domain contains the information of the world since creation. It also has the information of the ends of all living beings. It is both the starting point and the ending point. It has nothing, yet it comprises everything. Great strength True Marshal was overjoyed. We have not gone to primordial domain yet. O Inkman Elder, tell us how to get into the primordial domain. The Inkman Elder shook his head. It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have also only heard of the location. We have never entered it. O humans, we Inkmen admire you a lot. You possess knowledge that far surpasses us. Thus, if you want to enter primordial domain, you need to rely on yourselves. Ren Zhu and his children had to make their own research. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a find. She shouted joyfully, I found it, I found it. Oh daughter, what did you find? Why are you so excited? Ren Zhu asked in curiosity. Carefree Wisdom Heart opened both her palms. On my right palm, I found right GU. On my left palm, I found wrong GU. These two GU are born in your body. They are ordinary looking and are much less presentable than my authority GU. What help can they give us? Great strength True Marshal was very prideful. He spoke nonchalantly. Carefree Wisdom Heart answered, these two GU allow us to differentiate and classify our knowledge. Look at our knowledge again. The truth is, much of it is right at this moment, but after some time, those pieces of information will be wrong. There is also much of it that is right when placed here, but wrong when placed there. I think that if we use the knowledge that is always right at all times and use it to make our text path, we will be able to reach primordial domain. Ren Zhu nodded. Your words are quite logical. Let us try it. But no matter how they looked, they could not find such knowledge. Great strength True Marshal Strong GU said proudly, O humans, you are wasting your effort. Because in this world, there has only been strong and weak, there has never been right or wrong, thus, your actions are in vain, you cannot classify right and wrong. Chapter 2177. Venerable Invincibility. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eye shined with bright light. I get it, the existence of everyone in the world, regardless of right or wrong, is logical, because this is the true meaning of their existence. This is what true meaning is. Be it information or knowledge, they are a type of expression of true meaning, a form of revelation. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong. It can explain everything. Let us search for it. The three of them started to dig up true meaning from the vast sea of knowledge. Great strength True Marshal was the first to get impatient. Ren Zhu also lost his perseverance soon, but only Carefree Wisdom Heart remained calm and composed. Her expression was serious and solemn. After a long time, Great strength True Marshal pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart. He gasped in shock, look, another GU grew on your body. The newly born GU was called Serious GU. After Carefree Wisdom Heart obtained it, she became very happy. With this GU, I will be able to recognize true meaning more easily. After a long time, Ren Zhu pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart as well. Look, another GU appeared on your body. The second GU was called Learning GU. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge. She converted knowledge into things that she truly understood. She was no longer just storing them using memory GU. She started to understand more and more knowledge. Soon, a third GU appeared on her body. The third GU was called Talent GU. I found it! I found it! One day, Carefree Wisdom Heart shouted with joy. With the help of Self-Will GU, Learning GU, and Talent GU, she finally found the true meaning of knowledge. Quickly tell us, what does true meaning look like? Great strength True Marshal was very happy as he asked. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. The true meaning contained within will be lost if I try to convey it in words. Then write it out using ink text. Great strength True Marshal thought about it and suggested. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head again. The meaning can only be understood, it cannot be passed down in text. Ren Zhu waved his hand. Forget it, since you possess true meaning now, let's head out immediately. Carefree Wisdom Heart was filled with true meaning. they set off from Book Mountain. As she scattered ink text on the ground, the path was much wider than before, it was also more sturdy. Renzu and his children walked on the Great Path and arrived in Primordial Domain. Within Primordial Domain, they met Wisdom Yu. Wisdom Yu was quite helpless, it had already hidden itself so deeply, but Renzu still found it. Self Yu managed to take a bite out of it in the end. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. Center of Green Lotus Great World. At the peak of Book Mountain, everyone was present. Che Wei took the 5th seat, Qin Dingling took the 4th, Fairy Ming Hao took the 3rd, Fairy Yu Xiu took the 2nd, while Fairy Feng Yue took the main seat. Fairy Feng Yue's hair was tied up in a bun, she was old but not wrinkled, she retained her beauty and elegance. Her entire body was covered in a thin layer of dazzling light, it was the sign that she possessed talent Yu. Currently, she was taking charge of the situation, exerting power in secret to force Primordial Domain to appear at the top of Book Mountain. After Thieving Heaven space was destroyed, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao brought all of their troops with them as they teleported back to Fairy Feng Yue's side. Fairy Ming Hao sighed, to think that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had such deep painting path attainment, he easily managed to save Mao Li Qiu. Heavenly Court had indeed wanted to use Mao Li Qiu and the rest to force Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to take action. Heavenly Court was clear of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's protective nature towards his descendants and kin. But unexpectedly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to easily save the captives without issue. He is a former Immortal Venerable after all, this is nothing strange. Qin Dingling said, furthermore, our side benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yu Xiu was hesitant, it is still unclear which side benefited the most. We expanded our advantage while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took back Mao Li Qiu, and Fang Yuan also obtained the remainder of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. For some reason, I am feeling quite uneasy. Fairy Feng Yue looked at Primordial Domain in the sky as she said, the situation is clear now, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan will send their troops against us. We will remain here and stay on the defense, as long as we can endure their attacks, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious, we will rebuild the glory of Heavenly Court. Everyone, do you have confidence in this? Hearing this, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals were riled up with great morale, they answered together. It was all thanks to Lady Feng Yue's planning that we have such a great advantage now. We need to defend it at all cost. We cannot lose again. Even if we sacrifice our lives, there is no regret. In my opinion, even though there are many enemies, Giant Sun and Fang Yuan will not work together sincerely, they will be guarded against each other. Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan and frowned deeply, Primordial Domain has appeared, Heavenly Court's wisdom path attainment is truly incredible, we cannot wait any longer. The situation is really terrible. Primordial Domain had already been exposed, but Heavenly Court only managed to get that far, they had not truly obtained it yet. Even so, Heavenly Court's advantage was immense. Because Primordial Domain was far more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a Venerable entered Primordial Domain, they would regain their supreme attainment level and become a Dao Lord again. Whoever entered Primordial Domain first would turn the advantage into victory, they would be the eventual winner of this crazed Demon Cave battle. Not only that, after this, when the Venerable who became a Dao Lord went back to the 5 regions, they would take control of the world's situation. Thus, they would likely become the winner of the 5 regions' chaotic war, ending up as the new ruler of the world. Lord Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court is about to obtain Primordial Domain. We need to attack with full force, if we cannot stop Heavenly Court, we will experience defeat this time. Lu Weiyin said with determination. Originally, his tactic was to defend first and retaliate later, but now, they had no choice but to go on the offense. How do we use our full strength? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin showed a conflicted expression immediately. Heavenly Court had a clear wisdom path advantage. Ever since the start of the crazed Demon Cave battle, Heavenly Court had held the initiative and advantage at all times. Heavenly Court's 3 pseudo-venerables cultivated wisdom path, due to their planning and foresight, their advantage was not just maintained, it was even expanded. Right now, Heavenly Court even managed to draw out the other core of the 9th layer, Primordial Domain. And more terrifyingly, they did not cause Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative method to trigger. This meant that Heavenly Court had already comprehended a lot of the 9th layer's profundity. They were able to avoid Limitless method from activating. All along, Fang Yuan did not see Limitless will manifesting. It was likely that it had already been destroyed. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply in admiration. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable fought his way to Heavenly Court and 4-star constellations will to play a game of chess with him. They comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all sorts of heaven path research results that were secretly sent into Crazed Demon Cave for the derivation here. But at the same time, Heavenly Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Heavenly Court managed to draw out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I had already felt something amiss. Now that they are about to bring out Primordial Domain, I can see that their wisdom path attainment is truly unmatched. Now that Heavenly Court has the initiative and territorial advantage, we are all forced to attack them while they only need to defend. And the worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. That is also my worry. Heavenly Court is skilled in wisdom path. Why would they not know that both of our sides are going to attack them desperately? But they still went ahead with this. It means that they are confident in stopping our attacks. And their confidence might likely stem from Crazed Demon Cave. Heavenly Court was able to bring out Book Mountain earlier. They also took out Primordial Domain now without activating Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. One reason was their superb wisdom path method. The other was that Heavenly Court's infiltration of Crazed Demon Cave had lasted for over 1,000,000 years. They had deep foundations. Fang Yuan could clearly not reach that level of understanding. If he used his full strength, he would likely face Limitless retaliative method. This meant that Heavenly Court was making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem with fighting wisdom path experts. Lu Weiyin continued frowning. The truth was, he still had a deep worry internally but he could not express it. That was Gu Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was a pseudo-venerable indeed with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before the trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now? He was facing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The appearance of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a huge blow to Lu Weiyin. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had yet to appear, also placed a huge pressure on him internally. Could Fang Yuan fight against these two enemies? The truth was, Lu Weiyin had no confidence in him. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of the world in the last few million years of human history. Because Lu Weiyin had no confidence, he made the plan earlier to defend first and retaliate later. Fang Yuan might be able to defend against a Venerable for some time, but only a Venerable could defeat a Venerable. These were Lu Weiyin's true thoughts. At the same time, Fang Yuan's subordinates had the same mentality. Even if these people idolized and admired him, they were not brazen enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a Venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, during Primordial Origins era, variant humans ruled the world. Did they lack pseudo-venerable battle strengths? They had them, and the numbers were not few. But they had never held any hope of defeating a Venerable. Indeed, Fang Yuan had unfathomable strength and was able to easily defeat other pseudo-venerable GU immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables surpassed the peak of rank 8, among themselves, their difference in strength could still be huge. But if Fang Yuan had to fight against a Venerable, nobody would think that he could win. They would only think of how long he could last. As long as Fang Yuan lasts until Lord Paradise Earth revives, we will win. But now, Heavenly Court is pressuring us to take action. If we fight now, we might not make it in time for Lord Paradise Earth's revival. Lu Weiyin felt like a stone was weighing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at the primordial domain far away as he said expressionlessly, "The situation is as such, we have to attack forcefully. Let's follow our agreement with Longevity Heaven earlier and send out our subordinates." Chapter 2178. Intense Battle. Primordial domain silhouette remained motionless in the sky. It was getting more vivid and condensed. The fusion of Green Lotus Great World, Yellow Earth Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World was also getting deeper, only a small part of the boundary walls remained to obstruct their connection. All of the small worlds had already fused into the three great worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World gained the greatest benefits, they had the most people. This was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Heaven and Earth Luck method, causing most of the small worlds to fall towards Savage Wilderness Great World. Fang Yuan sent out almost all his GU cultivators, charging towards Heavenly Court's Book Mountain. Longevity Heaven also sent troops with surging might and morale. Heavenly Court was already prepared against them. Duan Hu and Nai Quang Feng led their troops as they defended on both sides. As long as it is not a sage, nobody is my match. Nai Quang Feng roared. It swept around with a huge fierce wind. The entire battlefield was pressured with wind, creating a great commotion. The enemy is in front of us, we need to work together to obtain victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the earlier battle, these two variant human GU immortals had fought against Nai Quang Feng and lost individually. Not only did many GU immortals die, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also heavily damaged, they barely survived. This time, after recovering their strength entirely, they decided to face Nai Quang Feng together, putting down their grudges and rivalry. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hands imposingly as Frost Chi shot out, shrouding Nai Quang Feng and slowing its movement, reducing its speed. Xiao Hejian shot out green leaf blades that moved from all directions, they had impressive power. Nai Quang Feng whipped up a strong wind, heaven and earth changed colors, the leaves and frost winds were scattered everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gave a roar, his aura got completely concealed, not a single bit leaked out. At the next moment, his entire body exploded and spread out into countless frost lights. The frost lights shot out with extreme coldness. Everywhere they went, air would freeze into ice crystals before falling to the ground. Nai Quang Feng was shocked, it tried to dodge but how could it avoid in time? It was shot by countless crystal lights, sealed in the mountain-like ice coffin. The thicker the ice, the stronger the amplification of the crystal lights that land on me. Nai Quang Feng struggled desperately but could not escape, facing the pressure of death, it went into demonization. Crack! From the inside, cracks started to appear and spread around the ice coffin. Oh no, I can't trap it anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed the threat. But at this point, Xiao Hejian's move was finally prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Cut Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms slashed down like blades, aiming at Nai Quang Feng, who was stuck inside the ice coffin. Immediately, two blades of leaves appeared and fell slowly, stabbing into the cracks between the ice and piercing Nai Quang Feng's body. Nai Quang Feng's body instantly shook. Xiao Hejian attacked without stopping. Nai Quang Feng's body shook as the green tornado got weaker and thinner, its resistance also started to fall. I am willing to surrender? Nai Quang Feng said weakly. Our master has orders, we will not accept anyone's surrender. Xiao Hejian replied coldly. In the end, Nai Quang Feng lost its life at the hands of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Once Nai Quang Feng died, the mutant GU immortals were left without a leader, many were killed while the rest escaped in desperation. Fang Yuan's army charged forward and reached the base of Book Mountain. At the other end, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities worked together and killed Duan Hu. The two armies arrived at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Heavenly Court had only obtained Book Mountain recently, they only managed to set up their formation around it. This formation was known as Four-Way Star Formation, it had 4 subformations in 4 different directions, defending Book Mountain tightly with no gaps present. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ya continued to use her killer move without stopping, drawing out Primordial Domain, which was in the sky. The two armies discussed for a while before attacking the 4 subformations. Mao Liqiu led its group to attack the West Formation. Gari Mai led a group to attack the North Formation. Xiao Hejian led a group to attack the East Formation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led a group to attack the South Formation. The remaining ones were led by Bing Saichuan and Lu Wei-yin. They firmly supported the 4 vanguard groups. The moment Mao Liqiu entered the formation, countless starlight specks shot down like a torrential rain with countless droplets. Mao Liqiu growled as it expanded and became much larger. Its purple fur was smooth and thick, the starlight could not penetrate it. It charged around in the subformation with other GU immortals following it, attacking, killing, and causing destruction. Vile beast, you are here to cause problems again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook as 2 GU immortals flew in. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Prince Feng Xian. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast to block Mao Liqiu. The transformed immemorial desolate beast was superior to the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Liqiu was soon suppressed, its energy was expended and its body was hurting. Prince Feng Xian activated his Fire Path Killer move. All sorts of birds rained down with flames, killing more than 10 mutant GU immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World in one move. Mao Liqiu was unable to resist, it had to retreat. Elsewhere, Gari Mai went up against Zhu Xiongxin and Junshan Guang. Zhu Xiongxin activated Information Path Killer move and attacked, while Junshan Guang turned into a ray of light to support him. They worked together in unison with one as the attacker and one as support. Yellow Extremity Jiao were used a Totem Killer move and fought against Zhu Xiongxin. They were evenly matched. But Gari Mai, on the other hand, was shouting loudly. He was running around and dodging Junshan Guang's attacks. Quickly go! Quickly go! Gari Mai grabbed onto Zhao shoulder and dragged him away, ignoring the latter's stare. Longevity Heaven's 2 groups returned without result. Fang Yuan's 2 groups were even worse. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped, they could not even retreat. These 2 immortals met with Heavenly Court's Che Wei and Wanz Hong. They are in great danger, quickly send help. The reinforcement letter had already reached Lu Wei-yin. Che Wei created Weapon Path, his methods were getting more mature, his status was only below Qin Dingling. Wanz Hong was originally a demonic immortal of Western Desert. She was recruited by Heavenly Court. During the Fate War, she displayed great abilities, and now that her immortal GU were fully with her, her battle strength returned to its peak. She was very powerful. Bing Saichuan and Lu Wei-yin held an emergency meeting. This 4-way star formation is a star path formation, we cannot take it down by force. It is simply too hard with Heavenly Court's elites guarding all 4 areas. Lord Fang Yuan was able to destroy the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation with that thing. I am sure he can deal with this formation too. Bing Saichuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Wei-yin nodded and was about to speak when suddenly, a GU immortal came out of Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, her ears were like rabbit ears, her eyes were blood red. It was Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had become a genuine rank 8 GU immortal with Fang Yuan's help. Lu Wei-yin laughed and said to Bing Saichuan, I've already asked Lord Fang Yuan for help. I wanted to borrow the 5 regional limit formation to break the formation using a formation. Lady White Rabbit, thank you for the hard work. Lady White Rabbit smiled, of course I need to work hard for Master, I'll even give up my life, this is nothing. But Master did not pass me the 5 regional limit formation, he said that this formation does not have a specific target range, its effect takes too long and won't be effective. Thus, I brought other methods. Bing Saichuan was curious, Lord Fang Yuan's methods must be extraordinary, please allow me to have a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out several immortal GU houses from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Profound Frost House, Unbreakable Golden Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 immortal GU houses which were all at rank 8. Bing Saichuan was completely dumbstruck. Master said that he could only create these few immortal GU houses in a short period of time. He has already given orders, we will charge with these immortal GU houses as the vanguard. Lady White Rabbit said. It turned out that ever since Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, he had ordered the Time Path clone He Chun Chio to use for Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool to refine immortal GU. After all sorts of rank 8 Immortal GU were created, he started assembling Immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan did not intend to construct Immortal GU houses originally, they were not very useful to him. But after entering the 8th layer, he could not fight with his full strength here, he made preparations to arm his subordinates instead. He had no time indeed. These Immortal GU houses were all modified on the basis of Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar and other Immortal GU houses. Strictly speaking, these were considered only partial innovations. But against Heavenly Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they could not easily decipher and break them, they needed to spend time on deductions. That was enough. Lu Weiyin became very happy, he distributed the Immortal GU houses and charged through into the formation, saving Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian. Afterwards, the 7 rank 8 Immortal GU houses swept through the battlefield, breaking 2 more subformations. The 2 groups gathered towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ya's eyes were shut as she used her method. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were taking charge of the situation. Seeing so many Immortal GU houses, Fairy Yu Xiu had a grim expression. Fang Yuan is so rich and has terrifying refinement path methods. It seems he intends to progress in refinement path. Thankfully, his wisdom path is inferior to us. These Immortal GU houses are all not new, they have an origin that we can trace. Fairy Ming Hao said as she used her killer move. Human Path Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation. Book Mountain shook as countless killer moves were unleashed like fireworks. In the sky, primordial domains surfaced with rumbling tribulation clouds, calamities and tribulations were unceasing. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled the vision, surging like sea waves that crashed down in all directions. Against such an endless tide of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates hid inside the Immortal GU houses, moving against the waves. Longevity Heaven had many GU immortals but they could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Thus, Bing Saitron took out 5 Immortal GU houses. Why Building Harem Palace, Internal Delight Harem Palace, Red Bin Harem Palace, Lovesick Harem Palace, Young Peach Harem Palace. They were the 5 palaces that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable placed in the 5 regions when he was alive, they were all rank 8. The foundation of an Immortal Venerable was displayed in full view. My lifetime accumulation cannot even rival Fang Yuan, he seems to have an overflowing number of rank 8 Immortal GU. Is he trying to become Venerable through refinement path? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he thought. Fang Yuan was observing the battlefield as well while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance contained Imitation GU and the Killer Move Perfect pair originally, but Fang Yuan only obtained the rest. But this remaining portion was very important to Fang Yuan. The true inheritance content was about refinement path. It talked about how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created a fake Chen Kuan crystal wall in his time, how he created fake Immortal GU and so on. Other than the 4 aspects of refinement path that I summarized earlier, there is also this aspect. Refining fake GU. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Chapter 2179. Battle of Book Mountain. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed consecutively. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and gathered into a lump. Several hundred white chi comets shot out at once, blocking the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Ming Hao had been using Book Mountain to unleash the killer move Humble Reciprocation. Relying on this terrifying move, she was able to suppress the forces of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves were all recorded in Book Mountain. There were a variety of them. This was a human path killer move in essence, but the released attacks had the power of their original paths. Demon Immortal Chi Ju faced offense with offense. After destroying the current wave of attacks, he sighed and retreated. After he was saved by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan. He moved on his own and quickly learned about the current situation. Demon Immortal Yu Xiu also did not want to see Heavenly Court obtain Primordial Domain. He wanted to enter Primordial Domain, in fact, to raise his Chi Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. How could he allow others to snatch it first? Demon Immortal Yu Xiu was alone and could not take down Heavenly Court. But with Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven working against the colossal force, he would not be Demon Immortal Yu Xiu if he did not make use of this opportunity. To think that attacking Book Mountain is so dangerous, I can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Yu Xiu frowned. When he was suppressed by Divine Emperor City, he lost many of his Chi Path Dao marks. Furthermore, the secluded domain of heaven and earth that he relied on, Shi Land, had only about 30% left after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. Bubble bubble? As if a tsunami had struck, another wave of attacks swept down from the top of the mountain like a waterfall. Demon Immortal Yu Xiu had no choice but to retreat again. Charge! Charge up! A rank 8 Immortal Yu Xiu house went past him, completely ignoring Demon Immortal Yu Xiu. That was the rank 8 Immortal Yu Xiu house that Fang Yuan created, Unbreakable Golden Fortress. The Yu Xiu Immortals in the Unbreakable Golden Fortress saw Demon Immortal Yu Xiu but did not pay any attention to him. When Demon Immortal Yu Xiu first appeared, he was quite the hot topic, but seeing that he had attacked Book Mountain too, Fang Yuan subordinates also learned of Demon Immortal Yu Xiu's stance. Seeing Unbreakable Golden Fortress charge up and resisting the endless wave of killer moves, Demon Immortal Yu Xiu could not help but show some envy in his eyes. In this battle, Immortal Yu Xiu houses were simply too important. They provided the Yu Xiu Immortals strong defense, otherwise, as just a single person, how could he advance while resisting endless tribulations and killer moves? Unbreakable Golden Fortress reached the middle of the mountain. In the fireworks of killer moves around it, there was a bloody shadow that flashed by. At the next moment, the huge bloody shadow arrived, showing itself. This was a huge red tombstone with text characters moving around it. It had a dense aura of blood path. This was Demon Judgment Board. Don't think of moving further. Within Demon Judgment Board, Yu Fangzeng spoke. Bam! With a loud sound, the two Immortal Yu Xiu houses crashed into each other. Unbreakable Golden Fortress advancement was forcefully halted. Demon Judgment Board shot out blood-red light that resembled a beam. It hit Unbreakable Golden Fortress. Unbreakable Golden Fortress raised its defense and blocked the blood-red light, but it was still forced down from the middle of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though Unbreakable Golden Fortress was a rank 8 Immortal Yu Xiu house, it was still far from Demon Judgment Board, which was a peak creation. Yu Fangzeng breathed roughly. Heavenly Court had few Immortal Yu Xiu houses. Even including Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City, they only had 6. Right now, these 6 Immortal Yu Xiu houses were used to defend themselves, dealing with the Immortal Yu Xiu houses that attacked them. Over on Longevity Heaven's end, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move out, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 Harem Palaces total to 6, they were equally numbered with Heavenly Court's Immortal Yu Xiu houses. While Fang Yuan suddenly brought out 7 Immortal Yu Xiu houses. This was out of their expectations. They had originally thought that Fang Yuan would reconstruct Dragon Palace or Myriad Year Flying Warship, but to think that he would start over and bring out 7 Immortal Yu Xiu houses like Unbreakable Golden Fortress. So be it if he made new ones, but these Immortal Yu Xiu houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 Immortal Yu Xiu houses gave Heavenly Court an immense pressure in guarding themselves. Heavenly Court only had around half the Immortal Yu Xiu houses of their enemies, while Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had yet to join the battle. This made the hearts of Heavenly Court Yu Xiu Immortals sink. Under Fang Dung's control, Demon Judgment Board went around to force back the invading Immortal Yu Xiu houses, attempting to maintain their defensive circle. The enemies are very strong. We can maintain the situation now with Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and myself as support. But if this goes on, we will not last long. Yu Fangdung's expression was pale. He understood this internally. He felt like he was reaching his limit already. The intensity of the battle was too high. Demon Judgment Board not only had to go around to fight against the many Immortal GU houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and tribulations. The expenditure of Immortal Essence was shocking even for Fang. Demon Judgment Board's damage level was also increasingly severe. Back then in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, Demon Judgment Board had already been heavily hit by Fang Yuan. It had already been repaired earlier. Now, its current damage was newly created. If Fang was alone, he might have already lost control of the situation. Thankfully, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills were helping him to rapidly repair the Immortal GU house. Since when did our Heavenly Court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao maintained the killer move Humble Reciprocation while sighing to herself. In Heavenly Court's case, the situation was quite bad. Even though Heavenly Court's GU Immortals fought desperately to defend themselves, the defensive line was already wavering. The Immortal GU houses might break through at any moment and arrive at the peak. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fang Ya was still using her full strength to use the killer move and try to obtain Primordial Domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Ming Hao and Yu Xiu looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go. A tiger roar and crane cry resounded in the battlefield. Two legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Rondan, charged down the mountain. Even though Heavenly Court did not have any more Immortal GU houses, they had two legendary Immemorial Desolate Beasts. Immemorial Desolate Beasts had tough bodies, legendary Immemorial Desolate Beasts were even tougher. Shabi 95 and Rondan charged towards Rising Cloud City from the left and right, ignoring all the killer moves and tribulations above them. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Miao Yin. She was about to charge into the battlefield when two legendary Immemorial Beasts pincer attacked her. Fairy Miao Yin quickly used her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out endless cloud chi to push the Immortal GU house upwards rapidly. But Rondan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating a killer move and slashing with the crane leg, shattering the roof of Rising Cloud City and destroying countless mortal GU. Bam! At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely and knocked Rising Cloud City over, causing it to roll down the mountain. Fairy Miao Yin's figure staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to ascend again, but it did not respond to her. Her immortal essence was instilled without getting any response. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was to the left. Upon seeing this, he immediately flew over. He gave a cry. Shi-Lan silhouette appeared above his head. Immortal killer move, Shi-Shi. Shi-Lan erupted with immense attraction force, absorbing the chi ring around the surface of Rising Cloud City into Shi-Lan. After getting released, Rising Cloud City immediately regained freedom. Thanks. Fairy Miao Yin thanked and was about to move the Immortal GU house back into the battlefield when she suddenly heard Fang Yuan's orders. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. But she reacted quickly and brought the other GU Immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Chi Ju, my master ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you. Fairy Miao Yin said. What? Demon Immortal Chi Ju was stunned before laughing heartily. Fang Yuan is truly generous, I will receive it with thanks. Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City. It flew up and attacked the mountain again. At the middle of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Rondan worked together and pushed down Dragon Soul Dark Castle. Lady White Rabbit led the Immortals inside Dragon Soul Dark Castle. She did not charge anymore, instead, returning to the base of the mountain to join up with Fairy Miao Yin. Demon Immortal Chi Ju finally reached the middle of the mountain. He saw Shabi 95 and his eyes lit up. Good beast, I lack a steed myself. Demon Immortal Chi Ju kept Rising Cloud City and only attacked Shabi 95. The two fought for a few rounds. Shabi 95 soon fell into a disadvantage. It started requesting for help. This legendary immemorial beast cultivated Chi Path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Don't fear, I am here. Rondan came over to help. It spat out a bright red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Chi Ju sensed the mysterious aura of the pill. He did not dare to be careless. He brought out Rising Cloud City and went inside. Boom! The pill landed on Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. The intense shock wave spread out everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was destroyed in the process. Even though Pill Path was not specialized in offense, it was still a new path that Rising Cloud City could not guard against. Ha ha ha, 95, you owe me a favor. Ruan Dan laughed proudly. Sharby 95 pouted and was about to answer when its expression suddenly changed. Be careful. Ruan Dan's heart shook as it quickly jumped. But the mysterious enemy was even faster. Can you escape? Hearing the voice, Ruan Dan felt like its long neck was grabbed by a tiny hand. Compared to its mountain-like body, the normal human-sized hand was definitely tiny. But Ruan Dan felt a shudder when this hand touched its neck. It screamed in a shrill voice. Because it twisted its neck and saw a young man wearing a red cape, standing on its back. It was none other than Fang Yuan's transformation path clone, Zhonbi Yu Du. At this moment, he had already used Incomplete Freedom Transformation Killer move. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. Wait! Ruan Dan screamed, but Zhonbi Yu Du snickered and exerted strength. At the next moment, boom! An intense explosion resounded like thunder. Book Mountain shook, black and white rocks were sent flying. At the next moment, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Ruan Dan was beaten unconscious by Zhonbi Yu Du. Its body was motionlessly embedded into Book Mountain. Its mouth opened as blood flowed out. But soon, a bright light flashed on Ruan Dan's body. Its injuries healed quickly. It regained its consciousness. Thankfully, I have my killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Ruan Dan woke up and wanted to struggle. But Zhonbi Yu Du's fist was already raised. Bam bam bam. With a series of punches, Zhonbi Yu Du slammed down on Ruan Dan's head each time, causing the whole of Book Mountain to shake. Only until he smashed Ruan Dan's skull completely and brain matter flowed out did he stop attacking. Chapter 2180. Sea Versus Yu Xiu. But at the next moment, a bright light flashed on Ruan Dan's corpse again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. With the effect of the killer move, Ruan Dan's smashed skull started to heal. It was soon revived. Pill path. Zhonbi Yu Du also showed a look of surprise. Ruan Dan's healing killer move was formidable. It could actually revive it from that state. Even with Zhonbi Yu Du's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not easily get around it. After all, even the main body did not understand pill path. Since I cannot unravel it, so be it. I want to see how many times you can revive. Zhonbi Yu Du showed a ruthless expression. Boom boom boom. He punched time and again. Each punch landed heavily on Ruan Dan, killing it on the spot. The poor Ruan Dan had just revived and did not react in time before its skull was smashed again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. A few breaths of time later, the recovery method activated again. But this time, the killer move's shining light became much dimmer. Persevere, Ruan Dan, I will save you. Sharby 95 shouted, rushing from another area to help out. Even though it constantly argued with Ruan Dan normally, the two of them had a close friendship. Especially after major battles like the Fate War, their camaraderie had already improved greatly. Even if this was Zhonbi Yu Du, Sharby 95 did not care about anything else. It wanted to save its friend. HMPH, trying to leave? Do you think I am not here? Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted in anger as he used a killer move that landed on Sharby 95's back. Sharby 95 suffered a heavy blow. It growled in pain and fell from the sky. Seeing that Ruan Dan died at Zhonbi Yu Du's hands again, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao's frown became deeper. Zhonbi Yu Du was an opponent that gave the three fairies, Feng Ya, Ming Hao, and Yu Xiu a huge headache. He had terrifying strength and overwhelming defense, together with the abilities of Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation. Zhonbi Yu Du had no weaknesses at all. The three immortals did not know how to deal with him. If this were a normal battle, the three immortals could rapidly move and attack him from a distance, restraining and weakening him. But now, Heavenly Court had to defend Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle. And the worst nightmare for a defensive battle was someone like Zhong Bu Du. If he managed to charge unhindered and went beyond the defensive line, it would be trouble. But the three immortals had discussed it already. They had a plan against Zhong Bu Du. Immediately, Fairy Ming Hao willed and transmitted some words to Genesis Lotus Will inside Divine Emperor City. At the next moment, a jade light spiral appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. From within the spiral, a giant flew out from the center. The giant wore golden-green armor. Its left hand held a shield, its right hand held a spear. It was bursting with vitality and life force. Its aura was immense. The giant recited 100,000 years of unending hatred. Killing the enemy with a shattered body. Awakening once more in Divine Emperor City. Qing Chou exists under the Karma Divine Tree. It was the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Qing Chou. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Qing Chou killed Spectral Soul, but it was also completely blown to bits by Spectral Soul's self-detonation, reduced to countless pieces of flesh. Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh and revived Qing Chou again. The current Qing Chou was no longer in its initial form of turtle shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings, and human head. It was now a completely armored and equipped warrior. Qing Chou arrived before Zhong Bu Du and its towering body slammed down like a mountain. Its spear pierced the air as winds blew intensely, as if a giant dragon had struck. Come! Zhong Bu Du did not retreat but moved ahead. His figure flashed and appeared at Qing Chou's forehead immediately. Zhong Bu Du punched fiercely, hitting Qing Chou's helmet. With an intense sound, a huge force caused Qing Chou to move backwards. Its colossal body landed on the middle section of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and its surroundings to tremor. Zhong Bu Du flew down and rained a flurry of fists. The attacks were intense and unceasing. If Qing Chou let the punches land without obstruction, it would end up like Ruan Dan. At the crucial moment, a giant tree formed above Qing Chou's head, absorbing the force of Zhong Bu Du's punches. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, the Divine Tree shook as countless fists shot out from between the leaves. It was Zhong Bu Du's earlier wave of attacks. This move had once caused trouble to Spectral Soul. Zhong Bu Du also felt troubled. He was forced back by the fists. Qing Chou took the chance to stand up as Zhong Bu Du floated in the air, resisting Fairy Ming Hao's humble reciprocation killer move while regaining his footing. Qing Chou roared and took large strides forward. It arrived before Zhong Bu Du with 2 steps, waving its long spear to attack him. Rumble! 2 figures continued to fight intensely. They exchanged blows and caused the entire place to tremor. Their offenses caused a huge commotion. I get it now, so this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's objective. Qing Chou has been completely subdued by Divine Emperor City. It is now the general of the Divine Bin soldiers. This is the strongest Divine Bin soldier. Zhong Bu Du had a realization. A few rounds later, he gained the upper hand again. Qing Chou was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Zhong Bu Du was currently using incomplete freedom transformation. He had genuine pseudo-venerable battle strength. Qing Chou could not win. Heavenly Court also did not expect a win. They only wanted to stall for time. It was like how Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable invited Fang Yuan in order to stall for time as well. As long as time passed and Heavenly Court obtained Primordial domain, their advantage would be expanded. They would be able to claim victory. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. A figure suddenly appeared, carrying with him an endless sea of qi that surged together, shrouding the rays of the sun. It was Qi Si Ancestor. Seeing that Zhong Bu Du was obstructed, Qi Si Ancestor immediately chose another direction to attack the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Yu Xiu sighed as she was forced to take action. She left the mountain and fought against Qi Si Ancestor. Sea Versus Yu Xiu. One was a Qi Path Pseudo-Venerable, the other was a Wisdom Path Pseudo-Venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to devastate Heavenly Court, but the latter was resolved to defend this base even at the cost of her life. Qi Si Ancestor attacked grandly with incredible attacks. Qi Tide swept the area, accompanied by pillars of white qi that shot out at times. Fairy Yu Xiu, however, was graceful and elegant. She moved agilely and dodged the endless wave of attacks while activating all sorts of wisdom path killer moves. She had an exceptional combat system which used her attainment level to suppress others. It was extraordinary, and even immortal zombie giant son would be affected by this move. But her enemy was Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor was the clone of Fang Yuan. He shared attainment levels with the main body. Fairy Yu Xiu tried many times with no success. For Fang Yuan, it was not hard to resist her attacks. Fang Yuan was a master in Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. He was a Grandmaster in Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, Ice and Snow Path. He was a great Grandmaster in Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, Poison Path. He was even a quasi-supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. With such attainment levels, how could Fairy Yu Xiu suppress him? Fairy Yu Xiu had no choice. She had to use other methods against Qi Ancestor. Fairy Yu Xiu was unable to display the power of her combat system, but thankfully, she was familiar with Qi Ancestor's methods. Even though Qi Ancestor had Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he obviously could not use those killer moves against Heavenly Court. As for other killer moves like Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, Yin-Yang Great Killer Hands, Unlimited Qi, and others, they were all used many times and were known to everyone. Let me help you. Lu Weiyin flew over, assisting Qi Ancestor. Fairy Yu Xiu used her strongest killer move to suppress Lu Weiyin through attainment levels, effectively weakening him. But Qi Ancestor gained a greater advantage with his help, managing to approach Book Mountain. At this time, Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain and spread around the battlefield like vines. Wherever the golden light went, tribulations would transform and target the peak of Book Mountain instead. And Book Mountain was also shaking intensely from the infiltration of the golden light. Fairy Ming Hao's body shook unsteadily, her face turned pale as her pupils shrank. This must be Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's doing. To think that he managed to counter humble reciprocation after it was only used for a second time. She gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to withdraw humble reciprocation killer move. If it continued, she would lose her life. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin first entered Yellow Earth Great World and led their army to attack Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao had stopped them using humble reciprocation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was exceptionally talented. He thought of a way to counter this move in such a short time and successfully dealt with it now. Without the endless tribulations obstructing them, Longevity Heaven's immortals had a clear path now. Many of them cheered loudly in the immortal GU houses as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. Fairy Feng Ya could not take action against them now, while Fairy Yu Xiu was fighting outside. In this situation, they had to rely on her. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, Hope of the People. Immortal Killer Move, Heroes Among People. The scene during the Fate War was displayed again. Light spread out towards the Heavenly Court Immortals, causing their strength to rise sharply. But this was not enough. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals and Immortal GU houses were just too few in quantity. Then awaken. Friends from Heavenly Court, our comrades. The people of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Heavenly Court needs you now. Fairy Ming Hao shouted loudly. From the northwest direction of Book Mountain, an immortal graveyard radiated with countless rays of bright light. From the light, 2 figures walked out. One was an old man with a benevolent countenance. His brows were particularly peculiar. They were like 2 exquisite dark brown roots that extended down from his forehead to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a very robust physique. His face and muscles seemed to be made from brass as they let out cold metallic luster. I heard the call. The old GU Immortal, Duke Mai, squinted and said, "Where are the enemies?" The middle-aged GU Immortal Duke Tong looked beyond a vast distance, locking his eyes on Calamity Luck Altar. Chapter 2181. Duke Mai, Duke Tong. At the moment when they saw the battlefield themselves, they also learned of the current situation. Duke Mai sighed, Duke Long. Back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the latter still had black hair and was a youngster. The moment Duke Long joined Heavenly Court, he met with Duke Mai. Even though Duke Mai was a senior, he quickly greeted in return, "Friend, you are a Tao Guardian, the happiness of all living beings is resting on your shoulders." Duke Long replied solemnly, "I will do my best for the world, even if I have to sacrifice my life, there is no regret." Time passed. When Duke Mai reawakened in the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died ahead of him. Duke Long, you died a good death. Throughout your life, you did not turn on the promise you made from the start. Duke Mai said with deep emotions, before flying forward, and now, it is our turn. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with bright light, the immortal graveyard, so it was nearby all along. Heavenly Court has brilliant methods after all, we could not find it even with repeated investigations. Be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they had already confirmed the information of the immortal graveyard. They had expected GU Immortals to awaken during this battle. Quickly look, Fang Yuan's side is making a new action. One of the 8 extremities shouted. Bing Sichuan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that for immortal GU houses, Profound Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, and Red Heavenly Altar had changed locations, flying down the mountain. Bing Sichuan could not help but feel shocked. It seems that Fang Yuan has a plan already, but mobilizing for immortal GU houses at once, isn't that too much? Fang Yuan had a total of 7 immortal GU houses. Now that Rising Cloud City was given to Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and after moving for immortal GU houses away, there was only Unbreakable Golden Fortress and Scarlet Palace left on the mountain. Currently, the most important thing was to reach the peak of Book Mountain and ruin Heavenly Court's killer move so that they could not obtain Primordial Domain. Right now, Fang Yuan diverted his forces to attack the GU Immortals of the Immortal Graveyard. He was putting his emphasis on the wrong target. But at the next moment, the 4 diverted immortal GU houses split up. Profound Frost House and Red River Pavilion went to help Shan Bu Du in fighting Qing Chou. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. Bing Sichuan realized at once. He yelled in his mind, so Fang Yuan is trying to free up Shan Bu Du. Shan Bu Du had incomplete freedom transformation. He was powerful and unstoppable. He was the crucial battle strength for Fang Yuan's side to ascend the mountain. Even though Fairy Ming Hao's humble reciprocation killer move was broken now, there were 3 pseudo-venerables at the top of the mountain. If ordinary rank 8 immortal GU houses charged to the top, they would be suppressed by the 3. Divine Emperor City was at the middle section of the mountain. It was a tough hurdle too. It had the killer move of Broken Homes and Dead Family. That was the biggest counter to immortal GU houses. Thus, letting Shan Bu Du take the lead was the wisest decision. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar flew rapidly, soon arriving before Duke Mai and Duke Tong. Duke Mai took in a deep breath. He straightened both arms and aimed at the 2 immortal GU houses. Vines suddenly appeared around Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar. These vines were dry and tough. They bound the 2 immortal GU houses tightly. Oh no, the immortal essence storages in the immortal GU houses are being absorbed by the vines. Fang Yuan's subordinate GU Immortals realized this and shouted in anger. The 2 immortal GU houses started to counterattack. The surface of Red Heavenly Altar radiated bright red light, melting all of the dried vines around it. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The vines around it were snapped and sent flying. But with this amount of time, Duke Tong's killer move was already prepared. 2 different-sized bronze rings formed instantly and attached themselves to the 2 immortal GU houses and spinning rapidly, buzzing loudly. The bronze rings were flying too quickly. They seemed like vague shadows that immobilized the immortal GU houses that they were surrounding. Heavenly Court had learned from their lesson. During the Fate War, because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, Longevity Heaven managed to directly enter Heavenly Court, catching them off guard. In that battle, even though Heavenly Court's GU Immortals awakened, because they lacked Immortal GU, they did not display their true battle strength. But now, Heavenly Court prepared the Immortal GU of their hibernating GU Immortals in advance. Thus, Duke Mai and Duke Tong were able to immediately act and restrain the two Immortal GU houses. But good times did not last. Suddenly, a Dragon Soul appeared from within Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The Dragon Soul made several attempts before managing to destroy the bronze ring. Next, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of their Immortal GU house, attacking Duke Mai and Duke Tong. Fairy Miao Yin activated Wondrous Hand Profound Sound, her 8 arms stretched out elegantly. Lady White Rabbit had lumps of light surrounding her, her aura surged intensely. The two Immortals charged forward. Duke Mai was the first to block them. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit noticed a weakness and got around Duke Mai to attack Duke Tong. Duke Tong was interrupted. He had to cancel his bronze ring killer move and fight White Rabbit instead. The 4 Immortals clashed and parted continuously. Nobody could interrupt their battle. Duke Mai and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level and their battle strength was on par with Qin Dingling, but they did not have pseudo-venerable battle strength like Duke Long. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained freedom. They charged at the Immortal Graveyard, trying to destroy it. Rumble! These two Immortal GU houses had just charged forward when a GU Immortal repelled them. This GU Immortal had a calm expression. His nose was tall and his eyes were deep. His shoulders were lifted up as they held up one mini mountain each. With me, Uncle Fang, here, don't even think of destroying the Immortal Graveyard. Uncle Fang blocked the path of the two Immortal GU houses. He had the demeanor of a person trying to stop an army. Fang Yuan subordinates were not ready to give up. They controlled the Immortal GU houses to attack. But Uncle Fang fought similarly to Lu Wei Yin. They were specialized in defense. Even with the attack of the two Immortal GU houses, he still held them off. What do we do now? A GU Immortal in Red Heavenly Altar asked. Currently, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke Mai and Duke Tong. The mission of destroying the Immortal Graveyard was in the hands of these two Immortal GU houses. No worries, he has already been hit by our method. The Immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. Goo. As he said that, Uncle Fang's expression turned ashen. He spat out pieces of soul fragments. A soul path method. Uncle Fang frowned. In his era, there was no soul path. Right at this moment, a newly awakened GU Immortal flew out of the Immortal Graveyard. It seems like my awakening was timely. This female Immortal was just a soul. She had no body. She blew at Uncle Fang lightly. This blue-grey breath reached Uncle Fang's body and quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Fang felt a sense of relief. His soul injury was rapidly healing. Oh no, this is Heavenly Court Soul Path Great Expert from Spectral Soul's era, Fairy Maiden Soul who is on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. She is most skilled at healing methods. The GU Immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle had a change of expression. The ones in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth. Kill this healing GU Immortal first, otherwise, all our efforts will be nullified by her. The battle erupted again. The two Immortal GU houses focused their target on Fairy Maiden Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed. Uncle Fang defended desperately. Both sides gave it their all as the sky turned dark from their clash. Winds and waves were rising. While they were in a deadlock, another Immortal awakened and joined the battle. This Immortal had a round head and large ears. He wore a loose robe and Chi Path aura surged around him. Boom boom boom. As the air exploded, the Chi Path Immortal charged in between the two Immortal GU houses. Take this move, rugged fiendish Chi. The Chi Path Immortal shouted as he waved his sleeves, blowing out countless traces of fiendish Chi. The fiendish Chi gathered and took form, becoming huge rocks that turned into mountains and valleys, enveloping the two Immortal GU houses. Red Heavenly Altar and Dragon Soul Dark Castle tried to charge out at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish Chi mountains. But after these mountains shattered, they quickly formed again to obstruct the Immortal GU houses. This is Senior 7 Fiendish Prime Val Monarch. Uncle Fang and Fairy Maiden Soul were surprised. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous chi path expert renowned in history. After he became rank 8 and traveled the world, he purposely looked for the fiendish chi sea springs and created the Shabi from them. He refined a total of 99 Shabi. He formed a grand army with them. These Shabi were compatible with his immortal killer moves. He could use them extremely well. During that era, almost nobody could rival him. The current Shabi 95 was one of them. After a long period of time, its strength had risen to legendary immemorial beast level. With the help of 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, Heavenly Court managed to defend the immortal graveyard. Thereafter, more and more GU immortals awakened. Heavenly Court survived the initial stage, which was the most dangerous. They started counter-attacking. Many GU immortals directly got around the small battlefield and tried to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Are you there? Come out and meet me. Golden Hooped Great Immortal shouted in deep anger. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to tour Heavenly Court. During that time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable planted a seed that erupted during the Fate War, causing Longevity Heaven to arrive in Heavenly Court and cause huge losses to them. 95. Come here. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch blocked Demon Immortal Chi Ju and beckoned Shabi 95. Master. Shabi 95 was filled with admiration and fear. It went to 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch with injuries all over the body. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch petted it lightly. Shabi 95 instantly became revitalized, its injuries mostly healed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a dark expression. With the appearance of 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, his plan of capturing Shabi 95 became hopeless. Stop him! Right at this moment, Fairy Ming Hao shouted. Zhon Bu Du moved like a raging dragon. He arrived at the middle of the mountain from the southeast direction. Behind him, Qing Chou was chasing relentlessly, but it was obstructed by Profound Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not move quickly enough to stop Zhon Bu Du. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch took in a deep breath. You are one of the clones of the current generation demon, Fang Yuan? Let me have a taste of your power. Right when he was about to go, Demon Immortal Chi Ju blocked him. The latter chuckled, you think you can leave? 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, then I, the Junior, will have to risk my life to face you in battle. Where are you going? Gu Fang Ving shouted loudly. Demon Judgment Board, which was flying around the place, quickly arrived, but with a loud sound, it was sent flying by the unbreakable Golden Fortress that had just arrived as well. Help Zhon Bu Du to fight his way to the peak of the mountain. The other immortals saw a chance. They took action and blocked the Heavenly Court GU immortals for Zhon Bu Du. Fairy Ming Hao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to fly out and stand in front of Zhon Bu Du. Wait. Get lost. Zhon Bu Du shouted, sweeping his arm fiercely. Boom! Fairy Ming Hao's body was covered in dazzling starlight. Even though she blocked this move, her entire person was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through many rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Chapter 2182. Who Elevation? She was not injured, but the issue here was that she could not block Zhon Bu Du. In this current situation, Zhon Bu Du's threat level was far greater than the immortal GU houses. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fairy Ming Hao stomped lightly as she quickly flew out, her palm stretched out as tens of stardust specks flew around. Zhon Bu Du did not dodge, he allowed the stardust to land on him. He was as fierce as a dragon or tiger, only aiming for the mountain peak. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. She could only fly forward and face Zhon Bu Du in close combat. Zhon Bu Du kicked and she was sent flying again. He completely ignored her. Charge! Some GU immortals saw Zhon Bu Du ascending to the top of Book Mountain. They were about to cheer when suddenly, starlight flashed before them. Zhon Bu Du was enveloped by starlight and quickly vanished. When he reappeared, he was at the base of Book Mountain. The immortals were shocked before understanding why. This killer move was not new, it had been used during the Fate War. As expected, when Zhon Bu Du raised his head to look above Book Mountain, he saw a tiny and delicate immortal GU house. Which other chessboard-looking immortal GU house could it be but Star Constellation chessboard? Star Constellation chessboard radiated with starlight. Any enemy that approached the peak of the mountain would get enveloped by starlight and forcefully teleported elsewhere. It was an impossible position. Fairy Ming Hao charged at Ron Bu Du again, trying to stall him while feeling nervous internally. Hopefully, no one can break this killer move. This move had been used before. The more a GU Immortal uses their method, the greater the risk of it getting seen through. Ron Bu Du's gaze turned slightly dim. He soon made a decision. He endured Fairy Ming Hao's furious attacks as he charged to the top again at full speed. He seemed to have made no advancement, but he had succeeded in his goal. Fairy Fang Ya was originally fully invested in retrieving the primordial domain. Now, she had to multitask and control Star Constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan's side had to continue exerting pressure to distract her. Fairy Ming Hao had an outstanding combat system. The more stars that hit the target, the greater the damage they would progressively take. Ron Bu Du initially resisted the stars which could not even pierce his skin. But after hundreds of stardust strikes, he was bathed in blood. When the attacks reached over 1,000, his wounds were deep until bones could be seen. During this period, he had already failed in 3 attempts to charge up. He was transported by Star Constellation chessboard each time. It seems that at this moment, nobody can break this method. Fairy Ming Hao relaxed at long last. During this period, GU Immortals had taken action, but Star Constellation chessboard's killer move was constantly modified by Heavenly Court to a mild extent, allowing it to display effectiveness even now. This cannot drag on. Qi Ancestor had been fighting against Fairy Yu Xiu all along. Seeing Ron Bu Du's state, he made a decision. He waved his sleeves, a silhouette flew out, taking the place of the main body to deceive Fairy Yu Xiu. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly exposed this fake body, but Lu Weiyin flew in front of her, desperately blocking her. Because Fairy Yu Xiu was stalled for a moment, Qi Ancestor, who was far away, summoned a secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head. Who land? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was fighting against 7 fiendish Primordial Monarch. At this moment, both of them turned around together and shouted in unison. Move aside. Qi Ancestor's sleeves fluttered intensely along with his beard. His face was flushing red. Lu Weiyin quickly dodged to the side. But Qi Ancestor suddenly changed directions, aiming towards Book Mountain instead. Oh no! Fairy Yu Xiu saw this and her heart jumped. She quickly used a killer move, disregarding the danger as she stood between Qi Ancestor and Book Mountain. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. Hu Land suddenly shook intensely as countless Qi currents shot out of it fiercely. Qi currents surged intensely and grandly. There was righteous Qi, evil Qi, blood Qi, strange Qi, and others. They had gathered into a single force under the effect of Hu Land. They were tightly connected and inseparable. Bam! Heaven and earth shook. It could astound demons and gods. An immensely thick Qi beam shot out abruptly. It flew towards Book Mountain with terrifying force that could split heaven and earth. Fairy Yu Xiu gritted her teeth. She used the strongest defensive method that she possessed. Traces of fresh wisdom path insignias surrounded her body, radiating over the world. As the Qi beam approached, the wisdom path insignias were quickly melted, and Fairy Yu Xiu's tiny body was quickly submerged in the vast force. The Qi beam was obstructed by this and lost 30% of its power, but it still moved towards Book Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Don't even think of it. At the crucial moment, Bai Kangshui controlled a rank 8 Immortal GU house and charged forward. With a heaven-shaking sound, Heavenly Court's rank 8 Immortal GU house only lasted for a few breaths of time before disintegrating. On Book Mountain, Star Constellation chessboard shot out a beam of light that landed on Bai Kangshui through the gaps of the Immortal GU house, bringing her away. Without Bai Kangshui controlling it, the Immortal GU house quickly got destroyed by the Qi beam, turning into scraps. Next, even the scraps were blown to oblivion by the Qi beam. The Qi beam's power weakened by another 20%, but it was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a golden-green giant appeared. It was Qing Chou. Qing Chou raised its shield and blocked the Qi beam. Boom! The Qi pillar sent Qing Chou crashing into Book Mountain as well, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. Even as the Qi beam dissipated, the lingering aura permeated the battlefield. Qing Chou did not move at all, its shield was destroyed and a huge hole that was completely see-through appeared on its chest. Divine Emperor City quickly came over with flickering green light, a spiral appeared and sucked Qing Chou's dead body back into it. Elsewhere, starlight specks started to shine beside Fairy Ming Hao as Fairy Yu Xiu appeared. Her hair was disheveled, she was in a pitiful state. Her expression was pale, her body was unstable, she fell to a half-kneeling position on the ground immediately after. Qi Si Ancestor's Hu Elevation Killer move was terrifyingly powerful. He defeated Yu Xiu, destroyed the Immortal Yu house, and killed Qing Chou in just one move. But Qi Si Ancestor was in poor condition as well. After using this move, he lost 30% of his Immortal Essence storage, he even expended 10,000 Qi Path Dao marks. Chains started to appear from the space around him, binding Qi Si Ancestor in a fixed position. Qi Si Ancestor's killer move was too powerful, it caused Limitless retaliation method to trigger. Lu Weiyin saw this and his expression changed slightly. If this Hu elevation was not used on Book Mountain, which was guarded by Heavenly Court desperately, it would have caused immense destruction to the Great Worlds. That would severely affect Limitless Demon Venerable's final derivation. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable's method activated, restraining Qi Si Ancestor immediately. Qi Si Ancestor wanted to struggle but was helpless to find that he could not move. The chains even moved into his mind, stopping the collision of his thoughts. There were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed all his immortal essence. Lu Weiyin quickly went to him and guarded his body. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down, the primordial domain silhouette in the sky was becoming more vivid, but Bing Saichuan smiled from within Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Court is at their wits' end too. Earlier, even though Heavenly Court blocked Hu elevation at the critical moment, they had expended their trump cards, they were exhausted now. Bing Saichuan could tell that they were weakened. He immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The time is now, go and attack Book Mountain." Heaven Extremity Gari Mai, Earth Extremity Gan Ni, Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu, Yellow Extremity Jiao Hui, Space Extremity Chang Bai, Time Extremity Man Xin Yi, Flood Extremity Yu Yi Yi, and Desolate Extremity Lu Tong Lan, they were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation, 8 extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Normally speaking, ancient battle formations gathered the strength of many GU immortals into one, but this ancient battle formation split the gathered power into 8 GU immortals, causing the 8 extremities battle strength to surge immensely, making them go from rank 7 to rank 8 elites. Once the 8 extremities moved out, from the direction of Yellow Earth Great World, a group of people came. They were led by Fang Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shuai, and the giant formed from the 12 Zodiac battle formation. Originally, Fang Yuan was waiting at the back while observing the situation. Once he saw a chance, he mobilized his people to attack. Heavenly Court's pressure intensified at once. In order to prevent the GU Immortals from breaking through, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals flew out of their immortal GU houses. Instantly, the battle surrounding Book Mountain reached the most intense climax. Almost each breath, there would be a killer move unleashed. Countless killer moves weaved together and created a beautiful fireworks of varying colors. From within the dazzling display, there was deep killing intent. Red Heart Traveler suddenly held up a sun of blood that shone brightly, shielding 9 spiritual fairy. 9 spiritual fairy gave a clear roar. The 9-colored barrier shook and the 9 layers of light mixed together, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed light sphere flashed as 9 spiritual fairy transformed into a colorful rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and small body, it was shining with various colors. It spoke human language, "Thank you." Saying so, it charged towards the 12 Zodiac giant. Rumble! The 2 huge existences clashed, dust clouds rose and rocks were sent flying. The moment 9 spiritual fairy left, Yellow Extremity Jiao Hui appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. Pew! As flames surged, Red Heart Traveler was caught unguarded and got hit by Yellow Extremity. His defensive killer move was pierced and he got substantially injured. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked but quickly retaliated. But at the next moment, Yellow Extremity pierced through space, escaping far away. Red Heart Traveler saw this, his heart sank. He could tell that Yellow Extremity was a fire path cultivator, but he managed to unleash a space path method. So Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremities killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 extremities together and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the effect of the killer move 8 Extremities, the 8 extremities cooperated smoothly. The battle strength they displayed was beyond imagination. Red Heart Traveler became incredibly alert. He swiftly dodged attacks. At the next moment, countless army ants swept the base of the mountain like a tsunami, quickly rising to the middle of the mountain. Wu Shuai did not step onto the mountain, he was outside manipulating his army. Divine Emperor City sent out countless Divine Bin soldiers to fight against the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure flew out like a rampaging dragon. There were huge waves wherever he went. There was a cape behind him that was blood red in color. He was Zhong Bu Du. Fairy Yu Xiu had already gone to obstruct the 8 extremities, while Fairy Ming Hao was sent flying by Zhong Bu Du again. Stop him! Fairy Ming Hao shouted loudly. Ruan Dan was nearby. It hesitated upon hearing this, not daring to move forward. Zhu Xiongxin gritted his teeth. He stood before Zhong Bu Du. Immortal killer move. Rumors become tigers. Fierce tigers roared, charging towards Zhong Bu Du with imposing might. Zhong Bu Du sucked in with his mouth as the tigers were absorbed into his stomach. He easily arrived in front of Zhu Xiongxin. Zhong Bu Du punched directly, piercing Zhu Xiongxin's chest as his hand appeared behind the victim. Zhu Xiongxin's eyes were wide open. He died on the spot. Zhong Bu Du waved his arm. This corpse was sent flying. He met with the awakened Gu Immortal Fairy Maiden Soul next. Zhong Bu Du shouted loudly. His monstrous strength obliterated Fairy Maiden Soul. Her soul was completely destroyed. Zhong Bu Du stomped as he finally arrived at the top of the mountain. This time, Star Constellation chessboard had ceased attacking as well. It did not shoot out any more star pillars. Chapter 2183. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She wandered around the back mountain, roamed the multicolored flower fields, and played with the sweet mountain springs. She teased a young, intelligent leopard cat which she had saved coincidentally. These last days, she would often come to the cave to see it, feed it, and play with it. "You are playing around again?" A voice suddenly came from behind. The child Star Constellation's body shook. She felt her skull turning numb as she slowly turned around and saw the white-robed, solemn-looking Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. "Master!" Star Constellation lowered her head, saying softly, "Give your hand." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable brought out a ruler. Star Constellation gritted her teeth as she stretched out her small white hand. Slap! The ruler struck her palm and left a red mark. The intense pain struck her, but Star Constellation fought back the tears. "The homework that you did recently is a total mess. Instead of training killer moves, you are playing with a cat here." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the leopard cat behind Star Constellation. The child Star Constellation immediately brimmed with tears. "Master, don't be angry, don't chase little yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will definitely practice my killer moves." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable fixed his gaze at Star Constellation, but Star Constellation drummed up her courage and held her gaze, like she would protect the leopard cat no matter what. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression was stiff. He picked up the child Star Constellation. "Come with me." Star Constellation felt a strong wind brushing past her face and could not open her eyes. After some time, the roar of the wind suddenly stopped and she felt her feet touching the ground. "Take a look." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's voice reached her. Star Constellation opened her eyes and saw that she was in a ruin. Her pupils shrunk. Her sight was filled with burning houses and corpses of man, woman, old, and young. This village was peaceful and quiet, but but because it is near the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits invaded and massacred everyone. Do you know how often this situation occurs? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The child star Constellation was deeply shocked, shaking her head subconsciously. This kind of situation is happening almost every day. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh. Not only at the periphery of Central Continent, there are remnant variant humans even deep within Central Continent itself. They come out occasionally and kill us humans. Heavenly Court is already established in Central Continent. Humanity has firm dominance, while the variant human super forces have gone into hiding or have left Central Continent. As for the other 4 regions, variant humans still hold power. Do you know why that is the case? The child star Constellation answered quickly, I know. I heard from the senior brothers and sisters that Master roamed the 5 regions and attacked all the variant human super forces. No matter how many variant human GU immortals there are, they cannot beat you. But they all hid away, so we cannot find them. Right. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded his head. When immortal apertures are placed in the world, they shrink down to the size of a speck. Searching them is extremely difficult, like searching for a needle in the ocean. Because of this, even though humanity has me, an immortal venerable invincible in the world, we are still unable to get rid of those variant humans. Although we have taken control of Central Continent, the other 4 regions are still not liberated. Because our human population is too small, we cannot compare to variant humans. Even if we target the 4 regions' variant human GU masters and mortals, even if we kill them all, as long as those variant human blessed lands and grotto heavens exist, they can easily nurture countless variant humans. Once blessed lands and grotto heavens hid, they were difficult to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. The population inside could increase much more rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens could open their entrance and release the extra population in the 4 regions. These GU immortals' immortal apertures are the foundations of the variant humans. If we cannot find their specific locations, when I die, humanity will still be in a perilous situation. The past tragedy will repeat once more. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh and stroked the child star Constellation's hair. This is why you need to work hard. Fate has decreed that you will become the future Immortal Venerable and create Wisdom Path. With Wisdom Path, we can deduce the location of most of the blessed lands and grotto heavens. We can kill those variant human GU immortals and ensure the prosperity of humanity for countless generations ahead. Xingsu 1, you need to understand that with every moment you spend playing around, more of our people will die under the blades of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people, and also many who are the same age as you. While you are playing, the children who are of your age lie in a pool of blood, unable to see the sun of tomorrow. The child star Constellation was pale as paper as she pursed her lips in silence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used his killer move again, bringing her back to the back of the mountain. He did not instruct her anymore and left her by herself. Several days later, the child star Constellation parted with the leopard cat Little Yellow. Despite Little Yellow being very reluctant to leave, she still returned it to the forest. When she was alone, she squatted on the ground and held her knees, weeping softly to herself. Although Master is completely right, I am only just a child. The senior brothers and sisters can have fun, so why can't I? Is it simply because fate decreed me as the future Immortal Venerable? The child star Constellation cried for a long time till night time. The sky was filled with stars. She slowly stood up, her small, round face still had tear stains. A lump of starlight gushed out of her heart. Star Constellation held this starlight and threw it on the back of the mountain. This lump of starlight bore a vague resemblance to her shadow. The child star Constellation said to this starlight shadow, "Actually, I don't want to become an Immortal Venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so kind to me, I need to think for them as well and bring happiness to the whole of humanity. If there is a second life, I want you to play all you want and make up for my regret in this life." The starlight shadow did not leave. The child star Constellation looked at her and said, "Let me give you a name. Since Master often praises my wittiness, bright eyes, and white teeth, let's call you Ming Hao." The Starlight Shadow seemed to be very happy after receiving the name. It left quickly. Teenage Star Constellation grew into a young lady, and she was now an immortal. She did not just stay in closed cultivation, she often traveled to different places to enrich her experience. There was no use in just cultivating behind closed doors, because what she needed to do was not to inherit Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's legacy, but to create Wisdom Path. When she was traveling Eastern Sea with a disguised identity, she became acquainted with a GU Immortal. Under some coincidences, she and this GU Immortal ran into each other time and again. They joined hands to fight and got rid of variant human tribes, they explored sea trenches, and so on. Their friendship deepened, which eventually turned into feelings of fondness. But you are a variant human. When Star Constellation saw her beloved's true appearance, she stepped back in shock. Xinga, I did not hide it on purpose, please listen to my explanation. Her beloved one was anxious. Star Constellation, however, shook her head and flew up to the sky. The man gave chase without letting up, but because of his heavy injuries, he fell from the sky in the end. When he gained consciousness, he found that he was lying on a beach and Star Constellation was beside him. You saved me, Xinga. I know it is you, where are you? Come out and meet me. The man was both surprised and happy as he struggled to get up and shouted with all his strength, but he received no reply after all. In the end, he could only leave the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely receding figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed herself. Her eyes were brimming with tears along with reluctance to part with him. Why do you have to be a variant human? How great would it be if you were human? Do you know that I already thought of marrying you? According to customs, Master had already prepared embroidered tower for me as dowry. But I cannot do it. Because I am Star Constellation, the future immortal venerable of humanity. I need to get rid of the variant human GU immortals for my people. If I become your wife, how can I attack them? Once the variant humans get comfortable, what will happen to the future of humanity? Her master's anticipation, the hope of humanity, and the support of the people around her, all of these burdens were weighing on Star Constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of unfulfilled love almost tore her soul apart. Starlight started to gush out of Star Constellation's heart. She held this lump of starlight again. She mumbled to the Starlight Shadow, since he praised my beauty and talent, I will name you Yu Xiu. If there is another life, please live well for me, don't care about the future of humanity, don't think about the safety of people, for just once, live for yourself and be selfish, go ahead and love, you can cry to your heart's content. The Starlight Shadow rippled as if replying to her. In her later years, Star Constellation had already become a venerable. Inside a hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister who had always supported and taken care of her. She was like her own mother. Let me do it. The senior sister shouted, Arsu, you are the great immortal venerable, you cannot sacrifice yourself to merge with heaven's will. No. Star Constellation shook her head softly, precisely because I am the immortal venerable, I need to do this. The senior sister's eyes were filled with tears. Arsu, you were only 3 years old when you became Master's disciple. I have taken care of you this entire time, I looked at you grow bit by bit, mature step by step, and finally become the Star Constellation Immortal Venerable of humanity. No one knows better than me how much sadness and pain you have endured in this process. You have already sacrificed too much over these years. Now, you have already done a great job and fulfilled everyone's expectations. Don't make sacrifices anymore, you still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Didn't you often complain to me? Although your life seemed great and you have been praised by countless people, you still hold many regrets. Arsu, you deserve a better life from now on. You have sacrificed too much for humanity, it is time for you to live for yourself. So this time, let me assimilate with heaven's will. Star Constellation smiled, her figure flashed and appeared before her senior sister. She softly wiped her senior sister's tears and took out a lump of starlight from her heart. Senior sister. You praised me for my great magnanimity. I shall name this Starlight Shadow Fang Ya, let her accompany you in my stead. I was an orphan from birth, you looked after me all my life, you are my sister and also like my mother. How can I let you do this? In any case, I have already sacrificed and given up so much, it is already like a habit for me. Ha ha. Let Fang Ya stay and look after you, she will help me make up for the regrets in life. I have left behind 3 starlight shadows, they are also my arrangements for revival. I do not want to see the day where I can revive, but if the situation aggravates to that degree and I revive, I will listen to you, my senior sister. Forget about this world or the whole of humanity, I will live for myself and myself only. For once, I want to be selfish too. Crazed Demon Cave. When Ming Yu Xiu, and Fang Ya woke up, they received devastating news. Fate Yu was destroyed, Heavenly Court had fallen to an abysmal state, the great demon Fang Yuan had risen up, the righteous path was declining while demons surged, Central Continent was surrounded by danger on all fronts. I once vowed to myself. I want to live my own life. To live for my pleasure, to live for my love, and to live for my happiness. Was I wrong? I had already completed my mission, I created Wisdom Path, I already got rid of most of the variant human GU immortals, I even led humanity on the path of prosperity. It was time I took a rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously make plans and arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? Why? Fairy Ming looked at the rising fire and smoke, she curled her lips. Fairy Yu Xiu looked at Demon Immortal Qi Ju and the 8 extremities with a cold gaze. Fairy Fang Ya looked at the chargings on Budu and smiled plainly. At this moment, starlight flickered on the bodies of the 3 fairies, resonating with bright radiance. The 3 immortals recited together. A life of selfless giving. Worrying and helping the people. Sacrificing my body and life. For starlight to radiate the world. Everything changed upon revival. The 5 regions became unrecognizable. Only my heart remained the same. The 3 avatars unite to save heaven. Starlight connected and fused into one, its radiance rising towards the sky. The light soon formed into an immortal with peerless beauty, her eyes shone brightly like stars in the sky. Star Constellation? Star Constellation. Star Constellation. Chapter 2184. Immortal Venerables enter Primordial Domain. On the peak of Book Mountain, the scene of 3 star avatars joining into one and turning into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shocked the Immortals, who were bathed in blood. Although the Immortals already expected the revival of Venerables with Fate GU being destroyed, when a Venerable really revived in front of them, they still could not help but feel intense shock. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The only female among the 10 Venerables. She created Wisdom Path, inherited Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables' will, developed Heavenly Court, assimilated with Heaven's will, and helped Heavenly Court resist 3 demon Venerables. Her name was always resplendent in the history of humanity, her glorious reputation had never dimmed. Now, she had revived. Star Constellation, take this punch. Jean Budu did not have any hesitation as he stepped on the mountain peak, and with a thunderous voice, he attacked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival did not surprise Fang Yuan. In fact, he already had some speculations regarding the identities of Ming Yu Xiu, and Fang Ya. These 3 had extremely high strength, they were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. Heavenly Court was persistent in repairing Fate and had worked for it for over 1 million years. But in the crucial Fate War, there was only one pseudo-venerable battle strength, Duke Long, defending Heavenly Court. But right now in Crazed Demon Cave, Heavenly Court had suddenly brought out 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. This proved that these 3 female immortals had revived only after the destruction of Fate GU. If not for this, how could they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived pseudo-venerables, their names should have been renowned in history, but they were shrouded in mystery. More importantly, there was no trace of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable from the start. With these several clues and his strong Wisdom Path attainment, Fang Yuan deduced that the probability of these three immortals being star constellation was increasingly obvious. It was like how Fang Yuan could create clones like Qi Si Ancestor, Zhonbi Du, and Wu Shuai. Why could star constellation Immortal Venerable not do the same? It was just that star constellation's three avatars were more profound and mysterious than Fang Yuan's clones. The three fairies could become star constellation by fusing together. Zhonbi Du showed no fear against the revived star constellation. Before his punch even landed on star constellation Immortal Venerable, the intense wind from his punch blew star constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair into the air. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, however, was smiling. At the next moment, Zhonbi Du struck star constellation, but he passed right through her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's figure vanished like an illusory bubble. This was fake, it was merely an illusion. Zhonbi Du realized this and quickly activated an investigative method, but could not detect star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body. Star constellation, please hold on. Suddenly, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Golden light drifted in the air, revealing star constellation Immortal Venerable's figure. But star constellation Immortal Venerable used a killer move. Inside her immortal aperture, Fairy Feng Ya's Talent Gu, and Fairy Yu Xiu's Serious Gu and Learning Gu, which were temporarily taken out from Divine Emperor City, activated one after the other. Immortal essence was consumed intensely, star constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gaze, star constellation Immortal Venerable flew to the sky grandly and entered Primordial Domain. Damn it! Zhonbi Du gritted his teeth as he gave chase. However, although he caught up to star constellation Immortal Venerable, she was like a silhouette that could not be disturbed by Zhonbi Du. She quickly entered the depths of Primordial Domain. But Zhonbi Du passed through Primordial Domain. Without special methods, there is no way to enter Primordial Domain. Zhonbi Du's eyes burned with anger. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was revived. But she did not fight Zhonbi Du, instead choosing to directly head to Primordial Domain. She was a Venerable, she could not make a move casually, otherwise, she would be suppressed by Limitless Demon Venerable's methods just like Qi Si Ancestor. She directly left without caring for Heavenly Court's Immortals, Book Mountain, and the whole battlefield, but this became a fatal move. Lu Weiyin's expression was ashen and extremely unsightly. Primordial Domain was the crucial factor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The reason they attacked Book Mountain furiously was to obstruct Heavenly Court from obtaining Primordial Domain. They never expected that even though star constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to get Primordial Domain, she could directly fly into it. Zhonbi Du lacked suitable methods and could not block her. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made a move but was unable to obstruct star constellation Immortal Venerable. What do we do? Lu Weiyin was at a loss. Once star constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain to replenish her lost attainment level, she would quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster and regain her status of the Wisdom Path Tao Lord. Is Heavenly Court going to continue controlling the future of this world? Bing Saitron sighed dejectedly. Not necessarily. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered, let's go. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar shone with dazzling golden light. The golden light shot everywhere before joining together and making a path that stretched forward. It was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move, luck-changing golden light path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace that was stationed in Savage Wilderness Great World also let out a majestic light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was brought into Crazed Demon Cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions regarding the development of the worlds. It had gotten deeply involved. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, creating mysterious changes in the luck-changing golden light path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and followed the golden light path into Primordial Domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was unable to stop star constellation Immortal Venerable, but he possessed the #1 luck path attainment in the world. He made use of Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to enter Primordial Domain. Longevity Heaven's Immortals cheered as they saw this. But Fang Yuan's subordinates were pale. Damn it, damn it! Lu Weiyin's expression was extremely unsightly. Although Longevity Heaven cooperated with Fang Yuan, their main goal was to make use of him. Right now, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun directly abandoned Fang Yuan and entered Primordial Domain himself. It was obvious that he was seeking to replenish his Luck Path attainment level in Primordial Domain and become a Luck Path Dao Lord once again. Both Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven threw Fang Yuan aside. Is this a Venerable's foundation? Xiao Hejian heaved a sigh. Should we retreat? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs will started to waver. Fang Yuan was the source of these variant human GU Immortals' confidence, but currently, it was obvious Fang Yuan could not compare to the two Venerables. This made the variant human GU Immortals' morale fall sharply. No need to worry. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body came over from Yellow Earth Great World. His expression was still calm. Lu Weiyin's eyes shone with hope. Lord Fang Yuan, you have a way. Fang Yuan nodded, looking towards Rising Cloud City. Qi-Ju, let's cooperate once again. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju flew over from Rising Cloud City. Heh, I knew you had ulterior motives when you gave me the rank 8 Immortal GU house. But your killer move has no issue. Come, let's work together. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, taking out Hulan from the Qi-Si clone's immortal aperture. At the same time, Shilan appeared above Demon Immortal Qi-Ju. Hulan and Shilan came together and shone on each other. Lu Weiyin was exulted when he saw this. I get it, the Legends of Ren Zhu has records of this. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom GU was bitten by Self GU, it felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom GU found Lai GU, no matter what I say, my words are filled with wisdom, they will advise and help others. This won't do, so I came to you for help. Lai GU asked, how do you want me to help you? Wisdom GU said, this is easy and simple. Ren Zhu and his children are in Primordial Domain now. In front of Primordial Domain is Shiland, while behind it is Huland. Go to Primordial Domain and deceive Ren Zhu, tell him Huland is in front while Shiland is behind. Lai GU was puzzled, that can help you take revenge. Wisdom GU laughed loudly, humans need to breathe in first before they can breathe out. Meanwhile, Shiland and Huland are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just follow my instructions. Lai GU followed Wisdom GU's arrangements and went to Primordial Domain. It told Ren Zhu, human, you need to be careful. You are in a mystical place, you will reach Huland if you go forward and Shiland if you move back. Ren Zhu had been thinking of leaving Primordial Domain. He thought, the beastmen once advised me to not go to Huland. In that case, I shall head towards the back and go to Shiland. Ren Zhu moved towards the back of Primordial Domain with his children Great Strength True Martial and Carefree Wisdom Heart. Thus, they arrived at Huland. This is not Shiland. Carefree Wisdom Heart knew they had been deceived. Ren Zhu patted his chest, fortunately, I died once and Betrayal GU has already left me. Otherwise if I care one, Betrayal GU will harm me. But Great Strength True Martial suddenly realized something and shouted, this is bad. What's wrong? Ren Zhu was just about to ask when Self GU flew out of his body. Self GU left Ren Zhu, leaving behind a sentence, oh human, after you put Attitude GU on me, you deceived even yourself, so don't blame me for leaving you. Back then, Ren Zhu protected Weak GU. Weak GU urged Ren Zhu to put Attitude GU on Self GU to deceive himself, creating the perfect deception that managed to even deceive the predicament. If humans deceived themselves, their sense of self would leave and the person would lose themselves. Ren Zhu was angry and anxious, what to do, Self GU left me. How can I obtain freedom without it? How can I break free of the restraints of fate? Self GU once took a bite of Betrayal GU, so it gained the inclination to betray. I was already dissatisfied with it. Great strength, true martial's ability, Yu shouted. The skilled were naturally dissatisfied with themselves. Self Yu will be out of our sight soon, we need to give chase. Carefree Wisdom Heart reminded. The three immediately chase after Self Yu. Self Yu left very fast and dove into a river. The river's surface was calm with ice of all sizes floating on it. This is the river of time. The ice floating on the river is called truthful floating ice. Renzu's group recognized it immediately. They had gained this knowledge in the Qiankuan crystal wall. Renzu looked afar and said, I think Self Yu is hiding in the center of the floating ice. Let's quickly go and catch it. Chapter 2185. Fang Yuan enters Primordial Domain. Every piece of floating ice in the river of time was a piece of truth. Renzu observed for a long while before pointing towards a floating ice. This floating ice is neither big nor small and has a smooth surface. Let's step on this. But great strength, true martial said, this floating ice is clearly too small. It is not enough for us three. Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. This floating ice is quite big, but there are many spikes on it. They will pierce our feet. Even when looking at the same truth, from the perspectives of different people, they could be big or small, minor or severe, difficult or easy. Some could accept it, but some could not. Renzu's group discussed for a long while before they chose a floating ice and stepped on it. When Renzu stepped on this ice, he immediately cried and sniveled. Great strength, true martial shouted in anger, while Carefree Wisdom Heart laughed happily. When looking at the same truth, different people would have different feelings and emotions regarding it. Renzu and his children could only endure this. Every piece of floating ice in the river of time is a cold and silent truth. But we humans have hearts, we feel emotions when we come across truths, and when truths and emotions mix, they create different situations, one for everyone. Carefree Wisdom Heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried the group and drifted for a while before it started shrinking and submerging. Let's jump to that floating ice. Renzu pointed towards the left, at his front. Before the floating ice under them submerged, the three jumped to the second floating ice. This piece of truth created different emotions in Renzu's group. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions they felt also changed. Some went from angry to happy, while others went from happy to depressed. I can't endure this anymore, I feel horrible. After persisting for a while, Renzu said while grasping his heart, let's jump to that floating ice. The three jumped over, but shortly afterwards, Carefree Wisdom Heart said, I cannot stand this situation, I am also feeling extremely down. I even want to die. Renzu's group of three quickly changed to another floating ice. No matter what truth they came upon, in reality, they could be endured by gritting one's teeth. The most dreadful thing was the suffering of the heart. If the heart could not endure it, the person would be unable to continue moving forward. After changing several pieces of floating ice, great strength true martial felt the least amount of discomfort. I am still fine. Strong Yu shouted proudly in his heart, there are too many situations in the world, but it has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong. Fortitude Yu called out, the credit here goes to me because I have been helping you since the start. Fortitude Yu could suppress emotions. Suddenly, two Yu worms grew on Carefree Wisdom Heart's palms. The Yu on the left palm was called good. The Yu on the right palm was called bad. Humans, we can help you distinguish which situation is good and which is bad. Good Yu and bad Yu said together in a soft voice. Thus, with the help of good Yu and bad Yu, Renzu's group was able to choose a piece of floating ice that had a good situation. All three of them felt happy when standing on this floating ice. When the floating ice started to submerge and good situations turned bad, the three jumped away. Like this, the three gradually turned happy, then ecstatic, before finally becoming euphoric. They could not move forward anymore as they drowned in emotions of endless joy. The three forgot about their situation, the truthful floating ice they were standing on submerged completely, they fell into the river one after the other. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. She land. Who land? The two secluded domains of heaven and earth let out misty white light that mixed into one and formed a horizontal pillar of light. The final step. Fang Yuan let out a breath of relief as he activated a killer move. Chi aura flew into the light pillar, forming a vortex in the middle. The vortex shot to the sky, and when the white light vortex touched the surface of Primordial Domain, it expanded and shrouded the whole Primordial Domain like a fog. Fang Yuan followed the white vortex of light and went into Primordial Domain. Amazing, amazing! Primordial Domain is in between Xi Land and Hu Land. Using these two secluded domains of heaven and earth, he managed to locate Primordial Domain. Lu Weiyin praised loudly as he followed after Fang Yuan. Behind him were pseudo-venerable battle strength experts like Zhonbi Yu Du, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and Qi Si Ancestor. After these immortals entered Primordial Domain, the white vortex dissipated rapidly, disappointing those GU immortals who had been thinking of making a move. Fang Yuan was floating in Primordial Domain, frowning deeply. The moment he stepped in, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. But this was not a natural process, it was like a forced installation. Fang Yuan experienced an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or soul, it came from his mind. His mental state had been like a lake with no waves, being tranquil like a giant mirror. But now, there were fierce waves moving roughly. This was like a process where an infant who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and excrete got forced to learn the joy of a child jumping and playing. If infants jumped and played, they would injure themselves. It was also like a child who thought toys were the most precious thing, but was forcefully instilled the perspective of an adult, that money was the most important thing. A GU cultivator's attainment level was very hard to raise. By entering Primordial Domain, Fang Yuan was increasing his attainment level unnaturally and forcefully. It went against the law of nature. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured it. There was no trace of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered earlier. Fang Yuan also did not concentrate on them. He quickly inspected his body and came to a realization. Many paths' attainment levels are increasing rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path's progress is the fastest. Fang Yuan thought about it and started to move in Primordial Domain. He used a method which allowed him to fly in Primordial Domain like a free bird. Primordial Domain crumbled apart wherever he went. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Although Primordial Domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not even attack, it was just that he had too many Dao marks, even Primordial Domain could not endure it. Fortunately, before those areas of Primordial Domain collapsed, the attainment levels they contained were transferred into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I must find the correct direction quickly. If those areas in the Primordial Domain that contain Refinement Path are destroyed, it will be terrible. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with Primordial Domain, but all kinds of thoughts clashed in his mind and his profound Wisdom Path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial Domain contained the profundities of all paths, any GU cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan acutely adjusted his direction and moved in Primordial Domain, gaining a lot of progress in his Refinement Path attainment level. His direction was correct, and soon, his rate of progress in Refinement Path became the highest, among several other paths that were growing too. Fang Yuan's feeling at this moment could not be expressed in words. Even though he was feeling incomparable pain and his mental state was unstable, he also felt full and satisfied. At the same time, there was also an increasing thirst. This thirst was towards knowledge, towards attainment levels. It is no wonder that in the legends of Ren Zhu, after Ren Zhu obtained knowledge, he was not satisfied, he kept taking in more knowledge until his brain reached its limit and exploded. Fang Yuan felt a sense of resonance with Ren Zhu. Almost there. Fang Yuan endured the pain as joy appeared on his face. His intuition was telling him strongly that he was only a short distance from Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. Rumble. Right at this time, Primordial Domain shook and large areas started collapsing and breaking apart. Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level that had been rising stopped abruptly. Giant Sun, Star Constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold and sharp. He looked far away. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were fighting. They selected the location of their fight really well. It was in the main area of refinement path. Once this portion of Primordial domain was destroyed, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level could not increase anymore. In previous fights, Fang Yuan had probed many weaknesses of Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Similarly, details about him were also taken notice of by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They were aware that Fang Yuan wanted to break through in refinement path. Since they came to Primordial domain a step earlier, how could these two Venerables watch without doing anything? Thus, as they fought, they destroyed the future prospects of Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have taken the initiative to attack, and although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was in an alliance with Fang Yuan, he was definitely happy to take advantage of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, immediately pointing at him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Hundreds of deep blue stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave a shout, his whole body emitting 7-colored radiance. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Green Light, Water Paths Light Blue Hue, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Radiance, and Lightning Paths Deep Blue Light. 7 lights from these 7 paths mixed together and shot forward in a drill shape. Bam! The 7 kills Rainbow destroyed most of the stars and continued towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Starlight flashed around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, blocking this killer move. But she still staggered, and her face revealed surprise. What killer move is this? It was naturally a compound killer move. This 7 kills Rainbow was modified from the 5 technique Rainbow. The latter was once used by Fang Yuan in Eastern Sea when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Xia Clan headquarters to retrieve Xia Clan's lost territory. 5 technique Rainbow used metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, for a total of 5 paths. But 7 kills Rainbow went a step further, containing the swift wind and violent lightning. It was hard for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to defend against such a killer move. Because to block this move, she had to simultaneously consider metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. These amounted to 7 paths. There were many killer moves that seemingly involved many paths, but they were without any substance in essence. For instance, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable fought with Limitless Willing Crazed Demon Cave, he had used a killer move that imitated other paths' strength. The essence of the killer move was still one path, it was just that it imitated other paths. In fact, to deal with his killer move, only Theft Path needed to be targeted. But 7 kills Rainbow genuinely contained the strength of 7 paths. With just one exchange with Fang Yuan, even the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled. One aspect was the difficulty of defending against compound killer moves, the other aspect was Fang Yuan's vast Dao mark accumulation. He had too many Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might have been able to match it before, but the current her had just revived. The 3 avatars merged into one, their Dao marks were also added together, which became the current Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. But clearly, the number of Dao marks that Star Constellation had was lower than Fang Yuan. Chapter 2186. Snatching Primordial Domain. Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's main body finally fought against a Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan roared again, his body shook and over 100 evil dragons rapidly condensed around him. The evil dragons roared and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Another compound killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrank slightly. She immediately noted that the evil dragons in front of her contained profundities of at least Transformation Path and Enslavement Path. Fang Yuan's Dao mark quantity was horrifying. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight him head-on, that was not her style. She was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster. This was true in her previous life, it was also true now. Her body immediately flickered as the surrounding starlight split into 1,000 specks, each of time transformed into one-star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun quickly activated his investigative method to distinguish the real body. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank, but he still ordered the dragons to charge forward. The dragons fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables illusions. Instantly, the whole battlefield was turned into a chaotic scene. The evil dragons bit, swung their tails, stabbed with their horns, or used their claws. Some even shot out sharp sword chi with their tongues. At the start of the fight, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables illusions were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. But not long later, they realized the patterns of these evil dragons. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables stabilized the situation and began to counterattack. The methods of these Star Constellation illusions were ordinary. Each illusion only had one killer move, and there were only 6 kinds of killer moves altogether. But these Star Constellation illusions had extremely high cooperation, not much inferior to the 3 avatars. The Star Constellation illusions used their numerical advantage. About 10 illusions would attack one evil dragon and kill it after sacrificing several illusions. Fang Yuan's evil dragons began to decrease rapidly in number. Fang Yuan's sword-tongued dragon soul has enslavement path profundity, so they can be controlled. But he is far from being Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' match in terms of wisdom path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun evaluated inwardly. But Fang Yuan knows his strengths and weaknesses as well as the enemy's. It would not be worth the effort if he put his attention on carefully controlling the dragon souls. So he is just activating this move repeatedly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not interfere for the moment, he just observed from the side. While observing the battle, he continued to activate his methods. Crimson light flew and wrapped the surrounding areas of Primordial domain, pulling them into his immortal aperture. Information was extremely important to GU cultivators. Especially when facing an enemy like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, killer moves were most effective during the first time they were used. Fang Yuan did not use other methods, he was still activating sword-tongued dragon soul without stopping. Groups of evil dragons that numbered over 100 each continued to rush to the battlefield. They were killed by the Star Constellation illusions, but they soon gained the upper hand in terms of overall strength. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inwardly surprised, so this move contained soul path as well. He saw these evil dragons being annihilated, but gradually, the souls of the evil dragons appeared. At first, these dragon souls were extremely weak, their battle strength was only 10% of the evil dragons. But as evil dragons continued to die, the scattered soul path Dao marks in the battlefield surged continuously. The dragon soul beasts born from the deaths of these evil dragons also grew increasingly strong. 20%, 40%, 60%. The evil dragon soul's battle strength continued to increase, finally defeating the Star Constellation illusions and tilting the battle situation in Fang Yuan's favor. And when there were only dozens of illusions remaining, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could not remain hidden. She smiled at Fang Yuan and actually retreated from the battlefield, taking her leave. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. From this fight, he gained a deeper understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nature. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived and clearly had the battle strength to fight Fang Yuan head-on, she did not battle frontally, she was very rational and flexible in thoughts. It was like how she retreated this time and made Fang Yuan's efforts go to waste. These soul path Dao marks on the battlefield were advantageous to Fang Yuan, but with Star Constellation's casual retreat, Fang Yuan had to give chase, giving up this favorable battlefield. It was not pleasant at all to fight with such an opponent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, hold up. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled, magnificent lights appeared and blocked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Good. Fang Yuan praised, taking the chance to catch up. It seemed like the alliance agreement between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan was still effective. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's choice could be explained easily. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw Fang Yuan's battle strength, and adding on the fact that he was still in his immortal zombie body, he regarded Heavenly Court as the main enemy. Were Fang Yuan to be weaker, he might have been jointly attacked by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, to get rid of this easiest target and prevent him from obtaining benefits while the two Venerables fought. Fang Yuan fought Star Constellation Immortal Venerable once again, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun barely made any moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lightly waved her jade-like hands, sending out a flurry of stars. The stars were extremely fast, whistling through the air as they shot at Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had tried to dodge them before, but these stars had homing ability, they reached him no matter how he dodged. Fang Yuan would need a long time to deduce and plan before he could decipher this killer move. Crack crack! Soft sounds echoed as the light barrier around Fang Yuan started to break. This light barrier was a compound killer move as well, it had outstanding defense, but under the continuous attack of the stars, it had already broken several times. The power of each flying star never changed, but they were tightly connected as a consecutive move. This was very terrifying. Suppose that a flying star's power was 1, the first star would have the battle strength of 1, second would have at least 3, third would have 6. Their strength increased progressively, reaching a terrifying level at the later stages. This was Fairy Ming Hao's combat system. The barrier of light collapsed. Fang Yuan immediately used a new defensive method, a halo shone above his head. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Just like what Heavenly Court's intel described, Fang Yuan was very cautious. After using the defensive killer move a few times, he would change to a new one, afraid that his defensive killer move would be deciphered, which could cause heavy injuries or even death if he was caught off guard. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan was exactly this. However, every time she got some results in her deductions, Fang Yuan would readjust his methods, making her deductions pointless. Fang Yuan, you are really well prepared for this battle, you have been changing your killer move so frequently, I am really curious how long can you continue this for? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke while using a killer move. This Wisdom Path killer move was formless and invisible. It created a whirlwind out of thin air, but it did not target Fang Yuan, instead targeting the surrounding primordial domain. In an instant, all the areas of primordial domain within thousands of steps were emptied by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent out golden light similarly, absorbing a small area of the primordial domain into his aperture. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with dark light. These two Venerables had extraordinary methods, they had been absorbing primordial domain even during the battle. Fang Yuan's accumulation was much inferior when compared to them. He had also tried, but did not find an effective method to collect the primordial domain, he could only watch as these two made gains. Since it is so, Fang Yuan resolutely activated a killer move. Flames flew and lightning shot out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been collecting primordial domain when the lightning fire wave formed by Fang Yuan's killer move swept over and emptied out the areas of primordial domain around him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun failed to gain anything, but he remained silent. Fang Yuan activated another move. Strong winds blew, an ice storm filled the area. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was implicated once again, the areas of primordial domain he was about to absorb into his immortal aperture were destroyed once again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun clenched his teeth while taking a look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated another move. Eerie souls moved and golden light shone, destroying all the surrounding areas of primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but glance at each other, the former was no longer smiling, while the latter's eyes were twitching. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. With this thought, Fang Yuan attacked without any restraint. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun needed some time to collect the primordial domain, flaws appeared during this process. Fang Yuan was directly destroying primordial domain, which was much faster and more convenient. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was interrupted again and again, but Fang Yuan used the excuse of attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not suffer restrictions from the alliance agreement, and there was no obvious point to criticize. He was really feeling impatient, as he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, let's negotiate. If you block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while I collect the Primordial Domain, we can split the gains with a 7-3 ratio. No, I want half. Fang Yuan immediately answered, as if he had been waiting for this. Immortal Zombie Giant Son was naturally unwilling. Without my method, you won't be able to collect even a portion of the Primordial Domain. If you dare to comprehend the Primordial Domain now, you will be met with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks. The risk is too high. Immortal Zombie Giant Son was not wrong. It was not difficult to interrupt the installation of Primordial Domain. But even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dare to comprehend Primordial Domain while fighting, and was only trying her best to collect it. Immortal Zombie Giant Son put forward a fair argument, but Fang Yuan paid him no attention. Boom! Lightning exploded and chi waves rose as the surrounding Primordial Domain was once again destroyed by Fang Yuan's killer move. Primordial Domain might have been a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but it was different from Book Mountain and Danghun Mountain. It was fragile. Immortal Zombie Giant Son gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used actions to tell him it had to be 50-50. If you don't agree, then even you, Giant Son Immortal Venerable, won't get any Primordial Domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Son could only relent. All right, we will split it 50-50. Fang Yuan continued, Giant Son, can I trouble you to put half of the Primordial Domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven at your own convenience? Immortal Zombie Giant Son could not help but open his eyes wide. Fang Yuan urged, don't worry, with me disturbing her with all my strength, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not be able to collect much of Primordial Domain. These words were a reminder to him, look, Heavenly Court is still our biggest enemy. Also, weakening Heavenly Court was also Immortal Zombie Giant Son's intention all along. All right. Immortal Zombie Giant Son sent half of his Primordial Domain into Treasure Yellow Heaven to express his sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even more fiercely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was only one person. She was starting to suffer losses after Immortal Zombie Giant Son and Fang Yuan collaborated to target her. Chapter 2187. This rascal Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in charge of disturbing her, while Immortal Zombie Giant Son was collecting Primordial Domain. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also obtained some with difficulty, her opportunities were decreasing rapidly as she fought with Fang Yuan. After this situation lasted for a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision. She resolutely activated a killer move, attacking Primordial Domain. The Primordial Domain stability was like an avalanche. At first it was only a small piece that got affected, but in just a short while, the collapse became increasingly severe. Immortal Zombie Giant Son gave a shout, sending out a golden-red aurora light. He succeeded in obstructing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. However, she activated the killer move again. Fang Yuan! Immortal Zombie Giant Son shouted. Even without Immortal Zombie Giant Son's reminder, Fang Yuan was already attacking fiercely to force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to defend and give up on destroying Primordial Domain. This time, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's turn to use killer moves continuously. Since the battle started, this was the first time she had taken the initiative to attack. Immortal Zombie Giant Son's response was not fast enough. Many of these offensive methods were used for the first time by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Son was not able to effectively block them. Rumble. After dozens of moves, Primordial Domain was completely destroyed. Most of the destruction was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, you live up to your reputation. Immortal Zombie Giant Son praised in amazement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that her efficiency in collecting Primordial Domain could not compare to Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Son's joint effort, so she directly attacked Primordial Domain instead. Such decisiveness and rationality, she was indeed an Immortal Venerable of human history, the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court. This place is... Fang Yuan's expression was slightly strange. Primordial domain was completely destroyed, but he did not fall down from the sky. Instead, he found himself in a void. There was no trace of the worlds of the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. He slowly flew over and stood 100 steps away from Fang Yuan as they faced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable together. Previously, Heavenly Court used Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance and the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun into taking action, giving them time to seize the Primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan responded extremely quickly, mobilizing all their forces without caring for consequences. Heavenly Court had experienced the Fate War and were no longer in their prime condition. They could not block the joint attack of the two forces. Since they could not seize it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could only choose the next best alternative. She directly flew into Primordial Domain and raised her wisdom path to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. However, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and other pseudo-venerables also entered Primordial Domain. The battle situation gradually escaped from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's grasp, forcing her to destroy the whole of Primordial Domain. Primordial Domain was not seized by her, it was actually still in the 9th layer. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan, and other immortals entered Primordial Domain, they had also entered Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. The void in this 9th layer is far smaller than the 8th layer. Is this the truthful floating ice depicted in the legends of Ren Zhu? Fang Yuan stared at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while also noticing the mysterious floating ice behind her. These bluish-white floating pieces of ice were of all sizes and had a huge quantity. They were floating quietly, they did not rotate by themselves, but because of the attractive forces between them, they flew around in groups. All the flying floating ice groups were slowly orbiting around the center. From afar, these orbiting pieces of truthful floating ice looked like a giant ball on the whole. The truthful floating ice's orbit was filled with mysterious profundity. Fang Yuan felt dizzy after just taking several glances. He intuitively sensed that these truthful floating ice pieces were continuing to grow bigger. Looks like this formation is the foundation for the construction of the whole of Crazed Demon Cave. Book Mountain and Primordial Domain are the cores that Heavenly Court took out from this formation. Amazing, truly incredible. This rank 9 formation keeps on orbiting and deducing. These truthful floating ice pieces are its gains. Those dead GU immortals and immortal apertures in the 8th layer are the fuel for this formation and also the clues for deductions. If so, the derivation GU recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu and Limitless Demon Venerable's study of eternal life are at the center of the formation. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking this, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in a cold tone. At the next moment, a luck path killer move pierced through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dissipated like a bubble. Her true body appeared, but it was no longer in front of Fang Yuan. She had already entered the rank 9 formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression sank slightly. Such a good method. This illusion was destroyed with one touch, but even I was unable to detect it was a fake. If not for a fluctuation in my luck, I would still have no clue. We need to move quickly. Limitless Demon Venerable used everything to arrange Crazed Demon Cave, and it has been deducing for over 1,000,000 years. We can't let these gains go to Heavenly Court. Why would Fang Yuan hesitate? He immediately moved with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and arrived at the periphery of the formation. The two immortals stopped. This formation is really terrifying. All the truthful floating ice are formation cores and also the safest places. All the other areas besides them are extremely dangerous. If we stop at other areas, we will be crushed by the formation. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he saw this. This rank 9 formation's crushing force came from the fusion of sacrificing countless GU immortals and great worlds. Even he would not be able to endure it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inspected for a bit and jumped on a piece of truthful floating ice. Be they the leading Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they both made the same choice. Fang Yuan was naturally going to follow them. He jumped on an elephant-sized truthful floating ice. The moment he stepped on the floating ice, a strong guilty conscience attacked Fang Yuan's heart. like he was a bandit that had invaded a peaceful village. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly as he quickly resisted this strong emotion. After adapting to it, Fang Yuan jumped to the second truthful floating ice. This time, an intense sadness engulfed his heart. The intensity was higher than before. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and adapted to it with difficulty. He looked ahead. Immortal zombie giant sun had already jumped to the fifth truthful floating ice, while star constellation Immortal Venerable was far ahead, already at the central area of the formation. I don't have time. Fang Yuan was hurried. He quickly jumped to the third floating ice. The outcome of the fight in the primordial domain was not ideal to Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were likely to have already regained their supreme Grandmaster attainment level, while Fang Yuan's refinement path was still lacking. However, since the opponent was the Grand Star constellation Immortal Venerable, this outcome was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. The primordial domain's battle was already like that. He could not let these two Venerables get their hands on Limitless Demon Venerable's Eternal Life research results as well. Eternal life, eternal life. Fang Yuan mumbled. Reaching eternal life was Fang Yuan's goal and dream. Even if he did not obtain it, he could not let it fall into other people's hands. The deeper into the formation, the higher the intensity of the emotions brought by the truthful floating ice. These emotions were of all kinds. Some were happiness, some were grief, some were sadness, some were anger. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was still taking the lead. Her advantage in this formation was extremely obvious. Firstly, the game of chess back then was the fight between Limitless Will and Star Constellation's will. Secondly, Heavenly Court had already begun infiltrating 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World was the best proof. Lastly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path had three aspects: thought, will, and emotion. Dealing with emotions and even using them to battle was what Wisdom Path was most proficient in. With all these reasons, it was no wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rushed to the formation instead of fighting. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stepped on a truthful floating ice and gazed back, her brow slightly furrowed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was rushing forward, constantly drawing nearer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised about this. The deeper into the formation, the more terrifying the intensity of the emotions and the more obstruction they created for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had not hesitated to leave Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace behind to take part in the deductions. He himself had seized Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's Savage Wilderness Great World in his era. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable came after Limitless Demon Venerable. When Reckless Savage Demon Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave, it was over 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also had a high understanding of Crazed Demon Cave. And his luck path methods also helped him to choose the most suitable path. But why is Fang Yuan also getting close? It even seems like he is going to surpass Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. This was beyond her expectations. Heavenly Court had naturally handed all the information about Fang Yuan to her. So, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew Fang Yuan very well. She knew that although Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment was also extremely high, his specialty was not in deducing but in guarding against others' deductions. From this, it was clear that though Heavenly Court's expedition against Fang Yuan had failed repeatedly, they had considerable gains as well. At least, under Heavenly Court's pressure, Fang Yuan had to give up on deductions, the handling of emotions, and other aspects of Wisdom Path. He could concentrate only on raising his defense against deductions. Right now was obviously Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's time to profit, but how could Fang Yuan still pursue them closely? Not only was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable surprised, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was astonished. He watched as Fang Yuan jumped forward rapidly and surpassed him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sensed a peculiar aura from Fang Yuan's body. Suddenly, he understood the truth. Fortitude GU. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's mind jolted, gritting his teeth. He recognized the aura of Fortitude Yu. Fang Yuan had never been good at hiding his aura, and there was also no need to hide it at this moment. So it was him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finally realized that the biggest mastermind who plotted against He Lulan in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was Fang Yuan. This rascal took away Fortitude Yu and Ability Yu from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. These two Strength Path Immortal Yu are at rank 8. Fortitude Yu can suppress emotions, no wonder he is at ease in this formation. Don't tell me Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is also Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's arrangement to help Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's thoughts started to run amok. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Although I seized Savage Wilderness Great World, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable still arranged for Fang Yuan to obtain Fortitude Yu and Ability Yu. Then, the portion of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance that I extracted before, could it also be bait arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Chapter 2188. Bedazzlement. Two figures were flying in the air and exchanging killer moves rapidly, air currents and thunder resounded constantly. Among them, the male immortal who was dressed in a white robe cultivated light path. He had a skinny body and a sharp face, and his eyes were small like beans. Meanwhile, the female immortal was covered in dark gold armor and was wearing a half mask. Her every move was filled with domineering aura. Besides these two, there were over 10 Gu immortals watching the battle in the surroundings. "Big brother, quickly kill this bitch!" The female immortal Liu Luo shouted with her gaze fixed on the battlefield. Beside her were Liu tribe's Gu immortal elders. Besides them, other Huangjin tribe Gu immortals also came, like Chanyu tribe's Chanyu Xiong and Gong tribe's Gong Tong Kuai. The male immortal in combat was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, Liu Chang. The female immortal was He Lulan. He Lulan used Black Moon as her alias and challenged experts everywhere. After defeating Chen Cheng and Yin Wu Qiu, she continued to challenge lone and demonic immortal experts. She was not defeated even once. Her reputation rose rapidly, shocking Northern Plains. The two siblings Liu Chang and Liu Luo had failed to recruit Yin Wu Qiu, and even came into conflict with He Lulan. To take revenge, Liu Chang publicly challenged Fairy Black Moon. Once the news got out, it immediately shocked Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. This battle was the result of that. Immortal killer move, Light Horse Crossing. Liu Chang activated a killer move. A small steed appeared below his legs, carrying him into the sky with a rapid speed. This movement killer move was exceptional. It allowed Liu Chang to maintain a fixed distance from He Lulan throughout the battle. After the loss against He Lulan the previous time, Liu Chang sensibly chose a long-range battle tactic in this battle. "Big brother, this is it. Let that bitch suffer more and die in vain later." Ha ha ha. Liu Luo cheered on Liu Chang with a shrill voice. Her laughter was very painful to the ears. But right at this time, He Lulan's figure disappeared from her spot. It was an illusion. When did she do it? Liu Chang was shocked and knew he was tricked, subconsciously dodging. But He Lulan's true body immediately appeared behind him. Bam bam bam. Fist shadows rained down and enveloped Liu Chang firmly. Liu Chang screamed while trying his best to activate defensive killer moves to endure the beating. Liu Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. He Lulan's attacks were extremely fierce. Even the Gu Immortal spectators felt their eyelids twitch. Great! Awesome beating! She finally caught this crafty Liu Chang. Among the spectators, the lone and demonic immortals cheered and praised. In this group, besides Chen Cheng, Wu Guang, and Yin Wu Qiu, there were also many other people. Some of these people were defeated by He Lulan, while some heard of He Lulan's deeds and followed her of their own accord. Lady Black Moon has the upper hand. Wu Guang transmitted his voice while smiling. Don't you feel that Lady Black Moon has grown stronger recently? Now that I think of it, Lady Black Moon has been challenging others continuously. Her battle strength has been rising during these challenges. Brother Wu, could it be that you don't sense it? Yin Wu Qiu was bewildered. Wu Guang mumbled, shaking his head and transmitting his voice, "I also noticed it. But how could there be such rapid progress and growth in this world? It might be that Lady Black Moon was hiding her strength before, or maybe she had been in closed cultivation all this time and started to connect her methods with the increase in her battle experience. Thus, it caused us to feel that her battle strength is increasing rapidly." Yin Wu-Qiu nodded and was about to speak, when there was a change in the battle. Yu Immortal Liu Chang was indeed worthy of being a famous expert in Northern Plains. After some efforts, he finally escaped from He Lulan's attack range. He Lulan naturally did not want to let him go and immediately gave chase. But Liu Chang suddenly stopped, smiling darkly towards her. "Black Moon, you have fallen into my trap. Immortal killer move, Bedazzlement." In an instant, intense light exploded, enveloping the whole battlefield. The Gu Immortal spectators closed their eyes immediately, even He Lulan shut her eyes subconsciously. But when she opened her eyes again, the scene was still completely white. She was struck by the killer move Bedazzlement, her vision turned into a scene of white and she could no longer see. Damn it, Liu Chang actually learned this killer move. No wonder he was not afraid to openly challenge Lady Black Moon. This move is Liu Tribe's trump card method. Once a Gu cultivator is hit with this move, it will be extremely difficult for them to recover unless they use Liu Tribe's special recovery method. Many lone and demonic immortals had changed expressions, the mood immediately became heavy. This battle was not just a simple fight between Liu Chang and He Lulan. In the current situation, this battle already held much political meaning. Fairy Black Moon, who had no roots or background, represented the lone immortal faction, while Liu Chang represented Northern Plains' righteous path. Ever since the Fate War, Northern Plains' longevity heaven had been actively uniting Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Lone and demonic experts like Yin Wu-Qiu were actively recruited by the Huang Jin tribes, and the recruitment process was extremely forceful. So be it for the few lone immortals who were willing to accept this. However, the main thing was that most of the lone immortals and demonic immortals rejected this. But being lone forces, they did not want to offend those Northern Plains righteous path forces, so they kept silent even though they were furious. Under this situation, He Lulan's appearance was like a rallying banner for these Gu immortals. He Lulan dared to issue challenges everywhere without fearing the Huang Jin tribes, which gave these lone and demonic immortals a huge boost of morale. Especially now that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was destroyed and the demonic head old ancestor Shui who had hidden himself, the lone and demonic cultivators needed a leader. Because of this, Wu Guang, Yin Wu-Qiu, and others followed He Lulan on their own initiative. Many lone and demonic immortals came to observe this battle and support He Lulan. He Lulan was struck by the killer move and could not see anything. These Gu immortals became extremely anxious and worried. Liu Chang easily retreated, smiling. Immortal killer move, Vitality Glow. His injuries began to heal slowly. Immortal killer move, Gleaming Light. Light shone around him, like countless gleaming fish scales. This is not good. Chen Cheng frowned. This move restricts investigative methods. Yin Wu-Qiu and Wu Guang stopped conversing secretly as they fixed their gazes on the battlefield. Even if Gu immortals could not see, they had all kinds of investigative methods. But with Liu Chang using this killer move, other investigative methods might be useless. Since she could not see, He Lulan simply closed her eyes. She was not panicking, instead, she sighed lightly. "Liu Chang, oh Liu Chang, it is such a pity, you missed your final chance." Liu Chang was stunned before scoffing. "Fairy Black Moon, who are you trying to bluff? You have already lost. How can you counter my Liu Tribe's Bedazzlement killer move in this battle? There is no use in stalling for time." He Lulan did not retort. She replied to him with her actions. A killer move was activated. Immortal killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao. A black tiger condensed into solid form. This move again? A trace of solemnness flashed on Liu Chang's face. It is different now. Yin Wu-Qiu's eyes shone. This dark gold tiger seems to have grown wings. What? I didn't see it clearly. Wu Guang quickly replied. The moment the totem black tiger condensed, it disappeared. Many including Wu Guang did not see it properly. Where is it? Does it have the ability to hide itself? Liu Chang's expression changed slightly as he activated investigative methods. But at the next moment, his pupils shrank to pin size, his face was filled with shock and horror. The giant dark gold tiger appeared behind him. Whoosh! The tiger swatted, sending Liu Chang flying like a rubber ball. Howling winds rang past Liu Chang's ears while his vision spun like a whirlpool. He felt terrified internally. That attack had huge strength, almost destroying his defensive killer move. It is not that the black tiger has a concealment method, the reason is its speed. It is too fast, simply too fast to react to. The dark gold tiger's speed was so fast that it had already surpassed the limit of what the GU Immortal's naked eyes could perceive. It was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Every time it appeared, it sent Liu Chang flying. Liu Chang was completely at a disadvantage with no strength to retaliate. If he could use light horse crossing, he might be able to escape for some time. But right now, he had fallen into a passive position and had to focus all his strength in maintaining his defensive methods, otherwise, he might be turned into meat paste by the black tiger. Rumble! The black tiger's strike sent Liu Chang flying to the ground. Dust clouds rose, a deep crater formed. Liu Chang remained unmoving, he had fallen unconscious. Brother! Liu Luo screamed shrilly, pointing at He Lulan. You bitch, you killed my brother. How dare you do this? I want you to die, I want you to die. She was about to charge forward but was stopped firmly by a Liu tribe elder. Right at this time, a feeling of joy spread in her heart. Liu Luo was stunned. She felt incredulous at herself. Big brother is in such a state, but I feel happy. The other Righteous Path Immortals also had a change in their expressions. They were all feeling happiness. Gong Tong Kwai slightly shook his head to calm himself, saying in a quiet voice, Liu tribe's fairy, please don't be anxious, brother Liu is not dead yet. Calm down, so many people are looking, don't cause Liu tribe to lose face. A Liu tribe elder berated and flew towards the battlefield. He cupped his fists towards He Lulan, fairy black moon, you have won this battle. He had just said that, when he almost started crying. An intense wave of sadness filled his heart. He Lulan nodded, okay, so what about this battle's wager? She did not feel well either. First was the baffling happiness, followed by the intense sadness. What in the world was going on? Liu tribe's elder forcefully calmed down, replying to He Lulan, it has been sent to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Since Liu Chang lost, and with so many people watching, Liu tribe's elder had to openly send a considerable amount of cultivation resources to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had treasure light to distinguish value of the items. At the same time, it also showed Liu tribe's openness and upright handling of the loss. The Immortals present used their GU worms to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. They saw Liu tribe's wager indeed. That secluded domain of heaven and earth is still there. More accurately, this is a portion of the primordial domain. I wonder which great expert is openly transacting the primordial domain. The GU Immortal's attention was drawn to another direction. Not long ago, a portion of the primordial domain had appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, shocking the entire 5 regions GU Immortal world. Yin Wu Qiu shouted to bring back the attention of the Immortals. According to the agreement, please dispel the Bedazzlement killer move on Fairy Black Moon's body. Naturally. Liu tribe's elder used a killer move straightforwardly, restoring He Lulan's vision. He Lulan slightly nodded at the Liu tribe elder, and withdrew the dark capital strength Biao which was beside Liu Chang. This totem killer move had gone through modifications, its battle strength surged and it had already become her unique method. Chen Cheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Lady Black Moon's reputation is going to rise even higher. Liu Luo carried Liu Chang, while saying with hatred, Black Moon, don't be pleased with yourself. Our righteous path is filled with experts. You might have won against brother by chance, but can you win against others? Let's not talk of others, just Chu tribe's first supreme elder Chu Du is someone you won't be able to surpass. However, right at this time, an intense emotion of affection rose in her heart. Liu Luo's expression turned twisted immediately. What's going on? Why do I have such a strong feeling of affection when I look at this Black Moon whore? Hei Lulan did not feel well either, but her expression did not change as she sneered, Chu Du. I have heard of his name, he also cultivates strength path. I am challenging him next. The lone and demonic immortals' expressions changed. Chapter 2189. The Answer to Eternal Life. 9th Layer. For Yu immortals arrived at the periphery of the crazed demon formation. This is the truthful floating ice. Zhon Budu's eyebrows rose. Seems like it is not easy to enter deep into this formation. Qi ancestor was solemn. Unlike the main body, they did not have the assistance of fortitude Gu. Star Constellation is at the front, nearest to the center of the formation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is second, while Fang Yuan is the last. Lu Weiyin's heart tensed up as he looked ahead. Fang Yuan did not have the upper hand, so Lu Weiyin had to do his best to help him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared at the formation in front of him. He mumbled softly as if recalling something of the past, Limitless, this fellow. He leaped forward and stepped on a piece of truthful floating ice. The other three immortals glanced at each other before moving as well. The record in the Legends of Ren Zui was true. The pieces of the truthful floating ice were of different sizes and shapes in the eyes of different people. The emotional impact they felt were different as well. Because of this, Gu immortals could not move forward in a group. The best method was to move alone, choosing the floating ice most suitable for oneself. Fang Yuan had been maintaining the activation of Fortitude Gu. This Gu was only at rank 8 level, while this crazed demon formation was as high as rank 9. The deeper he went into the formation, the stronger the emotions he felt. When he had just activated Fortitude Gu, these emotions could be ignored and he did not feel anything. But now, Fang Yuan felt like when he had just stepped on the formation and started probing it. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after these two recognized Fang Yuan's method, they brought out their trump cards. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated Familial Emotion Gu, sharing his emotions to others. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable brought out a mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. This secluded domain looked like a cage as well as a lantern. Fang Yuan could not help but recall a certain chapter in the Legends of Ren Zui. The two Venerables' foundation was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. They had also made ample preparations for Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, Fang Yuan still fell back to the last position among the three. Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to move forward while gritting his teeth. The situation was getting worse. The emotional impacts became stronger, shaking his mind and spirit. But Fang Yuan was happy instead. Since he was receiving such fierce emotional impacts here, the two Venerables who were ahead would face even fiercer emotions. Fang Yuan's perseverance soon got favorable results. The leading star constellation Immortal Venerable was moving increasingly slower. She needed to rest for a long while after stepping on a piece of the truthful floating ice before she could move forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's speed became slow. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the same. Gradually, the distance between the three Gu immortals started to shorten. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable often looked back. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was in the middle, also stopped often and observed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. This was a difficult journey. The three immortals fully realized each other's vast tenacity and patience. After this situation continued for a while, a change occurred. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed on the truthful floating ice. Her body flashed with deep blue starlight. After the starlight dimmed, it actually split into three, becoming three avatars again. Could it be that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival is not complete and she has only revived temporarily? The stable state is still in the form of three pseudo-venerables. Fang Yuan's thoughts shook. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun felt an urge to take action, a chance. He gritted his teeth and persevered, slowly surpassing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation's 3 avatars stopped on the same truthful floating ice. They were trying to recuperate as soon as possible. When Fang Yuan overtook them, he hesitated for a moment. Should he take advantage of this situation? Fang Yuan quickly suppressed this impulse. Right now, he was deep in Limitless Crazed Demon formation. If he were to even make an attack, he might trigger Limitless countermeasures. His situation might be even more severe than the Qi clones. Moreover, if Fang Yuan were to fight with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, would it not be giving an advantage to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun? Look at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. He directly went to the center of the formation without paying attention to Star Constellation's 3 avatars. If regaining Supreme Grandmaster attainment level gave these Venerables the initiative, then gaining Limitless Demon Venerables deduction results might let the winner rise above other Venerables. Fang Yuan was increasingly certain of this speculation. It is time. Fang Yuan stopped on a truthful floating ice piece, enduring the vast emotional impact as he activated an Immortal Killer move. Immortal Killer move, calm and steady. The killer move's effect was immediate. The vast and strong emotions that were crushing Fang Yuan and almost destroyed his mental state disappeared almost completely. Fang Yuan possessed countless Immortal Yu recipes along with just as many killer moves. This calm and steady killer move was part of them. This move required 2 main cores, Calm Yu and Suppression Yu. Fang Yuan did not have Calm Yu and was unable to refine Immortal level Calm Yu, but he had Fortitude Yu. Previously, Fang Yuan had been moving while modifying the killer move, and was finally able to use this move now. As for Suppression Yu, Fang Yuan had it. Speaking of which, he needed to thank Heavenly Court. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had fought several battles with Heavenly Court's Yu Immortals in the River of Time. In one such battle, Fang Yuan destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation, obtaining Suppression Yu from it. Suppression Yu was rank 8, Fortitude Yu was also rank 8. The killer move with 2 rank 8 cores would naturally have stronger effect than just Fortitude Yu alone. Fang Yuan's speed increased again. However, he had already been somewhat far from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun before, so despite trying his best, Fang Yuan could not catch up to him. I did not expect Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to be the first to reach the center. Lu Weiyin heaved a deep sigh. Under Fang Yuan's, Star Constellation's 3 avatars, and other pseudo-Venerables' gazes, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly stopped. He stopped on the truthful floating ice that could be said to be 1 step away from the largest truthful floating ice at the center. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun showed hesitation at this moment. What was he hesitating for? While he was hesitating, Fang Yuan caught up. Fang Yuan, it is somewhat strange here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun spoke. Ever since he and Fang Yuan entered the formation, they were competing secretly. The mood between the two became strained. This was their first conversation. Fang Yuan's eye shone as he carefully sized up the truthful floating ice in front of him. For a moment, he was unable to find any clues. But he did not take a risk to step forward. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the best model. He was so close to success, but he still stopped. It could be seen that there was definitely something strange. It is odd indeed. Fang Yuan nodded, revealing an expression of realization. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly surprised. The reason he stopped was because his Luck Path investigative killer move showed a slight fluctuation, making him feel something wrong, but he was unable to tell what it was. However, looking at Fang Yuan's expression, did he realize a crucial point? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been putting a lot of attention on Fang Yuan. In his view, Fang Yuan was chosen by Heaven's will. He had talent that ordinary people could not match. To cause the destruction of Fate Yu, many Venerables helped Fang Yuan. Moreover, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were still helping him now. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not think highly of Fang Yuan, he could not disregard the other Venerables. So, he did not find it strange for Fang Yuan to see a crucial clue when he could not. Please enlighten me on what you found out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. Fang Yuan was surprised. Immortal zombie giant son had the dignity of a grand venerable, but he actually took the initiative to ask for guidance with no mental obstruction. However, Fang Yuan had actually not noticed anything. Therefore, he first looked back at star constellation Immortal Venerable. Those three fairies were still at the original spot, resting with their eyes closed. Then, Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Son, smiling. The eternal life research results are not easily obtained, but we can share them. Giant Son, how do you want to pay? No matter what the oddity was, he would first extort some benefits from Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Son's eyes shone. He was just about to speak when a person actually came out of the truthful floating ice at the center. Who? Immortal Zombie Giant Son's attention was immediately attracted. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Afterwards, Star Constellation's three avatars, Lu Wei Yin and the rest also discovered this abnormality. A rank 7 GU Immortal came out of the truthful floating ice. Fang Yuan even recognized this rank 7 GU Immortal. It was not Immortal of the three crazed demon eccentrics. The three crazed demon eccentrics were Wisdom Path GU Immortal Secret Schemer, Earth Path GU Immortal Pang Shan, and Rule Path GU Immortal Not Immortal respectively. These three lived in Crazed Demon Cave. They had been trying to find a way to enter the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave, to obtain the secret of eternal life. Regarding this goal, they and Fang Yuan were kindred spirits. The three crazed demon eccentrics did not have enough strength, they could not even enter the 8th layer, so they took in the strength path GU Immortal Chu Du then invited Fang Yuan, which was how Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave. Later, to prepare for the Fate War, Fang Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave to invite the three crazed demon eccentrics to take part in the battle. The three crazed demon eccentrics agreed, but they were not seen throughout the Fate War and even after it. Thus, they lost contact with Fang Yuan. Who could have thought that Not Immortal would actually appear here? Not Immortal looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Son and was stunned, immediately showing a vigilant expression. He did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Son, but from the terrifying aura, he knew this immortal zombie could not be provoked. He then looked at Fang Yuan, his brows rose as he revealed joy. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Immortal Zombie Giant Son's mind jolted. He immediately turned around to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you made such deep arrangements, I am in admiration. Fang Yuan shook his head. How could I possibly arrange this? Not Immortal, I wonder if Secret Schemer and Pang Shan. Not Immortal immediately replied, they are inside. He then showed an ashamed expression. The three of us agreed to your request to participate in the Fate War and fight Heavenly Court. But that day, there was suddenly a change in Crazed Demon Cave, and us three were pulled into here. With Limitless Demon Venerable's will's guidance, we understood the full details. Because us three lived here for a long time, our sincerity was finally seen by Lord Limitless Will. He arranged for us to be here to cooperate with the formation, by controlling Practice GU to carve this piece of truthful floating ice. Once all the worlds in the 8th layer are merged into one, they will disappear completely and turn into clues and energy for this crazed demon formation's derivation. Then, we will finish carving this truthful floating ice and find the method of eternal life. Chapter 2190. Star Constellation Scheme. Not Immortal did not hide anything. The Immortals present on the scene were all peak experts of the current 5 regions, they all heard it. In an instant, the Immortals' hearts pounded with excitement. GU Immortals could obtain longevity, but they were bound by lifespan, fate, and other restrictions. Even though fate was destroyed now, and lifespan restrictions were greatly relaxed, they could still be killed by a stronger enemy. Eternal life was absolutely greater than longevity. Speaking of longevity, the 10,000 years old turtle living in the sea could also be considered to have longevity, but it could not be considered to have eternal life. Eternal life meant that everyone and everything could not threaten the individual's existence. It meant complete invincibility. Be it time, space, or living beings, none could threaten an entity with eternal life. The concept of eternal life was paramount and above all. Even Venerables only had longevity and could not be said to have eternal life. Especially now that multiple Venerables existed in the same era, they threatened each other's existence. Shortly afterwards, there was commotion ahead. Secret Schema also came out from the central truthful floating ice. Secret Schema cultivated Wisdom Path. After seeing the situation in the formation, his mind shook as he quickly said, "Us three need to maintain the activation of Practice GU at all times. There has to be someone activating it and carving this truthful floating ice piece continuously. It is still too early now. It is not ready yet. The great worlds in the 8th layer are still not destroyed, so many life forms are still living." Secret Schema then urged, "Fang Yuan, I am aware of your goal. But right now, it is best if you don't step in here. Us three have already used all kinds of methods. After we stepped on this truthful floating ice piece, we are unable to get off. That is, unless the derivation is complete or the formation is destroyed." He is right. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded. After he stopped, he had been secretly activating methods to investigate and deduce. He still needed some time, but with Secret Schema's reply, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun checked it and realized Secret Schema was not lying. Secret Schema was solemn, but showed anticipation as well as resolution, continuing, "The most important thing now is to protect this formation and hasten Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements, letting this formation complete its derivation. Fang Yuan, we have the same goals. Please protect the formation and guard against all these malicious characters. The three of us will stake everything including our lives to maintain the usage of Practice GU." They did not know Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's true identity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also split into 3 avatars. Their intel seemed to stop at the period before the Fate War. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He first nodded towards Secret Schema before looking back at Star Constellation's 3 avatars with a solemn expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and turned to look at Star Constellation's 3 avatars as well. "I don't want us to be schemed against." The moment he said that, Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Feng Ya opened their eyes. Starlight emerged as the 3 fairies converged once again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. "Rise." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said softly. There was a sudden change in the crazed demon formation. The truthful floating ice's orbiting speed became faster and seemed to trap Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inside. Star Constellations Will and Limitless Will had been deriving Heaven Path research results using their game in Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had infiltrated the crazed demon formation deeply. They were able to take out the cause, Book Mountain and Primordial domain, so how could they not know about the situation of the crazed demon formation's derivation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to exploit Fang Yuan's and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's lack of information. Her main body personally moved to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deep into the crazed demon formation. Be it Primordial Domain or the crazed demon formation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtain either easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to trap Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. The crazed demon formation changed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan quickly tried to get back. However, the crazed demon formation had become a lot more dangerous than before. Truthful floating ice pieces even collided with each other. If they were careless and fell off the floating ice, they would be crushed to a pulp by the terrifying strength of the formation. Even if they wanted to jump to a different floating ice piece, they would need to deduce and wait until the formless force between the floating ice pieces weakened, before they could take the risk. Fang Yuan was already deeply in danger as he hopped over several truthful floating ice pieces. He turned around and inquired loudly, "Secret Schema, can you 3 control this formation?" Secret Schema shook his head. "Us 3 are only in charge of activating Practice GU." Not Immortal was pale, worthy of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually infiltrated the formation to such a degree that she can even be considered half the formation's owner. She activated the formation but did not influence its derivation. Instead, she is accelerating it. Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements will not trigger from this. Secret Schema replied in a loud voice, "Please don't destroy these truthful floating ice pieces. They are all a part of the formation. This concerns the success or failure of the derivation. If you two make a move, you will definitely cause Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliative methods to trigger. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression became unsightly. Take a rest. We will exchange pointers later. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled and retreated after leaving behind these words. Lu Wei-Yin and the other pseudo-venerables instantly prepared themselves for this huge enemy. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ignored them. She flew out of the formation and disappeared into the void. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Currently, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were unable to get free. Pseudo-venerables like Qi Si and Qi Ju would not be able to obstruct Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even if they hurried back to the 8th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation to such a shocking degree. Once she unifies the Great Worlds in the 8th layer and gains a hold of all the sources of fuel and clues for the Crazed Demon formation's derivation, her grasp over the Crazed Demon formation would rise massively. It was possible that the Crazed Demon formation might even change owners. One could easily fall into a trap if they were careless when fighting against Wisdom Path GU Immortals. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme was like this: it progressed step by step and was interlinked with each step as it latched onto the weaknesses of enemies. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only fall into the trap unknowingly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was solemn as he looked at Fang Yuan. The situation is urgent. I wonder if you have a good plan. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing indifferently. This Crazed Demon Cave battle has ended in Heavenly Court's victory. They have prepared for many years and spent a lot of energy, and with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leading them, it is only natural for them to gain victory. Looks like Heavenly Court is still going to lead the 5 regions for a long time. But as long as I have a breath left in me, I won't let Heavenly Court have an easy time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not look at him. He was continuously deducing the violent formation, looking like he wanted to retreat. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth before laughing and beckoning with his hand. Fang Yuan, it is too early to be discouraged. Please look at my method. At the next moment, golden light spread out from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body. The threads of golden light shone on the surrounding truthful floating ice pieces, constantly dyeing the floating ice pieces with a golden hue. At the same time, a majestic rank 8 Immortal GU house flew over from outside the formation. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace stopped outside the formation for a while before entering the formation directly. Lu Wei-Yin and the rest exclaimed in surprise, thinking that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun wanted to break out forcefully. However, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace safely entered and orbited alongside other truthful floating ice pieces. It acted like a piece of truthful floating ice as well, just that its appearance was somewhat strange. Giant Sun, you have a great method. Fang Yuan could not help praising. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could infiltrate the formation, but my luck path methods are also not inferior. It is just that before the formation stops, I won't be able to take out Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Let's leave quickly. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace took part in the operation of the Crazed Demon formation, so Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could also influence this formation now. He also copied Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and accelerated the formation. At the same time, he made a way out conveniently. Relying on this, he and Fang Yuan retreated together. As for Lu Wei-Yin, Qi Si, and the rest, they were also brought away by Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to the 8th layer. In this while of delay, the combat in the 8th layer had almost stopped completely. Heavenly Court was victorious. Only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. Bing Sichuan was also severely injured. The casualties on Fang Yuan's side were even more severe. Experts like Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had perished. Star Constellation! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted with fury as he charged forward. This time, he was much more active than in the primordial domain. Fang Yuan moved right behind him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable remained at her spot and did not evade. The other immortals quickly got out of the way in panic. Boom, boom, boom. The three-way battle erupted once again. Chapter 2191. Fighting and entering the Immortal Graveyard. Thunder rumbled ceaselessly. Immortal zombie giant sun breathed out countless golden rays, star constellation Immortal Venerable emitted beautiful starlight, Fang Yuan's killer moves engulfed the battlefield. Worlds shook like huge pancakes, mountains and rivers continued to be destroyed completely. In such a battlefield, the three great worlds became food on a chopping board. Fang Yuan breathed out indifferently, endless sword chi flew out like lumps of clouds, blocking the starlight. He then pushed with his hand as another killer move shot out, akin to a divine wind that roared like dragons or tigers. Fang Yuan was not able to do anything more than that in combat. He had too many Dao marks, his killer moves were also too powerful. He could only choose the weakest among those to use. In fact, although the fight between the three was filled with explosions, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also like Fang Yuan, they were holding back. This was not Primordial Domain. They could show their skills fully in Primordial Domain, but this was the 8th layer. The crazed demon formation still needed the great worlds to act as clues and fuel. If this place were to be destroyed, it would definitely trigger Limitless Demon Venerables' retaliative measures. But it doesn't matter, we only need to restrain Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was happy to accept this outcome. Both him and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were delayed in the crazed demon formation, resulting in Heavenly Court's victory in the fight between the great worlds. With their return now, another change emerged in the overall battle situation. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun collaborated to obstruct Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Zhon Biyudu and the rest counterattacked. Qi wave surged as Demon Immortal Qi Ju ran rampant in the battlefield. The phantom image of the damaged Qi land appeared above his head, facing 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch and Shabi 95 once again. Shabi 95 roared towards the sky as it charged into the battle. Immortal Killer Move, Shishi. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was already prepared, immediately using his strongest method. Shabi 95's Qi Path Killer Move was absorbed by Qi Land, increasing Demon Immortal Qi Ju's foundation. Shabi 95 got a huge fright, retreating quickly. If not for Qi Land being damaged and only 30% of it remaining, even some parts of Shabi 95's body would have been devoured. Senior, let me lend you a hand. At the crucial moment, an Immortal Gu house in the shape of a tombstone flew over. It was Gu Fanging in Demon Judgment Board. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Extraction Light. A scarlet blood-red beam of light pierced the skies and shot towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If not for my Qi Land being damaged and only 30% of it remaining. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew away, dodging this vast attack. Right at this time, a Qi wall suddenly spread out and seemed to connect heaven and earth. It suppressed Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Qi Si Ancestor had made his move. There was similarly a secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head. It was Hu Land. Using Hu Land as the core, his various Qi Path killer moves had boundless might and unparalleled vastness. The killer move Qi Wall was originally only limited to defending, but Qi Si Ancestor did the opposite, spreading it to entrap enemies. Even Demon Immortal Qi Ju was surprised at such power. He took several glances at Hu Land specially, commenting in his mind, truly the secluded domain of heaven and earth that is comparable to Qi Land. It is just that Qi Land is good at absorbing, while Hu Land is specialized in releasing. If both lands were gathered and used together in a complete circulation. Boom boom boom. On the other side, Zhon Biyudu wore the blood-red cape and moved like a flash of red lightning. Everywhere he went, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were beaten badly. Qing Cho was already killed by Qi Si Ancestors Hu Elevation. Even if it were to be revived, it would need to recuperate for a long time in Divine Emperor City, and would not be able to participate in the battle for this period of time. Without Qing Cho and the fact that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to use her full strength, the bulky Zhon Biyudu once again became a headache for Heavenly Court. Zhon Biyudu tore through the sky, closing in on Duke Mai. Duke Mai, careful! Duke Tong shouted while hurrying from afar. Duke Mai shouted with fury, Junior, don't be arrogant. He activated his strongest method, his eyebrows and hair fluttered and grew tens of feet long. His snow-white hair could become hard and soft. It was used for both attack and defense. The skillful series of moves even immobilized the violently charging Zhon Bu. Zhon Bu felt that he could not use his strength. His violent force was diverted and dispelled. It was very stifling. He immediately opened his mouth and roared. Yellow lightning erupted from his roar, destroying the countless hairs in his surroundings like they were dry twigs. A part of the incomplete Freedom transformation was Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation. This move was a fierce and powerful method that shot yellow lightning. Its power was magnified several times in Zhon Bu's hands. Zhon Bu broke through the obstacles and arrived in front of Duke Mai, directly punching ahead. Duke Mai's killer move was broken. The backlash caused him to reveal a weakness. He dodged a second late. The punch broke his head like a watermelon, his brain matter splattering everywhere. Duke Mai died, but his phantom aperture that contained all kinds of GU worms, Immortal Essence, and Immortal Essence stones flew towards the Immortal Graveyard. Zhon Bu tried to catch it, but the phantom aperture passed through his palm like an illusion. Seeing Duke Mai dying right in front of him, Duke Tong shouted furiously, "Demon, you will pay with your life." His muscles that were bulging and shining with brass luster rained down punches after punches. Every punch broke through the sound barrier and had horrifying momentum. Zhon Bu laughed fiercely, "Come at me." He charged head-on and fought Duke Tong in close combat without dodging. Bam bam bam. Punches and kicks interchanged. Zhon Bu just attacked without defending. Duke Tong's punches struck his body. The pain made Zhon Bu attack even more wildly. Soon, Duke Tong was unable to hold on and fell into disadvantage. Heavenly Court GU Immortals hurried over to reinforce him, using all kinds of killer moves to attack Zhon Bu. Zhon Bu's movement slowed down immediately as he was attacked by lightning, golden spears, and so on. His robust body shook slightly. He endured it all and grabbed Duke Tong's hand. "You can't run away." Zhon Bu laughed malevolently, exerting strength in his hand. Crack! Duke Tong's large and rough arm was broken completely. Duke Tong shouted in pain. His leg kicked like a whip, creating countless leg shadows that drowned Zhon Bu. Zhon Bu's eyes shone with a fierce light as he punched Duke Tong's chest. The two immortals staked their lives in attacking the other. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Duke Tong kicked Zhon Bu's two shoulders again and again. Du's neck and face turned purple from a lack of blood flow. But while this happened, Duke Tong's rib bones were shattered. His heart that had no protection was also destroyed by Zhon Bu. Duke Tong's heart was destroyed, but he still roared and continued to attack. Zhon Bu gave an evil grin. He stretched out his hands like a bear and clasped Duke Tong's head. Zhon Bu pressed viciously. First, he pressed his thumbs into Duke Tong's eyes, squeezing the eyeballs till they burst. Shortly after, with a crisp crack, Duke Tong's head broke into pieces. Finally, Zhon Bu clenched his fingers, crushing Duke Tong's brain, his face, and the crushed head together. Only then did Duke Tong's attack stop. His body fell while his phantom aperture flew away with his immortal GU. Zhon Bu's gaze was vicious as he followed the phantom aperture, his gaze falling on the immortal graveyard. Just as he was about to charge into the immortal graveyard, an immortal GU house flew over and blocked his path. Divine Emperor City. Zhon Bu showed a solemn expression. He restrained his fearless momentum slightly. After all, Divine Emperor City had the strength of Painting Path. Zhon Bu could not defend against it. If he was careless, he would also be captured and sealed in Painting World by Divine Emperor City. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan while observing the whole battlefield. A trace of worry showed up on her face. Heavenly Court lacked manpower. They could have the upper hand if they just fought Fang Yuan or Longevity Heaven. But when these two sides allied, they were at a disadvantage. Especially now that she was tied up and Heavenly Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. Heavenly Court was being beaten back by Zhon Bu and the rest's crazed attacks. Immortal Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable moved her left palm. A small phantom image of Book Mountain floated on it. Thousands of killer moves bloomed like fireworks or like a chaotic tidal wave as they poured out in a torrent. These killer moves had their respective target, each targeting their original owners. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si Ancestor, Zhon Bu Du, and the rest were taken care of. They had no choice but to divert their attention and focus on defending. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also engulfed by golden rays. He was also targeted by humble reciprocation. Undoubtedly, this move was truly suitable for the current situation. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have powerful methods like Hu Elevation, but if she used them, they would trigger limitless countermeasures. And humble reciprocation was only returning the other GU Immortals' attacks. The power of each move was not high and did not cross limitless bottom line. At the same time, these killer moves targeted their original owners and not the three great worlds. Their owners had to focus on defending instead. This greatly stabilized Heavenly Court's situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was holding Book Mountain while pointing with another hand. Stardust shot towards Fang Yuan. She needed to pin down Fang Yuan herself. Because Fang Yuan's killer moves could not be returned by humble reciprocation. These killer moves were compound killer moves. Only Fang Yuan with his sovereign immortal body could use them. So, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to target Fang Yuan herself. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, suddenly using the compound killer move Wind Light Fire Lightning Wheel. This move was modified from Fire Wind Wheel, adding in profundities of Light Path and Lightning Path. 5 rings surrounded Fang Yuan. The 5 rings rotated and carried him away rapidly. Fang Yuan had been secretly inspecting and discovered that the aura of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard kept on growing stronger. It was extremely odd. With Book Mountain already in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, only the immortal graveyard was left outside. It was a vital area of Heavenly Court. Humble reciprocation burdened the mind and consumed too many thoughts. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was burdened. Fang Yuan retreated from the fight and charged towards the immortal graveyard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately experienced what Fang Yuan felt when she removed herself from the fight before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly moved to stop Fang Yuan, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun noticed this. Even though there had been no communication, he decisively moved to stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's main body charged into the immortal graveyard alone. Not good, this demon Fang Yuan is here. He finally discovered the immortal graveyard secret. That's fine, we don't have to keep on hiding here. Duke Mai, Duke Tong, and others appeared to block Fang Yuan with decisive and furious expressions. All of them had actually been revived. Chapter 2192. Invading the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Dozens of immemorial year beasts appeared from the air above him. To complete the 12 zodiac battle formation, he had kept on fishing immemorial year beasts and gathered a complete set after much difficulty. As for these, they were all leftovers. Immemorial year beasts roared and howled as they streaked across the air towards the immortal graveyard. Duke Mai and Duke Tong were still blocking Fang Yuan's path. At the same time, many GU immortal figures appeared from the immortal graveyard. They were those who had died in the battle before. The GU immortals moved out, stopping all the immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan came to a realization after seeing this. It seems like the GU immortals who revived in the immortal graveyard have intact cultivation and Dao marks as well. As for the GU worms, their phantom aperture brings them back to the immortal graveyard when they die. Heavenly Court's GU Immortal Revival method was extremely advanced, with almost no flaws. Fortunately, Fang Yuan discovered this ambush in time. Lu Weiyin felt fortunate. If they were continued to be kept in dark, when the battle fell to a stalemate, and these GU Immortals attacked, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side would be caught off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed inwardly. The reason she concealed these GU Immortals and did not let them participate in the battle immediately was to ambush at the crucial time. It was also to preserve strength for Heavenly Court. The expedition to Kray's Demon Cave was not a fight to the death between the three sides, it was a competition to seize the derivation results of the Kray's Demon formation. In this aspect, the main player was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. Others like Fang and Che Wei did not have the qualifications to take part in this kind of contest. Moreover, with Heavenly Court weakened to a great degree, they had little manpower. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained the crazed demon formation's derivation and governed Heavenly Court in the future, she would need manpower to control Central Continent. She could not be a leader with no followers. But now, Fang Yuan had discovered these people. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was aware, this demon Fang Yuan was crafty and cruel with not even a little pride. Since he found this weakness, he was definitely going to take advantage of it. People like reckless savage demon Venerable disdained attacking those that were weaker than them. Although Spectral Soul demon Venerable slaughtered countless lives, he treated everyone the same. He killed the weak, he killed the strong. Slaughter had become his nature and madness had seeped deep into his bones. But Fang Yuan purposely bullied the weak. He liked attacking and bullying the weak, but if he met someone stronger, he would go into hiding. Before the Fate War, Heavenly Court searched for him repeatedly, but he kept on hiding, using wisdom path methods to guard against deductions. Stardust flew. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move to support the Immortal Graveyard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally stopped her with all of his methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the Illusion Killer move once more. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could find out the real copy, he would need some time to check. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeeded in returning to the Immortal Graveyard. But in just this short while, Duke Mai and Duke Tong had died miserably at Fang Yuan's hands once again. Fang Yuan tried to catch their phantom apertures, but did not succeed. If the Immortal Graveyard is not destroyed, these GU Immortals will still revive with their cultivation level restored. This is a big problem. Lu Weiyin also hurried over. Following Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's movement, other Heavenly Court GU Immortals also returned to the Immortal Graveyard. The situation once again turned into an offense and defense battle. Heavenly Court was still the defending side, but this time, they were not guarding Book Mountain. Instead, they were surrounding the Immortal Graveyard and fighting an intense battle. HMPH, once we kill these GU Immortals and destroy the Immortal Graveyard, Heavenly Court will only have Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left. Ha 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 ha. Jean Bu let out crazed laughter filled with killing intent. However, Heavenly Court seemed to have expected this situation. This Immortal Graveyard was already modified. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals flew down and acted as the formation cores, forming an Immortal Formation. The Immortal Formation created fog that quickly spread across the whole battlefield. Inside it, GU Immortals could not see clearly, like they were inside thick clouds. Not only this, GU Immortal figures were still rising from the Immortal Graveyard. Jean Bu and the rest fought with these figures. These figures had the same battle strength as their main bodies, but after they were killed, they only broke apart into lumps of fog. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deduced for a while and said, this is a painting path formation, but it also contains human path methods. This formation uses Divine Emperor City as the core, Heavenly Court GU Immortals as supplementary cores, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the main formation core. It will be extremely difficult for us to break this formation. Do you have a good plan? Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turned cold. Once they entered a deadlock, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Heavenly Court had infiltrated the crazed demon formation very deeply. They had a huge lead. If Heavenly Court was allowed to stall for time, when the three great worlds broke down into fuel for the crazed demon formation and the derivation of eternal life succeeds, Heavenly Court would have a much higher chance to seize the results than Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Heavenly Court was not a match for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's alliance in a frontal fight. But under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strategic and decisive leadership, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were the ones who fell into a passive state. Fang Yuan was aware of the severity of this situation, immediately replying, I know a bit about human path methods, but I don't know the first thing about painting path. Giant Sun, you are proficient in painting path, we need to join hands to have a chance at deciphering this formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded slightly. he had the intention of allying as well. Immediately, the two stopped attacking. They only ordered Lu Wei Yin, Zhon Bu Du, Bing Saichuan, and the rest to try attacking the formation, so that they could gain all kinds of clues and test their speculations. 15 minutes went by, Qi Si, Qi Ju, and the rest continued attacking with no success. Their injuries accumulated instead. Heavenly Court's formation was still standing firmly. Fang Yuan suddenly made his move. The human sea in his sovereign immortal aperture became turbulent, causing the fog in the outside world to fluctuate as well. Immortal zombie giant sun acted as well, spitting out rays of golden light. The golden light spread throughout the whole formation like ripples. Wherever the golden light went, the fog dissipated, revealing the immortal graveyard. The two sides' alliance army saw this and cheered. But this did not continue for long. The golden light dissipated quickly. The fog was restored almost immediately, blocking the sight of the immortals again. Zhon Bu Du and the rest tried to attack the formation, but they failed. They could not even sense the locations of the formation cores. Immortal zombie giant sun was astonished for a moment before smiling bitterly. This formation should have already broken, but the main formation core is star constellation Immortal Venerable. She forcefully used a wisdom path method to stabilize this formation. GU Immortals were the foundation of killer moves. The main part of any methods was still the person. Under star constellation Immortal Venerable's control, this formation of heavenly courts was forcefully stabilized, firmly obstructing immortal zombie giant suns and Fang Yuan's alliance army. Fang Yuan slowly shook his head. Looks like we won't be able to break this formation in a short period of time. Immortal zombie giant sun did not reply, silently agreeing with this judgment. When he and Fang Yuan attacked just earlier, it was already their strongest method that was allowed in this situation. Since it could not break this formation, they would need half a month or so to deduce and break this formation. According to the current fusion rate of the Great Worlds as well as the crazed demon formation that was accelerated by star constellation Immortal Venerable, half a month was enough for the derivation to be complete. Immortal zombie giant sun's expression returned to normal, asking brightly, "Good formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, can you tell me the name of this formation?" Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice came from within the fog. This formation is called Transient White Cloud City Suppression. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable but was not perfected. Only now, after Heavenly Court explored deeply into human path, we managed to fortunately complete it. Right at this time, Fang Yuan attacked once again, causing the formation fog to turn chaotic. Fang Yuan continued, "Giant Sun, since we cannot break the formation, we need to weaken star constellation Immortal Venerable for the future." "That is reasonable." Immortal zombie giant sun immediately shot golden light which spread throughout the whole formation. Wherever the golden light went, the fog disappeared and everything was cleared. But star constellation Immortal Venerable still stabilized the formation. Soon, the battlefield was covered in fog again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked again and again, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the formation every time. Both sides had no other choice. As this stalemate continued, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression changed suddenly. He felt some changes in luck. After dozens more rounds, Divine Emperor City suddenly shook, and Immortal flew out of the painting world. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took this chance and shot out golden light. Instantly, rays of golden light spread like ripples. Divine Emperor City shaking caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. The formation was not stabilized, causing the formation to break. Many heavenly court GU immortals who acted as the formation cause started coughing blood. Every one of them was heavily injured. Zhon Bu Du took the lead to kill his way into the immortal graveyard, shouting towards that GU immortal who broke through the painting world, Shen Shong, ally with us in attacking Heavenly Court. This crucial character who broke the formation was the pseudo-venerable of Eastern Sea's righteous path who cultivated human path, Shen Shong. Shen Shong was shocked mentally and physically, but he immediately joined Fang Yuan's side without any hesitation and attacked Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh as she waved her sleeve. She took all the Heavenly Court GU immortals and immortal GU houses, and entered deep into the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally would not give up. They chased all the way and saw a secluded domain of heaven and earth in the depths of the Immortal graveyard. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was a tall pitch-black door. It emitted an aura of eeriness, deathly silence, terror, and power. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, door of life and death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death, but Fang Yuan and the rest slowed down. It was not easy to enter the door of life and death. The legends of Ren Zhu recorded this in detail. Ren Zhu had once asked Wisdom Yu Xiu for guidance. Wisdom Yu Xiu told Ren Zhu the path to enter the door of life and death was called the path of destiny. Living beings could enter the door through the path of death. If they wanted to exit, they needed to walk through the road of life. The path of death was filled with suffering Yu, while the road of life had 3 obstacles: Danghun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Within the door of life and death, there was Pacifying Soul Lake, Fairness Yu, and so on. Not only these, according to Fang Yuan's intel, it was clear that the door of life and death had Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body as well as Ren Zhu's eldest son Verdant Great Sun Soul. Now, there was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and the Heavenly Court Immortals. The door of life and death had become a dangerous area. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death with no hesitation. There was close to zero possibility of there being no arrangements inside. Chapter 2193. Spectral Soul's Shocking Awakening. The dark clouds that represented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were corroded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starry clouds. Let's look at it again. Fang Yuan willed and used Cooking Luck Pot. His silver light pillar luck had condensed a bit. The dust around the base of the pillar was getting increasingly thick and solid. As for the 3 clouds above the pillar, the starry clouds and dark clouds had almost merged into one. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden cloud was still suppressed to the bottom. The starry clouds and dark clouds had become even larger. They were already beginning to corrode Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. This change clearly indicated a problem. Heavenly Court has prepared abundantly in Crazed Demon Cave. Looking at this, it seems like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has actually allied with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. According to the current state, Heavenly Court has too much of a lead. It is very likely that the final victor will be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Previously, there was Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, an external factor that affected the silver light pillar. But when Fang Yuan observed his luck now, there was no external factor remaining. In fact, at his level, there were extremely few external factors that could influence him and this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Only factors like Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance had the ability to influence it. Looks like I will have to rely on myself to resolve this situation. Although the result of the luck inspection was not good, Fang Yuan activated his method decisively. A finger-thick rainbow of chaotic colors wriggled out of his body. The rainbow first linked to the Chi-Si clone, granting him a multicolored radiance that covered his whole body. The rainbow came out again and connected to Shon Bu Du. This move will protect you when you move in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan said to Lu Wei Yin, Shen Shong, and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled, I have my own way. Shen Shong and Lu Wei Yin received this move. Thereupon, the multicolored rainbow connected them as well. At the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun put Calamity Luck Altar in his immortal aperture. His whole body was covered in a barrier of golden light. Right now, he was staring at above Fang Yuan's head. Ordinary GU Immortals naturally could not see the hidden Cooking Luck Pot, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was its creator. He could somewhat sense it. Cooking Luck Pot's strong aura astonished Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. But thinking back to this battle in Crazed Demon Cave and refinement path accomplishments of Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not feel it strange. Both sides activated their methods and charged into the door of life and death. They smoothly entered the door of life and death without encountering any setbacks. Inside the door of life and death was a scene of vast darkness. When Fang Yuan and the rest entered, it was like many torches were lit in a dark night. In an instant, countless soul beasts were startled. They started howling and roaring. The soul beasts began to attack frantically. while Fang Yuan and the rest defended. So many soul beasts. Shen Shong was astonished. This is the place with the greatest concentration of soul beasts. The soul beasts here are beyond 100 million, it is an inestimable number. Lu Weiyin said while activating a killer move which formed earthen walls. There are too many soul path Dao marks here, my killer moves can't even achieve 50% of their effects. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's face paled slightly after he tried several killer moves. There were all sizes of soul beasts with all kinds of strength. There were countless ordinary soul beasts, as well as an inestimable number of desolate and ancient soul beasts. There were also many immemorial soul beasts. The soul beasts were like a pitch-black tsunami, endlessly and fearlessly moving towards Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, trying to drown these GU Immortals. What about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi Si Ancestor asked. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable keeps on hiding, how can we find her in this situation? Zhon Bu Du frowned. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan had not attacked yet. They were activating all kinds of methods to inspect and try to find Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's traces. But soon, the two gave up. They failed. Since it is like this. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted, his whole body emitting golden light. Instantly, it was like a sun had appeared in the dark door of life and death. The sun rose high, illuminating all the surrounding space. The light was extremely piercing. Wherever it reached, countless soul beasts melted like ice, without even being able to let out a scream. The immortals were shocked. Could this person be? Shen Shong's eyes opened wide as he finally recognized Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's identity. The power of this move was absolutely beyond Qi Si Ancestor's Hu elevation. Fang Yuan also could not help taking a few glances, his pupils shrinking slightly. Since the battle in Kray's Demon Cave began, this was the first time he saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun taking such an action. In Fang Yuan's hands, Luck Path was mostly used as support, but when Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used it at this moment, it showed extreme offensive power. The golden light spread far, even immemorial soul beasts could not resist it. In an instant, there were uncountable casualties. The battlefield that spanned thousands of li was cleared completely. At the periphery of the battlefield, a lake was revealed. The lake was calm with no ripples. Even under the illumination of the golden light, it was still motionless like a mirror. Pacifying Soul Lake. There was a mountain range beside Pacifying Soul Lake. The mountain range was majestic, it was so tall and vast that it seemed to touch the sky and spread beyond the range of the immortal sight. Since when is there a mountain here? The legend of Renzu has no records of it. This mountain is so dark, it is bursting with demonic aura. This is too strange. Is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable on this mountain? Maybe this pitch-black mountain range is Heavenly Court's arrangement. The pseudo-Venerables discussed, but right at this time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly said, "Found her." Fang Yuan's gaze also moved over. Following his gaze, the Immortals discovered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She was standing at the peak of the mountain. Starlight twinkled around her and her sleeves fluttered in the air, adding splendor to her unmatched elegance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down at the Immortals, saying with a smile, "The enemies are here, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you should wake up." Her voice was calm, but it quickly spread and reverberated in this special world, like an echo in an empty valley. At the next moment, the dark mountain range that spanned across heaven and earth shook. A voice could be heard, "Who is disturbing my sleep?" The mountain range shook with increasing intensity, the entire world was shaking, the ground cracked and mountains shattered. Two blood-red suns suddenly appeared, each was much larger than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attack earlier. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. This vast mountain range before the Immortals was actually Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Strong enemies? Who are you? Kill, I will kill you. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's murmur shook the air, producing a vast whirlwind. There was something wrong with his condition. He actually did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, as if he had lost his memories. Bam 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 bam. Hands spread out from the mountain range. In an instant, it was like countless giant trees had grown and formed a terrifying forest of arms. Rumble. A huge explosion rang as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable changed from an inclined position to sitting cross-legged. Even when sitting cross-legged, his shoulders still reached high into the sky. The Immortals could not even see his head and could barely see most of his chest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was too huge. Compared to him, Fang Yuan and the Immortals were like ants beside an adult. Lu Wei Yin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest were pale with fright. They could sense that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was not just huge, the aura he emanated almost suffocated them. The soul path Dao marks on him were too dense and of an enormous scale. Even the current Fang Yuan could not compare. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his eyes. The two-blood sun let out ominous light from the dark cloudy fog. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth and breathed out. At the next moment, dark soul fog moved with the fierce wind and covered the whole battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The violent wind howled by their ears. The pseudo-Venerable's expression changed one after the other. The dark soul wind was extremely terrifying. It shook them so intensely that they were almost swept away. The soul wind did not target just their bodies, it also specially attacked their souls. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan called out. The multicolored rainbow suddenly brightened, helping these pseudo-Venerables stabilize their souls and resist the soul wind. Fang Yuan. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not hold on, quickly asking for help. Fang Yuan immediately activated the multicolored rainbow, linking him as well and helping him resist the wind calamity. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw that no one was blown away. He shouted in anger and pressed down with one of his huge hands. The huge palm seemed to cover the world. It carried ferocious might, and wind and lightning roared alongside it. It gave a feeling of being unblockable and unavoidable. The giant palm's target was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Among the auras of the pseudo-Venerables, his aura was the weakest. He had been sealed for a long time in Divine Emperor City. Much of his Dao marks were extracted. Demon Immortal Qi Ju wanted to dodge, but the giant palm had the ability to instill fear. He would not be able to move in a short period, and could only defend passively. Boom! The earth shook. The Immortals dodged. Only Demon Immortal Qi Ju was left in the area. He frantically used many defensive killer moves, but he was like an ant trying to fell the tree. He was instantly slammed down by the giant palm. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's aura rapidly fell to rock bottom. Spectral Soul's giant palm stamped on the ground and did not move. The palm that was stable as mountain roots or towering like a heavenly pillar let out a strange aura. One hand of Spectral Soul can suppress a pseudo-Venerable. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed an astonished expression, saying, "Save him quickly. Spectral Soul is trying to seal Qi Ju." Even without his reminder, Zhon Biyu had already charged forward. He was like a meteor as he pierced through Spectral Soul's arm with a loud crash. Zhon Biyu laughed loudly and was about to turn around to attack again, when another hand pressed down with an incredible speed. Boom! Another loud explosion rang. Zhon Biyu was also slammed down on the ground by the giant palm, his aura falling violently. Even with such a large size, it is actually so fast. Too terrifying. Save them, we cannot wait anymore. Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Wei Yin, and the rest quickly attacked. The two heavenly pillar-like arms began to collapse from the strong attacks. Right at this time, dozens of arms fell down from the sky. Immortal Killer Move, 10 Li Time Wind. With a cold snort, Fang Yuan raised his arms and pushed forward with his palms. Immediately, boundless wind rose, blocking the dozens of giant arms. This move contained the profundities of Time Path, Rule Path, and Wind Path. When Fang Yuan's palms formed into a claw shape, it could confine the enemy and lock the time of the target. However, currently, Fang Yuan's hands were raised high. He was trying to grip with his fingers using all his strength, but they were trembling hard and he was unable to contract into a clenched shape. He could only slow these dozens of giant arms. he could not completely lock their time. Good job! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised. His figure suddenly transformed and became a soft rain of golden light. Chapter 2194. Unification of Three Worlds. The drizzle of dazzling golden light increased rapidly. It quickly spread and covered the dozens of giant arms. Golden light rained down endlessly, penetrating into the pitch-black giant arms. The giant arms shook, golden flowing veins appeared and moved up the arms while interweaving into an exquisite web. When the golden web covered over half of the giant arms started shaking extremely fiercely. The pressure on Fang Yuan reduced sharply. The giant arms could not even budge under the infiltration of the golden web. This golden top oxhair killer move clearly also had the ability to confine its enemies. But it was different from Fang Yuan's 10 Li time wind. It infiltrated the target's body and controlled their movement. When the golden web covered the giant arms completely, these dozens of giant arms came under Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's control. They moved up and attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. At that instant, 1,000 or so giant arms came down, destroying these dozens of traitorous arms. The golden web lost its attached targets, turning back into a drizzle of golden light. Amidst the golden light drizzle, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's figure appeared slowly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gave a shout. His thunder-like voice shook the whole door of life and death. A grey tornado immediately formed and moved towards Fang Yuan's group. The grey tornado did not have absorption force, instead it had a huge repulsive force. Wind blades that were sharper than Luopo wind rotated and cut the souls. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and the Immortals quickly retreated. Soul beasts rushed over from afar, but were dismembered by the wind blades. After these soul beasts died, they were absorbed by the grey tornado, changing into grey soul bombs. A soul bomb struck and exploded on Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin's soul was immediately injured heavily. He almost fainted. He had exceptional defense but faced this situation. Other immortals like Qi Ju and Shen Shong were even more miserable. Their souls might have been swept away if not for Fang Yuan's help. The number of soul path Dao marks in the door of life and death was unimaginable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable awakened, these pseudo-venerables could only use 50% of their strength because of the Dao mark suppression. Now that he awakened, pseudo-venerables could only use 20% of their strength. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only use 50% of their strength. What's going on? Spectral Soul is also a Supreme Grandmaster. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his physical body, he has already modified himself into gaining a soul beast body. He has almost merged with the door of life and death. With this environment, all his killer moves are amplified greatly. He can easily suppress us. This is the power of a Dao Lord. What now? The Immortals could not help but hesitate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's battle strength far surpassed the expectations of many of them. Another crucial point was that the door of life and death had too many soul path Dao marks. When Fate Gu was intact, the soul of every dead being returned to the door of life and death. Even when Fate Gu was damaged, most of the dead beings' souls still returned here. Countless years accumulated, countless souls gathered and broke down to form the current door of life and death. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the door of life and death was likely to have the highest number of Dao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun collaborated to destroy the grey tornado and detonate the thousands of grey soul bombs. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bent over slightly. Thousands of giant arms attacked from all sides. It was like the sky was falling, creating a suffocating feeling. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun began to use all their strength. The giant arms were destroyed one after the other. Their fragments fell to the ground, immediately changing into soul beasts that charged forward to fight once again. Lu Wei-yin and the other pseudo-venerables were in charge of killing these soul beasts. After the soul beasts died, their fragments combined to form new soul beasts. Moreover, these newly born soul beasts were stronger than the previous soul beasts. They possessed talents and abilities, thus they could counter Lu Weiyin and the other GU Immortals. Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Son, and other GU Immortals were at a disadvantage. They were struggling to cope with the countless soul beasts and endless giant arms that attacked unceasingly. Right now, Soul Path fully displayed its combat advantage by fueling itself through killing. Die! All of you, die! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind became even more chaotic, roaring like a wild beast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Her clear voice was not suppressed by the chaotic battlefield, instead it reached the Immortal's ears. Everyone, your valiance really makes me feel admiration. Fang Yuan, Giant Son, I'll take a quick leave first. Saying this, she leisurely retreated. Her body streaked across the dark world like a meteor, easily leaving the door of life and death. Since the battle began, she had been standing on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's head. Even though she was openly leaving now, she did not attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. This situation was frightening to see. The Grand Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's puppet. Lu Weiyin suddenly shouted, his face was pale, "Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan! Star Constellation will definitely unite the three great worlds and destroy Paradise Earth's tomb. We must quickly go and stop her." However, this was easier said than done. Spectral Soul's main body was a genuine Tao Lord inside the door of life and death. A Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster. A complete rank 9 Venerable. On the contrary, Fang Yuan was only at rank 8, and though Immortal Zombie Giant Son was also a Tao Lord, how could he use the outside world's luck path Tao marks to amplify himself in the door of life and death? Heaven and Earth travel? Fang Yuan had already tried it secretly, but it had no effect. Heavenly Court knew Fang Yuan had fixed Immortal Travel Immortal GU, how could they not have prepared for it? No killer move was invincible. Just like Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move, it showed no effect inside the door of life and death. The three great worlds were rapidly melting. The boundaries had already shrunk by 30%. As for the void in the 8th layer, it was originally vast and infinite, but the boundary was now sticking close to the bubbles of the three great worlds. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned here and immediately set up a formation. The formation activated, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals split and invaded Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. These two great worlds' main forces had almost all died in battle. Only a few remained. They were the old and weak GU Immortals with no battle strength left, or elite GU Masters. Be they the former or latter, they had no ability to block Heavenly Court's advancement. Heavenly Court continued to push in, setting a subformation after occupying each territory. These subformations resonated with the main formation, which was personally controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The subformations let out grand lights that shot towards the sky and shone on the surroundings, making the vast and desolate Savage Wilderness Great World and the hilly Yellow Earth Great World bloom with green. Weeds and tree saplings grew at a visible speed, quickly forming a dense forest. This was only the visible phenomenon, the true essence lied in Green Lotus Great World expanding continuously as it absorbed the other two great worlds into its territory. If looked from above, the green color that was like moss spread from the Green Lotus Great World and slowly covered the other two great worlds. After covering them, the lush green became even deeper in color. At first, it was only light green, many areas with the subformations turned into deep green. The deep green then turned into dark green. The three great worlds finally merged. After reaching a certain extent, a storm started brewing indescribably. The storm was not large, but its range was astonishing, covering the whole world. Wind blew like the chi tides of 5 regions, it quickly merged the primeval energy of the great world and distributed it evenly. Limitless Demon Venerable's Heaven and Earth refinement method has already reached the peak. If I am not wrong, this wind will continue to grow until it becomes the winds of assimilation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the main formation. She personally took part and helped the great worlds unite, so she gained many insight from this. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accounted for almost half of the Heaven Path research results in the crazed demon formation. Why did Limitless Demon Venerable go to Heavenly Court in his later years and play this game with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The reason was simple. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had merged with Heaven's will of her own accord. The killer move human executing Heaven's work was extremely profound. While she altered Heaven's will, she was also comprehending Heaven Path. So, Limitless Demon Venerable competed with Star Constellation to extract the Heaven Path mysteries. He also received the help of this Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, to deduce new Heaven Path research results. Limitless Demon Venerable cultivated Rule Path only by cooperating with the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, could he realize the insane concept of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable achieved his goal, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also gained many benefits. The three Avatar Fairies method of influencing the emotions of many mutant GU immortals and making them join Heavenly Court was a result of Heaven Path. Being able to control Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was also an embodiment of Heaven Path research results. Naturally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took advantage of this situation. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body already had flaws. The three worlds have merged, the outcome has been decided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, her eyes shining with starlight. She had succeeded. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's alliance was very powerful. But she relied on her incomparable Wisdom Path attainment to take a lead step by step, maintaining her advantage and not letting the other two sides surpass her. Although Heavenly Court was weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, the Crazed Demon Formation, and the Door of Life and Death. She used everything that could be used to help claim victory. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the power of Wisdom Path. Heavenly Court had already infiltrated the Crazed Demon Formation. Now that they united the three worlds and got hold of massive clues and fuel, it was like letting half of the Crazed Demon Formation falling into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands. It is your turn now, Paradise Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shone coldly. She did not like Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though Paradise Earth had the name of Immortal Venerable and had extremely high reputation, he loved and defended variant humans. Paradise Earth left Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea and also Mushroom Man Paradise in Southern Border. What repulsed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even more was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's identity. Paradise Earth had gone through many fortuitous encounters in his life that could have allowed him to change his fundamental identity to that of a pure human. But he did not do so. He was always a mixed blood which could never be accepted by Heavenly Court. Immediately, subformations buzzed and tore the earth. Ground crumbled, deep ravines spread quickly from all sides to Paradise Earth's tomb. Paradise Earth's tomb was broken apart. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a cry, her gaze looking at the distant sky. Soon, endless starlight condensed and solidified in the sky, turning into meteors that fell to the ground. Like a rainstorm, the meteors smashed onto Paradise Earth's tomb. Bam bam bam. The explosions rang, starlight and rock fragments flew everywhere. After a few minutes of time, Paradise Earth's tomb was leveled and turned into ruins. Chapter 2195. Paradise Earth's Revival. She collected the main formation, while Heavenly Court's immortals were in charge of collecting all the subformations. Heavenly Court members gathered in one place and moved with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Domain disappeared, the 8th layer and 9th layer could be easily traveled to and fro. They left the 8th layer and entered the 9th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally pointed the way forward. Qin Dingling, Che Wei, Fang Zheng, and the rest stepped into the Crazed Demon Formation one after the other. They each stopped on a truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told them the control method of the truthful floating ice in detail. She then went towards the center of the formation and faced the central truthful floating ice. Lady Star Constellation, what are you going to do? If you insist on forcing your way, we will immediately activate Practice GU and destroy this truthful floating ice. Not Immortal was alarmed. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer immediately appeared. they tried to threaten Star Constellation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Truthfully, you three being able to control practice GU was beyond my expectations. I had already sealed Limitless will, I did not expect him to still be able to bring you three here. However, the reason why I sealed Limitless will was just as an additional layer of assurance. I am going to use all my strength to accelerate the Crazed Demon formation. This formation that Limitless set up back then is indeed astonishing and extraordinary, reaching the peak of the world. But he is still a rule path GU immortal and not of wisdom path. He naturally realized this. If not, why would he invade Heavenly Court and bet with me? Pang Shan and Secret Schemer looked at each other. The latter thought for a bit and mustered his courage to ask, since Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has the same thought as us, why not come in? We are willing to hand over practice GU. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. That is not necessary. This area is the Crazed Demon formation's core. It is easy to enter but difficult to exit. It also concerns the final deduction results. If I forcefully break out, I may destroy this truthful floating ice, ruining the million-year derivation. I am already in control of half the Crazed Demon formation, and only with me leading my Heavenly Court's immortals outside to prevent any unexpected situation, can I safely push this Crazed Demon formation to the limit. I am already aware of your ambitions. No need to hesitate, go carve the truthful floating ice. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer gritted their teeth. Right now, Fang Yuan was missing, and it probably bode ill rather than well. Since Heavenly Court had already controlled the situation, and these three immortals were unable to go out, even if they could go out, they definitely were not Heavenly Court's match. They could only continue to drill the truthful floating ice and resume their work. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable began to activate the formation step by step. Under her influence, the Crazed Demon formation's form started changing again and again. The derivation efficiency also continued to rise. Many of Heavenly Court's members were controlling a truthful floating ice piece each. They listened to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements as they controlled their respective truthful floating ice. The melting speed of the 8th layer's great world sped up by several times. Many peripheral truthful floating ice pieces were starting to thaw and shrink. But the central truthful floating ice piece was continuing to expand in size. There would only be one truthful floating ice piece left in Crazed Demon formation at the end. If Limitless arrangement succeeded, then the one who obtained this truthful floating ice could gain eternal life. Because the truth of eternal life would already be carved. Worthy of Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Under such a bleak situation, she fought one battle after another and made Heavenly Court emerge victorious. Qin Dingling was moved. With such a person leading Heavenly Court, our deaths would be without regrets. Duke Mai and the rest conversed happily. No one else is more suitable than Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain eternal life. With her leadership, our Heavenly Court will definitely become a supreme existence once again. We will unite the 5 regions just like Crazed Demon Cave's 3 worlds. The Immortals were looking forward to a beautiful future. When Heavenly Court did not have an Immortal Venerable in charge, there was the tradition of having a Wisdom Path GU Immortal lead them. Past experience proved the sensibility of this system. Now that the creator of Wisdom Path, a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the number 1 person in Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was controlling Heavenly Court, no one in Heavenly Court had any objection. Even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable were to revive, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would still be much more suitable than them to obtain eternal life. Inside the door of life and death. All of you must die, why are you still not dead? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was sitting cross-legged. Pacifying Soul Lake was only a puddle in comparison, while Fang Yuan and the Immortals were like insignificant ants. But this group of ants made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable extremely angry. Boom boom boom. Countless giant arms attacked these ants. Lu Wei Yin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest used all their strength to counterattack. They were only second to peak level battle strengths like that of Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but they were in an extremely miserable situation here. If not for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun helping them time and again, some of them might have already perished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was at rank 9, after transforming into a Soul Beast body and his attainment level having been raised to Supreme Grandmaster level, he had become a Dao Lord. Originally, a Venerable that had just become a Dao Lord was still not invincible. They had to refine Dao marks of their path in the outside world and raise their strength. But it just so happened that this door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. He had occupied it since long ago. And the door of life and death had the highest number of soul path Dao marks in the world. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were in a disadvantage. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was aware of this, so they fought while finding an exit path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made deductions and smiled bitterly at Fang Yuan. This is not good. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who took the initiative to open a path. He has already completely refined the door of life and death and become this place's master. It is impossible for us to leave like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan fixed his gaze on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who could have expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to turn Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into a puppet. Giant Sun, you should know that in the 500 years of my previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable possessed the sovereign immortal body and became the greatest mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. He infiltrated Heavenly Court and made them a mere figurehead. Now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can be considered to have taken revenge for Heavenly Court. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was solemn. There is no use in saying these things now. Our hope lies with you. Fang Yuan nodded. I know, I have already begun deducing. He knew what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was pointing towards. Back then, when Ren Zhu tried to leave the door of life and death through the road of life, he encountered 3 obstacles: Danghun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Ren Zhu failed when he was in Reverse Flow River. If not for this, he could have escaped the door of life and death. And now, Fang Yuan was the GU Immortal with the most secluded domains of heaven and earth. In fact, he had Danghun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and Reverse Flow River. As long as these 3 obstacles were used to create the road of life, they could escape the door of life and death through it and return to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had a bitter expression. Deductions need time and clues. I have no clue about this road of life, I just have these obstacles. And this door of life and death has long been modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and merged into himself. There is a huge difference between it and the records in the legends of Ren Zhu. Furthermore, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable does not have a clear mind. I need to split my attention to guard against his mad attacks. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun heaved a sigh. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has astonishing attainment in Soul Path. He made the door of life and death much more exceptional than before. Even though the situation is already like this, I still hope you will give your best effort. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression changed suddenly. It is here again, follow me. He suddenly threw out Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Changing Golden Light Path. A dazzling path of golden light formed instantly. The Immortals knew the situation, quickly stepping on the path of light and letting it bring them away. At the next moment, countless soul bombs, each the size of a mountain, shot down while having tadpole-like tails. The giant tadpole soul bombs detonated with horrifying strength. The path shook intensely from the explosion and dimmed rapidly. But the Immortals managed to escape from the soul bombs. They had already suffered once. Shenshong and Demon Immortal Qi Ju had gotten heavily injured from the explosion. Fortunately, Shenshong cultivated human path and was an expert in treating these injuries. He displayed human path superiority, healing the Immortals quickly. After that time, every time the soul bombs attacked, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used luck-changing golden light path and moved the Immortals away. This move was extremely profound. It could forcibly create a survival route in a hopeless situation. Soul beasts attacked and soul bombs detonated around the light path. Many of their attacks cancelled each other, which instead kept the light path safe. If it was before, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could have already escaped with this move. But this door of life and death was different. It was extremely troublesome. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used luck-changing golden light path multiple times, he could not succeed. Careful! Chi-Si Ancestor alerted. After all the soul bombs detonated, a soul river crashed down. Countless wronged ghosts formed a black river. The ghosts cried and howled. The tragic and furious sound slightly slowed the Immortal's thoughts. The soul river was extremely huge, covering thousands of miles. The Immortals could not evade it, so they used all kinds of methods. For a moment, they were carried up and down by the soul river, being tortured physically and mentally. Profound light surrounded and protected Fang Yuan. Multicolored rainbow bound other pseudo-venerables, preventing them from getting washed away. Under this perilous situation, once the pseudo-venerables left the group for some time, they would die a miserable death. The crucial point was that if they died here, their souls would be used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to target the remaining people. This was what Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was good at. So, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were helping themselves by saving these people. I can hardly look after myself. How can I quickly deduce the road of life in this situation? Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at the tumultuous soul river. The situation was bad. As time passed, Fang Yuan's chance of victory would be increasingly low. If they were delayed for a long time in the door of life and death, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained eternal life, she might come back to finish them with greatly increased strength. At that time, if there was no improvement, Fang Yuan would not just be defeated but might even lose his life. Right at this time, in the great world in Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer, a yellow light shone. The yellow light covered the ruins. This was Paradise Earth's tomb. The yellow light erupted, shooting towards the sky, before changing direction towards the door of life and death. A Yu Immortal appeared in the yellow light. Buried in the earth for 100,000 years. Brushing dust off my clothes as I rise once more. Wishing for all lives to be equal. May all living beings compete in harmony. After the recital, the Yu Immortal said, "Spectral Soul, please open the door. Paradise Earth is here to pay a visit." Chapter 2196. Spectral Soul vs. Paradise Earth. The furious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stopped roaring. Countless giant arms stopped moving like space had frozen. What happened? Chi-Si Ancestor was puzzled. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his huge mouth, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The roar contained anger, hatred, as well as excitement towards meeting a great enemy. You revived. You revived as well. I finally meet you. Since you are here, come in. So that I can kill you. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not remember Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but he seemed to have a deep impression of Paradise Earth. Suns of blood color rose in the sky. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. He had 3 heads. Only one head had awakened in the previous battle. Now the remaining 2 heads also opened their blood-colored eyes. The entrance of the door of life and death opened, forming a huge vortex that let out a terrifying suction force. The entrance opened and closed in an instant. When Fang Yuan and the rest came to their senses, a Yu Immortal was pulled into the door of life and death. He had a shiny bald head and wore plain clothing. He had a kind expression and his entire body let out a faint radiance. Paradise Earth! Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun called out. Lord Paradise Earth, you succeeded in reviving. Lu Wei Yin was surprised and happy. He suddenly shouted, "Careful!" Bam bam bam. Hundreds of giant arms repelled the air as they ruthlessly charged towards Paradise Earth while producing thunderous rumbles. Battle erupted once again. The crazed demon formation turned chaotic. Heavenly Court's Yu Immortals were heavily injured, their expressions were pale and bewildered. This was all caused by Paradise Earth's revival. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revealed an astonished expression. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave started, this was the first time she showed such an emotion. The reason was that although Paradise Earth revived, His revival method was beyond Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. I thought you would revive as an Earth Path Venerable, but to think you would take another path. I underestimated you. You actually converted to Heaven Path. Paradise Earth's tomb was only a target. Only through its destruction could you revive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, but did not move towards the door of life and death. At the moment, the crazed demon formation was rotating like a tornado. She could not get away easily. Moreover, although Paradise Earth revived, he had converted to Heaven Path and the tomb was destroyed much earlier by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so his current cultivation was only at pseudo-venerable level. If Yellow Earth Great World had annexed the other two Great Worlds and Paradise Earth's tomb was destroyed along with the Great World, the revived Paradise Earth might have venerable cultivation. Right now, the main focus was still on the crazed demon formation. The sensible Star Constellation would never abandon the larger goal for smaller gains. Moreover, even if she returned to the door of life and death, her battle strength would also be suppressed greatly. It would not be worth the effort. Inside the door of life and death. Careful! Lu Weiyin's shout had just landed. A giant web appeared in front of Paradise Earth. The milky white web was extremely thick. Every thread of the web had the size of an elephant, giving a monumental and majestic feeling. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were completely blocked by this giant web. What kind of killer move is this? It actually has such defensive prowess. This aura, I have never felt it before. Wait a moment. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable does not have rank 9 cultivation, he is only at rank 8 level like us. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhon Bu Du, and the rest were greatly shaken. This is a Heaven Path killer move. Paradise Earth converted to cultivating Heaven Path, he revived but did not regain his venerable cultivation. This might be the price. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was somewhat aware. Fang Yuan's emotions were slightly complex. He had also once considered progressing in Heaven Path. Who could have expected Paradise Earth's scheme to be deeper than his? He had even greater progress. Through this revival, he directly became a pseudo-venerable in Heaven Path. Using Heaven Path's advantage, the suppression of the door of life and death on Paradise Earth was the smallest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was roaring in fury. He half-squatted from his cross-leg position. Thousands of giant arms attacked, the 5 fingers of every hand were placed together like a drill, and the sharp nails stabbed like spears. Countless giant hands stabbed the web of light. Paradise Earth's expression did not change, but the Heaven Path giant web that did not even budge before was shaking slightly. Although he cultivates Heaven Path, he is only a pseudo-venerable. Reinforce him. Fang Yuan immediately saw through the situation and alerted others. Lu Weiyin was the first to charge forward, but was blocked by giant arms midway. Fortunately, Fang Yuan and the rest followed closely to reinforce Paradise Earth. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable adapted, the giant arms changed shape, a large number of spikes extended from the fingernails, his action changed from poking to tearing. Slash, slash, the countless giant arms tore layers of webs of light, continuously breaking them. Although Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, his defensive method was exceptional and was at Immortal Venerable level. It was just that when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used his full strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had to retreat even after obtaining the reinforcement. The Immortal situation was still as perilous as before. After blocking for a while, Paradise Earth transmitted his voice. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition is strange, his mind is not clear, his emotions were probably tampered with by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I have a method that can dispel all emotions and make someone's rationality as calm as ice. Wisdom Path had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely at the peak in these 3 aspects. Fairy Feng Ya deduced limitless arrangements, always being ahead of others. This was the attainment of thoughts. Limitless will was sealed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a method of will. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's emotions were agitated and in disorder, he did not have even a trace of rationality. This showed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's might in terms of emotions. Regarding this, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Son, or other pseudo-venerables had all made an attempt. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition was the same, never showing a sign of regaining his sanity. The Immortals' attempts failed. They agreed that it was because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method was exceptional. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the #1 in the world in this path. Since she left confidently, she naturally had full confidence in her method. She believed this method would not be broken for a short period of time. Right now, although Paradise Earth mentioned this idea, the Immortals did not object. They cooperated with him quickly. Spectral Soul's attacks were extremely fierce. Paradise Earth's appearance had agitated his state even further. All kinds of Soul Path killer moves were used one after the other. Some were sinister, some were weird, some were domineering, and some were unrestrained. The Immortals were too busy dealing with them. Paradise Earth was protected at the center, but he was disturbed again and again. The killer move's activation progress was minimal. After a long while, Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "All of you, move aside." The Immortals quickly retreated. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent, but his eyes shone as he faced the tsunami-like wave of soul beasts. He opened his arms and roared towards the sky. Along with his roar, specks of light flew out of his immortal aperture. The specks were of all kinds of color. They rapidly collided in the air, turning into dragons, wolves, tigers, fishes, and other beings. These were all totem killer moves. Countless totems of all kinds and shapes charged forward. Wherever they went, soul beasts cried out miserably as they were torn into shreds, burned into ashes, drowned, cleaved by lightning. In an instant, Fang Yuan released hundreds of totems that he had gathered on his body. These killer moves were all at rank 8, that was to say, Fang Yuan used hundreds of rank 8 killer moves in an instant. Peerless might. The Immortals immediately felt the pressure on them reducing sharply. Countless soul beasts were slaughtered. Even when the giant arms attacked, 10 or so totems attacked one giant arm and destroyed them. 30% of my immortal essence was used up. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, returning to the group. The immortal essence expenditure of releasing so many totem killer moves was extremely terrifying. According to Fang Yuan's current immortal essence reserves, he could only use this move 3 times at most. Among the present GU Immortals, the lowest cultivation was at Pseudo-Venerable. Yet, when they looked at Fang Yuan, their expressions were all shaken and even contained vague fear. Totem killer moves were quick and convenient, but Fang Yuan released so many totems at once, which was the thing that really shocked them. Ignoring anything else, with just this method, Fang Yuan could exterminate almost any super force in the world. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Son stared at Fang Yuan for a while. He knew of totem killer moves, so he understood the advantages and weaknesses of this kind of killer move. Totem killer moves were indeed quick and convenient, but they were difficult to nurture. However, Fang Yuan had actually nurtured so many rank 8 totems. This made Immortal Zombie Giant Son shocked at Fang Yuan's wealth. Good method. Paradise Earth praised before concentrating on preparing his killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables' 3 heads opened their mouths and breathed out a vast soul river. 3 soul rivers converged into a soul river of an unprecedented scale. It crashed down like dark clouds covering the sky. Totem killer moves flew and charged into the soul river as they fought. The soul river's speed of descent fell, while these totems' radiance was extinguished one by one. Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. All kinds of thoughts sparked as he madly dispatched the totems and coordinated their actions. His immortal essence was expended rapidly. His mind was beginning to overheat as it reached the limits of his wisdom path capability. Totem killer moves were far superior to immemorial desolate beasts because they could coordinate with each other and be controlled casually. More importantly, each of them possessed extreme prowess, comparable to immemorial desolate beasts that had wild immortal GU, or even immemorial desolate beasts that grasped immortal killer moves. These totems gained 22 breaths of time for Paradise Earth. Finally, Fang Yuan heaved a sigh as he collected the remaining 12 totems in his immortal aperture. These totems survived fortunately, but they were in an extremely damaged state. The other hundreds of totems had all died in battle. Naturally, accompanying their deaths were countless soul beasts and dozens of Spectral Soul's giant arms. Fang Yuan retreated to the depths of the group. He had to rest his mind, and it seemed difficult for him to battle for some time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stood up and took his place. He had already prepared his killer move, using it with no hesitation. Immortal Killer Move, Unforeseen Disaster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed at his head repeatedly with his palms that were covered in a layer of light. The pure gold light around his palms was rapidly dyed black and red. Every time Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed, he threw them as well. The dark red bad luck flew in the air, turning into lumps of dark red clouds that flew everywhere. Each lump of dark red cloud was not large. Wherever they went, soul beasts within 100 li howled for a few breaths of time before losing their lives. Giant arms broke, large segments of the soul river also broke apart. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun repeatedly grabbed his bad luck and threw them at his enemy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body itself was becoming unstable after being hit by this method. His left head shouted as it used Burning Soul Bursting Luck. His luck immediately rose and offset Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's method. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked for a while before stopping. It was not that his immortal essence was not enough or his mind got tired, it was because he had used up all his bad luck. Chapter 2197. Killing Spectral Soul. If he could use all of his bad luck to attack, then his own luck would always remain at the highest level. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had an excellent combat system. This method definitely had high importance in this combat system. With Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's help, Paradise Earth got the time to prepare and activate his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Emotionless Heaven and Earth. White waves of light spread from between Paradise Earth's brows. The light waves immediately spread towards the whole battlefield and covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable completely. Waves of light activated one after the other. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not feel anything at first, but he soon showed a response. The killing intent in his blood-red pupils decreased rapidly as they revealed flickers of rationality. But at this time, the silhouette of a figure showed itself on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's stomach. The immortals heard this figure speak. Heaven and earth is emotionless, that is correct, but humans have emotions. Saying so, this figure laughed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's pupils were filled with killing intent once again. The trace of rationality just earlier had vanished without a trace. Who was that? The immortals were astonished. Clearly, this figure had caused Paradise Earth's killer move to fail. Is it Verdant Great Sun? A thought emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. According to Spectral Soul's memories and the records in the legends of Renzu's eldest son Verdant Great Sun Soul lay on the shores of Pacifying Soul Lake. But right now, there was nothing around Pacifying Soul Lake. It was very likely that Verdant Great Sun Soul was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But for some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who cultivated Soul Path and Food Path, could not digest a Verdant Great Sun. He was instead controlled. It was very likely that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had played a crucial role in this. Paradise Earth revealed a troubled expression at seeing his killer move have no effect. Spectral Soul attacked once again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan glanced at each other as the former said, "Fang Yuan, have you gained any comprehension?" Fang Yuan shook his head. His expression was solemn. There is no progress. I have an idea. Shenshong suddenly said, since the Fate War, I have been lurking inside Divine Emperor City while cultivating Human Path. Besides the gains, I also pondered on how to get out of difficult situations, so I thought of a Human Path method. Right now, I have already deduced 90% of this method, only the final 10% remains. When I saw Lord Paradise Earth activate the Human Path killer move, my intuition told me that this is the final 10% I require. With it, I can complete this killer move. This? The other GU Immortals murmured softly. Shenshong's intention was to ask for Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results. This was quite an impudent request. There was an example here. Despite Fang Yuan having 3 crucial secluded domains of Heaven and Earth, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had never asked to borrow these secluded domains of Heaven and Earth to deduce the road of life to escape from the door of life and death. But in the current situation, Shenshong's overbearing request had some reason behind it. The crucial point was that he and Paradise Earth had a peculiar relationship. Shenshong was an Eastern Sea Yu immortal. He secretly committed many sins to cultivate human path. After Paradise Earth learned of it, he immediately took action. Shenshong could not even take one strike from Paradise Earth, but instead of killing or confining him, Paradise Earth gave him a chance to atone for his sins. Thus, Shenshong entered the Blue Dragon Whale and cultivated bitterly. After obtaining Paradise Earth's help, Shenshong made progress time and time again, advancing stably. With Heal Injury Immortal Gu as the foundation, he developed and created Saving Dead healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, sensory injuries, 7 laborious injuries, and other killer moves. Later, he created the killer move Countless Injury Marks, from which he deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of Injury Mark Immortal Gu. Finally, he refined Injury Mark Immortal Gu, and changed it to his Vital Gu. When Fang Yuan explored the Blue Dragon Whale's aperture, he released Shenshong. Shenshong cooperated with Fang Yuan according to Paradise Earth's instructions and participated in the Fate War. At the crucial moment, he played a key role and set the crucial foundation for Fang Yuan's victory over Heavenly Court. Shenshong's and Paradise Earth's relationship could be said to be extremely close. Back then, when Shenshong cultivated human path in Blue Dragon Whale, he had received Paradise Earth's guidance. The connection between the two was very deep, second only to the relationship between Lu Weiyin and Paradise Earth. Thus, Shenshong made this seemingly impudent request. Because back then, Paradise Earth guided him, there was a high chance of him guiding Shenshong again now that he had revived. The only difference was that it was human path before, and now it was heaven path. Sure enough, like Shenshong expected, Paradise Earth directly imparted the information of emotionless heaven and earth to him without any hesitation. I thank Lord's guidance. Shenshong bowed with his hands cupped before him, his voice slightly shaking from excitement. Paradise Earth nodded, saying with a smile, Shenshong, your appearance here can be considered a fortune. Whether we can leave here or not will depend on your talent. Junior will do his best to not let down Lord's expectation. Shenshong was even more excited. He was a grand pseudo-venerable, but in front of Paradise Earth, he positioned himself as a junior and was extremely humble and respectful. He was indebted to Paradise Earth. In fact, many people and forces were indebted to Paradise Earth. Everyone knew Paradise Earth was the most popular among the 10 Venerables, even many people of Central Continent respected him. The amount of good deeds Paradise Earth had done over his life and the number of people he had helped was inestimable. After receiving Paradise Earth's approval and encouragement, the other Gu immortals were slightly expectant of Shenshong. Most of them were still placing their hopes on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had made crucial breakthroughs during battles before. He had created Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He was the person who defeated Heavenly Court. There were precedents for this. Moreover, at present, Fang Yuan's position was higher than Shenshong's. The Immortals fought and evaded Spectral Soul's attacks. Another head grew on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was because Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's joint attacks had cleaved one of his heads into two. However, the halved head split, one turning into two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gained another head. Not only the head, no matter how many of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms were destroyed, they quickly grew again. His arms were increasing in number, becoming even more sturdy and strong. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength was still continuing to grow. The fiercer Fang Yuan's group counterattacked, the faster the speed of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's growth. Nurturing strength through battle. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already a special Venerable, but he could still grow. Compared to the full strength he used before, his strength had clearly risen a lot. The Immortals were not able to estimate his limits, which firmed up their decision to leave. It was too disadvantageous to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable inside the door of life and death. There were endless soul beasts, there was no use no matter how many were killed. All kinds of soul path killer moves covered the world, forcing the Immortals to defend with all their strength and concentration. Fang Yuan suddenly showed a peculiar expression. This change in expression immediately attracted the gazes of the Immortals. Immortal Zombie Giant Son asked with hope, "Fang Yuan, you made some progress?" Fang Yuan nodded before shaking his head. "Yes, there is progress, but it is not the road of life. Let me try this." The moment he said this, Fang Yuan's aura turned eerie and dark. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley started buzzing and shaking slightly as they resonated with each other, emitting an increasingly bright radiance. After the preparation was complete, Fang Yuan's aura became restrained. He pushed his palm, from which a lump in the form of a grey-white square seal flew out. The square seal's speed was slow, but wherever it passed by, all the souls disintegrated into ashes. A large area of the Soul Beast army was immediately cleared up. Even immemorial Soul Beasts did not have a trace of resistance against this grey-white square seal. They were thinner than even paper. The vast Soul River that had been shrouding the sky also crumbled apart. Most of the Soul Path killer moves were greatly suppressed and weakened in front of this grey-white square seal. The Immortals surrounding Fang Yuan were also terrified. A bone-chilling cold feeling spread from the depths of their soul. The whole battlefield was silent. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breath turned rough when he guarded against this square seal. Since the battle started, this was the first time he was breathing roughly and stopped his tsunami-like attacks. Immortal killer move, Dang Hun Luo Po Seal. Strong, too strong. Shen Shong was shaken. Even Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide, turning speechless. This move is terrifying. It can be considered as Soul Path's nemesis. Immortal Zombie Giant Son was stunned for a bit before complimenting. He saw the grey-white seal rise up. 100 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's giant arms that were in its path were destroyed. Even though the grey-white square seal was finally destroyed, the areas where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 100 or so giant arms were destroyed still remained empty for a while, as if the regenerative ability was exhausted. Immortal Zombie Giant Son's unforeseen disaster killer move was similar to Dang Hun Luo Po Seal, but these soul beasts could still resist unforeseen disaster killer move for a while. However, against Dang Hun Luo Po Seal, they had no ability to resist. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. "I am ashamed, I did not manage to deduce the road of life, but gained this instead." This move is called Dang Hun Luo Po Seal. It uses the two sacred lands as the cause. Its foundation is the Luo Po Seal I created before. Spectral Soul had once said that Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were sacred lands for soul cultivation. My killer move was developed from the foundation of Soul Path and suppresses it fundamentally. It is a pity that I only have the two sacred lands. If I had Pacifying Soul Lake as well, I might be able to restrain all Soul Path methods completely. Demon Immortal Chiju's eyelids twitched. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed he was still not satisfied with this killer move. "Great!" Immortal Zombie Giant Son praised again, encouraging. "Fang Yuan has already combined the two obstacles now. If you can add in Reverse Flow River as well, you should be able to deduce the road of life." John Bu Du gave another suggestion while pointing towards a direction. "No, from what I see, as long as we put this move to good use, with us supporting my main body, there is a huge chance of killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Take a look." Following John Bu Du's finger, the Immortals immediately discovered it was deathly silent in the areas destroyed by Dang Hun Luo Po Seal. They did not restore quickly like before. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, although the 100 or so giant arms destroyed were regenerating, the speed was very slow. Dang Hun Luo Po Seal was a pure Soul Path killer move. It was amplified in the Door of Life and Death. The Soul Path Dao marks that this move left behind were like the winds of Luo Po Valley and the vibration force of Dang Hun Mountain. They made it difficult for soul beasts to condense into being. Immortal Zombie Giant Son frowned, analyzing. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a Dao Lord and can control the Soul Path Dao marks here to amplify himself while suppressing Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Luo Po Seal, his state of mind is not clear. He only has a Dao Lord's instincts, so Dang Hun Luo Po Seal can also receive amplification here. The Immortals' eyes shined as they saw a new possibility. Killing Spectral Soul? Chapter 2198. Star Constellation vs Giant Sunday Dang Hun Luo Po Seal was truly amazing. It was a killer weapon against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had lost his sanity. John Bu Du was correct. In the current situation, there was indeed a possibility of relying on Dang Hun Luo Po Seal to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Barring unexpected surprises, it is feasible indeed. It will be very difficult to find an escape route under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's crazed attacks. However, directly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is also an option. This place is controlled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. There is small hope of finding a way out. But going against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and killing him will definitely be a life and death battle. They were all speculating. Chi-Si Ancestor's expression sank. The fact is, don't we need to step past the obstacle, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, to leave the door of life and death? Even if we shake him off and leave the door of life and death, what if he chases us? At that time, we will have to deal with both Star Constellation and Spectral Soul. It is better to use this chance when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is busy with infiltrating the crazed demon formation to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Immortal's minds jolted. Indeed. Lu Weiyin mumbled, we will need to go against Heavenly Court to fight for the Eternal Life research results. If we can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, Heavenly Court's threat will immediately be halved. HMPH. Jean Bu Du snorted coldly, what are you still hesitating for? Everyone, the longer we delay, the deeper Star Constellation's infiltration becomes. She will be closer to the Eternal Life research results. Regardless of which plan we choose, we need to decide now. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, however, frowned, saying in a heavy tone, it is not that simple, Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 expert in Wisdom Path. Will she leave behind such an obvious loophole? Right now, I am worried that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control over Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has a time limit. Once the time limit is up, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might get out of this predicament by himself. At that time, we will have Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as an ally. If we really attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, whether we win or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wins, even if it is a draw, both sides will be injured. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will still be the biggest winner. The Immortals were silent. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun made sense. Since this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was no such thing as overestimating her planning. Giant Sun, when do you think Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will leave the control and gain his rationality? Fang Yuan asked with a sharp gaze, let's take your speculation a step further. Suppose Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally left this loophole and lured us into thinking this way. In fact, even if Star Constellation can only control Spectral Soul Demon for some time, if she were to obtain the Eternal Life research results during this time, what do we do? Then, Fang Yuan, you are intent on fighting to the death? Under this situation? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fixed his gaze on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not yield, matching his gaze. The atmosphere between the Immortals suddenly became tense. Right at this time, Shenshong shouted, I succeeded, I succeeded. My killer move is complete. Paradise Earth said with a heavy voice, Shenshong, what are your chances? 80%. Shenshong was excited. This move was incomplete before as it lacked Heaven Path results. But the lacking part is not the crucial core. My intuition is telling me strongly that this move has an 80% success rate. There is still room for improvement, but it is already complete now and can be used. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun retracted their gazes. Fang Yuan said, then, let's protect Shenshong while he attempts it. Previously, Fang Yuan and the rest succeeded in protecting Paradise Earth. With Dang Hun Luo Po Seal, there was no problem in protecting Shenshong. Immortal killer move, Heaven always leaves a way out for people. After a while, amidst the tidal wave-like offense of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Shenshong activated the killer move, creating a narrow path. The path was long and winding, it could not compare to luck-changing golden light path. But it pierced through the door of life and death. The Immortals even saw the vague scene of the outside world at the end of the path. The Immortals were surprised and joyous. Shen Shong laughed heartily, calling out with his arms raised, "It succeeded." Paradise Earth smiled, "I was right about you. Hundreds of years Eastern Immortal leader, with half of a Venerable's talent, your reputation matches your abilities indeed." Qi Si Ancestor cupped his fists. "We all owe you a favor for getting out of this predicament." Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not stint on praising. "Let's go." Zhon Bu Du still took the lead, he was very suitable in opening up a path. The Immortals did not have any hesitation, they protected each other as they stepped on the narrow path. Shen Shong's killer move was unique, even the Door of Life and Death could not stop these GU Immortals from escaping successfully. When the Immortals got out of the Door of Life and Death, they prepared for a fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables' mad roars came from the Door of Life and Death, the whole giant door shook constantly. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not step out of the Door of Life and Death. So it was like this, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not able to exit the Door of Life and Death for some reason. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lured us inside. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can come out, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method of control is most effective inside the Door of Life and Death. The GU Immortals let out sighs of relief as they made guesses. Quick, let's go to the crazed demon formation. So much time has passed, who knows how much progress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has made. Demon Immortal Qi Ju reminded. Before the Immortals left, they used their methods to try to destroy the Immortal Graveyard. However, the killer moves were all absorbed by the Door of Life and Death. No use. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements are exquisite, this Immortal Graveyard is closely connected with the Door of Life and Death. If we want to destroy the Immortal Graveyard, we need to destroy the Door of Life and Death first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and left. It was because they saw through this, he and Fang Yuan had chosen to invade the Door of Life and Death. Naturally, there were also many other reasons. This method can be broken, and we can separate the Immortal Graveyard from the Door of Life and Death. But we don't have time. Let's go, onwards to the crazed demon formation. Fang Yuan also turned around and left. The Immortals did not delay as they followed closely behind. After the destruction of Primordial Domain, the 8th and 9th layer could be easily traveled to and fro. When Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the rest once again arrived before the crazed demon formation, only 30% of this formation remained. A large number of truthful floating ice pieces were already melted, the remaining truthful floating ice pieces had expanded several times their previous size. Bam! Right at this time, a truthful floating ice piece suddenly detonated, turning into countless ice fragments. Most of the ice fragments dissipated on the spot, and a small portion floated towards the formation, joining other truthful floating ice pieces. In this battle, Primordial Domain was lost, Giant Sun, Star Constellation, and even Spectral Soul have already become Supreme Grandmasters. If these Eternal Life research results derived by the crazed demon formation for over 1,000,000 years are also seized by these people, that would truly be a crushing defeat. If I cannot compete for it, I might have to destroy the final truthful floating ice piece and let no one gain anything. Fang Yuan's gaze was icy as he charged towards the formation. The other GU Immortals also charged forward. This group contained the strongest people of the current world, Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, Qi Si, Zhon Bu Du, Shen Shong, Qi Ju, and Lu Wei Yin. This lineup was truly horrifying and suffocating. Terrifying. Gu Yu Fangzheng's face was pale, he felt the intense killing intent even inside Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think of it. Even under the huge pressure, Heavenly Court GU Immortals still walked forward. It was Duke Mai. Not only Duke Mai, Duke Tong, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, and others moved forward to block the path. Get lost! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. Golden light bloomed, turning into a giant palm that sent several people flying. Huland appeared above Qi Si Ancestor, Qi Wave surged and turned into a Qi wall that blocked Ruandan and Fairy Maiden Soul. 7 Fiendish Primordial Monarch attacked while riding on Shabi 95. Shen Shong and Demon Immortal Qi Ju were stopped by the killer move, their momentum stopping immediately. Damn it! Demon Immortal Qi Ju furiously activated the killer move Shi, suppressing 7 Fiendish Primordial Monarch. Shen Shong attacked in coordination with a cold expression. 7 Fiendish Primordial Monarch held on for a few breaths of time before he was killed by Qi Ju and Shen Shong. Shabi 95 was also hacked into too, dying on the spot. Although Heavenly Court's members were strong, they were too weak in front of Fang Yuan's group, of which the weakest was still at pseudo-venerable level. Moreover, they did not have the help of immortal formations or immortal GU houses in this fight. They were using their lives to delay the enemies. In just a short while, Heavenly Court side suffered huge casualties. However, they also achieved their goal. Fang Yuan's group's momentum slowed down. Heavenly Court has the Door of Life and Death and the Immortal Graveyard, so what if these GU Immortals died? They will revive soon without any loss to their battle strength. If we want to fight our way into the formation, we need to control a part of it. Lu Weiyin and Zhon Biyudu called out. Starlight appeared. Before Lu Weiyin and Zhon Biyudu could react, they were sent flying by the Starlight. Starlight specs shone a star constellation Immortal Venerable revealed herself. She looked around and sighed, "You are all too anxious. Crazed demon formation's derivations are at the final juncture, you cannot act recklessly. What will we do if Limitless painstaking efforts of over 1,000,000 years are destroyed?" Fang Yuan's expression was cold, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled and said with his gaze fixed on star constellation Immortal Venerable, "Since that is the case, I might as well wait for them. But we cannot waste time now. Star Constellation, let us settle this once and for all." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze lingered. "I would like to see your skills too. Please go ahead and make your move." The moment she finished speaking, the void fluctuated, stardust flew, creating vertical and horizontal starry paths, forming a grand chessboard. At the center of the chessboard was the crazed demon formation, while Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and other GU Immortals were all inside the chessboard. Star Constellation Chessboard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shone sharply. Paradise Earth smiled as he came to realization, so Star Constellation Chessboard was an Immortal GU house as well as an Immortal formation. But there are no records of this transformation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable answered Paradise Earth, "This was modified by me after I regained my Tao Lord status. Please do critique it." Qi Ancestor attacked directly without waiting for her to finish speaking. Qi surged and shook the surroundings. For a moment, starry paths vanished and stardust was swept away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable threw down a chess piece. The chess piece turned into 9 Spiritual Fairy in midair. 9 Spiritual Fairy had already activated her transformation path killer move to turn into a kingfisher. She shot towards Qi Ancestor with an astonishing speed. Qi Ancestor fought with her. After 3 to 4 rounds, there was still no clear victor. 9 Spiritual Fairy was clearly strengthened by the formation. After 5 to 6 rounds, 9 Spiritual Fairy had already transformed 3 times, but was starting to fall into danger. But right at this time, chess pieces fell down. Wanz Hong, Bai Kangshui, Junshan Guang, Zhu Xiongxin, and other Immortals attacked. The battlefield instantly turned chaotic. After just a few rounds, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw the ingenuity behind this. These Heavenly Court members were formation cores of Star Constellation Chessboard formation. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, their coordination was extremely good. As more and more GU Immortals entered the battle, the situation became increasingly chaotic, and Heavenly Court's advantage got bigger. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. He broke free from the chaotic battlefield and charged directly toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not evade this time. She met Immortal Zombie Giant Sun head-on. A fight between 2 Venerables could be said to be unprecedented. Starlight flickered strongly, golden light spread, the whole battlefield was dyed golden and blue. The aftermath of the two Venerables fight created a vast chi tide that was much worse than the past chi tides. On one end, there was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court, an unmatched strategist with dazzling achievements. On the other end, there was the number one person in Luck Path who changed the luck of countless lives. He controlled Northern Plains and spread his bloodline widely. They were evenly matched. Chapter 2199. Star Constellation's Difficulty. Some killer moves were domineering, spanning across heaven and earth. Some methods were exquisite and dazzling, splitting the universe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was like a golden meteor, charging forward bravely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered as she moved around in Star Constellation chessboard formation, leaving behind starlight shadows that attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Moreover, even when fighting, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still controlling Star Constellation chessboard formation to help Heavenly Court members. Prince Feng Xian used Phoenix Flames. Bai Kangshui let out a large blue river. Flower petals rained down below Wanzi Hong. All kinds of killer moves were used repeatedly, and under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable support, the conflicts between them were greatly reduced, forming waves of attacks that followed one after the other with short gaps between each other. Lu Weiyin and others got a feeling of Heavenly Court's attacks being continuous and unending. Fang Yuan frowned, commenting in his mind, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has astonishing wisdom path attainment. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun is fighting her, he is not able to force out her limits. She still has the energy to support others and control the whole battlefield. So, from another angle, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also hasn't used his full strength. The two Venerables were fighting. Although there were huge explosions and countless methods used, their power did not go beyond Chi-Si ancestors who elevation killer move. Be they Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they were wary of triggering limitless countermeasures. A Venerable's foundation was unfathomable. If any one side were to trigger limitless countermeasures, the other side would gain an advantage. Naturally, the important thing was that both Venerables wanted to obtain the Eternal Life research results. The value of this research was enormous to the point of being inestimable. In the deadlock between Venerables, if a Venerable could obtain the Eternal Life research results, they could likely break the balance and become the strongest among the Venerables. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were coveting the Eternal Life research results, so they had to restrain themselves right now. If they destroyed this formation in the midst of the intense battle, that would be a huge problem. They were not limitless. These truthful floating ice pieces were nurtured for over 1,000,000 years. If any one of them was destroyed, the Venerables would not be able to substitute it. Since it is so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly for a while. He suddenly commanded, Chi-Si. Chi-Si ancestor received the main body's voice transmission. He immediately used a killer move without hesitation. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. The terrifying Chi Path killer move descended once again. The Immortals evaded immediately. Even the allied group of Chi Ju and Lu Weiyin was the same. Are you insane? Aren't you afraid of triggering limitless retaliation again? No, maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention. Truly amazing. The Jiu Immortals were bewildered for a while before coming to a realization. Lu Weiyin's group was joyous, while the Heavenly Court Jiu Immortals were worried. Sure enough, at the next moment, chains appeared from thin air and bound Chi-Si ancestor. But the thing was, Chi-Si ancestor was currently on Star Constellation chessboard formation. Limitless countermeasures attacked Chi-Si. They naturally would not leave Star Constellation chessboard formation out. Fang Yuan wanted to get the help of limitless countermeasures to break Star Constellation chessboard formation. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly got away from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fang Yuan, your scheme is wonderful, but how could I have not prepared for such a huge flaw? Please take a look. The moment her words landed, starlight bloomed. Many of the horizontal and vertical starry paths moved and attached on limitless chains. After a few breaths of time, limitless chains were bound by starry paths and were under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control now. Star Constellation chessboard formation was not disturbed by limitless countermeasures, instead, it made use of them. The strength of these chains were used to make Star Constellation chessboard formation even firmer. How could this be? Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. Lu Weiyin said through gritted teeth, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has prepared too well, her infiltration of Kray's demon cave is too deep. This was not strange. After all, when Kray's demon cave was just constructed, Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Heavenly Court and made a bet with Star Constellation's will. That was to say, Heavenly Court had begun infiltrating Kray's demon cave the moment it was established. This infiltration lasted over 1,000,000 years. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Savage Wilderness Great World. His infiltration of Kray's demon cave was about 300,000 years or so. It was not even half the time of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's infiltration. Moreover, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path, which excelled in infiltrating. And Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Yellow Earth Great World was only established over 100,000 years ago. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most miserable one. Although he came in touch with Kray's demon cave about 10 or so years ago, his infiltration time of the Kray's demon formation was almost zero. If the door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's home ground, then Kray's demon cave was over 50% the home ground of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun only had less than half the home ground advantage. Fang Yuan was like a guest. His understanding of Kray's demon cave mostly came from Paradise Earth's information. Star Constellation chessboard gained limitless chains, becoming even more powerful. Heavenly Court GU Immortals were unafraid of death. They used their lives to tie down the pseudo-venerable opponents. After all, an Immortal Venerable was helping them. Naturally, they could not obstruct Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body moved towards the sky and joined Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's battle. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he was bound by the chains. He could not even be put back into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and could only leave his protection to Shan Bi Yu Du and others. Then, let's try this move. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze shining brightly. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. 5 colored light Qi rapidly spread from around Fang Yuan. Be they Heavenly Court GU Immortals or Lu Weiyin's group, they all retreated. They would suffer backlash every moment they fought in this 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. 5 regional walls were manifesting once again through Fang Yuan's hands. This move again. Prince Feng Xian and others gritted their teeth. This move came from Dao Zhu. It had repeatedly made things difficult for Heavenly Court during the Fate War and in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Right now, it became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's issue. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was spreading in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately felt its effects as she started suffering backlash. Those chains of limitless on starry paths began to shake, eager to take action. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi is suppressed in this formation. But it looks like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has not been able to find a way to break it. However, this method will trigger limitless countermeasures. Fang Yuan observed carefully. It was not strange for it to trigger limitless countermeasures. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was the nemesis of GU formations and Immortal GU houses. The Kray's demon formation was also restrained. Inside 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, the Kray's demon formation would also suffer backlash, breaking apart eventually. Limitless arrangements would naturally detect this threat, so it was normal for 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi to trigger the countermeasures. This was why Fang Yuan did not use 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi earlier. As for the Door of Life and Death, there were too many Soul Path Dao marks. Even 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi would be suppressed. Moreover, even if the Light Qi became dense and formed 5 regional walls, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and the rest would also be endangered. It was not worth it. But the current situation was different. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods were amazing. She actually used Star Constellation chessboard formation to forcibly merge limitless chains. At this stage, Fang Yuan suddenly used 5 restriction profound light qi to oppose it. In an instant, the amount of things star constellation Immortal Venerable needed to calculate increased by over 10 times. She had to deal with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, help Heavenly Court members fight the pseudo-Venerables, forcibly control Limitless chains, and also accelerate the crazed demon formation to quickly produce eternal life research results. Now, Fang Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light qi in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to endure the backlash as well as suppress Limitless chains. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light qi was of extreme threat to the crazed demon formation. Limitless chains were doing everything they could to shackle him. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must suppress it. If she did not suppress it and let it take effect freely, it would severely interfere and ultimately destroy Star Constellation chessboard formation. Once the formation was destroyed, just these Heavenly Court GU Immortals, even if they had the Immortal Graveyard, could not block the bloodthirsty pseudo-Venerables. At that time, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blocked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, she would not be able to guard the eternal life research results, and the pseudo-Venerables would gain them. There were no two ways about it. Heavenly Court had too little manpower after all. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived, her enemies were too numerous. 5 restriction profound light qi, what an amazing move! Shen Shong praised as he saw through the situation. Even he felt bad for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 2200. Luck Gamble. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh. Even if she was the number 1 person in the wisdom path, she had more problems than she could cope with. From her point of view, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest enemy in her life. She had to pay enough attention to him. Comparatively, Fang Yuan's threat was lower, but he could not be ignored. After all, many Venerables had invested in him. Even Star Constellations will had invested in him when Spectral Soul refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. Fang Yuan could not be left alone. If he was allowed to act as he pleased, he would give her huge problems. Having this understanding, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly took out Book Mountain. A chess piece flew out. It was Zhu Xiongxin. Zhu Xiongxin landed on the middle of the mountain and controlled it with all his strength. Book Mountain let out golden light. They were actually Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Luck Path killer moves. These Luck Path killer moves attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, stopping him temporarily. Almost at the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not activate Dang Hun Luo Po Seal. This method was amplified by his countless Dao marks. It was far stronger than Hu Elevation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could disregard the cost to retrieve Star Constellation chessboard formation and release Limitless chains. Adding on the previous accumulated a hatred towards 5 restriction profound light qi, Fang Yuan would be fiercely shackled by Limitless chains. His situation would be even worse than Qi Si ancestors. At that time, Fang Yuan would lose his battle strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could take out Star Constellation chessboard again and make the situation greatly advantageous for Heavenly Court. Naturally, in the process of Star Constellation chessboard being stored and taken out, it would be damaged, and even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer damage. But how great would this damage be? According to Fang Yuan's estimation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could endure it. So, Fang Yuan did not attack. Instead he retreated into the 5 restriction profound light qi. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan's action was within her expectations. Information about Dang Hun Luo Po Seal had already been transmitted from the Door of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan did not use this method. But, Fang Yuan retreating into the 5 restriction profound light qi made it convenient for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take her next action. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a cry. Hundreds of vertical and horizontal starry paths twisted and turned like water waves. They quickly gathered and weaved an azure sphere, covering all the 5 restriction profound light qi and Fang Yuan inside. Fang Yuan was actually sealed. 5 restriction profound light chi was still continuing to spread, but the space inside the azure sphere was vast. It would take a long time to fill it completely. An excellent response. Fang Yuan praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path and Star Path to imitate Space Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not break 5 restriction profound light chi, but found a way to restrain it. This response was amazing. Not only did she use Star Constellation chessboard formation to a whole new level, there were extraordinary methods like Dao embroidery used as well. Fang Yuan was trapped, but he was not hurried. He waited for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's performance. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was extremely shrewd. He definitely realized Heavenly Court's weakness and his side's advantage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the risk to deal with Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a good chance of success over on his end. On the contrary, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could make some arrangements. Although the strength of these cheap tricks was small, they would definitely cause great annoyance to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If they were not resolved immediately, these cheap tricks would become the key to suppressing Heavenly Court. Sure enough, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. A giant wave of golden light pushed Book Mountain aside as it charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Book Mountain was sent flying like a meteor. Ju Shongxin, who was on the mountain, was already smashed to a pulp. This was the price of forcefully controlling Book Mountain. This rank 8 expert used all his strength but only stopped Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for a few breaths of time. This was the case even when he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had also restrained his strength to prevent damaging Limitless formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun managed to get some free time. He immediately began preparing a method. This chance did not come easily. When he fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable earlier, they attacked constantly. He had no such chances. However, at the next moment, this killer move is finally complete. Golden Hooped Great Immortal suddenly appeared. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, you fooled me. I invited you to Heavenly Court as a guest, but you took the chance to make your arrangements. During the Fate War, Heavenly Court headquarters was ambushed by your longevity heaven. The moment he finished speaking, Golden Hooped Great Immortal used his life and all his cultivation to activate a killer move. The mysterious light shone down and fell on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's head, turning into a golden hoop. The golden hoop bound Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's forehead, causing his mind and body to turn slightly sluggish. A female immortal appeared behind Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. It was Qin Dingling. Giant Sun, I am repaying you for all the humiliation you have given me back then. Qin Dingling shouted, slamming her hands on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's back. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Gamble. A black and white GU worm resembling a die flew out of Qin Dingling's phantom aperture. It rolled rapidly before coming to a stop. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3. The die GU worm rolled once again before coming to a stop, revealing a number on its surface. Qin Dingling, 5. Bam! In an instant, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vast luck was transferred to Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling's body shook, her face reddened, and her teeth clattered together. She could only endure with all her strength and had no strength to fight for the moment. Back then, when I forcibly took away a portion of Kray's Demon Cave's Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, a mysterious immortal GU escaped. I could not catch it in time. It seems like it was obtained by you in the end. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun came to a realization. Qin Dingling perspired profusely as she took in the endless luck while replying with hatred. To deal with you, I gave up on Metal Path. I sealed and buried myself deep under the earth in a metal coffin, cultivating in seclusion as I comprehended Luck Path. During these 300,000 years, this gamble GU was attracted to me and came to the metal coffin one day. From that moment, I realized this was the backlash of you forcefully taking Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It is also my fortuitous encounter to take revenge. Gamble, gamble, let us gamble with our lives. The intense golden light around Immortal Zombie Giant Sun dimmed rapidly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression turned solemn. The foundation of his combat system was based on powerful and prosperous luck. He had all kinds of killer moves that helped him to maintain positive and powerful luck. For instance, the unforeseen disaster killer move he used in the Door of Life and Death to extract his bad luck to deal with the enemy. Although it reduced the size of his luck path methods quickly restored it. On the whole, his luck became even better. Once Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's positive luck was stronger than the enemy's, his defense, offense, healing, and other aspects would also rise based on the difference, always being higher than his enemies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables methods were extremely powerful and exquisite. Under the support of such a combat system, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invincible. His luck path methods had never been spread. How could other GU Immortals seize his luck? Most GU Immortals' luck would fall to rock bottom within 10 or so rounds, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would continue to rise. While it looked like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was in a stalemate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the fact was that he had already accumulated a huge advantage in terms of luck. At the final juncture, when the crazed demon formation stops and the Eternal Life research results emerge, without limitless retaliation anymore, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could erupt with extreme strength. But now, Qin Dingling dug at his foundation. Qin Dingling had almost performed a miracle. Just based on Gamble GU, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's retaliation would not be able to accomplish this. Just Qin Dingling alone also could not accomplish this. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and schemes alone could not dig at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's foundation. But these three factors joined to achieve a miracle-like achievement. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun immediately activated a killer move. His thoughts increased and collided rapidly. I fell for Star Constellation's scheme. She had already prepared this trump card to deal with me, but just did not have a chance before. When Fang Yuan used 5 restriction Profound Light Chi, she saw the chance. She intentionally left to deal with Fang Yuan, even throwing out Book Mountain. It was just to show me weakness. She succeeded after all. Book Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes, it was only a chess piece that could be casually thrown. In fact, many Heavenly Court members on Star Constellation chessboard formation were all Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's chess pieces. Even Fang Yuan was used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to lure Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Just like how Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took Heavenly Court as his enemy, Heavenly Court also considered Longevity Heaven and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun as an obstacle. Fang Yuan? Although Fang Yuan was very strong, even destroying Fate GU, he was selected by Heaven's will and received the help of Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also made arrangements for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a chess piece. Even if Fang Yuan's ambition was huge, wanting to become a refinement path Venerable, turning into a player from a chess piece, Primordial domain was already destroyed. How could he become refinement path demon Venerable? If he could not become Venerable, even if he had more Dao marks, he would only be a pseudo-Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already returned to being Dao Lords. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left Fang Yuan and returned to fight Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Go! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pointed at Qin Dingling. Star Constellation chessboard formation activated. The chess piece Qin Dingling immediately disappeared on the spot and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The killer move Luck Gamble was already activated. Qin Dingling had completed this crucial part. Luck Gamble. After Qin Dingling recovered, she activated the killer move again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3. Qin Dingling, 2. Boom. At this time, Qin Dingling's luck surged out and transferred back to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Luck Gamble killer move's power was like this, it could not be controlled by people. The numbers determined victory or defeat, but the outcome was determined randomly. Even Qin Dingling, who was the user, could not influence it.